Natasha received the notice and returned to her department. She looked around the empty room. It was so quiet, not a sound to be heard. Even her footsteps echoed in the stillness. The entire department was deserted, and now she was the only one left. There had only ever been 2 people here before. It struck her that she had never realized this problem until now. Was this what the Chinese call the onlooker sees clearly, but the one involved is confused? What is it you want from me? You seemed so desperate you nearly barged into the lab. A sudden voice snapped Natasha out of her thoughts. She turned and saw a man standing in the doorway. Natasha shook her head. I did have a lot of questions for you before, but now she turned in a slow circle, gesturing at the deserted department. Now I realize there's no need. Only now do I see how I've been misled. When did you figure out? Song Chao looked surprised. Oh, figure out what? I don't understand. Natasha walked slowly toward the man, studying him. This department is so empty, there's no one here. I never cared before I was even satisfied with it. Only now do I see that the company has always been wary of me. My department never really had access to anything important. Song Chao smiled at her words. So are you saying you feel used? That your body was just a toy for me? Does that make you angry Agent Natasha Romanoff the Black Widow? Natasha's expression hardened. Her eyes narrowed. Her whole body tensed, ready to strike at a moment's notice. So you knew my identity all along. I never suspected it before, since you were rarely at the company, and we hardly interacted. I didn't think I could have been exposed. But today when I saw how deserted this department was, it finally hit me. Song Chao shook his head, stepping past her into the room, and sat down in a chair. Honestly, I've always had a soft spot for beautiful women. So even after I found out you were a spy, I let you stay. If I'm being honest, your figure is impressive. I love the feeling of your strong legs wrapped around me, even if you might be 70 or 80 years old by now. Huh. F*******. Natasha suddenly drew her pistol, aiming it squarely at Song Chao. You shameless bastard. Whoa, easy there, Natasha. Song Chao raised his hands, palms down, motioning for her to calm herself. Just joking, don't take it to heart. I don't care about a woman's age. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so taken with you. The first time I saw you in Chinatown, I recognized you right away, the famous Red Room agent, now the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. after your defection. Natasha's face darkened completely. You even know about the Red Room? That means there's a traitor in the agency. Were you after? Song Chao curled his lips. Oh, that's really a pointless thing to say. You're a traitor yourself. You defected and ran to this country. So do you really have the nerve to call someone else a traitor? Seeing the other's expression turn even darker, Song Chao just shook his head and went on unconcerned. Second, it's not about what I want to do, it's about what you want to do. When I was selling my old house, you showed up. Later, when I started my company, you appeared again. Shouldn't you be the one asking yourself some questions, Black Widow? Hearing this, Natasha became more cautious, aiming her gun at Song Chao. S.H.I.E.L.D. operates under the International Security Council. Our job is to handle all sorts of strange and special incidents, keeping an eye on things that go beyond what ordinary people can deal with or understand. Oh, isn't that just stating the obvious? Song Chao nodded. That's all stuff I already know. Got anything new to say? Mutants pose dangers far beyond ordinary people. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been monitoring mutants worldwide, and you're a newly emerged powerful mutant. So when you showed up, the agency sent me. But unfortunately, I didn't find out much while your strength advanced quickly and your influence kept growing. Natasha's face was grim, but she still continued. At this point, there was no point hiding anything. It was better to speak frankly and maybe get a sense of this man's way of thinking and how he handled things. I see. Song Chao nodded, acting as if he was taking it all in. And then what? Natasha asked, taken aback. You really are an idiot. Song Chao sighed, looking down on the Black Widow's intelligence. F******. You bastard, always taking advantage and then denying it. Natasha snapped back, not holding anything back. Song Chao looked at her speechlessly. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was her first time. All women, he thought with a smirk. So now that your surveillance is over, what's S.H.I.E.L.D. planning to do next, Agent Natasha? Natasha replied offhandedly, naturally you'll report back to the agency and wait for the director's orders. Song Chao nodded. Oh, so in other words, Cyclops does whatever he wants and none of you underlings get a say in IT. Is that a problem? Natasha said, exasperated by Song Chao. No problem. Song Chao shook his head. Your so-called agency, I have no interest in dealing with it. So whatever you plan to do, unless you're sending me beautiful women to enjoy, you can just forget it. F******, you bastard, one day you'll die at the hands of a woman. Natasha shot back, her face dark. Song Chao burst out laughing. Miss Natasha, you never learn, do you? I've gone easy on you more than once. Even you with your incomplete serum aren't even a tenth as strong as I am. So tell me what woman could possibly finish me off in bed? Natasha's face twisted in fury. You pid, you're not even human. Thanks for the compliment, Song Chao replied, unfazed by her mockery. In fact, there's something I've always been curious about. Why did you betray your own country? Natasha fell silent for a moment. They were ruthless and inhuman. They orchestrated terror around the world, assassinated foreign leaders. Later Barton invited me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Song Chao let out a quiet laugh and shook his head. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, just say so. These excuses might work on kids who haven't set foot in society yet, but to me, they're hopelessly I'm telling the truth, Natasha insisted, her face earnest as she looked at Song Chao. Song Chao stood up and walked over to her. He gazed at her breathtaking face, ignoring the gun in her hand. Reaching out, he lifted her chin with his right hand, while he murmured, "Look at this flawless face. Who would ever guess that beneath such an alluring exterior you're unable to bear children?" Natasha tried to struggle, but to her dismay his strength was overwhelming. She was utterly powerless, forced to meet his gaze as he studied her. "Seems like all those years of agent training left their scars on you," he said, his tone almost sympathetic. "You can't forgive those who hurt you. You keep running, leaping from one pit into another. So day after day, you carry on assassinating world leaders, striking down threats to your new country. Seduction, murder, you stop at nothing. The only real difference is the side you're serving and the targets you're given. What a pitiful, tragic life you've led, Agent Natasha. It seems you're quite content with the fate you were born into. Looking at you now, there's no trace of the conviction you claimed when you spoke of betrayal a moment ago. Author's note upon release: I just received word that the book will be officially released at noon tomorrow, and honestly, I'm not sure what to say. This is my first novel, so naturally there are many places that could be improved. But everything is slowly getting better. To tell the truth, a lot of what's written here comes straight from my own heart, from my perspectives on life, to the many types of beautiful women I find fascinating. How should I put it? There's no groveling, no fawning, no over the top virtue. My characters are decisive, ruthless when needed. When they meet a beautiful woman they'll never let the opportunity slip by. If the woman's background or methods don't appeal, then naturally it's just another passing encounter, nothing more. I wonder if writing such a note will get me censored. All I wish for is a good start with the first wave of subscriptions. Once the novel is released, you can expect at least 3 chapters a day. The first day, the second, the third, and maybe even a fourth. Who knows, maybe you'll manage 6, 7, 8, 9, or even 10 chapters a day. It seems I've never really asked for recommendation votes, monthly votes, or favorites before. This is my first time reaching out. In the past, I didn't really understand all this. I just knew to wake up every day and write. My writing might not be the best, and I know I still need to keep practicing and improving. I have a lot of drafts saved up, so in the end, I sincerely ask all of you big shots to show some love. Please favorite, recommend, and send some support my way. Thank you. Go ahead and throw those monthly votes and recommendation votes over here. Now that the book is officially launched, brothers, your monthly votes, favorites, and recommendations, feel free to send them my way. I didn't understand these things much before, but at a time like this, I really do need your support. And if you feel like tipping, that would be even better. Seeing great stats is what drives me to keep writing, and if the response is strong, I promise it'll keep the updates coming fast and steady. For a moment, the Umbrella Security External Services Department fell silent. Natasha's face darkened like a stormy sea. This man saw right through her with ease. He knew her identity, and he even understood everything she'd been through since birth. Why did I betray them? I don't even remember anymore. Maybe it's because Barton was ordered to kill me, but instead he protected me. For the first time, I felt what it was like to have a companion willing to take a bullet for me. Maybe I was just too lonely before, always longing for the warmth of a real family. Natasha murmured, her eyes fixed on his. You're right. I'm still repeating the same patterns as before I defected. It's just that I serve a different master now. I still seduce, still sacrifice my body and beauty, still extract information and assassinate as needed, doing whatever it takes to achieve my goals. You see through me so easily. So what is it that you want? I don't believe a man like you would keep a spy around just for her looks. There was a deliberate clap of hands from Song Chao. Well said. You really live up to your reputation as an ace agent. Even now, you haven't forgotten your mission. You're still trying to sound me out, twisting the conversation to your purpose. It's honestly a little sad. Everything about you becomes a weapon, something you can use to tempt others without a second thought. Natasha's expression cooled, instantly gone were the doubts, guilt, and fury from just moments before. You're not so bad yourself, knowing everything like you do. Your intelligence network must be pretty impressive. And you don't seem like someone who wants to keep out of the world affairs. Umbrella is clearly no ordinary organization. We're more alike than you think. Song Chao nodded, then shook his head. I agree with you that Umbrella isn't just sitting on the sidelines. I have my own goals. But I can't agree with what you said about women. I'm a man who truly appreciates beauty. As for you, how should I put it? You're just not operating on my level, so there's no way you can see things from my perspective. Realizing she couldn't mislead him, Natasha's expression didn't waver as she asked, "Oh, Then tell me, could you really show mercy to a woman who stands against you? Song Chao nodded indifferently. Since you want to know, I'll just tell you a bit. When it comes to women, I only show mercy to those I personally find beautiful. Everyone has different tastes, so naturally we see beauty and ugliness differently. As for why I hold back when I see a beautiful woman, it's simply because I'm too powerful. There's no one on this planet, no weapon that can actually harm me. So why shouldn't I show mercy? Take you for instance, not to mention your handgun, even if you had a nuclear bomb, I could stand still and you still wouldn't be able to kill me. Natasha's expression changed completely. Her pupils shrank to pinpoints. Was he being serious? After a moment's thought, she decided honesty was best. Are you really immune to nuclear bombs? I want the truth. Think of it as payment for the nights I've spent with you. Song Chao couldn't help but laugh at her words. All right, since you put it that way, I'll consider it your fee. Superman, bring over a set of Space Rose armor for ladies now. Yes, boss. Song Chao reached out, summoned the hidden telescope from his office, and handed it to Natasha. Pointing to several spots outside the window, he said, watch those places closely. I need to clean up a few pests first. They'll get you your fee in a moment. Huh. Natasha tensed slightly as she took the telescope and looked at the locations he indicated. She recognized two of them. They were Shield's covert surveillance posts. 20 seconds should be enough for you to look over those spots. Any slower, and you'll miss it, Song Chao said, watching Natasha. He stretched out his hand and made a gripping gesture. Stop. Show some mercy there. Damn it, Natasha hurried to look, but before she could finish speaking, she saw people, whether her own agents or others she didn't recognize, suddenly lose control of their bodies and rise into the air, their forms rapidly compressing as if some invisible force were crushing them. She rushed to stop Song Chao from killing S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, but before she could get the words out, all those people were twisted into unrecognizable lumps of flesh, like clay figures suddenly kneaded into a single dough ball. It was a horrific sight. No faces, no hands or feet, just mangled remains. You, Shu. Song Chao raised a finger to his lips, shaking it gently to signal her to be silent. You're not one of mine, he said coldly. You have no right to question me like this, Natasha. Know your place. Boss, came the voices of two security guards in black suits as they entered carrying a case. Put it down, Song Chao instructed, pointing to the floor. Watching the guards set the box down and leave, Song Chao walked over, opened the case, and took out two bracelets. He approached Natasha, lifted her wrist, and fastened them onto her. That should do it. Superman, help her put on the armor. All right, boss. Natasha had been watching Song Chaos movements, wondering what he was up to. Suddenly, pieces of armor inside the case began to float up and flew toward her. Just as she was about to dodge, she heard Song Chaos' voice, calm and clear. Don't move. For a split second, Natasha considered her options, but quickly regained her composure. She figured it was probably safe. Impressive. What a perfect silhouette, Song Chao said as he circled around, appraising the fiery red rose armor now adorning Natasha. The suit accentuated her curves flawlessly. Natasha hadn't put on the helmet yet, so she could only see the front of the suit. Is this the company's latest product? It's so advanced it can actually suit itself up automatically. Song Chao nodded. All right, enough chatter. Tonight, I'll grant your wish. This is your last chance. If you miss it today, perhaps we'll be enemies for the rest of our lives. Before Natasha could ask anything, he pulled down her helmet and in one swift motion swept her up into his arms and leapt out the window. Natasha cried out as Song Chao jumped out the window with her in his arms. For a moment, she thought he was going to throw her off the building. After all, she was wearing armor she couldn't control, unable to move at all. Just as she was about to scream, she realized he hadn't let go. Instead, he was holding her tightly as they soared straight into the sky. So this is your power? It seems the one who rescued those mutant children years ago was indeed you, Natasha said, her voice echoing inside the helmet. Song Chao nodded upon hearing Natasha's words inside the armor. The suit's subsystems hadn't been unlocked for her. After all, she wasn't exactly one of his own yet. She couldn't command the armor, but Song Chaos' sharp hearing allowed him to catch her quiet words, even at high altitude. Where are you taking me? Natasha asked, curiosity overcoming her as she peered through her visor at the clouds racing past, watching the ground grow distant beneath them. Song Chao simply shook his head, offering no reply. Only after breaking through the atmosphere did he begin to accelerate in earnest. Natasha could feel sparks skimming across the armor's surface. The view outside had become a blur. She realized this was what it felt like to travel faster than her senses could comprehend. Shock filled her heart. How could anyone hope to monitor or control someone like this? Had the agency truly thought they could keep him in check? For the first time in years, Natasha found herself doubting the mighty shield. It wasn't long before she felt herself standing on solid ground again. Regaining her senses, she turned to Song Chao, studying their surroundings. Oh my God, where are we? Is that Earth? All around was barren dust and ravines unfamiliar to her. But when Natasha looked up and saw that deep blue planet in the sky, she recognized it instantly. It was Earth. So where was she now, Mars? Saturn? Or the moon? Song Chao looked at Natasha inside the suit of armor and joked, "So what do you think of this payment, Natasha?" Natasha, wide-eyed with awe and greed, gazed at the scenery around her. Wow, I never imagined I'd make it space. The Earth looks absolutely stunning from up here, breathtakingly beautiful. Now I'm convinced not even a nuclear bomb could hurt you, she added. Looks like I need to report back to headquarters and tell them not to mess with you. Upon hearing this, Song Chao frowned, his voice laced with disappointment. So you're still thinking of reporting to S.H.I.E.L.D. I have to say that's disappointing, Natasha. I thought you'd choose to stay with Umbrella. Bringing you here was a mistake. I overestimated myself, thinking you'd understand what I meant. I misjudged you. You betrayed your own country, and now you're fiercely loyal to its enemy. He shook his head as he spoke. Well, everyone has their own fate. I never look back at the scenery behind me. When we return, Agent Natasha, there will be nothing between us anymore. Natasha's face changed, instantly alarmed. Song, what are you saying? Do you want me to be your woman? Don't think I don't know how many women you have. Song Chao just shook his head and said nothing. Say something, Natasha pressed. You want me to betray S.H.I.E.L.D. and join Umbrella. But why? You already have plenty of mutants at your disposal, and now you even have armor that can survive in space. Someone like me isn't much of an asset to you. Song Chao looked at her, turned around, and picked her up, flying back to Earth. If she wouldn't join Umbrella and wasn't one of his own, he saw no reason to waste more time. Might as well send her on her way sooner rather than later. When her armor was retrieved into the case, Song Chao snapped his fingers, and the case lifted off the ground following him. Goodbye, Natasha, he called over his shoulder. But as he started to leave, he found he couldn't move. He looked down and saw Natasha gripping his hand. Answer my question, Natasha, demanded, her eyes locked onto his, refusing to let go. Song Chao saw the seriousness in her gaze and shook his head. There's nothing more to say. In my eyes, every beautiful woman is worth cherishing. I'm willing to give him a chance. But if it turns out she's not one of my own, then there's no point in going any further. In the future, whatever Umbrella does, I hope you don't stand in our way. By then I won't care if it's a man or a woman, I'll only see allies and enemies. Whoever stands in my way will die. Safe travels, Natasha. With that, he leaned in and kissed the corner of Natasha's lips. Song Chao felt no more attachment to her, said his final goodbye, and turned to leave. In the future, should anyone dare block his path, he would show no mercy. Friend or foe, those who stood against him would be destroyed. Natasha wanted to reach out and grab him, but stopped herself, torn by conflicting feelings. On one hand, she thought of Barton, her old friend, and some of her colleagues at S.H.I.E.L.D., the warmth of having someone at your back, taking a bullet for you. On the other hand, she had to admit that what he said was true. He really did long for her beauty and her body, wanting to keep her by his side. But as for what she truly felt, she just couldn't decide. The conflict within her was exhausting. Maybe if she chose to stand with S.H.I.E.L.D. and ended up blocking Umbrella's path, he really would come after her with deadly intent, showing no mercy. The thought of his strength made Natasha's heart clench. She hurried to leave. She had to get back to HQ and report immediately. She couldn't risk making an enemy of him. At that moment, Song Chao returned to his laboratory and sank into his chair, feeling deeply disappointed. Natasha Romanoff, you've let me down. You've chosen a difficult road. Even after seeing my true strength, you still chose to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. You could say she's loyal and values friendship, but she's also betrayed her own country before. Call her thoughtless, but she's a top agent for a reason. She's extracted countless secrets and completed many classified missions to earn that title. I don't believe you could spend all these years inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and not understand the organization, not know how it operates. After seeing what I can, do you still don't want to break away, still insist on going back into the storm? Do you really think Fury trusts you, that he'll listen to you? Or are you just proud of your status as a top agent, thinking your position lets you sway decisions? It's laughable, so nah. I can't understand what you're really thinking. Or maybe you just believe I'd never be able to bring myself to hurt you. Song Chao muttered to himself, finally giving up on this woman. Sure, Song liked women, but if a woman wouldn't listen to reason, he wouldn't keep chasing after her. Had already given her a chance. If she couldn't take it, that was her problem. Washington, Triskelion Building. Agent Coulson, how much longer until Natasha arrives? Nick Fury looked across the room at Phil Coulson as he spoke. At that moment, all of Fury's most trusted subordinates had gathered in the office. Deputy Director Maria Hill and the top agent Hawkeye, Clint, and Francis Barton were present. 5 more minutes, Coulson replied, checking the time and doing a quick calculation. What could be so urgent that Natasha needs us all here? Hasn't she been undercover these last 2 years? Deputy Director Maria Hill asked, voicing her concern. Nick Fury shook his head at these words, choosing not to speak. Yet his mind replayed the anxious tone in Natasha's earlier phone call. She seemed truly uneasy and had insisted on gathering his top agents to wait for her together. Clearly something was happening that he wasn't aware of. His fingers drifted instinctively to the pager in his pocket, and only then did he feel somewhat reassured. Seeing the look on Nick Fury's face, everyone in the room grew serious. A sense of gravity settled over them. It felt as if something momentous was about to unfold. The atmosphere turned heavy as they fell into a silent wait for the arrival of a certain woman. The hush was broken by the sound of a door opening, no knock, just a door swinging wide as someone strode right in. Everyone turned to see who it was. "Natasha, you're back," Nick Fury spoke as soon as he saw her. "Director, Barton, Hill, Coulson." Natasha greeted each of them with a nod, her expression grim and drawn. "Now what's wrong?" "You look terrible." Barton stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Natasha shook her head, moved to a chair at the side, and sat down, rubbing her cheek as she did. "I found out about Umbrella, or perhaps they meant for me to find out." At her words, everyone perked up. In this world, aliens had yet to appear, so for decades S.H.I.E.L.D. had reigned supreme, accustomed to controlling everything, unwilling to tolerate dissent. Even the existence of mutants had been forcefully suppressed for years, rendered insignificant, until the arrival of Umbrella, which changed the game entirely. Agent Natasha Romanoff reported in detail. Nick Fury commanded his tone, all business. Only he knew that aliens had already arrived on Earth more than a decade ago, a secret he would never share, not even with his closest confidants, save for Coulson, who had experienced it alongside him. Natasha looked up at everyone. "Before returning to Washington, I went into space. Maybe it was Mars, or the Moon, or perhaps Saturn. I couldn't tell which planet it was. I stood there looking back at Earth, and it was breathtakingly beautiful." "What?" Coulson, Maria Hill, and Barton all blurted out in shock. Mother of Fury let out a stunned exclamation. "On my way back to HQ, I thought it over, tried to calculate the timing. Round trip, it couldn't have taken more than 10 minutes, Natasha said, with a wry smile. She had done the math during her journey and was astonished herself what manner of speed could achieve such a feat. To take a person to space and back with no acceleration before leaving the atmosphere? Even experiencing it firsthand, she could hardly believe it. The others, hearing her account, looked just as shaken. A bitter thought crossed her mind. Maybe she should have stayed with Umbrella. "Are you serious, Agent Romanoff?" Nick Fury's face was grave as he pressed her for confirmation. "Are you serious, Agent Romanoff?" Nick Fury's face was grave as he pressed her for confirmation. Natasha gave a bitter smile and nodded. Damn it, Nick Fury's face darkened. He thought for a moment, and Bart Coulson, go check the satellite photos from the past few days now. Move. Coulson nodded and hurried out. The rest of the team stood there stunned, each lost in their own thoughts. The room fell into a heavy silence as they waited. A short while later, Coulson pushed open the door and entered. "Director, we've got results. The satellite captured a fireball, no sign of any people, but based on the time Natasha provided, it matches up. We can confirm the event really happened." Nick Fury nodded, his expression turning serious. "Natasha, start from the beginning. Tell us exactly what happened." "Director, I've been undercover in Umbrella for the past 2 years, but honestly, it was going nowhere. Today I was planning to confront Song, but I realized there were things ID overlooked. Turns out he's been wary of me all along." Later, Song admitted to my face that the very first time he saw me back when he was selling his old house in Chinatown, he recognized me immediately. What's more, he knew every detail about my life since birth. I'm starting to think there might be a mole in the agency. "Impossible," Nick Fury cut her off. "Your file is classified top level 10. Only I, Hill, and former director Alexander Pierce have access. Pierce has no connection to Umbrella, so there's no way he'd leak your identity." Nick Fury still had faith in his former boss, the man who'd promoted him. Besides, Pierce had nothing to do with Umbrella. As for Hill, she was always right in front of him. There was no way it could be her. "I don't know then." Natasha shook her head after hearing this. "Anyway, Song gave me a suit of armor, something that could survive in outer space. But the armor was locked. I had no control over it, so I'm not sure what it could really do. Song carried me up to a planet in the sky. I stood up there and looked down at Earth. It was so stunning, so beautiful." "Why did he take you into space?" Maria Hill's gaze was steady as she considered the implications and asked. Natasha shook her head. "He just wanted to tell me something. I doubted him, though, and gave him a condition. I made him prove it." "What was it? What did you make him prove?" Maria Hill pressed on, her curiosity getting the better of her. "He casually wiped out several surveillance teams monitoring Umbrella from miles away, just like that. 2 of those teams were ours." "What? Coulson, why wasn't this reported?" "A director, I never got any such intel. They'll check with the teams right now." Coulson hurried to press his earpiece and started making inquiries. "Director, it's just that we lost contact with 2 teams of agents. Because we hadn't discovered any issues with Umbrella, our status reports were spaced out longer than usual, which is why we didn't notice the problem in time." Maria Hill raised her hand to halt the discussion, then pressed on Natasha. "Go on. Prove your point." Natasha nodded. "Song likes beautiful women. I asked him, I'm a spy. Why keep me around? He said he enjoys giving a chance to any woman who catches his eye. I pressed further, aren't you afraid? Would you really show mercy to a woman on the enemy's side? He told me my perspective was too narrow, that my abilities didn't measure up to his standards, so I couldn't possibly understand his thinking. He said even if I gave you a nuclear bomb and stood still, you couldn't kill me. Why wouldn't I show mercy or give a lovely woman a second chance? I like collecting beautiful women. I doubted him, so he took me to space. The speed at which we traveled erased all my doubts. With that kind of speed, there's no way a nuclear missile could catch him. So what he said rings true, Maria. Hill mused, analyzing the situation in thoughtful silence. Nick Fury nodded. So Natasha, what exactly is Song after? If he knows your true identity and openly tells you, so it seems he's about to initiate his own plan. Natasha shook her head. I don't know. He didn't say more. He took me to space partly to prove his point, but also to invite me to join Umbrella. I refused. After that, he lost interest and just sent me back, told me to leave. He only said one thing. Anyone who dares to block Umbrella's path in the future, there are only enemies and allies. Anyone standing in the way will die. Damn it, mother, damn it. Nick Fury exploded in anger. What does he want? Is he trying to stage a rebellion? Director Fury, could you try to keep your cool? I really don't want to hear any more foul language. It disgusts me, Deputy Director Maria Hill interjected, clearly displeased. Damn, Nick Fury muttered under his breath. Understood, Deputy Director Hill. After all, she was appointed by the council, and he had to show some respect. Coulson, not wanting to get caught between his superiors' dispute, thought for a moment and said, he's given us a warning. We either become Umbrella's enemy or follow in their footsteps. There's no middle ground. Ordinary people might have the option to be bystanders, but for our organization, that choice simply doesn't exist. That's right, Maria. Hill nodded in agreement with Coulson's assessment. Coulson's analysis is spot on, and I feel the same way. The other side is giving us an ultimatum: choose to be their enemy or their ally. If we want a third option, it would mean S.H.I.E.L.D. can no longer involve itself in anything related to Umbrella or mutants. And that's simply impossible for our organization. So now we're standing before a binary choice: enemy or ally. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton shook his head and interjected, whatever choice is made, it'll just follow the orders from HQ. These aren't really my area of expertise. You folks handle the analysis. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Everyone nodded, saying nothing more. They understood Barton. He was a disciplined ace agent, a specialist in combat, unlikely to question strategic decisions. In the director's office of the Triskelion in Washington, all eyes were fixed on a bald, one-eyed black man. Nick Fury looked around at their expectant faces, pondering for a long moment. He finally pulled out his phone, dialed General Ross, exchanged a few words, then hung up and turned to explain. A few years ago, after Dr. Bruce Banner disappeared in Brazil, our S.H.I.E.L.D. team kept searching for any trace of him, but came up empty. Meanwhile, General Ross never gave up on capturing Banner. Now, with Ross heading to Umbrella, I grew suspicious, even though his daughter is there as well. And, as I suspected, Ross just admitted to Dr. Banner is at Umbrella working as a key scientist there. General Ross has completely abandoned his plan to catch Banner. I don't know exactly what changed. But from this, it's clear the military knows something S.H.I.E.L.D. does in a secret so significant that even the Department of Defense won't dare provoke Umbrella. Everyone here knows Ross' character, the infamous Thunderbolt General. For him to let go of a grudge he's carried for years, well, that says a lot about Umbrella. Having finished his explanation, Nick Fury paused, then looked up at Coulson and asked Coulson, the Blockbuster Audio Store, the game character, the hole in the roof. Coulson looked at Nick Fury, realizing the director was referencing the time shortly after Head joined S.H.I.E.L.D., when they'd encountered Carol together. Director, are you asking who's stronger? Nick Fury nodded absent-mindedly, drumming his fingers against his pocket. Coulson lowered his head, rapidly weighing the combat strengths of both sides in his mind. What are you two talking about in riddles, Director Fury? Maria Hill frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Nick Fury and Coulson exchanging cryptic signals. Unfortunately, the one-eyed man only shook his head, refusing to answer. All they could do was wait helplessly for Coulson's response. After a while, Coulson looked up, meeting Nick Fury's expectant gaze, but in the end he shook his head as well. Nick Fury's eyes dimmed. That was what he had thought too, and now Coulson agreed there really was no way forward. Agent Coulson, as Deputy Director, I order you to explain. Maria Hill interrupted, dissatisfied. Coulson glanced at Nick Fury, and the one-eyed man considered for a moment before speaking. It's something from years ago. Seeing the director speaking, Coulson picked up where he left off. Otherwise, I see. Maria Hill didn't press further, sensing that was enough. So what's the consensus? Coulson answered, direct confrontation is out of the question. Nick Fury nodded. Coulson's right. Agent Romanoff, do you think you can take on this mission? No. Natasha, who had remained silent after her introduction, answered bluntly. Barton walked over and patted Natasha on the shoulder. Natasha leaned her head against Barton. and closed her eyes to rest. Nick Fury's expression darkened at these words as he mulled over other possible candidates. What do you mean by that, Director Fury? Maria Hill instantly sensed trouble as she noticed the look Nick Fury was giving her. Deputy Director Maria Hill Shield is facing a crisis. You want me to use my looks and go to Umbrella? Maria Hill's face soured. Nick Fury shook his head. Natasha just said that Song is very confident in his own abilities. Maria Hill bristled with indignation. Well, I don't think ITL'll be a problem, as Fury's trusted aide Phil Coulson could only back up his boss at a time like this. Maria Hill's eyes blazed with fury as she stared at Coulson, but Coulson pretended not to notice. Having finished, Coulson quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance of the deadly glare aimed his way. Excellent analysis, Coulson. Nick Fury praised his trusted aide. Maria Hill looked at Nick Fury, forcing herself to suppress her sorrow as she nodded. I understand. I accept this mission. Coulson, send me all the relevant files, Maria Hill said. Understood. They'll get everything ready and bring it to you myself, Coulson replied with a nod. So this is the beginning of turbulent times, is it? I have a bad feeling about this, Nick Fury murmured. His thoughts drifted back to an old plan. Maybe it was time to form the Avengers. Meanwhile, Song Chao returned to his lab, immersing himself once more in research. Besides, he had no intention of fusing all the stones. After all, as someone from a land of flowers, how could one possibly be like those uncultured types? As Song Chao delved deeper into his research, time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye a week had passed. Boss President Emma has sent word the relocation is officially underway. All right, got it. Tell Emma to proceed with the move as planned. Oh, Dr. Banner, how have things been going with Betty lately? Song Chao asked casually. Oh, pretty well, boss. And thank you again for all your help, Banner replied after a brief pause. That's good to hear. Come on, let's go. The security team will be here soon to move the equipment. Song Chao nodded and led Banner upstairs. Along the way, they were joined by all the doctors and research staff from Umbrella. Standing beneath the new headquarters, Song Chao tilted his head back to take in the view. Glancing at the doctors standing nearby, Song Chao caught sight of Ivan. Dr. Ivan, tomorrow Umbrella will officially hold a press conference. Ivan Vanko nodded calmly. Boss, I don't really care about fame. Song Chao burst out laughing. Oh, Dr. Ivan, that's a small matter. Thank you for your support, boss, Ivan Vanko said gratefully. This drew a wave of envy from the other PhDs nearby. The only exception was at the company's founding when Dr. Connors was asked to focus on biological regeneration. Wow, look who's here. Dr. Helen Zhao, your werewolf boyfriend, just arrived, Song Chao teased. Oh, for crying out loud. Can't you behave yourself in front of the staff? Logan's sharp ears picked up the remark from afar. Oh, Uncle Wolf, you sure do look out for your woman. Not bad. Seems our Dr. Helen Zhao is a happy lady, Song Chao laughed, entirely unfazed by Logan's retort as the Wolverine strode over. You rascal. Logan shook his head in resignation at Song Chao's shamelessness, giving him a friendly punch while laughing. Song Chao, bored and just messing around, gave a hearty laugh. All right, time to get to work. Hank, you and Dr. Banner, go check on Superman's reset. Logan, take the other doctors into the lab to sort out the equipment and start organizing lab security. I'll wait at the entrance for Emma and Frank. Everyone nodded in agreement and got started on their respective tasks. Boss, what about me? John stepped forward to ask. You? Song Chao sized up his underling, struggling to think of anything else he could do. You just stand at the door with me. Besides fighting or acting as security, what else can you really do? John was speechless at that. He wanted to argue, but after thinking it over, he realized he couldn't really do anything else either, so he resigned himself to silence. Not wanting to dampen his first little brother's enthusiasm, Song Chao decided to offer some encouragement. John, you've been doing a great job lately. Iron Man is a huge hit. Keep it up. In a couple of days, Barbie and the others will be coming as well. You'll all be working, training, and resting on the top floor. Back when you were kids, squabbling didn't matter much, but now you're all growing up. Soon you'll be part of a superhero league, so you need to learn to work together as a team, understand? Okay, boss. John nodded, taking his boss's words seriously. Whatever you say, I get it now. If we're a team, we'll have to cooperate in battle. I won't fight with Barbie anymore. You rascal, Song Chao laughed, giving John's hair a vigorous tousle. Having a little brother who listened made being the boss so much easier. Mr. Song, congratulations on moving into the new building. I wonder if you're satisfied with it. A voice called out just then. Song Chao looked up and saw Fat Jean approaching, with Target Eye in tow. Oh, Wilson, what brings you here? Song Chao asked in surprise. Haha, Mr. Song, I was the contractor for this building, so of course I had to come and ask if the owner is happy with it, and to offer my congratulations. Jean replied politely, though in truth he was here to strengthen his connections. Song Chao rarely made public appearances these days, And with this moving an event, Fat Jean certainly wasn't going to miss the chance to warm up their relationship. Song Chao understood immediately. This man really knew how to play the game. No wonder he'd managed to climb all the way to the top of the underworld. Talent will shine, no matter where you put it. Huh. Wilson, you're far too courteous. Song Chao laughed heartily, giving him a hug. You're a partner of Umbrella now. If you ever need anything, Umbrella will have your back. Just reach out to Emma. Thank you for looking out for me, Mr. Song. Fat Jean couldn't hide his delight. Song Chao was showing him so much consideration. Before he'd even hinted at his intentions, Song Chao had already made his position clear. It was wonderful to have an ally like this. He'd have to hold on tight to this golden connection. All his efforts over the years have been worth it. Song Chao patted Jin's shoulder. We're all on the same side. I never forget my own. Relax, Wilson. Boss. Emma arrived just then, leading the last group of people. Emma, in the future, if any issues come up, you can coordinate more with Wilson. He's one of ours. No need to stand on ceremony, Song Chao instructed casually. Fat Jean really knew how to deal with people. When Song Chao first started out, he'd relied on Jin's help more than once. Even the previous building had been provided for free by Jean, albeit after a bit of arm twisting. Still, Song Chao appreciated it. Now that he'd made it, he wasn't about to look down on Jean for his criminal ties or for being unable to keep pace with his own ascent. There was no point in forgetting your roots. That just wasn't his style. Frank, start arranging the security protocols. Wilson, come on, take a walk with me. This is my first time in the new building. Of course, Mr. Song. I know the place inside out. Let me show you around. I even led the team that handled the final renovations here, haha. Oh, well then, let's go take a look. Umbrella's new headquarters building. When Song Chao said he wanted a tour, what he really meant was checking out the laboratories and the future office spaces for Umbrella's own superhero league. If he tried to see every floor, he'd never finish. The building had more than 80 floors. It was a bit over the top, really. In truth, Song Chao didn't care about the less important areas. He couldn't be bothered to look at them. Inspecting the area between the 75th and 80th floors, Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. Every facility was in place. This future league of superheroes was fully equipped and ready. All that remained was to gradually gather the right people, and soon he could officially announce their presence to the world. After making a round through the building, he shook his head and started back down with Wilson by his side. But after a few steps, Song Chao suddenly remembered that he didn't even have an office yet. It hadn't mattered before, but now, with a brand new tower and so much space, it made sense to reserve a spot for himself. In fact, it would be even better to have a bedroom attached. Much more convenient for, well, certain things. Yes, not a bad idea at all, he thought, giving himself a mental pat on the back. Wilson, from the 70th to the 74th floors, I want you to send people up and start renovations right away, Song Chao ordered, coming to a halt and looking directly at Kingpin. I need the 70th floor turned into a large conference hall, a lounge, and an office. No problem, Mr. Song. I'll call someone immediately, Kingpin replied, nodding. He reached for his phone to make the arrangements. Oh wait, Song Chao stopped him with a raised hand. This is a rush job, so you'll need more manpower. Let me finish. The 74th floor should become a recreation room. As for the specific entertainment facilities, I'll leave that up to you. Kingpin gave an understanding nod. And from the 71st to 73rd floors, I want them all converted into large bedrooms. They must be secure and soundproof. Do you understand, Wilson? Song Chao fixed him with a steady gaze, his tone low and firm. Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, paused to consider, then a knowing smile flickered across his face, the kind of smile only men share in silent understanding. Mr. Song, I get it. No need to worry, I know exactly what you need. I'll make sure the renovations are perfect. Expect good news from me soon. I'll bring in a big crew and aim to have everything done within 3 days. Song Chao was pleased with Wilson's attitude. Here was a true, kindred spirit, someone who could read between the lines. Working with a man like this made everything easier. He clapped Kingpin reassuringly on the shoulder. Well then, Wilson, let's get started. Okay, I'll go arrange it now, Mr. Song, Kingpin replied, nodding as he headed off ahead. Watching the big man's retreating figure, Song Chao thought for a moment, then called out, Superman. Yes, boss. From now on, the company elevators are forbidden to stop at floors 71 to 74. No one else is allowed access to those floors. Understood, boss. Your authorization has been registered and the new rules are in effect. Song Chao nodded contentedly. He couldn't always stay at X Academy. After all, that place wasn't really his home. As for buying a place elsewhere, it wasn't a matter of money. Song Chao could easily afford it. It was just that, with his identity, if he ever left home and there was no one to look after the place, no one could even guess how many unidentified people had snuck into his home to investigate, or how many surveillance and listening devices might be scattered everywhere. though none of this could really affect him. He could detect them all with a single sweep. The very thought of it made his skin crawl. Instead of putting himself through such trouble, he decided it was better to simply arrange a bedroom at the company. It was safer, no one could disturb him at will, and the confidentiality was much stronger. In a secret underground military base somewhere in New York. Damn it, you bunch of idiots. General Ross exploded, his fury directed at the group of researchers before him. So many of you, and yet, after all this time, you still haven't produced any results. How did you even get your degrees? Did you just buy them with bribes? I've already provided you with all the blood samples you need, and after so many days, with all of you working together, there's still nothing to show for it. Guards, arrest the families of every single one of these people. I'll give you one more day. If you still haven't succeeded by then, I'll have them all executed. Without sparing another glance at the desperate pleas of the researchers, he turned and left. At that moment, Emil Blonsky lingered behind, watching Ross's retreating figure before stepping forward. Doctors, I'd like to know, how far have you gotten in your research on this blood? One of the scientists hesitated, glancing around as no one else spoke. After a moment's thought, he stepped up. Sir, the blood contains a massive amount of radiation. We're completely unable to isolate the mutated genes, which means there's no way for us to mass produce it. Blonsky nodded. Then what would happen if someone simply injected themselves with this blood? Well, sir, there's a chance of immediate death. But there's also a chance that someone might survive and transform into a monster like the Hulk. In the end, it would depend on the willpower of the person who takes it. I see. Emil Blonsky murmured to himself. He yearned for strength, for power. He had witnessed firsthand the Hulk's epic battle with the army. Now, as age crept up on him and his body declined past its prime, he found himself growing weaker each year. He remembered how, not long ago, he couldn't even defeat a simple security guard at Umbrella. That humiliation only made his desire for power burn more fiercely. Willpower? That was something he had never lacked. In the army, he always stood above the rest. As for becoming a monster like the Hulk, he didn't care about appearances. If it gave him power, nothing else mattered. As this thought crossed his mind, Blonsky's eyes narrowed, his deep brown eyes shining with a dark resolve. Meanwhile, Song Chao lay inside a lab on the 6th basement level of a new building, continuing to absorb and study the energy of the cube. Suddenly, the butler AI Superman echoed through the vast laboratory. Boss, John is calling. Put him through, Song Chao replied absently, snapping back to the present. At present, I've only backed up a few phone numbers with my Superman butler, the professor, Eric, John, Logan, and a couple of other doctors. The rest are just my women. Only calls from these people will prompt Superman to actively notify me. Boss, I've personally picked up Bobby and the others. We're showing them around upstairs at the company. Do you want to come? Oh, John, let them get acquainted with the place first. I'll check in on them a bit later. All right. Song Chao stood up, glancing at Dr. Banner and Betty, who had clearly been interrupted. Oh, right. He'd arranged for Betty to work alongside Dr. Banner now. He couldn't bear to keep a pair of young lovers apart. That would be just too inhumane. Wow, I hope I'm not intruding, Dr. Banner. Betty rolled her eyes at that, while Dr. Banner simply shook his head. No, not at all. Experiments aren't accomplished overnight. A little noise doesn't bother me, boss. That's good to hear. Betty, I went out of my way to pair you up with Dr. Banner for the research, and this is how you thank me? No gratitude at all, Song Chao joked, catching her eye roll. And just how would you like me to thank you? Betty shot back, rolling her eyes again. I've already given you everything I have. Song Chao's face froze at her retort. It was way too blunt. Glancing at Banner, he quickly added, Dr. Banner, that has nothing to do with me. Banner could only force a wry smile and shake his head. That's all in the past. I don't mind at all, he said, then turned and looked at Betty with eyes full of affection. As long as Betty's by my side, nothing else matters. Oh, Bruce. Betty couldn't help but rush forward and hug her boyfriend. After years apart, her sweet puppy could still say the most touching words. Damn it, Song Chao muttered under his breath, feeling thoroughly annoyed at being force-fed such a public display of affection, especially since he'd had a fling with that same woman. He resolved that once the cosmic cube was no longer his responsibility, he'd have S.H.I.E.L.D. take it away, and he'd stay far, far away from this lab in the future. As this thought crossed his mind, before he could say anything more, the lab rang out once again with the voice of Superman. Boss, President Emma asked me to tell you that General Ross has an urgent matter and called her, insisting he needs to reach you immediately. Should I put him through? Oh, Song Chao was surprised. At this hour, after only 3 or 4 days in the new company, with the bedroom just renovated, Ross was already looking for him. Could fate really be pushing Abomination onto the stage? Patch him through. Betty, having just let go of Bruce, now turned to look at Song Chao. General Ross, what can I do for you? Song, I need your help. My subordinate, Emil Blonsky. While I wasn't watching, he drank the blood sample we brought back from Umbrella. Now he's turned into a monster and rebelled against me. He's even bigger than that Hulk creature. His whole body is brown and covered in spikes. Our base can barely hold him off. General Ross spoke in a rush, his words nearly tumbling over each other. In the background, the sounds of chaos, shouts, gunfire, made it clear that the fighting had already broken out. Oh, is that so? Song replied deliberately, dragging out his words in an exaggeratedly slow tone. Damn it, General Ross cursed, clearly losing his patience at Song's unhurried response while the crisis raged. Don't forget, you slept with my daughter Betty. Damn it. Song immediately dropped his leisurely act, cursing in a hurry, his face darkening. The open speakers echoed his words throughout the lab, and right there beside him were Dr. Banner and Betty. Song felt a wave of embarrassment flood over him. Song, please, go help my father. Betty, completely unconcerned with the rest, pleaded with Song, her face full of anxiety. Banner patted her shoulder gently, trying to comfort his girlfriend as he glanced toward Song. Boss, maybe I should go instead? Banner offered. Seeing that neither of the couple seemed bothered by the awkwardness, Song felt a bit more at ease. No, Dr. Banner, you can't. He transformed by drinking your blood, and according to Ross, he's even larger than the Hulk. No matter which one of you is stronger, if you two fight, the destruction would be catastrophic. The damage, civilian casualties, and the aftermath would be too much. Song shook his head as he spoke, then turned his attention back to Ross. General Ross, hold on. I'll be there right away. Oh, thank God. Hurry. The address is... Ross finally heard the answer he'd been hoping for and rushed to give the location. No need. I've already sensed where that monster is. Find somewhere safe to hide. I'll be there in a flash. Song had long since cast his senses across all of New York, discovering the hidden military underground base. Normally, he'd have been too lazy for such diligence, but as his strength grew, so did his mental powers. For someone like him, scanning a city was nothing. Wagner, take John, Bobby, and Pete and head to this location. Move fast. Song quickly sent the map directly into Nightcrawler's mind, instructing him to take a few people along. It would be good practice for them, and with Song nearby, nothing could go wrong. All right, Betty, don't worry. Your father will be safe. Song offered Betty a reassuring smile before turning to get ready to leave. Song, can you take me with you? I can't stop worrying about my dad. Betty stepped forward, grabbing Song's arm, her eyes full of earnest pleading. Well, Song Chow glanced at Betty. Oh, really? There's nothing to worry about. It's a small matter. Actually, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. You have no idea what I'm capable of. How about I take you with me? Dr. Banner, do you want to come along and check it out? Just, try not to transform, right? Banner shook his head. Better not, boss. If Hulk gets triggered and loses control, the damage could be catastrophic, and that would look really bad. I'll stay in the lab. I trust your abilities. You can handle this easily. Oh, all right then. Song Chow nodded, then took Betty to the elevator. When they reached the first floor, he scooped her up and soared at high speed toward the underground secret military base. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. The scene was utter chaos. Smoke billowed from the ground entrance, a testament to the scale of destruction inside. Boss, you're here. Boss. Mr. Song. As soon as Song Chow appeared at the scene, John and Bobby, both clad in armor, lowered their visors, and even Nightcrawler Wagner hurried over to greet him. Song Chow nodded and said offhandedly, "There are way too many ways you all address me. It's confusing. From now on, just call me boss, all right?" His mind swept the area and pinpointed General Ross's hiding spot, then telekinetically brought him over. "Oh, Dad, I'm so glad you're okay." Betty, seeing her father land safely, immediately let go of Song Chow, rushed over, and embraced her father with relief. Looking over at the ongoing battle, Song Chow saw Pyotr had transformed into Colossus and was locked in a slugfest with Emil Blonsky, now the monstrous abomination. The two stood toe-to-toe, exchanging blow after blow without budging an inch. Song Chow couldn't help but want to comment. What a foolish way to fight. But then again, Emil Blonsky was a special forces champion. He probably felt invincible now, and his ego was clearly swelling. Still, seeing Pyotr, all steel and muscle, able to go punch for punch with Abomination, was impressive. Song Chow casually praised him. "Pyotr's strength is really something. You wretched little bug. I'll tear you to pieces." Blonsky, in his Abomination form, grew more and more furious as his punches failed to bring down Colossus. His rage surged, and his body swelled even larger as he slammed down with another mighty blow. Pyotr turned and struck back, but this time he miscalculated. Suddenly, he felt the other's power increase dramatically. His arm began to twist under the force, and his legs sank half a meter into the ground. Whoa, that's enough, Song Chao called out. John, Bobby, go assist Piotr. That monster is getting stronger by the second. None of you can take him alone. It's time you all learn to fight as a team. Song Chao saw what was happening and realized that the angrier Abomination became, the stronger his power grew. While it still couldn't quite match the Hulk at his peak, it was still more than enough. No ordinary person could stand against him. Pete was already reaching his limit. A few more hits, and his arm might be crippled. Judging the time was right, Song Chao ordered John and Bobby to step in and help. All right, boss, John and Bobby replied, nodding in agreement. They pulled down the visors on their armored suits and shot forward. John, using the strength of his armor, charged in and threw a heavy punch straight at Abomination, while Bobby tried to circle around and fire a blast of cold from behind. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Abomination sneered. 2 more pests? Just more irritating flies. He swung his fist to meet John's armored punch head-on. Song Chao shook his head at the sight. Sometimes a little hardship is the best teacher, he thought. Sure enough, John was sent flying by a single blow, skidding a long distance away. Meanwhile, Bobby, taking advantage of the distraction, fired an icy blast at Abomination's back. Unfortunately, although the attack hurt the monster, it barely made a difference. Out of my way, little bug, roared Blonsky, leaping up and smashing Bobby to the side with a single punch. Just then, Pete climbed out of the crater and rushed back into the fray, joining Bobby and John. The 3 of them surrounded Abomination, attacking from all sides. But whether it was John's flames or Bobby's freezing blasts, though they could hurt Abomination, their attacks had little effect. The monster would recover in no time. This realization hit John and Bobby hard. So, this is what it feels like to face a truly formidable opponent. Their powers were almost useless, and only their armor was keeping them alive. Without it, both of them suspected they'd already be in pieces. They couldn't help but notice that every time Pete transformed into Colossus, he always stepped in to shield them at critical moments, holding Abomination at bay. No wonder the boss always praised Pete, they thought. Clearly, he deserved it. Bobby, especially, felt a wave of shame. Wasn't he the one the boss called a super genius, a one-of-a-kind mutant? Yet right now, he wasn't nearly as effective as Pete. He silently resolved to train twice as hard once they got back. Song Chao, unaware of his team's inner struggles, watched as the 3 of them barely managed to hold off Abomination, clearly on the defensive, being tossed around by the monster. He nodded with satisfaction. Bringing them along hadn't been a mistake. This would be a lesson they wouldn't forget. Don't get cocky. Look at that. Even working together, the 3 of them still couldn't take down the monster. He was sure they'd all work even harder in the future. Song, are they going to be all right? This doesn't look good to me, Betty said, pulling Ross closer as they approached Song Chao. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a monster was batting them away one by one, with each person flying out of the way, only to rush back in and get sent flying all over again. It's fine. Let them get some real practice. Young people don't know their limits. Taking a few hits will do them good. Song Chao shook his head, speaking with indifference. If you have a way to subdue that monster, you'd better hurry up. The base has suffered enough. Just look at the destruction their fighting has caused, General Ross replied, clearly dissatisfied. Song Chao shrugged. Oh, Ross, I'm the one who kept the incident contained within this base. Without me, that thing would already be fighting in downtown New York, and you'd be lucky if suspension was all you got. You should be thanking me. Damn it. What am I supposed to thank you for? Ross snapped. You slept with my daughter for days for nothing, and I haven't even asked you to answer for that. Now you want me to thank you? Dream on. Oh, Dad, what are you even talking about? Betty was clearly displeased by her father's wild accusations in front of everyone. You old and shameless to boot. I can't even be bothered to argue with you, Song Chao replied, exasperated. Forget it. I'll help you out this time. With that, he stepped forward. Wait. General Ross hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait. Seeing Song Chao move directly toward the battlefield, Ross grabbed his arm. What is it? Song Chao turned, frowning at Ross. Can you capture the monster without killing him? I want him alive, Ross asked in a low voice, leaning in. Song Chao rolled his eyes. Are you serious? There's no way you can study this creature. Even if I handed him over alive, you wouldn't be able to contain him, and honestly, I have no way to restrain him alive, either. Didn't you notice he's gotten a lot bigger since you first saw him? The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes. What makes you think you can control or study him? Don't lose your life over this. I can only help you by tearing him apart. Ross was clearly reluctant, but finally relented. Fine, just get it over with. Song Chao shook his head in resignation and stepped forward. You all better clear out. Boss, be careful, his men called out as they quickly moved aside. The ordeal had been pure torture. They'd been thoroughly beaten and humiliated. At their leader's command, they could only retreat in shame. Emil Blonsky, now transformed into the Abomination, still retained a measure of intelligence, certainly more than the Hulk. It was like comparing a teenager's mind to that of a 2-year-old. Oh, I remember you. Umbrella. I didn't expect you to come at me alone. Let's see what you're made of. With that, he leapt forward, swinging a massive fist at Song Chao. Song Chao smiled, extending one hand to meet the attack. He grabbed for the fist, well, actually the wrist, since the size difference was so great that even both his hands together weren't enough for the giant fist. He had to settle for gripping the monster's wrist. Oomph. Abomination tried to jerk his hand free, but couldn't. Damn it, you really are strong, he cursed, then swung his other fist in a powerful blow. What a slow learner. Even after turning into a monster, his intelligence is still lacking, Song Chao sighed, noting how a monster's mind always grew different from a normal person's. Casually, he grabbed the creature's other wrist. Watching the creature struggle to break free, Song Chao simply shook his head. That's enough. This is getting boring, he muttered, having tested the Abomination's strength and found it unimpressive. Putting real force into his grip, he suddenly tore both of the monster's arms clean off. Wow, boss, you're amazing. A few of his underlings broke into applause, cheering him on. Oh my God, Betty gasped in disbelief. This man could so casually rip off a monster's arms. The scene was gruesome, blood everywhere. She quickly turned away, unable to watch any longer. General Ross patted his daughter on the shoulder. This outcome had been exactly as he'd expected. After all, with a monster like Bruce, how could Thunderbolt Ross simply stand by and do nothing? Damn it, my arms. Blonsky's voice came through. Finally, the pain overwhelmed the monster's persona and brought his human side to the surface. But Song Chao paid him no mind. You talk too much, he said flatly. With a sudden kick, he sent the Abomination crashing to the ground, pinning him by the neck. Song Chao's eyes flashed as he unleashed a beam of energy, severing the monster's head completely. He had to make sure it wouldn't regenerate. The last thing he needed was Ross coming back to ask for help again. It was best to finish things cleanly, all at once. All done. Let's head back to the company. And you lot. Song Chao clapped his hands, scolding his followers. Go get some proper training when you get back. If you can't handle a single monster together, you're really making me look bad. Yes, boss, we got it. His men promised hurriedly. John and Bobby flew off in their battle suits, and Nightcrawler teleported away with Pete. Song Chao shook his head, then walked over to Ross and Betty. General Ross, it's finished. You handle the rest. I'm taking Betty with me now. Without waiting for Ross to reply, he scooped Betty up and flew off, stopping at a nearby supermarket to buy a bottle of cola. Here, have some cola, Betty. Try to relax, he said gently, noticing how pale she looked. He knew the blood and gore had unsettled her, which was why he'd whisked her away so quickly. Any longer, and she might have gotten sick. Thank you, Betty replied, taking the drink and sipping it. The nausea eased a bit. Oh my God, I never imagined you were so strong. That monster, you handled it like it was nothing. Song Chao shook his head. It was nothing really. I told you it'd be fine, but you insisted on coming along to see for yourself. With that, he bent down, picked her up in his arms, and flew off toward Umbrella. Betty wrapped her arms around Song Chao's neck. I never realized how powerful you were before. No wonder Ross gave up chasing Bruce. Honestly, I should be thanking you for helping Bruce. No need to be so formal. Dr. Banner works for my company. It's only natural for me to help him. But if you really want to thank me, are you only going to do it with words? At that moment, the voice of Superman chimed in. Boss, Dr. Bruce Banner is calling. Would you like to take the call? Put him through. Boss, you still haven't come back. I want to check in. Oh, Dr. Banner, there's no need to worry. It's all been taken care of. I'm training future superheroes, and Betty is keeping General Ross company. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm fine now. All right, let's leave it at that. Washington, Triskelion Building. Deputy Director Maria Hill. In his office, Nick Fury fixed an unsatisfied gaze on Maria Hill, who stood across from him. It's been days. You should have finished going through Umbrella's files by now. Yes, Director, Maria Hill replied earnestly. But I'm still considering the best approach for meeting with Song. That's why it's taking a bit longer. Nick Fury was clearly displeased with the progress and was about to say more when suddenly there was a sharp knock at the door. He paused and called out casually, "Come in." Deputy Director Hill is here too. Phil Coulson entered, greeting Hill with a nod before turning to Fury. Director, we've completed the investigation into last night's situation at General Ross's secret military base in New York. Oh, Nick Fury looked at Hill, then decided, give us the full report, Agent Coulson. Yes, sir. Seeing that the director didn't mind Hill's presence, Coulson nodded and began. Director, according to the intel from our informant at the base, General Ross is still working on the serum. However, there was another unexpected incident, something similar to the last Hulk event. That's why he reached out to Umbrella for help. Song arrived with Iron Man, Iceman, and a mutant whose body can turn entirely into steel. According to them, the three weren't a match for the experimental creature and could only hold it off until Song himself stepped in. He took action 3 times, and in less than 5 seconds, the fight was completely over. Washington, Triskelion Building. Deputy Director Maria Hill. In his office, Nick Fury fixed an unsatisfied gaze on Maria Hill, who stood across from him. It's been days. You should have finished going through Umbrella's files by now. Yes, Director, Maria Hill replied solemnly, but I'm still considering the best approach to meet with Song, so it might take a little longer. Ew. Nick Fury was clearly dissatisfied with her progress and was about to say more when suddenly, the sound of knocking echoed through the room. He paused, then called out casually, "Come in." "Director, Deputy Director Hill, you're here too." Phil Coulson pushed the door open, greeting Hill when he saw her. "Director, the situation at General Ross's secret military base in New York last night has been fully investigated." "Oh." Nick Fury nodded at the news, glanced at Hill, and after a moment's thought said, "Give me a detailed report, Agent Coulson." "Yes, sir." Seeing that the director didn't mind Hill's presence, Coulson nodded and began. "Director, according to intel from our sources inside the base, it's confirmed that General Ross is still conducting serum research. However, there was another incident, something much like the previous Hulk event, forcing him to seek help from Umbrella. Song showed up with Iron Man, Iceman, and a mutant whose entire body can turn to steel. According to eyewitnesses, the three of them couldn't defeat the creature. All they could do was hold it off, until Song intervened personally. He struck 3 times, and in less than 5 seconds, the fight was completely over. Oh, 5 seconds? And even 3 superpowered mutants couldn't win. Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Coulson. Maria Hill, beside him, also watched intently, waiting for Coulson's response. Iron Man and Iceman were both extremely popular superheroes. These days, and S.H.I.E.L.D., never one to mind its own business, had, of course, already analyzed their combat abilities in detail. Now that even 3 of them combined couldn't handle a single monster, it was only natural for them to be concerned. That's right. According to our reports, this creature was very similar to the Hulk, highly resilient, with powerful regenerative abilities. The longer it fought, the larger it grew. Apart from the color, its powers were almost identical to the Hulk's back in the day. Coulson nodded as he looked at the 2 of them. And when Song stepped in, it took him less than 5 seconds. Our insider at the base reported that Song grabbed the creature by the wrists, tore off its arms in one swift move, then took to the air and delivered a powerful kick to the monster's neck, pinning it to the ground. At this point, Coulson swallowed hard, glancing between the director and deputy director. Finally, he fired lasers from his eyes, completely severing the creature's head from its neck. The entire fight lasted less than 5 seconds. There's simply no way to estimate Song's combat strength. The gap between him and the creature was overwhelming. Nick Fury nodded grimly, his face clouded as he sank into thought. After a brief pause, he looked up at Maria Hill, then turned to Coulson and asked, "Coulson, how much time is left before the Cosmic Cube's 6-month deadline?" Upon hearing this, Coulson thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Director, exactly 17 days left until 6 months are up." Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement and fixed his gaze on Maria Hill. "Deputy Director Hill, I want you to personally handle the transfer of the Cosmic Cube. That way, there won't be any excuses or pretexts. In these remaining days, study the situation carefully and figure out how to establish a connection with Song Chao. For now, his strength and influence have already surpassed our expectations. We'll have to rely on strategy, not brute force, or the losses could be devastating." Maria Hill nodded gravely at his words. She'd already anticipated this when Fury questioned Coulson earlier. There was no way to avoid it, and she had no intention of dodging responsibility. If anything, she was determined to step forward and face the challenge. Umbrella's new skyscraper, one of Song Chao's private suites. Betty slept soundly and woke up naturally. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the man lying beside her, scrolling through news feeds. "Good morning, sweetheart. Did you sleep well?" Song Chao noticed Betty was awake, leaned over, and kissed his sleeping beauty in a casual greeting. I slept very well. Thank you." Betty kissed him back without hesitation, then sat up, pulling up the covers to shield herself. "Breakfast is already prepared. Well, you might as well call it lunch at this hour," Song Chao said with a laugh, glancing at the angle of the sunlight. "Umph." Betty shot him a playful glare. "It's all your fault, you brute." "Oh, really?" Song Chao exaggerated his expression. "If I recall, someone was quite provocative last night. I honestly thought I wouldn't be able to tame you, little vixen. But in the end, who was the one begging for mercy?" He burst out laughing. "Get out, you monster." Betty smacked him, scolding. Oh, darling, there's something I'd like to ask. Song Chao caught her hand, looking her straight in the eyes. What are you really thinking? I can tell you don't love me. You're still in love with Dr. Banner, aren't you? Betty averted her gaze, brushing her hair aside. It's nothing. I did what I wanted to do. That's all. You're not being honest, Song Chao said, lifting her chin to make her meet his eyes. Betty stared back at him defiantly, refusing to look away this time. I did it because I wanted to. You were the one who started this. I love Bruce. You're just a tool, someone to satisfy my physical needs. Got it. Song Chao stared at Betty, struck speechless. Damn, this was just as he'd suspected. This girl really did have ulterior motives. Hell, even the wildest uncle would have trouble putting up with this. Then you'd better pay some interest, sweetheart. I'm the boss of such a big company. How could I just do whatever you tell me? My appearance fee isn't cheap, you know. Before Betty could respond, he lunged at her again. Ugh, you jerk. Get off me. It's already noon, and I haven't eaten yet. Betty scrambled to push him away. Little bunny, let's take care of my hunger first, shall we? My dear, I'm sorry if I hurt you. How are you feeling now? Betty rolled her eyes sleepily. You scoundrel, let me rest a bit. Go get me something to eat. Lots of good food. I'm starving. Song Chao noticed she only cared about eating and seemed completely unfazed by the marks on her body. It suddenly dawned on him that she was a woman who had awakened a certain kind of resilience. He understood now, so he didn't ask any more questions. He hopped out of bed. Wait right here, I'll be quick. He called downstairs, urging them to prepare a hot meal immediately. Standing by the window and gazing at the view below, Song Chao shook his head with a wry smile. This woman, it seemed Dr. Banner had been away for years, and as for himself, he'd only wanted to fulfill a long-held wish and drag things out for a few extra days. Who knew it would lead to this? In the end, it was all his fault. Looks like there's no escaping my fate as the designated helper now. Still, Song Chao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It wasn't such a bad arrangement. If being her helper meant this, he could live with it. Sorry, Dr. Bruce Banner, truly, but you can't blame me. As the boss, I just follow orders. No feelings involved. The thought of putting a hat on the famous Hulk made Song Chao laugh out loud, quite pleased with himself. Whoa, slow down. What's the rush? Seeing Betty devour her food, Song Chao shook his head helplessly. Clearly, she'd burned through every last bit of energy. Betty rolled her eyes again, too busy eating to bother with a reply. I'm starving here. This brute has no limits. He's got the nerve to ask me? I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. She shot him a look that said it all. Song Chao laughed heartily, sunlight slanting through the window outside. Meanwhile, Dr. Bruce Banner was in the lab, engrossed in his experiments, when he suddenly felt a strange sensation on his head. He reached up and touched his hair, but there was nothing unusual. Frowning in confusion, he glanced upward, then shook his head and returned to his research. Gurren, the great general of the Dalmatian Empire, famed as the Might of Dalmatia, fought valiantly late into the night. Only the next day did he finally bring Betty down to the laboratory. Song Chao lounged in a chair, absorbing the energy from a cube. Watching Betty chatting closely with Bruce, he simply shook his head and closed his eyes. Lately, my state of mind has been a bit off, but it's nothing serious. I recall a saying I once read. So long as the sage lives, the great thief will never cease. What is a sage? One whose humanity has vanished, leaving only divinity. Someone who sees the world in the purest, most impartial way. My soul has crossed over into this world, taking over this body, but I've never truly accepted this identity. To me, being a Chinese American is hardly worth mentioning. I, Song Chao, have always looked down on it. So I've clung to who I was in my previous life, indulging myself, refusing to conform. I fear that as my strength grows, my humanity will gradually slip away and divinity will take its place. What happened then? I can't say. Perhaps I'll finally accept this new self and, like Tony Stark, dedicate my life to fighting for capitalism in this country. Or maybe, like those pioneers from parallel universes, I'll end up working like a dog for S.H.I.E.L.D. Just one speech about justice from Nick Fury. And those transmigrators gladly throw themselves into servitude, all for the greater good and the nation. The thought makes me sick. Maybe all it takes is an attractive woman, and those pioneers will eagerly wag their tails, obeying every command. Even if their previous lives' movies had warned them, told them that this woman was promiscuous or a spy sent to seduce them, they wouldn't care. They'd still offer up all their affections without a second thought. Some are even swayed by a mere few $100,000 or even tens of thousands. The worst are those who settle for just a few $1,000s, as if they're beggars being tossed scraps, and they're happy about it, thinking they've scored a bargain. It's a waste of all their past experiences. Whenever I saw this kind of thing, I was disgusted. If you had no talent and were just an ordinary person, then sure, That kind of money would mean a lot. But every transmigrator comes equipped with their own strengths, not to mention foreknowledge of how things will play out. To see them sell themselves for such a pittance, to see their pitiful faces, is truly shameful. I couldn't stand it. I just stopped watching. How could anyone stomach such a revolting scene? Whatever happens, it isn't my will, not truly. That's why I try so hard to hold on to my old mindset. As my powers grow, so does my vitality, and my desires burn even stronger. Without restraint, indulgence feels almost natural. I just hope I haven't made any serious mistakes. Dr. Banner, I hope you can stick to your convictions and keep your opinions to yourself. Otherwise, Dr. Bruce Banner, I might have to deal with you, harshly. Dr. Banner, concerned that Betty hadn't come home these past 2 days, was checking in on her when he suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Puzzled, he patted his clothes and glanced at the air conditioning. The temperature wasn't low. What was going on? Was he coming down with something? A few days later, at Tony Stark's seaside villa. Tony! Pepper Potts gazed at the unshaven, disheveled Tony before her, her eyes full of concern and heartache. Oh, I'm fine, Pepper, you know me. I'm just too lazy to shave. Tony looked at Pepper, forcing a smile as he shook his head in explanation. Tony, please listen to me, will you? Pepper Potts urged gently, careful not to bruise his pride. She'd visited every day, tracking his progress, and she knew all too well that Tony still had no clue about a new element. No, give me a little more time. I'm sure I can figure out a new element to replace palladium. Tony shook his head, flatly refusing. Pepper was frustrated, but she knew this man. She'd loved him in silence for years, cleaning up his messes, understanding him better than anyone. Intentionally, she said, then transfer your shares to me. I'm afraid if something happens to you, someone else might take over the company. Tony stared at the woman before him. This didn't sound like something his little Pepper would say. He realized she was trying to provoke him, but she had a point. What if he didn't succeed, and something happened to him? All right, I'll sign Pepper. Pepper was stunned to see Tony actually agree. It took her a long moment before she nodded. All right, I'll draft the agreement right now. 5 minutes later, Tony signed the contract without hesitation. Well, Miss Potts, you're now the CEO of Stark Industries. Congratulations. Shall we pop some champagne to celebrate? Absolutely, Pepper replied, her face lighting up with a smile. Half an hour later, Pepper Potts stepped out of the villa. She turned to look back at the house for a long moment, then got into the car and told the driver, "Take me to Umbrella." Wow, Miss Potts, it's been a while. You're as stunning as ever. Song Chow had just received a notification from Superman, the smart housekeeper. Pepper Potts from Stark Industries had arrived, and Emma, the CEO, wanted him to meet her in the office. Mr. Song, you're too kind. I'm here today to ask for your help with Tony. Pepper Potts stood up politely, but got straight to the point. Oh, Song Chow nodded. He'd already anticipated this before coming up. Without the information from S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony wouldn't have a clue where to start looking for the new element. Understand. So, you brought the contract with you, I presume? Yes. Pepper nodded, handing over the contract from her bag. This is a no-cost transfer agreement for 20% of Stark Industries shares. It's already been filed. All you need to do is sign on behalf of Umbrella, and it will take effect immediately. But first, I'd like to see your specific plan for helping Tony. Understood, Song Chow nodded. Come on, I'll take you to the lab to meet Dr. Ivan Vanko. I'm sure you remember him. Are you talking about Ivan Vanko? Pepper Potts nodded as she spoke. A few days ago, Dr. Ivan, representing Umbrella, announced their entry into the clean energy sector. The news caused a media frenzy, and it sent shockwaves through all the major energy companies. With such a huge impact, of course I know who he is. Stark Industries was actually planning to announce our own move into the energy sector soon, but I guess you had Umbrella beat us to the punch. Song Chow shook his head with a wry smile. That was exactly the plan, to get ahead of Stark Industries. He had calculated everything in advance. If he fell behind them by even a step, now that would have been truly surprising. That's right, Dr. Ivan Vanko. When it comes to arc reactor technology, energy, and exosuits, he's an unparalleled genius. Oh, and by the way, he's already developed a new element to replace palladium. You'll see it in a moment. With this share transfer agreement, Umbrella's deal is sealed. Pepper was visibly surprised by this revelation. Tony Stark had been struggling for days, desperately trying to save his own life, but hadn't made any headway. He hadn't even made the slightest progress. Yet this Dr. Ivan, whose name she'd never even heard until his recent announcement on behalf of Umbrella, was now all over the news. She'd learned that he used to be a nuclear physicist, but had dabbled in the underworld, smuggling, and even arms dealing, serving more than a decade in prison. For someone with such a checkered past to surpass Tony's research abilities was astonishing. Maybe the media really had exaggerated Tony's genius all these years. No wonder Song had previously said that there were many geniuses out there who could rival Tony, but just didn't have his wealth, so they remained obscure. Perhaps there was some truth to that, after all. We've arrived. Dr. Ivan Vanko, this is Miss Pepper Potts from Stark Industries. Song Chow interrupted Pepper's thoughts, introducing her to Dr. Ivan. Please demonstrate the new element that can replace palladium. Ivan fixed Pepper with a piercing stare for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, boss. Truthfully, he wasn't keen on handing over the new element, developed from the clues provided by his boss, to help save Tony Stark. But he couldn't go against his boss's wishes. Song was easy to deal with, but could be ruthless when necessary, something Ivan had learned well. Besides, after Umbrella acquired 20% of Stark Industries shares, the boss had promised that Ivan would attend board meetings as Umbrella's representative and handle all related matters. In the end, the simple truth remained: the arm can't twist the thigh. After a brief demonstration, Pepper Potts pulled out the contract almost instinctively. Mr. Song, we can begin the transaction. Song Chow nodded, signed his name, and both parties shook hands. Pleasure doing business. I'll take my leave now, Pepper said anxiously, eager to get back and save Tony. Of course I understand. Go ahead. Let's just hope Mr. Tony Stark won't be angry with you, Song Chow replied knowingly, giving her a nod. It's nothing. As long as Tony's all right, that's all that matters, Pepper replied, hesitating for a moment before speaking with resolve. Song Chow shrugged and fell silent, his eyes following her retreating figure as she disappeared from view. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but sigh. Not bad at all. This playboy actually has a woman quietly loving him from behind the scenes, caring for him in every possible way. Tony Stark really is a lucky man. Tony Stark's seaside villa. What are you doing back here? And what's this, Pepper? Tony asked in surprise as Pepper Potts returned, handing him a box. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Pepper replied, avoiding a direct answer. All right, Tony said absent-mindedly, opening the box. Inside, he saw a miniature arc reactor fitted with a new element. His eyes widened in shock. You want Umbrella? Did you give them our shares? He shouted in fury. For crying out loud. There are detailed documents right next to it. Take a look for yourself, Tony. I don't want to argue anymore. Honestly, your life matters more to me than any shares. Pepper's voice suddenly rose, trembling with emotion. Look at your neck. Just look at those awful marks. They've already spread up to your throat. How much longer do I have to watch you suffer like this? Tony's anger was about to boil over, but when he saw Pepper lose her composure, something she'd never done before, his fury melted away. All that was left was guilt and a deep sense of gratitude. He couldn't help but step forward and pull her into his arms. Pepper, it's all right now. Thank you. Honestly, maybe I'd have died before I ever figured this out. I owe you my life. Pepper clung tightly to him. Oh, Tony, I just can't stand watching you get closer to death with each passing day. I know, Tony whispered, gently patting her back to comfort her. He realized just how reckless he'd been, how much he'd made her worry. So this is what it feels like to be cared for, he thought. He'd taken so much for granted. All the years Pepper had quietly managed his messes without complaint. Come on, let's see if this works. Get installed, Tony. Having let out her frustration, Pepper urged him on. Okay, Jarvis, run a scan, Tony said, releasing Pepper and opening the documents. He casually instructed his AI butler. Jarvis, check out this new element. Tony, everything checks out. It can replace palladium. This is a newly discovered element, Jarvis reported. Good, Tony replied, poring over the details of the new element that had cost them 20% of their shares. Impressive. That's a stroke of genius. I'd love to meet the scientist who discovered it. Pepper, catching his curiosity, said, Jarvis, play the press conference from a few days ago, Umbrella's announcement about entering the clean energy business. Noticing the worry etched on Tony's face, she added, Tony, the scientist, is Dr. Ivan Vanko. He's the one who discovered this new element, and he invented the armor too. Umbrella has already beaten Stark Industries to the punch. They've officially announced their move into the clean energy sector. Tony watched the holographic projection cast by Jarvis, listening to Pepper as he shook his head. Looks like I missed out on a lot of drama while I've been holed up at home these days. But Pepper, the entire global energy industry, is on the verge of a revolution. All those old-fashioned companies are about to be swept away. A new era is coming. And Umbrella alone can't possibly swallow this whole market. Right now, only our Stark Industries and Umbrella have access to this new technology. Being a step behind isn't a big deal. At most, we won't be the sole leaders. But it's just the two of us. So even if we lose a little bit of market share, it really doesn't matter. Relax. After reassuring Pepper, Tony turned his attention to Dr. Ivan Vanko's file. Jarvis, connect to the network and pull up all the information you can find on Dr. Ivan Vanko. The more Tony read, the deeper his frown became. Anton Vanko, a scientist personally expelled from the United States by Howard himself. Siberia. Nuclear reactors. So that's how it is. What's wrong, Tony? Pepper Potts asked, surprised as she watched Tony mutter to himself. Tony shook his head and looked over at Pepper. Pepper, I figure out why Umbrella has the same kind of armor as mine, and the arc reactor technology. It all goes back to Howard Stark. The arc reactor was something Howard and Anton Vanko developed together back in the day. I'm not sure why, but later Howard personally got involved and, together with the government, had Anton Vanko deported back to Siberia. And Ivan Vanko, he's Anton's son. No wonder back at Umbrella, Ivan Vanko seemed so unhappy to see me, like he wasn't keen on giving me the new element. He only agreed reluctantly because Mr. Song was there. So this is the strange history between you all. Pepper recalled her visit to the Umbrella lab, suddenly understanding the look Dr. Vanko had given her. I don't know exactly what happened back then, Tony said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he pored over the detailed records of Anton and Ivan Vanko in Siberia. But it looks like they definitely see me as an enemy. Just look at what those two have gone through over the years. Living in the slums, unable to afford treatment when they got sick, smuggling, getting involved with gangs, trafficking arms, a brilliant scientist of a father reduced to lying in bed, waiting to die. I think I can understand why they'd resent me. Oh, Tony, you can't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Pepper stepped forward, embracing Tony in comfort. I'm all right, Pepper. I'm just struck by it all. Turns out Howard's rise in the arms business required a pretty tough hand. The more I learn, the less I realize I know about Howard, Tony reflected, a note of wonder in his voice. But even if they're hostile toward me, I won't be backing down. Don't worry. You wait for me at the company. I want to try out how it feels to wear the suit. I'll be back at the office in the next couple of days to announce our entry into the energy industry. So what if we're a bit late? There's plenty of time to catch up. I, Tony Stark, am ready to declare my comeback. With that, Tony fitted the new element into his suit, donned the stars and stripes armor, and soared off into the sky, eager to experience the difference the new element made. Pepper watched as Tony, free from palladium poisoning and full of fresh determination, began to pull himself together. She nodded with a bright, relieved smile. Umbrella Corporation. At that moment, Song Chao was quietly holed up in his laboratory. Time was running out. The cosmic cube was about to expire, so there was no room for distractions. He needed to focus a bit more on his research. Still, recalling an idea he had some time ago, he casually instructed Emma to launch the Future Talent Sponsorship Program across major high schools in New York. Besides expanding Umbrella's social influence, Song's real motive was to investigate these schools' records and see which version of Spider-Man currently existed. If it was Holland Spider-Man, well, at this point, the kid might still be in elementary school or just a few grades up. If that was the case, that would mean Spider-Man's aunt was 7 or 8 years younger than she was during the time of Captain America, Civil War, in his previous life, back when Tony visited Spider-Man's home. Not a bad idea. In fact, quite an intriguing one. Time slipped quietly by. Song Chao, apart from the occasional banter with a certain young lady, barely left his lounge chair, spending every day sprawled out like a king. He couldn't even count how many withering death stares that young lady had shot his way. Boss, there's a visitor outside. President Emma says it's someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. here for the item handover. Just then, the crisp voice of their AI steward, Superman, echoed through the lab. Oh, Song Chao snapped back to reality. Was it time already? He hadn't even noticed how the last couple of weeks had slipped by. He got up and stretched, feeling the stiffness from so many days of inaction, but also a growing sense of strength and satisfaction. Maybe now, in a heartbeat, with a soft rush of air, Song Chao appeared behind Betty, startling her so much she almost jumped out of her skin. A burst of laughter, then a slap. Are you a ghost? You nearly scared me to death. Betty protested, smacking Song Chao with mock annoyance. Clearly, his research into spatial energy was making real progress. Song Chao paid no mind to Betty's little outburst. It wasn't even enough to count as a massage. He was deeply satisfied with his half-year of work. Now that he could teleport, maybe Nightcrawler would have to settle for being the rapid response courier for the Umbrella Superhero League in the future. He reached out, grabbed the cosmic cube, and in the blink of an eye, found himself in Emma's office. Oh, Emma let out a gasp. She'd been in the middle of a conversation with the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, and in the next instant, Song Chao materialized right in front of her. You nearly scared me to death. Watching Emma caress her ample chest, Song Chao couldn't help but reach out, wanting to lend a hand. Emma shot him a glare and swatted his hand away. Can't you see there are people around? Oh, Song Chao snapped back to his senses. Maria Hill was startled by Song Chao's sudden appearance, but her agent instincts kicked in immediately. She began calculating his capabilities. He was even stronger than the agency had estimated. Before, they only knew he could fly. no one had mentioned teleportation. That kind of power changed everything. With teleportation, not even 1,000 nuclear bombs would matter. No one would dare use them. As she watched him, her expression darkened when she saw that he didn't care about anyone else being present and still reached out to touch someone's chest. What a pervert, she thought. But when it came to the mission, with that in mind, she stood up and extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Song. Maria Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm here by order to handle the transfer of the Tesseract. Hearing this, Song Chao reached out to grasp Maria Hill's hand, studying the S.H.I.E.L.D. deputy director carefully. She was sharp and capable, exuding the aura of a trusted agent. As for her looks, Song Chao found her rather appealing. Not exactly a stunning beauty, but just his type. It was mostly her unique temperament that set her apart from ordinary women, lending her a certain charm. Oh, Maria Hill. I know who you are. Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't send Agent Coulson this time, but had you come instead. So, have you all reached a decision yet? Maria Hill's pupils contracted at his words, her mind racing as she tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. Oh, Mr. Song, you know who I am? I hardly ever appear in public. Song Chao nodded. I pay attention to any woman worth a second glance. Out of the hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1 million S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, I only remember 3. Seeing Song Chao cooperate, Hill barely had time to feel pleased before realizing that he even had a rough idea of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel numbers. She was deeply shaken. This man wasn't just powerful. His intelligence-gathering abilities were also formidable. This was something she needed to remember and report back to headquarters. It seems Mr. Song is quite familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, which 3 people do you remember? Song Chao chuckled. Looks like you haven't settled on an answer yet. That was a clumsy attempt to change the subject. But I've always had a soft spot for beautiful women, so I'll let it slide. The 3? You're one of them. The other 2 are women you know well. Both were undercover at Umbrella, and both extremely dedicated. Hill nodded to herself. Natasha Romanoff and Sharon Carter, both undeniably attractive. Not bad, she thought. Seems my looks are considered beautiful even by Asian standards. I'll take that compliment. Realizing that the other party had noticed his attempt to change the subject, he hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words before saying, Mr. Song, at S.H.I.E.L.D., we just want to know what it is you truly want. Our organization is dedicated to maintaining global security, safeguarding the lives and property of ordinary people, and preventing or resolving incidents involving superhuman abilities. As far as I can see, there shouldn't be any major conflict between us and Umbrella, right? Song Chao shook his head. Honestly, I just don't like you. How's that for a reason? Hill was momentarily speechless at his answer. Are you joking with me right now? Song Chao didn't answer directly. He reached for the case she brought, placed the cosmic cube inside, and prepared to hand it over. For the sake of the Mind Scepter, he had to temporarily give up the cube and let S.H.I.E.L.D. follow the original course of the story. They'd research the cube, which would draw Loki's attention, open up a portal, and invite the coming of the Chitauri. That would be his opportunity to seize not 1, but 2 Infinity Stones. The Time Stone was still safe in Kamartaj, and all he needed was to wait for Thor's girlfriend to arrive with the ether. As for the Power Stone, which the Guardians of the Galaxy would chase in the future, he already knew its location. Perhaps he could claim it ahead of time. With 5 stones in his grasp, he'd be unstoppable. Perfect. As for the Soul Stone, he'd leave that one alone. The stone had a will of its own and demanded a sacrifice to obtain it. Song Chao wasn't about to throw anyone away for its sake, nor did he have any desire to scheme for it. Better to let Thanos have that one. He was ruthless enough to sacrifice his own daughter. Oh, I'm not joking. At least, not with someone I barely know. Clearly, this is our first meeting, so we're hardly acquaintances, he replied. Maria Hill's face darkened as she asked, I'd really like to know, Mr. Song, just what we at S.H.I.E.L.D. have done to offend you. Closing the case, Song Chao handed it back to her, then sat down and began to trim a cigar. There are plenty of reasons. For starters, when I was just trying to sell a house, you sent Black Widow to keep tabs on me. It's been years, one group after another, never letting up. Like a swarm of flies. Sure, I could squash them any time, but it's still disgusting, you know? We're only doing this to ensure that people with immense destructive power, Hill interjected, eager to explain, can keep themselves in check, and so we can prevent any trouble before it starts. Oh, Song Chao replied with a casual nod. And what gives you the right to monitor anyone at will? S.H.I.E.L.D. operates under the authority of the Security Council. Oh, the Security Council, huh? So you can spy on whoever you like, just like that? But then, why is it that so many of the advanced technologies and unusual items S.H.I.E.L.D. acquires never make it to the Security Council? Song Chao looked up at Hill, his gaze sharp. This, Hill hesitated, her expression turning grim. All of this was Nick Fury's unilateral decision. After all, she had opposed it and fought for change many times, but that one-eyed devil ruled S.H.I.E.L.D. with an iron fist. She simply couldn't outmaneuver him. Song Chao continued nonchalantly. Oh, and by the way, I also know that the number of secret bases S.H.I.E.L.D. was authorized to build by the Security Council is far less, by dozens or even 100, than what you actually have. Those extra bases were never approved, and it seems the Council isn't even aware of their existence. I don't know about that. Hill's face darkened completely. She truly wasn't sure about this issue. Song Chao burst out laughing. Maria Hill, I know you're the deputy director sent by the Security Council to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it seems there's a lot you don't know. For someone in your position, second in command, you seem to be left in the dark about quite a few things. So tell me, what gives you the right to monitor people all over the world at will? Is it just because your organization is powerful, untouchable, armed with the most advanced weapons, constantly developing new tech in secret, and hiding it all from oversight? Wow, you really know how to play the game. Hill had just opened her mouth to reply when Song Chao waved his hand abruptly, cutting her off with a displeased look. He fell silent, his brows furrowed, and Hill was left frustrated, unsure why he would interrupt her only to say nothing. Somewhere far beyond, in an unfathomable place, it was as if an invisible wall began to ripple gently. It seems the other side is about to produce a transcendent, a grand, mysterious voice intoned. Let's just hope the child of destiny in our world can break through soon. Yes, OAA. In every era, both our multiverse and theirs have produced transcendence around the same time, so neither side has ever been able to conquer the other. Another majestic voice joined in. This time, will our chosen one, Thanos, be able to defeat that interloper? Whoever it is, may they grow quickly. Children. The entire multiverse seemed to tremble inexplicably, and then, as always, fell back into eternal silence. Song Chao suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The allure of the beautiful woman across from him faded. A strange sense of restlessness crept into his heart. You don't need to say anything, Ms. Maria Hill. Frankly, none of what I just said really matters to me. I just blurted it out. No need to pay it any mind. The truth is, I'm just bitter that Natasha turned me down and chose to step into your organization's mess instead. At this, Song Chao frowned, lit a cigar, took a slow drag, and stood up. For your sake, since you're such a beautiful woman, I'll tell you a bit more. I probably know a lot more about S.H.I.E.L.D. than you do, even as deputy director. But, honestly, I don't think much of your organization. To me, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a big fish in a small pond, throwing its weight around here on Earth, and that's about it. As for why you're here, I get it. Pass on a message for me. Just make sure S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't stand in Umbrella's way again. I've suddenly lost interest in whatever you're up to. If you don't listen, I'll squash you like an ant. Understand? Hearing this, Hill's expression softened a bit. Since you've made yourself clear, Mr. Song, I'll report everything to headquarters exactly as you said. I hope we won't have any conflicts in the future. Goodbye, Mr. Song. With that, she picked up her suitcase and prepared to leave. Oh, and one more thing, Ms. Hill, Song Chao called out suddenly. Yes, Mr. Song? Is there anything else? Hill stopped and looked back at him. Song Chao stepped forward, locking eyes with Hill. You owe me one this time. I know exactly why S.H.I.E.L.D. sent you. I'll let it slide today. But if S.H.I.E.L.D. comes knocking again, I'm sure they'll send you once more. When that happens, make sure you dress nicely when you see me. I won't be so polite next time. I'm not a fan of your work uniform. A faint blush crept onto Hill's cheeks. She glanced at Song Chao and nodded. All right, I'll remember that. As an agent, she knew these situations were inevitable sooner or later. She hadn't expected to get out unscathed this time, but she was surprised by how the other party's attitude had shifted. Still, if she was sent again, she'd have to brace herself for anything. If she spoke Chinese, she might have muttered, if not me, then who? Watching Maria Hill's silhouette as she left, Song Chao felt a wave of irritation. With a quick gesture, he closed and locked the office door from a distance. What's wrong? Emma, noticing his actions, asked. Emma turned to gently caress Song Chao's face. What's going on, Song? You seem off. Suddenly, Song Chao pulled Emma into a tight embrace and nodded. I am sorry, Emma. Really, thank you. Emma frowned. What's the matter? I don't know. I just felt this sudden restlessness inside. That's why I let that woman walk out without a fight. I couldn't even muster the energy to care. Maybe the Tesseract is affecting me. Looks like the energy from the stone isn't so easy to absorb after all. Song Chao furrowed his brows, reflecting on his actions. He let Maria Hill go for no good reason, and then acted so rough with Emma, completely unlike his usual self. Emma was one of his own. Although Song Chao didn't have any romantic feelings for her, she managed his company diligently and without complaint, even if she hadn't achieved anything remarkable. Her hard work deserved recognition. Besides, Song Chao was not the kind of man to treat women roughly. The way he had just treated Emma was truly out of character, and it caught him off guard. Maybe, just maybe, the energy from the space stone inside the cube really had affected him. But as far as he remembered, the soul stone was the one with its own consciousness, and a mind stone could tempt others. There was no way the space stone possessed such powers. Turning these possibilities over and over in his mind, Song Chao still couldn't come up with any definite answer. Unless, he wondered, was there something wrong with the author on the other side of the wall? Emma, I want to apologize again. I didn't mean it, Song Chao said, kissing Emma once more with genuine remorse. I'm going upstairs to get some rest. Please make sure I'm not disturbed. Go ahead, get a good sleep. I'll take care of everything, Emma replied gently. A mature woman always knows the right thing to do at the right time. Song Chao nodded and made his way to the several floors of bedrooms reserved for him upstairs. He picked one at random, shut the door behind him, and collapsed onto the bed, quickly sinking into a deep sleep. Still, something didn't feel right. Washington, Tri-Spire Tower. So you just came back like that? Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, frowned as he looked at Deputy Director Maria Hill standing before him. What? Are you disappointed that I made it back safely? Would have pleased you more if I'd been stuck in the mud. Hill shot back, her face darkening as she stared at the man with the eye patch. No, that's not it. I'm just wondering if our assessment of his personality was way off. Why was there such a big difference? Nick Fury shook his head quickly. There was no way he'd admit to what she was suggesting. Hill's expression softened a little at his response. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I don't think there's a problem with his character. When I was leaving, he told me that if S.H.I.E.L.D. ever came to him again, he wouldn't let me go so easily. I see. Nick Fury muttered, furrowing his brow and falling into thought. It looks like something major is about to happen. Something he's certain S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle alone. So much so that we'll need his help. Hill, keep a close watch on global events. Analyze everything that happens, big or small, and assess the likelihood of any of these incidents sparking a major upheaval. Understood. Hill nodded. I'll get to work right away. Coulson, take the Tesseract to our nearest 911 base, Fury ordered, turning his attention to Phil Coulson as Maria Hill left the room. Tell the research team there to intensify their efforts. If someone that powerful is so interested in the cube, there's more to it than we know. See if they can develop any kind of energy weapon from it. A crisis might not be far off. Understood, Director. I'll handle it personally, Coulson replied with a nod. It's been so long since I last slept. This time, I really had a great rest, Song Chao murmured as he opened his eyes, sunlight streaming into the bedroom. He sat up, stretched lazily, and glanced at his phone. Mother damn, 2 whole days have passed. Song Chao shook his head in disbelief, then walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. What on earth happened this time? Could it really be that I just hadn't slept for ages, and that's why I'm acting so weird? Or is it something like a woman's period? Or maybe there's something wrong with the origin wall, and it's affecting me. But my power is nowhere near the origin wall, light years apart, let alone passing through it. Unless it's some heavy weight from outside this world shaking up the origin wall, and people like me, not exactly strong but far from weak in this world, are the only ones sensitive enough to notice. Could there really be an author on the other side of the wall? Maybe the author was fed up with me before, and that's why I ran into all this trouble. Or perhaps there's something wrong with the Infinity Stones. In Marvel, there are 6 stones, and as far as I recall, only one person ever absorbed their power, Captain Marvel. She took in the Space Stone, didn't she? But she lost her memory because of it, and only managed to recover it later. At this point, Song Chao shook his head. But I'm nothing like her. She was transformed directly, while even though I absorbed some energy, mostly focused on researching the principles of space. Maybe the big shots of the multiverse saw that I don't belong to this universe and decided to limit me. Or is it that the Space Stone itself, like the Soul Stone, has its own consciousness? Maybe the stone carries the will of the universe, and discovered that I'm an illegal immigrant. Lost in these thoughts, Song Chao felt his head might explode. This just doesn't make sense. Wasn't I supposed to keep being ridiculously overpowered? Could there be some deeper reason behind all this? Forget it, I shouldn't overthink. Better to stick to my old ways. I've never wanted to be a saint, so why make things hard for myself? Didn't I get through the last problem? Sure, maybe my method wasn't ideal, but all I really needed was a woman to vent with. If it comes to it, next time I'll just pick another woman I have no feelings for. Let me think. The agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. would be perfect. No matter how nice you are to them, their professionalism is in their bones. They're always acting and scheming by instinct. Expecting an agent to love you wholeheartedly? That's a tall order. Thinking of this, Song Chao let out a small sigh of relief and made up his mind. Mother, damn, if I keep thinking like this, am I supposed to end up like that bald guy from Kamartaj, caring nothing about Earth, just watching for dimensional intruders and dealing with anyone hostile to the planet? Is that what the will of the universe wants from me? Damn, the thought startled Song Chao. He hurried to finish a shower and rushed back to X Academy. Come to think of it, he'd only been back once in the past half-year. My dear, what brings you back? The sun was shining, so Aurora was training the students out on the school field today. She hadn't expected to see Song Chao return, and her curiosity drew her over to greet him. Oh, Aurora, I've missed you so much. Song Chao stepped forward and embraced Aurora. How much longer until your class is over? I can finish any time. They can practice on their own. Why do you ask? Is something up? Aurora asked, a little surprised. Song Chao nodded, but didn't answer directly. Where's Jean? She doesn't have class right now. She should be in the lab. All right, well, I'll go find her first. Come find me after your class. If I'm not in the lab, never mind, the lab's underground and more secluded. Not many students go down there anyway. Just come straight to the lab to find me, Song Chao said after thinking it over. Huh, in broad daylight, what are you planning? Aurora's expression shifted, clearly getting the wrong idea. She couldn't help pinching Song Chao, lowering her voice and shooting him a look. I wish. Huh. Anyway, I'll head over first. We'll talk when you get there. Song Chao let go of Aurora, teased her a bit without giving a straight answer, kissed her on the cheek, and turned to head towards the lab. Aurora could only shake her head in exasperation as she watched him leave. Turning back, she saw the children watching her. All right, everyone, focus on your training. Anyone who slacks off will have to do extra exercises. The students scattered, rushing to pretend they were busy practicing. The sight made Aurora laugh, and she went over to correct their form. Darling, what brings you back so suddenly? Jean looked up from her lab equipment when Song Chao suddenly appeared, set her things aside, and walked over to greet him. I missed you, babe, Song Chao said, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her deeply until she was breathless. Then he finally let go and, after a moment's thought, spoke seriously. The Cosmic Cube's time was up, and S.H.I.E.L.D. took it. There's nothing at the company that needs my attention now, so I came back. Oh, so are you planning to stay at the school from now on? Jean asked after considering what he'd said. No, I've renovated a few floors at the company into my own private suites. In the future, you and Aurora can come over too. You know how the professors' powers are, they really get in my way, Song Chao replied, shaking his head. Just thinking about Charles's abilities made him want to complain. Jean couldn't help giving Song Chao a light swat. Charles isn't like that. He treats us all like his own children. I know, Song Chao nodded, agreeing without any argument. But still, I can't get used to the idea that whenever I'm in bed with a woman, someone else could. See, or hear everything if they wanted to. Even if he would never do that. It just makes me uncomfortable. Anyway, the suites at the company are ready. It's up to you. Jean watched as Song Chao acted shamelessly, rolling her eyes at him. But unfortunately, Song's mood was anything but stable right now. Unable to resist any longer, he continued to kiss her, his hand gliding gently along her back. Oh my goodness, it's already past 10. Aurora, having straightened her clothes, finally caught sight of the clock. It was well past 10 at night, long after dinner time, and she let out a startled exclamation. Before Song Chao could get a word in, there was a sharp smack. Actually, 2 quick slaps landed on him. He could only shrug helplessly. This was definitely not the right time to argue with a woman. So he just played along and acted meek. The kids must be laughing at us by now. And Charles didn't even come to tell us dinner was ready. Jean said, picturing the teasing they'd face from the children tomorrow, unable to keep herself from complaining to Song Chao. Oh, come on, it's not a big deal. Besides, you two can just move in with me at the company from now on. Song Chao finally couldn't help but blurt out. Move into the company? Aurora, not knowing the details, looked at him with a puzzled expression. I've reserved 4 or 5 floors at the company headquarters just for myself. You know I can't stay at the school forever, and buying a place elsewhere is such a hassle. I'm lazy by nature. The new company building is huge, so I set aside a few floors. For my own use, it's a win-win. If you and Sheen move in with me, it'll be safe and convenient, and coming to the school every day will be just like commuting to work. Song Chao patiently explained to Aurora why he wanted them to live at the company. But if we're not at the school, Charles will be all alone. If something happens, there'll be no one to help him, and Scott, Aurora's worry was genuine. She thought about all the children at the school and how Charles could never manage them alone. If any enemies came, things would be even worse. She almost mentioned Scott, but seeing Sheen, she stopped herself. At the mention of Scott, Sheen's expression dimmed, but after a moment she spoke up. Aurora's right. If we're not at the school at night, Charles really can't handle everything by himself. If anything were to happen, we'd regret it forever. Scott still hasn't come back. Never mind, let's not talk about him. And as for everyone else, Logan, Hank, they're all working at your company now. These days, they barely come back more than a couple times a year. Even stronger kids have been taken to Umbrella by you. I don't think Aurora and I can. Jean looked at Song Chao, shook her head, and left the thought unfinished. Song Chao understood at once. Thinking it over, he realized she was right. He hadn't considered things carefully enough. All the school's strongest protectors, from seasoned veterans like Logan and Hank, to promising young talents like John and Bobby, had basically been recruited by him. If he took both of his women away, too, the mansion would truly be left with only the very old and the very young. You both have a point. Let's go. Let's head back to the bedroom and take a shower first. We can think about this problem later. Right now, it does seem like there are some issues. I didn't consider everything thoroughly, not wanting to dwell on it at the moment. Song Chao put his arms around the two women and left the lab with them. After showering and lying in bed, it was already 11 o'clock. None of the three bothered to look for something to eat. Not to mention Song Chao, but even Jean and Aurora could easily go a day or two without food. It didn't matter to them. In this era of superpowers, life was just so much more convenient. You seem a bit different today, Jean remarked, resting her head on Song Chao's arm. She and Aurora lay on either side of him, and she couldn't help but ask, "Oh, different how?" Song Chao was distracted, pondering how to solve the dilemma of his two women not living on campus, while also keeping the school safe, a way to have the best of both worlds. Hearing Jean's voice beside him, he replied absent-mindedly. Jean noticed his distraction and didn't press further. Her small hand traced gentle circles on his chest, while Aurora thought for a moment and said, "Jean probably means to ask why you were so wild today, much rougher than usual." "Oh," Song Chao snapped back to the present. After a pause, he decided to be honest. There was no need to hide things from his women. "My mood's been off lately. About 2 days ago, in the afternoon, I suddenly started feeling restless for no reason. Yeah, and after that, I might have hurt Emma a bit, though I did apologize to her afterwards. Then I basically slept for 2 days straight until I woke up this afternoon and came back to school to find you too. When I'm in a state like that, it's too easy to get into trouble if I'm out there." Aurora gave Song Chao a little pinch. "Did you treat Emma roughly? That kind of behavior can really hurt someone, you know." She understood her man. Well, when he said he'd hurt someone indirectly, she could guess what had happened. Treating a woman that way always risked her overthinking things. "I know. Next time I go back to the company, I'll explain to Emma again. That's why I rushed back right away. I was worried that if my mood spiraled out of control, something else might happen outside. But with you too, I know you can understand me." Song Chao accepted the criticism humbly. After all, Emma and he hadn't spent that much time together, and their feelings were complicated. There wasn't really love between them, more a mixture of other things. Even though Emma was mature, poised, and understanding, Song Chao decided he should talk things through with her properly next time. "You said you started feeling restless and irritable 2 days ago in the afternoon. Was it around 2 o'clock? Jean, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Song Chao was taken aback by the question. He frowned in thought, then turned to Jean and said, "Let me think. When S.H.I.E.L.D. came to take over the Tesseract, it must have been around 2 in the afternoon. Why do you ask, darling?" Jean glanced at Song Chao, but didn't answer him directly. Instead, she turned to Aurora and asked, "Aurora, do you remember what happened that afternoon 2 days ago?" Aurora replied, only now realizing the crucial point. Her expression grew serious. That time, Jean, seeing the gravity of the situation, Song Chao straightened up and sat upright. "Oh, is there something I don't know?" Jean and Aurora both sat up as well. Aurora caught Jean's gaze, then looked at Song Chao with a solemn expression and said, "You mentioned 2 afternoons ago. Now that I think about it, the time was probably around 2 as well." Jean's powers suddenly surged, but nothing major happened, so we didn't pay much attention to it. Jean followed up, "At the time, I thought it was just a moment of carelessness, or maybe that thing inside me was satiated and needed to release some excess energy. With your help, I'd already merged with it perfectly, and it had flared up before, so I didn't think much of it. But now, hearing what you said, I realized that what happened to both of us must have occurred at almost the same time." "I see," Song Chao replied, his expression clouded. This scene felt oddly familiar, but why? He frowned, searching his memory. Perhaps it was some kind of foreshadowing from a novel he'd read in his previous life? He remembered feeling irritable then, finding no appeal in the woman who had come to him, with no desire to pay her any mind. Instead, he turned and vented his mood on a woman he already knew. This was a bad habit he'd have to change. Next time, it would be more appropriate to vent such things on those agents. After all, people like them are prepared for this sort of thing. It seemed his instincts had led him to choose the relatively safer option at the time. That must be the body's natural self-preservation mechanism, which explained why he'd instinctively rejected the woman who came to him. And at the same moment, Jean had also experienced a surge. Suddenly, Song Chao paused as the realization struck him. Not Jean, but rather the phoenix force within her. Why had she gone through the same thing as him? Neither Charles nor Aurora had experienced anything similar, or else Aurora would have mentioned it earlier. Jean's inherent powers alone were never enough to touch the cosmos. At best, she was on par with Professor Charles. Only the Phoenix Force set her apart as a one-of-a-kind mutant. At this thought, Song Chao nodded quietly to himself. Yes, that must be it. It seems these events were triggered according to a person's latent potential. If his theory proved correct, then there must still be another special existence among the mutants. After running through all the possibilities in his mind, Song Chao made a rough judgment. He nodded to Jean and Aurora, then reached out and summoned the wristwatch he had taken off for his bath earlier. He tapped it a couple of times. Good evening, boss. The voice of the smart assistant, Superman, sounded from the watch. This was, in fact, a smartwatch, equipped with a subprogram controlled by Superman. Song Chao gave his order, Superman, contact Iceman Bobby Drake for me. It's so late, what are you up to? Aurora, hearing this, wanted to stop Song Chao. She wasn't happy about disturbing the kids' rest in the middle of the night. They're all grown up now. A little time difference isn't a big deal. You, on the other hand, are just too protective of them. Song Chao shook his head, looking at Aurora as he explained helplessly. Before Aurora could respond, Bobby's voice came through. Boss, what's up? Why are you calling me at this hour? Oh, Bobby, sorry to disturb your rest. It's fine, boss. John and I just finished working out and took a shower. We haven't even gone to bed yet. All right, I want to ask you something. Think back carefully. Around 2 in the afternoon, 2 days ago, did anything happen to you? 2 days ago? Let me think, boss. Take your time. There's no rush. Just be sure before you answer. Song Chao didn't hurry Bobby. This wasn't something that needed to be resolved in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Jean and Aurora exchanged glances. As they watched him, calling Bobby at this hour only to ask about something like this, it was clear they both suspected something. Why not ask the professor, but ask Bobby instead? What did Bobby and Jean have in common? Of course, Song Chao had praised them both as being unique among mutants, Omega-level individuals, while the professor was just one tier below. Realizing this, Aurora finally understood why Song Chao had called in the middle of the night. Still, remembering her own powers were weaker made her feel a little disheartened. She pushed aside the negative thought, focusing on the matter at hand and waiting intently for Bobby's response. Jean, on the other hand, wasn't thinking as much as Aurora. She simply waited calmly. Boss, I remember now. It was about 2 in the afternoon. We were sparring, and I was paired with John. All of a sudden, I just lost control and went really hard on him. Frank even called me out on it. I couldn't help it. I started releasing cold air without meaning to. Oh, is that so? Did you apologize to John? Song Chao replied absent-mindedly, not too concerned about the kids' quarrels, but privately thinking that, as he suspected, something had indeed happened to Bobby at that exact time. Don't worry, boss. I remember everything you taught me. John and I are getting along really well now. We even worked out together late into the night. I apologized to him, too. Honestly, I still don't know why I lost control of myself like that. It was as if some wildness suddenly took over, which isn't like me at all. Frank's been helping me lately, teaching me about self-control and keeping my mind in check. That's good. Now I can rest easy. Don't overthink it. It's nothing serious. And remember, even though Frank isn't as gifted as you all are when it comes to superpowers in every other aspect, he's more than qualified to be your teacher. Learn from him with your whole heart. All right? Well, that's all. Get some rest early. Wake up for your training and don't slack off. Okay, boss. I got it. Goodbye. After giving Bobby a few casual words of praise and reminders, Song Chao ended the call. For a moment, he pondered Wanda's abilities. Maybe something similar could happen to her. But right now, Wanda was at Camartage and definitely out of reach, so he let it go. Besides, there was really no need. With Jean and Bobby as examples, Song Chao felt he had enough information to judge the situation. Something significant was at play in the universe, some kind of sign or omen. Anyone with the potential to reach cosmic-level power, by his estimation, would have felt its effects too. It was like the universe was sending a warning, a subtle nudge. But how many people would truly understand what it meant? Thinking about all this, Song Chao shook his head. These weren't things he needed to worry about. Even if his guesses were right, what difference would it make? Better to focus on improving his own abilities as quickly as possible. If something really did happen, with so many women he cared about, it would still be up to him to protect them. It seemed he needed to take another careful look at the Infinity Stones. He couldn't afford any mistakes. What's on your mind? You've been shaking your head over there every few minutes. Aurora watched Song Chao, her brow furrowed, silence stretched between them as he kept shaking his head. At last, she couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Song Chao snapped out of it, catching sight of Jean and Aurora's curious faces. He shook his head again. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. Just go about things as usual. After thinking it over, Song Chao decided not to say more. After all, these were just his own suspicions. No evidence, no conclusions. Just a gut reaction honed by years of reading internet novels in his past life. There was no way to explain all this to the two women. And really, there was no need. If his guess was right, and something truly major had happened in the universe 2 days ago, then in the end, it would all come down to strength. Words wouldn't matter. The only thing to do was to keep getting stronger. In the end, everything would depend on brute force. When Song Chao said this, Jean and Aurora exchanged a glance and fell silent. In the end, they both nodded. They still had to listen to this little man. Whatever he decided, that's how things would go. If anything serious were truly happening, he wouldn't keep it from them. It seemed there wasn't any major trouble after all. The three of them settled back down and began sharing updates about their lives, occasionally whispering sweet nothings to each other. "Child, you're back." The next day at lunch, Charles looked up to see Song Chao enter the cafeteria with Jean and Aurora. Smiling kindly, he greeted him. "Charles, you already knew I was back yesterday, didn't you?" Song Chao gave the professor a helpless look, poking fun at him for his notorious peeping. Of course he knew Song Chao had returned yesterday. He hadn't even called Jean and Aurora for dinner last night. "Song, your timing is perfect. There's something important I need to discuss with you." "Saves me a trip to Umbrella," Charles replied, unfazed by Song Chao's teasing, his expression turning serious as he shifted to business. "Oh, what's the matter?" Song Chao nodded, adopting a more earnest tone himself. "Cairo," Charles said solemnly. "Egypt, Cairo. 3 days ago, while I was scanning for new mutants, I suddenly sensed a powerful mutant presence awakening there. Ancient and overwhelming, certainly not the aura of a newly emerged mutant. And when I checked again today, I found that its power had already far surpassed my own. Song, you were the first person I thought of." Song Chao was taken aback. "Cairo? 3 days ago?" Hearing the words Cairo, Egypt, Song Chao immediately thought of the Avengers and X-Men storylines. The first thing that came to mind was Apocalypse, and the timing, 3 days ago, coincided with the incidents that happened to him, Jean, and Bobby. Was it really just a coincidence? Besides, hadn't Apocalypse been dealt with when the professor and his friends were younger? Pondering for a moment, Song Chao carefully chose his words and asked, "Charles, did you ever go to Cairo when you were younger?" "No, I've never been there, my boy," the professor replied, shaking his head. "Oh, let me ask you something else, Charles," Song Chao continued, trying a different approach. "Do you know who the first mutant was?" "The first mutant?" Charles repeated, visibly surprised. "Well, my child, I truly don't know. I've honestly never given it much thought." This left Song Chao frustrated. He didn't know anything. Could the storyline have changed? Apocalypse's rise was supposed to have happened when the professor and his friends were young. It was only the uncontrollable eruption of the Phoenix Force within Jean that had defeated him back then. At this moment, Charles's complete lack of answers suggested that, in his youth, he hadn't experienced the Apocalypse storyline, or perhaps the timeline had shifted after the future was altered. Thinking about how chaotic things could get in these foreign universes, Song Chao could only sigh in resignation. Judging by the current circumstances, it truly seemed possible that what they were facing now was the so-called first mutant from the Apocalypse movie. So far, ever since Song Chao crossed into this world, the timeline had been remarkably accurate. But now, suddenly, a character who should have died decades ago had appeared. And not just any character, but a major boss. If Charles hadn't mentioned discovering traces of him 3 days ago, Song Chao would have dismissed the name Apocalypse without a second thought, assuming he could deal with him effortlessly. But the fact that something happened 3 days ago, what did that mean? Based on his own speculation, Song Chao guessed that some great event was unfolding in the universe, and the cosmic will was sending a signal to everyone with the potential to reach universe-level power. As for Apocalypse, that ancient figure, if he had indeed been awakened 3 days ago by the influence of the cosmic will, as Song Chao suspected, then his abilities would surpass anything Song Chao had anticipated. Apocalypse wasn't some young upstart. He had long ago pushed his potential far beyond its limits. Once fully awakened, it was entirely possible that even Song Chao wouldn't be able to defeat him. Thinking about all this gave Song Chao a headache. Apocalypse's abilities were simply too numerous. Just watching the X-Men Apocalypse movie made that clear. His powers were dazzling, and above all, practical. Still, Song Chao wasn't overly concerned. He trusted in his own strength, and if Apocalypse appeared, he believed he could sweep him aside with little effort. However, if Apocalypse had truly been revived by some cosmic upheaval, he might be even more formidable than in the movie. Yet after careful thought, Song Chao reasoned that it was impossible for the other man to possess true universe-level strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been buried alive and out of action for so long. Nonetheless, if this really was Apocalypse, it was certain he'd be much stronger than his movie counterpart. There was no doubt about that. All right, I understand, Charles. I'll head to Cairo today and take a look myself. Don't worry. After mulling it over, Song Chao realized he wasn't getting anywhere by speculating, so he decided to see things firsthand. Oh, my child, I appreciate it. But please be careful. I know you're powerful, but I can sense the other's strength as well, Charles cautioned, concern evident in his voice. From the ancient aura he'd detected, Charles knew that this opponent was stronger than himself. That's why he'd reached out to Song Chao in the first place. At this point, Song Chao far surpassed both him and Magneto. Even Jean Grey wouldn't be a match. It's all right, Charles. As the new leader of the mutants, this is my responsibility. Besides, you know my capabilities. Even if I can't win, I'll be fine. Song Chao shook his head, trying to reassure Charles that there was no need to worry. I'll go with you. Jean had been watching quietly for a long time before she finally spoke. Aurora, standing nearby, also wanted to volunteer, but after weighing her own strength, she held back. Charles had already said this opponent was stronger than him, and she herself was no match for the professor. Going along would just be a burden. Song Chao considered for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's enough for Yuriko to fly me there. You'd better stay at the school. It's not that big a deal. But Yuriko isn't that strong. Even Charles said that presence was far beyond his own. I could help you, Jean argued earnestly, determined to support Song Chao. He thought it over again and shook his head. Jean, the Phoenix, might be a natural counter to Apocalypse, but there was no need to put his own woman in danger. Song Chao was confident in his abilities. Even though he expected Apocalypse to be far more powerful than in the movies, he wasn't intimidated. At worst, it would be an even match. Listen to me. Stay at the school. Yuriko can't die. She's only there to fly the plane. Even if things go wrong and she gets caught up in it, she'll survive. Cutting off Jean's intentions decisively, Song Chao wasted no time. He called for Yuriko, the Lady Deathstrike, and told her to pilot the school's stealth jet immediately for a flight to Cairo. Speaking of Yuriko, as a secretary, she was a perfect jack-of-all-trades. Having been enhanced by General Stryker, she could do a bit of everything, and did it all well. Seated on the plane, Song Chao massaged his temples, carefully recalling what he knew about Apocalypse from the films. In any case, it definitely wasn't the comic book version. After being in this world so long, Song Chao was certain this wasn't the comics. Even if some characters resembled their comic counterparts, it was usually because their abilities weren't impressive, which was a reassuring thought. Apocalypse, also known as Ensabanur, was born in the first dynasty of Egypt around 3000 BC. His parents were unknown. He was born with gray skin and blue lips. Abandoned as an infant, he was adopted by a band of desert wanderers, and their leader, Baal, named him Ensabanur. He grew up fighting for survival in a harsh world. In the movies, Apocalypse displays a wide array of powers: telepathy, telekinesis, teleportation, flight, cellular regeneration, and mind control. As the world's first and most powerful mutant, the immortal Apocalypse appeared in ancient times and was worshipped as a god. He developed a form of technology allowing him to transfer his essence into other bodies, typically choosing mutants so he could accumulate their powers. Historical records also mention his 4 horsemen, who invariably herald destruction in his wake whenever he awakens. When he transferred his essence into the body of a mutant with regenerative powers, some of his followers betrayed him, trapping him beneath his own pyramid. Thus, Apocalypse lay dormant for several centuries, until a chance event finally stirred him back to life. Upon awakening, he recruited Storm, Psylocke, Angel, and Magneto as his 4 horsemen, declaring his intention to create a world where only the strong would survive. When Professor X used telepathy to contact Magneto, Apocalypse sensed his presence. He then shifted his focus to Professor X, using him in an attempt to launch all of Earth's nuclear missiles into space, aiming to prevent humanity from mounting any resistance. After capturing Professor X, Apocalypse tried to transfer his consciousness into the professor's body, seeking to further amplify his telepathic power and gain control over every mind on the planet. In the end, however, Apocalypse was defeated by Jean, who, encouraged by Professor X, unleashed the power of the Phoenix. Thinking of all this, Song Chao figured that even if this really was Apocalypse, the timeline had shifted. In the movies set in the 1980s, both Professor X and Magneto were in their youth, but now, with the years having passed, they would both be old men. Boss, we've reached Cairo. At that moment, Yuriko interrupted Song Chao's musings. Oh, wait here in the air for me, Song Chao replied absent-mindedly, snapping back to reality. He opened the hatch, jumped out of the plane, and decided to experience The thrill of freefall like an extreme sports enthusiast. Only when the ground came sharply into focus did he suddenly vanish, teleporting to a street corner. He stood still, closed his eyes, and let his psychic powers flow, searching for that ancient aura of awakening. Apocalypse, where are you? In the movie, he remembered, you were buried deep beneath some antique shop. There's no sign of that presence at all. After a long while, Song Chao opened his eyes helplessly. No matter how deeply he searched with his mind, there was nothing, no trace of a mutant's presence, not a whisper of ancient power stirring. It seemed Charles had been too late. After all, he'd assumed the other was still awakening, and since Apocalypse was so far away in Egypt, he hadn't felt any urgency, and so hadn't contacted Song Chao immediately. It wasn't until the professor sensed that the awakening had progressed much further than expected that he hurried to inform Song Chao. But by then, it was too late. The trail had gone cold. If Apocalypse had already awakened from beneath the earth, then he would certainly begin assembling his 4 horsemen without delay. Most mutants were now on Song Chao's side, so this was a situation he'd have to step in and handle personally. But, being new to this place, he had no idea which mutants in this world were truly formidable. Just like in a movie, he figured he'd have to seek out the black market dealers and get their help in finding powerful mutants to form the 4 horsemen. With this thought, Song Chao pulled out his watch and tapped it. Superman, connect me to Emma. Beneath the streets of New York, in a shadowy underground tunnel. Morlock. Song Chao eyed the 3 grimy, pitch-black letters scrawled on the battered iron door. He shook his head at the sight. Boss, are we really just here to act out a scene? John, standing behind him, asked with a hint of uncertainty. Beside him were Bobby, Colossus whose real name was Piotr, Nightcrawler, known as Wagner, and his brother-in-law, Quicksilver, Pietro. One by one, they nodded in agreement, playing along. Earlier, Song Chao had called Emma to confirm which underground tunnel Caliban was operating his black market out of in New York. This was the place, Morlock territory. So Song Chao brought John and the others along. Why did he pick them specifically? Because he needed them to play their roles. If Apocalypse was really on the move, he'd definitely seek out Caliban too. Find out which mutants were currently the most powerful. These young men were all promising talents, especially Bobby, whose potential was off the charts. Song Chao smirked to himself. He figured he could let Apocalypse order off the menu and unlock their latent abilities. After all, from what he remembered of the films, Apocalypse had more powers than anyone could count, and accelerating others' evolution was one of his signature tricks. With such a golden opportunity, how could Song Chao let it slip by? As soon as he learned Apocalypse had left Cairo, he dug up Caliban's location and brought a team over to set an ambush. A small crew wouldn't cut it, so he brought several along. With Song Chao leading, he wasn't worried about unexpected trouble. He was curious, in fact, to see which ones Apocalypse would choose. With a sharp smack, Song Chao landed a palm on the back of John's head. Quiet. You're on someone else's turf. Keep your mouth shut. Mutant. Powers come in all shapes and sizes. Your impatience shows Frank's training hasn't sunk in. I'll remind him to keep a closer eye on you. Sorry, boss. My bad. John's expression changed instantly, and he quickly put on his best sheepish look. John, let's leave it there. The boss is right. Outside our own ground, we need to watch our words. For all we know, someone could be listening to every word we say. Bobby stepped in, blocking John and offering a gentle warning. You could learn a lot from Bobby, Song Chao said with a sigh, shaking his head in resignation. You've been running the streets way longer than him. Yet here we are. He couldn't help but chuckle. Firestarter. John just couldn't shake that impulsive streak, though he was much better than before. Let's head inside. Song Chao didn't say anything more, leading the group down. In a Marvel universe, the sewers are a world unto themselves. Anyone down on their luck ends up living in the sewers. There are all kinds down here, from vagrants to scientists building secret labs and inventing cutting-edge tech. It's a place full of surprises at every turn. Along the way, they occasionally encountered fellow mutants with bizarre and unusual appearances. Song Chao watched with curiosity. Truth be told, though he was aware of such things, he had rarely seen them in person. In the Brotherhood, anyone who didn't look relatively human wasn't assigned to Umbrella, since they still had to consider their social image. The mutants surviving here in the underground tunnels were those with the weakest abilities, and most of their powers were practically useless, manifesting only in odd physical features that made them look more like curiosities. Seeing this, Song Chao thought to himself that it might be wise to ask Emma to step up the search for mutants and gather them together sooner. After all, Umbrella could easily afford to support tens of thousands more idle people if need be. At that moment, a bald man with unusually large eyes and ghostly pale skin stepped forward and addressed Song Chao. Caliban is honored to meet you. Oh, Song Chao eyed him warily, noting his cautious demeanor. "It seems you know who I am, Caliban." "No, Caliban does not know you. Wait, yes, Caliban does know you." Caliban waved his hands and nodded, flustered and incoherent, as if his own words tangled him up. Song Chao couldn't help but feel exasperated at this display. Was his reputation really that bad? He rarely left home, after all. What he didn't realize was that, thanks to the tireless promotion by the two mutant powerhouses, Magneto and Professor X, his name had already become legendary among their kind. "Caliban, don't you know that all mutants now fall under my jurisdiction? Yet here you are, running a business that helps mutants cross borders," Song Chao remarked, narrowing his eyes as he sized up the bald man, who was much bulkier than the version from the Apocalypse movie. He intended to intimidate Caliban a bit, just to ensure he cooperated later. Caliban hasn't. "Caliban's business has been terrible these past few years," Caliban stammered, his pale face growing even whiter, making him look all the more uncanny. He could frighten children just by stepping outside. "What is it you want?" A woman's voice suddenly cut in. Song Chao turned to look intrigued. She was dressed in a fitted bodysuit, her hair tied back, every inch the seasoned warrior, a textbook ninja appearance. This had to be Psylocke. Yet compared to the movie, she looked much older. Song Chao had liked the cinematic Psylocke. Great figure, striking outfit, a real presence. But unfortunately, the woman before him was 2 or 3 decades older than her movie counterpart. Not everyone could be like Mystique, unchanged by time. This Psylocke showed her age, especially with the freckles clustered around her nose and cheeks. Song Chao quickly lost his earlier interest. He'd even entertained the thought of a romantic adventure before coming here, but now that idea was well and truly dashed. Freckles on women weren't to his taste. Though he knew most Western women had them, a few were fine, but too many made a world of difference. Just like a beauty mark. One is charming, but if you have 7 or 8 scattered across your face, you'd only frighten people. It's the same principle. At this, Song Chao shook his head, abandoning any thoughts of flirting, and studied the woman before him. "Betsy Braddock, are you trying to provoke me?" Psylocke's real name was Betsy Braddock. She could turn her telepathy into all sorts of weapons, and Song Chao deliberately addressed her by her real name to try and startle her. Psylocke possessed powerful telepathic abilities. She could read others' thoughts and memories, forcibly alter someone's recollections, control their minds, block their thoughts, link multiple people's minds together, and even cast victims into an unconscious sleep with a mere touch of her mind. Psychic Blast. This was a unique skill of Psylocke's. She could project psychic energy at her opponent, causing not just mental but also physical harm. The force of this ability was so immense that it could even penetrate the Red Tank's helmet, which was supposed to be immune to telepathy, something even Professor X couldn't accomplish. Precognition. Before her telepathic powers fully manifested, Betsy occasionally displayed the ability to foresee possible futures at random. By channeling her psychic energy, she could create weapons like psychic daggers or a psychic katana, both capable of inflicting physical and mental wounds. After the Age of Apocalypse, her ability to conjure psychic constructs improved greatly. Besides the katana and dagger, she could now form bows, arrows, crossbows, ropes, shields, and various other weapons. At that moment, when she heard her real name spoken, Psylocke's expression changed. She hadn't used that name in years. No one but her parents and Caliban even knew it. No, Caliban wouldn't dare think she was provoking you, the great leader of the mutants. Realizing things were getting tense, Caliban quickly stepped forward, forcing himself to mediate. After all, Psylocke had always looked out for him, even protected him, and she was something of his woman. He couldn't let things spiral out of control now, not when the other side was so formidable. Psylocke's face darkened at Caliban's words. She knew he'd said it on purpose, to let her know exactly who this man was. Though Caliban, like her, spent every day hiding in the sewers, his gift was remarkable. Caliban could sense any mutant within a 25-mile radius, and he could tweak people's emotions, remembering each mutant he encountered perfectly, as well as gauging their strength. Hearing Caliban call the man the great leader of the mutants sent a chill through Psylocke's heart. In the past, mutants were split into 2 main factions, with others scattered in various corners and underground hideouts. But a few years ago, mutants began gathering in New York, uniting as a race. Although she and Caliban remained outsiders, most mutants now knew a leader had arisen, right at Umbrella. Song Chao waved his hand, cutting off the others' rambling, and scolded. "Enough with the nonsense. I have no reason to do anything to you. For now, just close up shop." New York, in the depths of a Morlock black market beneath the city. Caliban here. Caliban can't believe that the famous Iron Man and Iceman would be guarding Caliban's place, Caliban said hesitantly, glancing at Song Chao. It was Song Chao who had insisted he close up shop and even arranged a few people to act as security. The problem was, these security guards were none other than renowned mutants, enough to scare him half to death. Shut up. Do you always talk about yourself in the third person? It's really awkward to listen to, Song Chao replied, looking helplessly at this bald, peculiar man. This is the last time I'm going to say this, Caliban. Just continue with your usual work. You don't need to ask about anything else. Understood? Dismiss all your other employees. Only you and Psylocke should stay. Don't ask unnecessary questions. After this, I'll have you listed as a consultant for Umbrella, helping us track down mutants and bring them to New York. I've heard you're quite fond of money, but money is the last thing Umbrella cares about. I'm sure you'll receive a satisfactory reward. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Caliban's face lit up with excitement, and the pallor faded from his cheeks. Thank you, great leader. Caliban will do exactly as you say. Actually, Caliban isn't that obsessed with money anyway. Soon, the chaotic room quieted down. The others had already left. Only Caliban remained at the front desk, counting cash, while Psylocke sat nearby, trimming her nails. Song Chao sat in a corner, his figure swallowed by shadows, so concealed that anyone glancing around would hardly notice someone was there. John, Bobby, Peter, Wagner, and Pietro, the 5 men Song Chao had brought, stood scattered around the room, positioned as security according to his earlier instructions. Time slipped by quietly. Truthfully, Song Chao wasn't even sure if Apocalypse would show up. First, he couldn't be certain that the person in question was truly Apocalypse. Second, even if it was, the timeline here was different from the movies, so there was no guarantee the target would come to this place at all. It was really just a shot in the dark. Song Chao was simply biding his time, enduring the wait. If Apocalypse didn't come, so be it. But if he did, all the better. Since the timeline and story had already diverged, this kind of clumsy method was all he could rely on. The enemy was now fully awakened. Even with the Cerebro amplifier, Charles couldn't sense him anymore. Their strength was on a whole different level, and his abilities were unpredictable and multifaceted. According to the plot in the movie, after awakening, the first thing Apocalypse would do was assess the modern world, and then he would set out to recruit his 4 horsemen once again. Earlier today, before Song Chao set out, the professor had sensed Apocalypse awakening in Cairo. But by the time Song Chao arrived, he was already gone. The timing was just about right. Even if he had to wait, it would only be for today. If Apocalypse was coming, it would be today. If not, there was nothing more to be said. As night fell, Song Chao sensed a ripple of space in the middle of the room. He looked up, and a circle of purple waves shimmered as 2 people appeared inside. Seeing this, he chuckled softly to himself. You're here. Looks like my wait wasn't in vain. Caliban's closed for business tonight, Caliban said, his head lowered as he counted money. Suddenly, he sensed another mutant in the room. He looked up, and, as Song Chao had instructed, played along naturally. Caliban was just wondering why it suddenly felt so chilly. Noticing the young man before him with a head of white hair, Caliban could sense his ability was related to temperature. He glanced at the door, which was already locked. How did you get in? The white-haired young man was Ramon Shat, who had once survived by stealing on the streets of Cairo, until today, when Apocalypse found him and awakened his ability to manipulate temperature to its fullest extent. Previously, Shat's power could only make people within a few meters feel cold, enough to have them rubbing their arms, giving him the chance to pick their pockets. But after his transformation, he could now freeze ordinary people to death within a 10-meter radius in an instant, as the temperature plummeted rapidly. At that moment, Ramon Shat looked at Caliban. We just came in. We're searching for mutants, and you know how to find them. That's why we're here. Just then, a person with blue skin and a scarf wrapped around his head stepped forward. Caliban was truly surprised. He didn't recognize this newcomer, and his senses could barely pick up anything. He couldn't feel the man's ability at all. So this must be the one Song Chao wanted to find, Caliban thought to himself, though outwardly he addressed the stranger. Caliban doesn't know you. The blue-skinned man spoke. We're searching for the most powerful mutants. As instructed by Song Chao, John and Pietro moved in, surrounding them. Caliban waved his hand for silence and looked at the newcomers. How much money did you bring? No. Caliban scoffed, lowered his head, and went back to counting money. Caliban's already told you, we're closed for the night. Get it? At that moment, Apocalypse pulled off his scarf. I need your help, my child. Caliban's expression darkened. You don't look like Caliban's father, unless you count being bald. As he spoke, he drew a pistol and aimed it at Apocalypse. Apocalypse's eyes turned milky white, and Caliban's gun instantly crumbled to sand. You are all my children, but now you've lost your way, following the wrong guides. Those foolish false gods, their fragile systems of rule. I cannot allow them to keep destroying my world. The voices grew louder and louder. At this moment, John and the others also picked up on Song Chao's signal. Instantly, a jet of fire and a blast of ice shot forth. Peter transformed, his skin turning to gleaming steel, while Wagner teleported away with Apocalypse's henchman, Ramon Shad. Quicksilver, Peter's brother-in-law, dashed at Apocalypse at lightning speed. "Oh, my children," Apocalypse murmured, witnessing the scene before him. His eyes grew wider still. Suddenly, the ground beneath Quicksilver, Pietro, Maximoff collapsed, trapping him in place. Apocalypse raised his hands, sending twin shockwaves to cancel out the fiery blaze from Human Torch Iron, Man John, and the freezing blast from Iceman Bobby. With a single kick, he sent the steel-skinned Colossus Peter flying. Wagner, the Nightcrawler, had just dropped Ramon Shad outside and teleported back in, but in an instant Apocalypse seized control, suspending him helplessly in the air. Song Chao watched all this unfold, still holding back from intervening. For now, there was no real danger. He would have to wait patiently and see if he could reap any benefits from this. Inwardly, he applauded his opponents. Apocalypse truly was a force to be reckoned with, an ancient monster who had switched bodies countless times, amassing a vast array of powers. Apocalypse drew the group close, his gaze piercing into their eyes. "You are all my children. I will not limit your powers. I will help you unlock them. Your abilities go far beyond what you see now. Set your hearts free. Feel that primal strength within you," he urged. "Oh yes, at last, I can generate fire on my own." John, Iron Man, cried out in elation as he felt the fire surging inside him, ready to be unleashed at will. Unable to contain himself, he shouted with joy. The boss hadn't lied. This time, acting had truly given him this power. Even though the boss never said it outright, John had always known his potential lagged far behind Bobby's. Now at last he could begin to close that gap. Colossus, Nightcrawler, and Quicksilver all felt corresponding surges in their abilities as well. But when they finally landed and regained control of their bodies, they realized that Bobby still couldn't move, and that strange blue-skinned man was still staring at him. "Bobby, are you all right?" they called out, ready to rush to his aid. But when they noticed Song Chao gesturing for silence from the corner, they resigned themselves to waiting quietly. "Oh, my child, your potential is truly immense. In all these years, this is the first time I've encountered someone like you, Apocalypse," finally exclaimed after a long pause, sensing the vast reserves of power inside Bobby, powers that far exceeded even his own limits. His ability to unlock others' powers had reached its peak, yet Bobby himself had not reached his own limit. Such a body was nothing short of perfection. It seemed that this time, his search for a new vessel had been rewarded beyond expectation. Apocalypse was deeply satisfied. Here was limitless potential. Bobby hit the ground, and as soon as he realized he could move again, he stretched out both hands, feeling the changes inside his body. Unable to resist, he pointed at the nearby steel door. Just a few seconds later, with a sharp crack, the heavy steel door shattered into icy fragments, clattering down onto the floor. "Wow, this is incredible. Bobby's gotten even stronger. Looks like I'd better work even harder." The exclamations of his friends snapped Bobby out of his daze. He felt a surge of satisfaction with his own powers. Now it made sense why. The boss always said he hadn't truly unlocked his potential. Looking back, Bobby realized the boss's disappointment in him was justified. Apocalypse, too, was thoroughly pleased, satisfied with this young, vigorous body and its limitless potential. It seemed that with this new vessel, he wouldn't need to change bodies for a long time to come. Just then, a round of applause echoed through the room. "Oh, underline, oh. Monthly votes, favorites, recommendations, brothers, bring them on. Good stats are the fuel for my explosive updates." At the sound of clapping, for voices immediately rang out. Boss. Only Pietro, relying on his status as the boss's brother-in-law, paid little attention to Song Chao and didn't join the chorus. Song Chao strode out, still applauding. "Wow, Bobby, that was impressive. I'm very pleased with your progress." "Yeah, it's all thanks to your guidance, boss. Besides, John and the others have all really improved, too." Bobby scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed, but he made sure to include his friends. He was learning the value of teamwork now. "Oh, my child, I can't believe I never noticed you were here." At that moment, Apocalypse turned, looking at Song Chao with surprise at having overlooked his presence before. Song Chao stepped forward, studying the strange figure before him. Gray skin, a blue face, a metallic sheen on his head like a layer of steel, and a few tube-like appendages. A bizarre sight indeed. "En Sabanua." "Oh." Apocalypse looked Song Chao up and down, intrigued. "My child, there are still people in this era who know my name. You're no ordinary person. I sense there is more than mutant energy within you." Song Chao nodded, admitting, of course. And let me tell you this. All the mutants of this era are under my leadership now. So your age has long since ended. They're all under my authority, Apocalypse. You're 4 horsemen. You may find them much harder to resurrect. Child, do you submit to the rule of those fragile humans? Apocalypse asked. No, Song Chao shook his head. No one can rule over me. It's just that the times have changed. There are too few of us mutants now. So peaceful coexistence with ordinary humans is something we must do. I know what you're thinking, Apocalypse, but you won't convince me, and I won't let you do as you please on Earth. This era belongs to me. Earth is my territory, and no one can run wild here. My child, I don't wish to fight you. You are all my children. Apocalypse replied slowly, his voice calm and measured. Song Chao nodded. All right, you're right. Given your age, you can say that. However, at this point, Song Chao stretched out his hand. Since reason won't work, let's settle this in outer space, once and for all. Apocalypse gazed at the young leader standing before him. A modern mutant, so young, yet the immense energy within his body was palpable. Listening to Song Chao's words, Apocalypse nodded slowly. Very well, child. In the end, it seems only power speaks. With that, he grasped Song Chao's outstretched hand. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished together. Just go back to business as usual. I'll be back soon. Song Chao's final words echoed through the filthy, cluttered underground room. What do we do now? I guess we should listen to the boss and head back for now. The group, startled by what had just happened and hearing Song Chao's parting words, discussed among themselves and decided to follow his instructions. They would return to Umbrella first and figure things out from there. But if you all leave, what about Caliban? At that moment, Caliban, seeing that Song Chao had left with the powerful blue mutant and hadn't mentioned anything about his payment, couldn't help but speak up. Look, just come with us to Umbrella first. Since the boss said you can join the company, there won't be any problem. Emma will definitely make arrangements for you. The group exchanged glances, and it was John, who had been with Song Chao the longest, who finally spoke after thinking it over. All right, I suppose that's the best plan for now. Caliban hesitated, exchanged a look with Psylocke, then nodded. He began to gather his belongings, and the group left together, leaving the room to fall into an uneasy silence. High above, at 10,000 meters, 2 blazing forms clashed again and again, rocketing upwards, their battle streaking toward the edge of space. Washington, Triskelion Building. For crying out loud, what the hell is going on? Nick Fury, ever the exasperated leader, couldn't help but curse as he looked around at his team. Director, we're not sure yet. All we know is we've already lost 2 satellites. From the last images we received, it appears 2 individuals are fighting in space, and the aftershocks destroyed 2 of our satellites. I'd wager other nations' agencies have also taken a hit, Coulson reported, wiping the sweat from his brow as he relayed the latest from his team. Who else on Earth, besides Umbrella's song, has the ability to fight in space? What good is your intelligence department if you can't answer that? Fury's face remained grim as he lashed out in anger. At the moment, in the past 10 years, we haven't found anyone else with such abilities besides Song, Phil Coulson replied, glancing at the one-eyed director with a hint of suggestion. After all, just over a decade ago, Captain Marvel could also take the fight into outer space. All right, then get on it. Reach out to the X Academy. See if any of them might be this Song character. Nick Fury caught on instantly, shaking his head slightly to indicate it wasn't Captain Marvel. He hadn't called her back for this. The White House, Department of Defense. Damn it. A bunch of idiots. 4 satellites have vanished, and you still don't know why. What are you all good for? The Secretary of Defense roared at the technical staff, his fury unrestrained. What are you standing around for? Get moving and find out what happened. Move too slow, and I'll have you all shot. Useless swine. His anger only grew as he glared at the mostly non-white faces before him, unable to hide his disdain for these defectors. He had never liked these inferior races. Please, sir, calm down. At that moment, an Air Force general spoke up, try to placate him. The secretary snapped back. God damn it. These black, yellow-skinned trash. The Defense Department must be feeding them garbage. Look at how useless they are. If it weren't for the day I could use their skin as an example, I've had them all shot already. Only we, the white men, are the true masters of this country. Everyone else is just a slave. He eyed the assembled, all-white military commanders, unable to keep his true feelings to himself. Yes, sir, we feel the same. But these days, we have to be mindful of the public image, a Navy admiral replied casually. His nonchalant expression made it clear he was of the same mind. Then, an Army general chimed in. In the future, we can use this trash to strike at their ancestral homelands. When the time comes, they'll be like loyal dogs, biting their birth countries even harder. Huh. So, sir, don't let it get to you. Just treat these mongrels like the dogs they are. Yes, I hear you. 4 years now, both the Defense Department and Congress have been recruiting these trash to America just so we can one day turn them against their homelands. When the time comes, these dogs will attack their own people even more viciously, the secretary nodded, turning to his trusted generals. No wonder you're an old monster with thousands of years of wisdom. And you're truly the leader of modern mutants, so powerful, as expected. In outer space, Song Chao and Apocalypse were locked in a fierce exchange, back and forth, trading blows, Song Chao firing off twin beams of laser while Apocalypse answered casually with lightning. Lasers, freezing blasts, fire, storms, an onslaught of every imaginable energy rained down on Song Chao. What could he do? Song Chao could only sigh inwardly. His powers were nowhere near as versatile as his opponents. The gap was just too wide. All he could do was grit his teeth and weather the assault, relying on his unmatched physique to press the attack, relentless in his pursuit of Apocalypse. Apocalypse, for his part, was equally frustrated. This kid's defenses were absurdly tough. No matter how many abilities he threw at him, Song Chao just took the hits head on. What's worse, the raw physical strength Song Chao possessed was overwhelming. Apocalypse could feel himself nearing his limit. He knew he had to avoid a direct clash. After all, his own body had begun to age and weaken. All the while, the two exchanged quips and taunts, even as their hands showed no mercy, each determined to take the other down. Yet, for now, neither could gain a clear advantage. Before they knew it, the battle had spilled onto the surface of the moon. Apocalypse crashed to the ground, and, seeing Song Chao rushing in to press the attack, braced himself and conjured a shimmering circle of violet energy, forming a protective shield. Let's see how long you can keep this up, he called out. Song Chao watched as the old tortoise brought out his signature defensive move. With no other choice, he soared up, looming above, his eyes blazing beams of light down upon the shield. But try as he might, his attack couldn't break through. With a resigned shake of his head, Song Chao fell back on his raw strength. He went at the glowing shield with everything he had, hammering away from the left, from the right, from above, always changing position, pounding relentlessly. My child, if not for the toll time has taken on my body, I'd show you what true power is, Apocalypse retorted, refusing to concede defeat. That's just it. Apocalypse, you're old now. Your era is over. Song Chao shot back, punctuating his words with a powerful kick to the shield, sending ripples shuddering across its surface. The jolt startled Apocalypse into pouring even more energy into his defense. Song Chao just pursed his lips and responded with a casual remark, unfazed by the exchange. Meanwhile, on the moon's far side, hidden within the shadows, lay the secret city of Adelan. At the heart of the city, inside the royal palace, a meeting of the Inhuman clans was underway, with everyone voicing their opinions. Suddenly, the Inhuman king, Black Bolt, raised a hand, bringing the discussion to a halt. He exchanged a glance with his queen, Medusa. Understanding his unspoken message, Medusa nodded, stepped outside, and instructed the waiting guards. Hurry, go and investigate what's happening on the moon's surface. Your king has sensed two powerful forces at play. The room fell silent. As leader of the Inhumans, Black Bolt rarely spoke for the safety of all, but his strength was beyond question, and everyone trusted his judgment. His actions made it clear something extraordinary was happening on the moon. The council members waited in quiet anticipation. Before long, a guard returned, dropping to one knee to report. Your Majesty, the monitoring division has detected two immensely powerful humans locked in battle on the far side of the moon. Black Bolt closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened them again, he signaled to his queen, Medusa. Medusa nodded and addressed the others. Everyone, the king wishes to see for himself. The two people on the other side are very powerful. Triton, Maximus, you'll accompany us. Yes, they replied. Sister, brother-in-law, I want to come too, said Princess Crystal, Medusa's younger sister, speaking up at that moment. Ew, Medusa began, wanting to refuse her sister, but after glancing at her husband, she nodded. Since your brother-in-law allows it, you can come along. But remember, don't cause any trouble. The people we're meeting are strong as well. Of course, I promise. Princess Crystal, who had just turned 18, nodded eagerly, her face alight with excitement. She was born not long after the Inhumans had moved from Earth to the moon, so she had never met any outsiders, nor ever left the moon. Naturally, she was thrilled at the prospect. The group followed Black Bolt to the other side of the city, to the far side of the moon. Whoa, they're so powerful. Wow, are these Earthlings? They're actually a lot like us. Yes, they're indeed outsiders on the moon. Song Chao sensed the newcomers arriving and immediately ceased attacking Apocalypse. turning his attention to the group across from him. At this point, if there's anyone else on the moon, it must be the Inhumans, he thought. I remember one of SHLD's later directors was of Asian descent. She was an Inhuman, awakened her powers through the Terrigen crystal, something to do with shockwaves and the like. Apocalypse also grew quiet, surprised at how much the world had changed. There were actually people on the moon now, and not just one or two, but clearly a whole nation, judging by how they stood together. Who are you? Medusa spoke first at Black Bolt's signal. You all show up in a group and interrupt my fun, and yet you don't even introduce yourselves first? What? Are you hoping to pick a fight? If that's the case, I'll gladly oblige, Song Chao replied, clearly irritated. These Inhumans had blundered into his battleground, and now had the nerve to interrogate him. Clearly, they were asking for trouble. Millions of years ago, by Earth's reckoning, two great cosmic races, the Kree and the Skrull, went to war. For strategic purposes, the Kree traveled to the solar system and established a base on Uranus. Soon after, they developed an interest in the genetic potential of life on Earth. They began a series of experiments on the early Homo sapiens. These experiments served a dual purpose: to study and possibly prevent stagnation in their own evolution, and to create powerful mutant soldiers for their ongoing war. However, when they successfully created a group of humanoid beings with extraordinary abilities, for reasons unknown, the Kree abandoned their experimental creations. This group, the Inhumans, began to develop on their own in the days that followed. They established their own social structure. Their life in isolation from the rest of the world allowed them to advance technologically far beyond humanity. Through the Terrigen crystals, they gained a variety of superpowers, but at the same time, this process damaged and distorted their genes. This led to the implementation of a long-term selective breeding program aimed at reducing these mutations. Their city, Adelan, moved frequently, and, as of 2005, Adelan had relocated to the moon. The Inhumans are led by their king, Black Bolt, and the royal family, which includes Medusa, Karnak, Gorgon, Triton, Crystal, the Mad Maximus, and their massive hound, Lockjaw. Thinking of all this, Song Chao glanced at the people before him, and could more or less recognize a few. The stern-faced older man at the front was undoubtedly Black Bolt, king of the Inhumans. The woman beside him, speaking, must be his wife, Medusa. That young girl at the end, most likely, was Princess Crystal. The other men, Song Chao assumed, were royal family members. Upon hearing Song Chao's blunt words, the people facing him all showed anger, especially the men standing further back. One of them stepped forward and challenged. Just what do you mean by being so disrespectful? This is our land. Oh, is that so? Song Chao couldn't be bothered to say much at this point. After fighting Apocalypse for so long without winning, a first for him, as a traveler from another world, he was simmering with frustration. Now, seeing these minor characters chattering away only annoyed him further. At those words, his eyes suddenly flashed red, and a beam shot out toward them. Watch out! Get out of the way! Outsider, you dare attack us on our own land? Do you have any idea what consequences that brings? Black Bolt's face turned grim as he signaled to Medusa. Medusa translated her husband's words for Song Chao. Listening, Song Chao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Black Bolt really lived a difficult life. Every word had to be expressed by his wife. Song Chao understood why, but still thought it must be exhausting to live like that. Oh, Bat King, I know your power. That's why you don't dare speak and have to rely on others. Still, I'd very much like to go a few rounds with you. As for your underlings. With that, Song Chao teleported forward and, with two swift kicks, knocked out the mouthy man. He didn't even care who it was. Trash like this shouldn't be let out to embarrass themselves. Why not come and test your strength against me? I want to see how you rule on your own turf. Black Bolt watched as Song Chao knocked his younger brother, Maximus, unconscious with a kick. Fury flashed in his eyes as he stared at Song Chao, his lips twitching as if to speak. Yet, in the end, he couldn't bring himself to utter a word. Here, in his own domain, using his most powerful sonic ability would cause irreparable harm to his own people and country. Black Bolt could only grit his teeth and suppress the urge to attack. Are you from Earth? Have you come to wage war against us, the people of the moon? Medusa glanced at her husband, then turned to question Song Chao. Don't try to accuse me first when you're the ones in the wrong, Song Chao replied, his tone bristling with irritation. You interrupted my peaceful moment, and now I'm in a foul mood. If my anger keeps building, I might just blow up this entire moon. Do you believe me? He stared at Medusa, feeling his patience rapidly slipping away. Medusa read her husband's expression and understood the situation. She continued, speaking to Song Chao. You are indeed a formidable young man, but our Black Bolt does not fear you. If the moon were truly destroyed, I'd make sure we perish together. Still, you're right. It was our recklessness that disturbed you. For that, we owe you an apology. Would you be willing to return with us to the inhuman royal palace as our guest? Hearing this, Song Chao looked over at Tianqi. Come to think of it, Tianqi, you've never been to Moon, have you? Why don't we go together? Tianqi, who had been silent all along, considered the suggestion for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In the royal palace of Adelan, the city of the Inhumans. Welcome, honored guests from Earth. It is our privilege to receive such powerful visitors in the palace of the Inhumans. Medusa greeted Song Chao and Tianqi with courtesy. The fact that her husband had swallowed his anger was proof enough of the visitor's strength. Whether or not her husband could defeat them, the moon itself would surely suffer. So, he had chosen restraint. She thought of how her husband's brother had been knocked out cold with a single effortless kick, proof of the newcomer's might. And the other stranger had battled this man to a standstill for so long. He must be an equally formidable force. By now, Song Chao had regained his composure. He was no longer vexed over failing to defeat Tianqi. The old fox had too many tricks up his sleeve, making victory all but impossible. On hearing Queen Medusa's words, Song Chao nodded. Politely, I have long heard the name of the Inhumans, but never had the chance to meet you. It is truly a pleasure to be here today. I may have been a bit emotional before. Looking back, I must admit I was at fault as well. Neither Black Bolt nor Medusa had expected this powerful stranger to apologize first. With his earlier temper, they had assumed he was nothing but unreasonable and domineering. But now it seemed his anger had been justified, and fate had simply placed them in his path at a bad moment. The atmosphere among them quickly grew more harmonious. I never thought you'd be the kind of person to say something like that. A soft and gentle voice suddenly whispered in Song Chao's ear. Oh, you must be Princess Crystal, Song Chao said as he turned to see a petite girl approaching him. He guessed her identity and spoke casually. Yes, I'm Crystal. I've never been outside before. How did you know my name? Crystal's large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Song Chao and asked. Well, that's something I can't really tell children, Song Chao replied at a loss for words. There was no good way to explain, so he chose to distract the child with a little white lie. You're just playing tricks. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. I'm already 18. Even if I still look small, Crystal retorted, clearly dissatisfied. She might be petite, but she was already an adult. Looking into Crystal's big, innocent eyes, Song Chao couldn't help but marvel. What a baby-faced beauty. Who would have thought she was already of age? He could hardly believe it. Still, he reminded himself that she was destined to become the wife of his brother-in-law, Pietro Maximoff. Though the two would eventually divorce due to Crystal's infidelity, Song Chao knew he had to watch his conduct. I didn't realize you were already an adult. If you ever come to Earth, I'll introduce you to some friends. My girlfriend's younger brother is about your age. I think you two would get along. Even if Crystal and his brother-in-law were fated to part ways in the future, Song Chao believed there was still a bond between them. He might as well do them a favor and introduce them early. By setting things in motion now, Crystal wouldn't have the chance to date anyone before Pietro, and maybe, just maybe, he could spare his brother-in-law from the heartbreak in the original story. After all, Pietro was practically family. Song Chao couldn't bear to see him suffer the same fate. The thought of his brother-in-law and Princess Crystal crossed his mind again. Crystal was born into the royal family of the Inhumans. She is the younger sister of Medusa, the Inhuman Queen. When Medusa, suffering from amnesia, left Adelan, the Inhumans launched a search to find her. It was during this time that Crystal, for the first time in her life, came into contact with people from the outside world. She even joined forces with the Fantastic Four to help bring the amnesiac Medusa home. During this time, Crystal and the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four began a romantic relationship. Later, Adelan was trapped in the negative zone by Black Bolt's brother, Maximus. After Adelan broke free, the Council of Elders proposed splitting up the royal family to explore human society. With Black Bolt's permission, Crystal left Adelan for New York, where she assisted the Fantastic Four and officially began dating the Human Torch. After Invisible Woman, Susan, gave birth to her first child, Crystal was allowed by Mr. Fantastic to take Susan's place on the Fantastic Four. During that period, she fought alongside them against Dr. Doom. She even suffered temporary blindness from the Mole Man, but managed to help defeat him with the team. During this period, she returned to Adelan several times, defeating Maximus and rescuing Black Bolt. Just as her relationship with the Human Torch grew increasingly intimate, she discovered that Earth's polluted environment was slowly eroding her life force. Reluctantly, Crystal had to leave the Fantastic Four and return to the Inhumans. Johnny tried to stop her from leaving, but Mr. Fantastic held him back. By chance, she once saved Quicksilver, the son of Magneto. A spark of love ignited instantly between Crystal and Quicksilver. Not long after, they became husband and wife, settled in Adelan and began a blissful married life. Before long, the fruit of their love arrived, a daughter, whom they named Luna. Yet, crisis soon crept into their marriage. Quicksilver's impulsive nature caused friction between them. At the same time, Crystal had an affair with a real estate developer named Norman Webster, and even after marriage, she maintained a complicated relationship with the Human Torch, who by then was already married himself. She even developed feelings for Black Knight. When Quicksilver discovered Crystal's infidelity, he fled Adelan in a frenzy. The two began living apart. Although both Crystal and Quicksilver made numerous attempts at reconciliation, and even joined the Avengers, their efforts yielded little result. After losing his superpowers, Quicksilver tried to restore them by exposing himself to the Terrigen Mist, and so he stole the Terrigen crystals. Because of this act of betrayal, the marriage between Crystal and Quicksilver was officially declared over. Alright, as soon as these storylines came to an end in his mind, Song Chao heard Crystal's excited voice. It seemed this girl had grown, numb after being confined on the moon for so long. Now, at the prospect of leaving for Earth to have some fun, her joy was unmistakable. You agreeing to this doesn't mean much. You'll need your sister's and brother-in-law's approval. Song Chao couldn't help but rain on her. Parade. He picked up the drink provided by the Inhumans, took a sip, wasn't bad, and casually threw a wet blanket on her excitement. Crystal's excitement faded. She glanced at Song Chao, then looked up at her sister and brother-in-law. After hesitating for a moment, she finally stepped forward and started whispering to her sister. This powerful guest from Earth, Medusa, conversed quietly with Crystal for a while, then turned to Song Chao. But before she could finish her sentence, Song Chao interrupted her. No need for all this formality. Our first meeting was a little awkward, but that's all in the past. You can just call me Song Chao, Song or Chao, whichever you like. Seeing how polite she was being, Song Chao waved off her words with a slight smile. Oh, all right, Mr. Song, if I may call you that. Our inhuman race hasn't left Earth for very long. We still remember the customs of Earthlings. Medusa accepted Song Chao's way of addressing her. Crystal said you invited her to visit Earth? No. Song Chao immediately shook his head at her words, glancing at Crystal's incredulous expression before continuing. I wasn't inviting her. I just noticed that this child has never left this city, and it made me reflect. Also, my girlfriend's younger brother is about her age, so I thought I could introduce them. If Crystal ever wants to visit Earth, I could have my brother-in-law be her guide, and maybe they could become friends. Oh, I see. Medusa seemed to consider this, casting a thoughtful glance at both Song Chao and Crystal. Then she turned to Black Bolt, and the two began exchanging their usual silent, electric gazes, which made Song Chao's teeth ache with awkwardness. Mr. Song, would you and this other strong one be willing to take your battle off the moon? After a moment, having finished her silent exchange with her husband and understood Black Bolt's meaning, Medusa turned to Song Chao and asked, Oh, certainly, but let me say this first. From now on, Earth is going to be my territory. So if your Inhumans want to visit, remember to come to this location and check in with me. Song Chao considered it and nodded his agreement. It made no difference where he fought Apocalypse. It didn't have to be on the moon. By agreeing, he could earn some goodwill and, at the same time, presented them with an umbrella business card, a move with multiple benefits. He could fight that old fox Apocalypse anytime. There was no need to provoke the Inhumans, at least not without good reason. Sure, he'd caused some friction before, but that was when his temper had flared. Now that he was calm, there was no sense in making unnecessary enemies. And to be honest, Black Bolt of the Inhumans was no pushover. He might even be a formidable opponent. From what Song Chao knew, Black Bolt's power level in the Marvel Universe was notoriously unpredictable. Strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Thanos, yet sometimes outmaneuvered by White Queen Emma Frost's cunning tricks. At this stage, Song Chao couldn't be sure he could beat him, so it was better to let things lie. Hearing this, Medusa exchanged another look with her husband, then smiled at Song Chao and nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Song. In the future, if any of the Inhumans go to Earth, I'll make sure they check in with you at Umbrella. Very well. Then let's celebrate our new understanding and cooperation. Song Chao nodded, raising his glass in a toast. Everyone played along, except for Apocalypse, who watched the proceedings in silence. Song Chao had no idea what that old schemer was plotting. Was he eyeing the Inhumans? Monarchy, thinking of conquering them for his own territory? Song Chao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If Apocalypse tried and failed, that would be a sight worth seeing. After a round of drinks, Song Chao and Apocalypse left the palace of the Inhumans on the moon. Apocalypse, are we going to keep fighting, or what? Song Chao asked after watching the Inhumans depart. He was still frustrated about not having won any of their previous bouts, and Apocalypse made for the perfect sparring partner, a great chance to hone his skills. Oh, my child, there's no point in continuing our duel now. Neither of us will gain the upper hand anytime soon, so why waste the effort? Besides, we're still guests on someone else's turf. Apocalypse shook, his head declining the challenge. His opponent was just too resilient, and his own body was showing its age. He needed to focus on something far more urgent, finding a new vessel to replace his aging flesh. I see. Song Chao sounded a bit disappointed. Apocalypse was the perfect target. He could practice, get used to his powers, and maybe even develop some new attack techniques. But the opportunity was slipping away. In that case, don't go stirring up any big trouble on Earth again. That's my territory now. I can't be bothered with minor issues, but I won't let anything major slide. My child, right now, all I want is to find a perfect body to inhabit. This old shell of mine is failing. That boy with the limitless cold inside him would have been ideal. Apocalypse spoke without concern for Song Chao's reaction, watching him as he spoke. No way, that kid's one of mine. Don't even think about it. Most of the mutants these days are under my protection. Honestly, I don't care much about your quest for a new body, but stay away from my people. Go find someone who hasn't come to report into me yet. Song Chao quickly shook his head in refusal. There was no way he'd let an Omega-level mutant end up as Apocalypse's next vessel. He needed those guys for his own plans. Though he wasn't particularly bothered by Apocalypse's habit of swapping bodies, he needed to make it absolutely clear. His people were off limits. Oh, my child, I understand. Apocalypse nodded. If you're against it, so be it. I'll look elsewhere. Now that you've risen to power in this era, and since neither of us has managed to best the other, I might even consider venturing into the cosmos. I've never really paid attention to the wonders of the universe. Not in all these millennia. Is that so? Song Chao was caught off guard. Did you hear something back at the palace? Apocalypse nodded. Yes, my child. It turns out the Inhumans were engineered by aliens. Remarkable, isn't it? Aliens came to Earth so long ago. I can't help but be curious. Now that I know there are other races out there in the universe, it makes no sense for us to keep butting heads on Earth. That would only leave us both worse off. I want to travel the stars, see what other alien civilizations are out there, and witness their powers for myself. That's a great idea, Song Chao said with approval after hearing Apocalypse's suggestion. I'll be heading out into the universe myself one day. Looks like we'll be able to share a drink and good conversation among the stars in the future. But I'll have to take care of some business here on Earth first. There are still crises waiting for me to resolve. Child, you'll have to lend me Caliban. I need his help to point out which mutants aren't on your side, Apocalypse said as he and Song Chao flew toward Earth, keeping up their conversation. Caliban? No problem at all. I'll have him cooperate with you. Song Chao agreed with a nod. To outsiders, it might seem unbelievable that he would so readily allow this old enemy in a new body to do as he wished. But Song Chao didn't care much about such distinctions. What is good, and what is evil after all? Perhaps Professor X would have done everything in his power to stop this, but Song Chao simply smiled. He'd even go so far as to make things easy for the other party. As they spoke, the two arrived at the top floor of Umbrella. Boss, you're back. In the conference room on Umbrella's top floor, the future members of the Umbrella Superhero League quickly got up to greet Song Chao as he entered with Apocalypse. Carry on, everyone. No need for formalities. Song Chao waved off their deference. Where's Caliban? Bring him here. A moment later, Caliban arrived with Psylocke at his side. Oh, boss. Caliban sincerely greets you. Caliban, you'll be working with Apocalypse now. Help him search for mutants who aren't part of Umbrella. Don't cause trouble for my people. I trust you know who. Counts as mine, Song Chao instructed, fixing Caliban with a steady gaze, the mutant's pale and unsettling appearance making him seem even stranger in the moment. Caliban thought it over for a moment, then nodded. Understood, boss. I get it. I'll help this Mr. Apocalypse find those scattered mutants who haven't joined Umbrella. Smart. I always appreciate clever subordinates. Song Chao nodded with satisfaction, then called out for the butler, Superman. Boss, contact Emma. Have her transfer $10 million in labor fees to Caliban. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Caliban's face lit up with excitement. You're incredible, boss. I absolutely adore you. Enough of that. Your boss only likes women, Song Chao said, rolling his eyes. And besides, with that terrifying face of yours, just keep quiet. Apocalypse, remember our agreement. My child, don't worry, Apocalypse replied. Since arriving at Umbrella, he'd barely spoken, instead surveying the future reserves of the Superhero League. At Song Chao's words, he nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Song Chao suddenly remembered something. Swallowing his pride, he rubbed his hands together and said to Apocalypse, well, your ability is really quite practical. How about lending me a hand and helping to develop the powers of these children? Apocalypse was speechless, tempted to roll his eyes. But for him, rolling his eyes was the very sign that he was about to use his powers. Who would have thought that someone who had risen to the position of a leader could be so shameless? It seemed that the younger generation didn't care much about the dignity of those in power, something worth keeping in mind, or he might suffer for it in the future. Seeing that Song Chao was still staring at him, Apocalypse could only nod in reluctant agreement. After all, he still needed the other man's help. Yes, Song Chao, seeing the nod, pumped his fist in excitement. This was the perfect assist. To be honest, Apocalypse's power to amplify mutant abilities was exactly what Umbrella needed. Superman. Boss. Get in touch with Charles. Ask him to select some promising teenagers and send them to Umbrella. And while you're at it, have John and the others come too. Understood, boss. Washington, Triskelion Building. Director, Song has returned to Umbrella, accompanied by a strange man with blue skin. Coulson knocked at the door of Nick Fury's office as he gave his report. Preliminary analysis suggests the energy fluctuations detected on the moon earlier were likely caused by these two battling each other up there. Oh, so they're back? And to think they've put aside their differences and shaken hands. Nick Fury mused aloud. That's not what Professor X, Charles, told us before. I thought this guy was going to go head-to-head with Umbrella to the bitter end, but now it looks like they've managed to win him over. Umbrella just got even stronger. Coulson, keep ramping up surveillance. Stay discreet. We don't want to provoke them. The Pentagon, White House. Secretary, Song from Umbrella is back, and he's brought along a blue-skinned mutant. This matches exactly what our satellite intel predicted. A general reported to the Secretary of Defense. So Umbrella's even stronger now. We finally had a powerful adversary for them, and before we even had a chance to figure out how to win him over, Umbrella's already done it. Damn it, that's just not fair. The Secretary fumed, though he held his tongue. The power of mutants was something they had experienced firsthand. If Professor X weren't so moderate, they'd have faced disaster many times already. Notify Trask Industries to speed up development of the Sentinels, he added in a low voice. Understood. The generals nearby all nodded cautiously, speaking in hushed tones. Their eyes met fleetingly, each gaze filled with unease. All right, those of you who've already developed your abilities, get moving. Don't just stand around clogging up the place, Song Chao said, looking helplessly at the chaotic scene before him. Jean, Aurora, take these kids and head back. Let them return to school and slowly get used to their new abilities. Okay, we'll go back first, Jean replied, her eyes fixed on Song Chao as she signaled her understanding. Go ahead, it's fine. Reading the meaning in Jean's eyes, Song Chao reassured her, stepping forward to give her a quick kiss on the corner of her lips, and, while he was at it, planted a kiss on Aurora as well. Bobby, John, you two take the reserve team members and get familiar with your new powers. Frank, I want you to keep an eye on them for me. Understood, boss. I'll put these kids through their paces, don't you worry. Frank Castle, known as the Punisher, flashed a menacing smile at the young recruits of the Superhero Union's reserve team, promising to keep them in line. When you're on the job, I never have to worry, Frank. Go all out. The Umbrella Lab has plenty of ways to patch them up, Song Chao added, not the least bit concerned and even finding some amusement in it. Hearing this, the kids were instantly terrified. No more horsing around, no more celebrating their new powers. They slunk away, heading back to train as fast as they could. Frank and the boss really were scary. Looked like they were in for some brutal training. Oh, Apocalypse, thank you for your hard work. Speaking of which, we were on opposing sides not long ago, and now you're helping me train. These kids, I owe you my thanks. Song Chao finally found a moment to approach Apocalypse, the blue-skinned mutant, and spoke to him. This is simply a transaction, my child. I've already decided to give up my ambitions on Earth. So, helping my own children, there's nothing unusual about that, Apocalypse replied slowly. Song Chao eyed the strange figure before him, who kept calling everyone my child, even more so than Charles, Professor X, did. He wanted to make a joke about it, but considering Apocalypse's age and experience, he held his tongue. And really, Apocalypse wasn't wrong. Most of the mutant descendants did, in a way, belong to him. Just like Professor Charles always addressed the younger generation as my children. All right, Caliban, work closely with Mr. Apocalypse. There'll be a reward in it for you when it's done. As Apocalypse prepared to teleport away with Caliban and Psylocke, Song Chao quickly called out. By the way, here's wishing you luck in finding a suitable new host. Watching them vanish, Song Chao stood up and made his way toward the CEO's office. Boss, Emma, my dear, I wanted to come by and tell you that I may have made a mistake last time. I wanted to apologize again. Oh, there's no need for that. I'm not some little girl. Besides, there's no need for such formalities between us. All right, Emma, you really are so understanding. With you managing Umbrella for me, I've been spared a great deal of trouble. Watching Emma's performance, Song Chao felt very pleased. A mature woman truly made things easier. She had worked hard and contributed much. After all, he'd only been an ordinary person in his previous life, with no real knowledge of how to run a major corporation. He could only recruit some talent according to the storyline, but for everything else, he was completely in the dark. After a prolonged and somewhat tangled conversation, Song Chao finally emerged from the CEO's office with a satisfied look. Behind him, Emma could only watch his retreating figure with a complicated expression. This troublesome man. How could anyone truly pretend nothing had happened? In the end, she'd still been won over by him, and though the resentment was gone, the feelings lingered. Returning to X Academy, Song Chao hadn't yet gone to find Jean and Aurora when Charles found him first. "My child, how did things go?" Jean told me the gist of it, but I'm still concerned. Charles looked at Song Chao. Even though he knew everything was more or less resolved, he couldn't help but ask. "Several government agencies called earlier, want to know what happened. You destroyed quite a few communication satellites in space. But what surprised me most is that you and that person actually made peace in the end." "Who is he, really?" "Oh, Charles, do you remember the question I asked you before I left? Who was the very first mutant?" Knowing Charles's concern, Song Chao thought it best to tell him the truth. The first mutant? Could it really be that man? A flicker of realization crossed Charles's face. Yes, his name is Ensabaner. He's from 3000 BC, and he's only survived until now by constantly changing bodies. Song Chao laid bare the reason for the man's longevity. "So, you're saying that this time, he awakened because he wanted to find a new body and keep on living?" Charles immediately grasped the key point, his expression growing serious as he looked at Song Chao. Song Chao could only nod in confirmation. "Then why didn't you stop him?" As expected, Charles's next question was accusatory, but Song Chao had anticipated this. "Why should I stop him?" Song Chao replied, meeting Charles's gaze without a hint of emotion. "He was about to kill someone to take their body. You just stood by? He was planning to use one of our mutant brethren, and you did nothing." Charles looked at Song Chao in disbelief. "Oh, Charles, has life at the school become so comfortable that you've started living in a dream world? Is a single human life really worth all this fuss?" Song Chao shook his head, exasperated. "Have you never considered that if you intervene for one life, it could provoke him to kill even more? Besides, every day in this world, countless people die from guns, drugs, and worse. Even for our fellow mutants, there are still many who haven't chosen to follow me. If they don't stand with me, then frankly, I have no obligation to protect them. I'm not God. And as for the government and those big organizations, even now, aren't they still secretly hunting mutants? They think I don't know, that I haven't noticed, but in truth, I've known all along. It's just that I never bothered to go after them. So tell me, Charles, what were you doing all this time? You'd risk everything, even go up against a monster like Apocalypse for the sake of one life. Yet why not storm the White House, the Pentagon, or take on those powerful corporations? Even now, they're still capturing mutants in shadows. Don't tell me you, the one known as the strongest mind among mutants, didn't know about this." Charles's face darkened with discomfort. "What are you two doing? Are you arguing?" Just as Song Chao and Charles were locked in debate, Jean appeared. Noticing the tension, she quickly tried to break it up. "It's nothing really. The professor and I just have very different convictions. Just a disagreement, that's all." Song Chao shook his head, refusing to admit to any quarrel. "Charles, is that true?" Jean didn't buy Song Chao's explanation. She turned to Charles, seeking the truth. Maybe I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced Song into anything. You're right. The mutant race is so much stronger now than it used to be. What more could I possibly want? This is something I've spent decades working for, and it's finally here. Why am I arguing with this child over a single life?" Charles muttered, his voice hollow, his expression lost and desolate. "Darling, what's wrong with Charles?" Jean's face grew serious as she turned to Song Chao. The professor's state was clearly off. "I don't know," Song Chao replied, feeling just as uneasy seeing Charles like this. This old man had looked out for him. Was it really worth letting his own anger hurt him now? "Charles, what are you doing? None of this really matters. I was just speaking my mind." Song Chao couldn't help but step forward, shaking the professor gently to snap him out of it. "Look at me, Charles. The enemy is strong, so I have to let him do what he must, or else a lot of people will suffer. It's not your fault, and it's not mine. Stop tormenting yourself with these thoughts." Charles came back to himself, meeting Song Chao's concerned gaze. He nodded, signaling that Song Chao shouldn't worry. "Oh, my child, I don't blame you. I blame myself. I got too caught up in my own head. You were right. I always knew the government was still secretly rounding up mutants. I've always known, but I never told you, and I never want to save them. You were right. I need to go rest for a bit. Don't worry, my child. I'll be fine." Watching Charles walk away, Song Chao narrowed his eyes slightly. Charles, is this tendency to overthink something new, or has it always been there? No wonder, in Logan, the older version of you ended up with dementia. Before Song Chao could properly sort through these thoughts, Jean couldn't hold back any longer. She had been watching the two of them for a while, still unable to make sense of what was going on, so she finally asked directly, "What's going on between you two?" "It's nothing," Song Chao shook his head. "Charles is just unhappy with me for letting Apocalypse go in search of, well, a new, younger body to replace his aging one. He blames me for not stopping Apocalypse." Jean thought for a moment upon hearing this. She wanted to say something, but held back. Instead, she stepped forward and embraced Song Chao. "I understand you. This isn't your fault. You've been wrong, my love." Although Jean's thinking had long been influenced by the professor's teachings, she leaned toward his ideals. She still couldn't accept the idea of sending her own partner into a life-or-death struggle with such a powerful enemy for the sake of a complete stranger. No matter how much she respected the professor, she couldn't bring herself to complain to Charles about it. All she could do was hold Song Chao tightly. Song Chao buried his face against Jean's ear, breathing in the gentle fragrance of her hair. "It's nothing. I don't feel wronged. I just don't want to do it. For the life of someone I don't even know, to get dragged into a fight that could kill hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Apocalypse isn't weak. If he unleashes his full powers, it's terrifying." Song Chao really had no desire to stand in Apocalypse's way. Their opponent's strength was truly formidable this time. Were they supposed to force Jean to unleash the Phoenix Force? That was unnecessary. How describe Charles? He's the textbook bleeding heart. Just look at the X-Men movies. Throughout all those storylines, with his powerful mind and Cerebro scanning the globe for new mutants, do you really think he didn't know mutants were being captured? Of course he did. But in the films, how many times did he actually go to rescue anyone? Just once. And even then, he wasn't the one doing the rescuing. That one time, Charles himself was captured by Stryker, and the rest of the X-Men team went to save him and only happened to free the captive mutant children along the way. Under Charles's leadership, the X-Men either worked for the government or went head-to-head with Magneto's Brotherhood. As for those mutants being secretly captured, at least in the movies, there wasn't a single scene where Charles led a rescue. Not once did the professor go out of his way to save them. Still, this man truly cares about the children at his school. Even when Song Chao arrived, despite his short stay, he was looked after by Charles. Song Chao was genuinely grateful to Charles, but this time, he couldn't help but snap at him. He thought he should apologize once Charles had had some rest. After all, Charles really is a good-hearted person. "Come on, let's go get some rest," Jean said gently, stroking Song Chao's cheek. She took his hand and led him inside. Song Chao followed her in. Lately, his temper had become quite fierce. He flared up at the slightest thing. It was the same back on the moon. Facing the E-people, he lost his temper and even struck first. He couldn't help but feel his personality had become unsteady, flitting from one mood to the next. "Damn it," Song Chao cursed under his breath. He resolved to focus on self-cultivation for a while. If this kept up, wouldn't people think he was losing his mind? He was becoming too capricious. Even he felt something was off. That night, Song Chao didn't do much. He simply lay quietly with Jean and Aurora, holding them close. Watching their peaceful, sleeping faces, he let his mind wander. He definitely needed a period of calm and self-reflection. Something wasn't right with him lately. He stayed at the school for a couple more days, taking the chance to apologize to Charles. Charles apologized to him as well. They exchanged polite words, and both reflected on their actions. Honestly, the professor really is a saint. What more can you say? Song Chao even wondered if Charles's gentle nature might lead to him overthinking things in his old age, ending up with regrets, or even losing himself in endless worries, perhaps even dementia from all that overthinking. Returning to Umbrella, Song Chao wandered about and eventually made his way to his office. He sat in his rocking chair for a moment, then called out Superman. "Yes, boss." "Pull up the files on Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, and Gwen Stacy." A huge stack of documents materialized out of thin air, making Song Chao's head ache. There were just too many people with the same names among foreigners. He thought for a moment. "Superman, focus on Peter Parker, whose uncle is Ben Parker and father is Richard Parker. For Harry Osborn, he's the son of the Osborn Group's founder. And for Gwen Stacy, she's the daughter of George Stacy, deputy chief of the NYPD. Use these as filters to narrow down the files." "Understood." In an instant, the towering pile of documents vanished, leaving just 3 files. Satisfied, Song Chao nodded and began to read them carefully. "Oh, Peter Parker attends Midtown Science High School, while Harry Osborn and Gwen Stacy go to different schools. So the 3 of them were at separate schools in their teenage years and had no connection at all. Looks like this is the Tom Holland version of Spider-Man." Bring up the detailed file on Peter Parker's uncle, Ben Parker. Oh, I see. So he really did die. Song Chao glanced at Ben Parker's file. Just as he expected, Ben had been dead for many years, and his wife, May Parker, was not nearly as old as she appeared in the movies. Come to think of it, the ages of Spider-Man's uncle and aunt have always been something of a mystery in the Marvel Universe. In the early versions, they looked like they were in their 70s or 80s. In The Amazing Spider-Man, they seemed to be in their 50s or 60s. And in the Tom Holland version, they appear to be in their 40s or 50s. It's normal for the Marvel timelines to get tangled, but Song Chao had his own theories. Now, seeing the information provided by Superman, he found that it more or less matched what he'd imagined. Peter Parker's parents, Richard and Mary Parker, were CIA agents. When they went undercover at Oscorp, they sent young Peter to live with Richard's younger brother, Ben Parker. Given their careers as secret agents, it made sense that they wouldn't have been all that old. In the Tom Holland version, Spider-Man first appeared during Captain America: Civil War, when Tony Stark found Peter Parker. At that time, Peter had only been Spider-Man for about 6 months, which means this was 5 or 6 years ago. So right now, Peter Parker would only be an 11 or 12-year-old elementary schooler, not even in middle school yet. As he looked over the documents in his hand, Song Chao noted that the widow, May Parker, was only 32 years old this year. He nodded. This fit well with his own estimate. May Parker was 3 years younger than her husband, Ben Parker, and Ben was 4 years younger than his brother, Richard Parker. By this calculation, Peter Parker's parents, Richard and Mary, had him when they were 27. That made sense, at least to Song Chao, and he chuckled to himself about it. It was perfectly logical. 27 isn't too young or too old for a secret agent to have a child. They didn't look after him themselves, but handed him straight over to Ben, who was just 24 and newly married. So Ben and May ended up caring for a young child as soon as they got married, and never had children of their own. A few years later, Richard and Mary's double agent identities were exposed, and they were killed. Not long after their deaths, Ben Parker was also killed during a robbery, leaving May Parker, only 28 at the time, to raise her young nephew Peter all by herself. Raising a child on your own isn't easy, Song Chao sighed, glancing at the address in the file. Yuriko, get the car ready. We're headed to the Gonzalez fashion store on a street near Times Square. Outside the Gonzalez store at Times Square, New York, foreign brands love naming themselves after their founders. I've never heard of this Gonzalez, but in this world, it's probably on par with top brands like LV or Armani from my last life. Sitting in the car, Song Chao sized up the storefront, making a casual remark. Peter Parker's Aunt May was, at this very moment, working as a sales assistant in this very clothing store. Song Chao couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Aunt May looked so stylish in Spider-Man: Homecoming. After all, in the Marvel Universe, the Parker family was anything but wealthy. Yet here she was, always dressed with care. There had to be a reason for that. Now he understood, it all started here. Although the pay wasn't much for someone like Aunt May, a housewife, this was about the only kind of job she could find. It was enough to scrape by, just enough to raise herself and her nephew, Peter Parker. Welcome to Gonzalez. Song Chao entered the store with Death Girl, Yuriko, by his side, and the sales assistant immediately greeted them with a warm welcome. There's no need to follow me. I'll just have a look around first, he said casually, politely turning down the assistant's offer to help. Song Chao strolled through the store, glancing around. The men's section featured mostly business and casual attire. While pretending to browse, he discreetly located his target. He wandered over, ran his hand over his suit, and wore an expression of clear satisfaction. Sir, have you taken a liking to this outfit? Let me introduce it to you. As expected, seeing a customer show interest, the target approached him proactively. After all, making a sale meant earning a commission. All right, Song Chao replied, his expression unchanged. In truth, he'd already gotten a good look at Aunt May up close. She was indeed at her peak. At 32, she looked radiant, and Song Chao found himself quite pleased. He tried on several outfits in succession. To his surprise, Song Chao thought they all looked pretty good. Clearly, her eye for fashion was sharp. No wonder, given how many years she'd spent in this line of work. You have excellent taste. How should I address you, miss? Song Chao stood before the mirror, admiring himself in a fitted blue casual suit, his satisfaction evident. He offered a casual compliment as he spoke. Thank you for the compliment. May Parker, sir. Aunt May glanced at this young, well-heeled customer. Watching him appraise himself in the mirror, she could tell he was speaking absent-mindedly, but she was used to the aloofness of the wealthy. Still, for the sake of her commission, she pressed on with her sales pitch. May, and Parker is... Song Chao didn't much care what she thought of him. When it came to women of experience, he knew better than to rush things. Instead, he feigned curiosity in his question. My husband's surname, May Parker answered, though though she didn't really want to talk about it. But the customer is always right, and her livelihood depended on them. So she answered truthfully. Oh, I suppose your husband never had to worry about dressing well. Not with such a discerning wife by his side. Song Chao deliberately paid her a compliment. Actually, my husband passed away several years ago. May Parker's face fell as she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I feel bad for you, ma'am, Song Chao said, his expression matching his words. It's all right. It's been years now. I'm used to it, May Parker replied, pulling herself together and responding politely. It seems you're a strong woman. Raising a child on your own must be tough. No, not at all. My husband is Ben Parker. We don't have children, just a nephew who's been living with us since he was young. Oh, I see. Even so, holding a household together on your own is no easy task. Please, could you wrap up all these clothes for me? All of them, sir. On hearing this, May Parker's excitement was evident as she quickly sought confirmation. Song Chao nodded with a gentle smile. Yes, ma'am. I truly admire your strength in keeping your family together. It's a small gesture on my part. Thank you so much, May Parker said gratefully. These days, most sales positions were filled by young girls, and the biggest spenders were older men who preferred those lively, flirtatious types. May Parker's sales numbers weren't great, so this generous commission coming her way brought her genuine happiness. You're welcome. Here, this is my business card. Sensing the timing was right and his questions answered, Song Chao took out a card and handed it to her. May Parker accepted it with a puzzled look. Sir, this. Oh, let me explain. My company is currently looking for a personal assistant, and I'm quite impressed with your taste, Song Chao clarified. Honestly, I rarely shop for myself. I don't have the time or the inclination. Meeting you today feels like fate. Think it over, and if you're interested, come find me at Umbrella. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the founder of Umbrella. Oh my goodness, Umbrella. May Parker gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The name Umbrella had become legendary in recent years, echoing through every corridor of power and popular conversation alike. The renowned Mutant Corporation, ever since its inception, it had stirred up storms wherever it went. Whichever industry it entered, several leading companies would soon collapse. The upper echelons of society watched with anxiety. The public devoured the drama like entertainment news, while Umbrella itself only continued to flourish. Now, realizing the identity of the man before her, and that he was inviting her to be his personal assistant, May Parker wondered if luck was finally shining on her. Maybe she'd buy a lottery ticket after work just to see. I'm truly astonished, sir. I'll think it over carefully. Thank you again for the opportunity. That's all for now. Let's settle the bill, Song Chao said with a nod, briskly paying and taking his leave. When dealing with a mature woman of such rich experience, he knew better than to linger. Best not to let anyone suspect he had ulterior motives. Walking out of the store with Yuriko, Song Chao sat in his car, feeling lost, unsure what to do next. During this period, since Ivan Vanko had already been brought under Song Chao's wing ahead of time, the plot of Iron Man 2 was now out of the picture. All he could do was wait for Thor and Captain America to make their appearances, and then, in the first Avengers film, Loki would come to Earth with the Mind Scepter. But without the Mind Stone as his goal, Song Chao had no intention of following the original storyline. For the sake of this gemstone, he would have to bide his time. He needed Thanos to willingly send the Mind Stone to Earth. By then, with several stones already in his grasp, Song Chao would be able to utterly crush Thanos. As for Aunt May, he had to wait for her to come to Umbrella of her own accord. He believed she eventually would. After all, raising her nephew on her own was no easy feat. The older the child got, the more expenses there were, and it hadn't been easy for her as a single woman. Now that Song Chao had presented her with such a perfect opportunity, she would hardly refuse, especially since this wasn't just an offer from some small company. Back at the company, with nothing pressing to do, Song Chao wandered around aimlessly. At this stage, he no longer needed daily sunbathing. But now that he was idle, he found himself at a loss for what to do. This was not a good sign. Damn, I almost forgot about that big-mouthed girl. Looks like I've got something to do after all. Suddenly recalling someone, Song Chao stopped in his tracks, excitement lighting up his face. Emma, I asked you before to keep an eye on PIM Technologies. What's the latest? Returning to Emma's office, Song Chao inquired. PIM Technologies? Emma echoed, thinking for a moment. Superman, pull up the previous reports. Boss, Umbrella did investigate that company previously, came the reply. However, there was some turmoil there not long ago. Song Chao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, what kind of turmoil? Hank Pym, the founder of PIM Technologies, was forced out of his own company. His student, Darren Cross, teamed up with his daughter, Hope Van Dyne, to make it happen, Emma explained, shaking her head at the absurdity. Poor Dr. Hank Pym, driven out by his own student and daughter working together, What a miserable turn of events, Song Chao said with a mocking laugh. Even though he'd already known this from the plot of the first Ant-Man film in his previous life, seeing it play out for real left him speechless. How could a man be driven out of his own company? This was exactly why Umbrella had never gone public, and Song Chao had no intention of ever taking it public either. Emma shook her head. We don't know the specifics. What we do know is that this happened not too long ago. The largest shareholder of the company is Dr. Hank Pym's daughter, Hope. It was her decision, along with the board, to remove Dr. Hank Pym. The second largest shareholder, and now the company's chief scientist, Dr. Darren Cross, has taken over Pym Technologies as CEO. He studied under Dr. Pym for years and was considered his most capable protege. Song Chao nodded. He was already familiar with most of these details from his previous life, although this time it all seemed to be happening 4 or 5 years earlier. 4 or 5 years from now, Darren Cross would develop the Pym particle himself, replicate the Ant-Man's suit, and create his own Yellow Jacket suit. He was, without a doubt, a genius. So, Emma, how's Pym Technology's current market value? Well, I checked into it. Right now, Pym Tech valuation isn't very high. The founder was ousted, and so far, the company hasn't produced any truly outstanding products. Its current market value is just over $10 billion. Oh, is that so? Song Chao nodded thoughtfully, considering what kind of plan might help him win over the sharp-tongued Hope. All right, Emma, notify Pym Technologies that Umbrella is officially seeking to acquire them. Ideally a full acquisition, but at the very least, we want a significant stake in the company. Oh, is there some technology at this company that's caught your eye? Emma asked in surprise. But boss, your strategic foresight has always been impressive. I'll reach out to them right away. Hearing Emma's question, Song Chao paused for a moment before deciding to explain. After all, she was on his team. Emma, how should I put this? The Pym particle from this company is a revolutionary product. Unfortunately, the chances of mass production are slim. Still, making money isn't the main goal. With technology like this, Umbrella simply can't stay on the sidelines. Understood. I'll contact them immediately, Emma replied with a nod. If they're open to discussions, Song Chao added, tell them I'll personally lead a team to visit their company. And for Dr. Darren Cross, their CEO, tell him I truly admire his work. He's a brilliant scientist. Song Chao thought carefully about his words as he spoke to Emma. Emma moved quickly. Pym Technologies initially rejected Umbrella's acquisition offer, but they were open to Umbrella buying a stake in the company. So, the very next day, Song Chao personally led a team to Pym Technologies for negotiations and an on-site visit. In front of Pym Technologies headquarters in San Francisco, the management team lined up at the entrance, waiting to greet the incoming delegation from Umbrella. Darren, are we really going to accept Umbrella's investment? Among those waiting at the front of the line, one of the two leading figures, a short-haired woman in a sharp business suit, turned to the bald man beside her and voiced her concern. The bald, middle-aged man nodded slightly at these words. Hope, you have to understand, we don't have a choice. Our company hasn't produced an outstanding product for a long time, and research and development require massive funding. After the recent turmoil caused by Hank, our company's stock price took a significant hit. We need Umbrella to invest so we can restore the trust of our shareholders in Pym Technologies. Hope hesitated, her voice uncertain. But Umbrella's reputation has been rather sinister lately. They're ruthless when it comes to business. Aren't you worried that, once they buy in, they'll push you aside and take control of Pym Tech? Darren Cross shook his head and smiled. Oh, Ms. Hope, you're worrying for nothing. It seems after Umbrella called us yesterday, you and I came away with very different impressions. Oh, how so, Darren? Hope furrowed her brow, looking at him intently. Darren glanced around at their colleagues, then leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice. Hope, you only focus on Umbrella's methods, but in this era, what unicorn company hasn't weathered storms and fierce competition? Saints don't build empires. And that's just the reality. I've studied Umbrella's track record. When they invest in other companies, they don't try to control the daily operations. Whether it's the Osborne Group, Pioneer Tech, or Doom Industries, Umbrella has never meddled in management. They haven't even sent anyone to attend board meetings. Everything is left in the hands of the original CEO. At this point, Darren paused, a mocking smile flickering across his lips. Well, there is one exception, Stark Industries. Hope chuckled at that. I know about that. I heard Umbrella's board representative to Stark Industries, Dr. Ivan, is actually an old rival of the Stark family. He's been stirring up endless trouble over there. There's always some fresh drama, and we get quite a bit of amusement out of it. Darren nodded. Exactly. But Umbrella has never officially responded. Dr. Ivan acts entirely on his own. That just shows Umbrella has its own way of doing things. After digging into how they handle their investments, I'm personally very optimistic about Umbrella buying into Pym Tech. Hope thought it over. It seemed to make sense, so she nodded, though she looked as if she wanted to say more. Just then, a motorcade arrived across the way. "They're here. Welcome, Mr. Song, to PIM Technologies." Song Chao arrived by car, and as soon as he stepped out, he was greeted by enthusiastic voices. As expected, when there's milk, there's a mother. Loyalty follows the money. "And you are." He reached out to shake the hand extended toward him, a slight hesitation in his eyes. Even though the bald head before him was just like the one in the Ant-Man movies from his previous life, he knew exactly who it was, but the performance had to go on. "Mr. Song, I'm Darren Cross, CEO of PIM Technologies." Darren didn't seem to mind that the other party didn't recognize him. He remained enthusiastic and polite. After all, Umbrella was an emerging giant, and if he could persuade them to invest in PIM Technologies, it would be a tremendous boost for his lifelong dream, the Wasp suit. He knew he had to seize this opportunity. "Oh, it's you, Dr. Darren Cross. I know your name, a brilliant scientist. With you at the helm, I believe PIM Technologies has a promising future," Song Chao nodded, offering a casual compliment. "I'm honored that you've heard of me, Mr. Song. Allow me to introduce Ms. Hope Van Dyne, the principal shareholder of PIM Technologies." Darren courteously began introducing the other members of the company. "Hello, Mr. Song. Welcome to PIM Technologies." Hope stepped forward, extending her hand politely in greeting. "Oh, Ms. Hope." Song Chao's attention turned to his target, studying her closely. Compared to her on-screen counterpart, she was even more attractive at this age, in her early 20s, very much at her peak, as is often the case among those of European descent. Her short black hair looked sharp and stylish, and her trademark full lips, Song Chao found them particularly appealing. "I heard you're the daughter of Hank Pym, the founder of PIM Technologies. Did you take your mother's last name?" "Yes, that's right. I took my mother's surname." Hope was a bit surprised that such a personal question came so quickly, but she chose to answer directly. "Good choice. Hope Van Dyne is a much nicer name than Hope Pym." "Just kidding, don't take it the wrong way." Song Chao teased lightly. "Mr. Song, you do have a great sense of humor," Darren interjected, worried Hope might take offense. Hope didn't mind at all. In fact, her relationship with her father, Hank Pym, wasn't good. She blamed him for her mother's death, which is why she'd sided with Darren to remove her father from the company. "Oh, it's nothing. I don't mind. Honestly, because of my mother, my relationship with Hank isn't very good." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Song Chao replied, though he was well aware of the backstory. He'd asked on purpose. "Mr. Song, let me give you a tour of PIM Technologies." Darren took the lead, guiding the Umbrella delegation as they officially entered the company. Song Chao followed Darren on the tour, though in truth, he wasn't particularly interested until they arrived at a room labeled Future Lab. "Before I introduce the company's next major research focus, let's first welcome our distinguished guests from Umbrella. Please join me in giving Mr. Song and his team a round of applause," Darren Cross announced to everyone in the lab. "Mr. Song, ever since I joined the management team here, I've been obsessed with developing a new type of particle, one whose enhanced density and strength could alter the distance between atoms. Imagine it, the ultimate weapon. Picture a soldier, shrunken to the size of an insect." As he spoke, Darren activated the lab screen, queuing up a video. Song Chao watched with a composed expression, though he already knew how this would play out. His gaze lingered on the model of the PIM Technologies building at the center of the lab, where the company name slowly shifted from PIM Technologies to Kraus Technologies. He smiled faintly, understanding Darren Krause's ambition to fully transform PIM Technologies into his own Kraus Technologies. Still, Song Chao wasn't bothered by this. If Darren proved cooperative, Umbrella could even help him achieve that goal sooner. Song Chao clapped his hands in appreciation. "A remarkable vision, Dr. Kraus. Truly impressive. I hope your company can deliver results soon." After touring the PIM Technologies facility, the group made their way to a conference room. "The rest of you may leave," Song Chao said, waving away the extras. "I'd like a private word with Dr. Darren Crouse and Ms. Hope." "So, Mr. Song, what are your impressions of PIM Technologies?" Darren wasted no time, asking eagerly once the others had left. "Well, let's put it this way. It's promising. That flagship project you mentioned is still under development, but if it succeeds, the prospects are excellent. Umbrella is very interested," Song Chao replied with a nod, speaking candidly with no intention to mislead. "Thank you. PIM Technologies welcomes Umbrella's investment," Darren said, clearly delighted. "Then do your best. I want to see the results of your efforts. If you deliver something truly impressive, Umbrella will back you, even if your goal is to turn PIM Technologies into Kraus Technologies." "Understood, Doctor." Song Chao clapped Darren on the shoulder, his encouragement carrying a subtle hint. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Song, and thank you to Umbrella for your support." Darren was thrilled to hear his ambition not only recognized, but tacitly encouraged. "I'll have a prototype ready as soon as possible." Good. Now you can go and negotiate with my people. Umbrella doesn't care about the price. We care about the percentage of shares, Song Chao said, gesturing for Darren to make his exit. All right, I'll get right to it. Darren got to his feet, but hesitated as he glanced at Hope, lingering for a moment. Dr. Darren Krause, do you have something else to discuss? I need to have a proper conversation with Ms. Hope. Song Chao noticed that Darren was still lingering and frowned slightly. He recalled that in the movie, Darren and Hope eventually became a couple. After all, they were close colleagues, so it was only natural for feelings to develop over time. Still, this made Song Chao uncomfortable. Now that Darren was still caught up in his ambiguous crush, Song Chao decided it was best to intervene right away and make Darren give up once and for all. After a moment's thought, he chose to be straightforward. You need to be clear about one thing, Dr. Cross. Do you really think a company like Umbrella would need its founder to personally handle every acquisition? PIM Technologies is only worth a little over $10 billion. Haven't you wondered why I'm here myself? Mr. Song, you mean? Darren Cross glanced at Song Chao, then turned to look at Hope. He had always liked his mentor's daughter, but his dedication to researching the PIM particle kept him from ever expressing his feelings. He'd planned to wait until the company settled down from the turmoil of ousting Hank Pym, its founder, before confessing to Hope. But now, hearing what Song Chao just said, Darren couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Song was interested in Hope, and that's why he wanted to invest in PIM Technologies? Darren had looked into Song Chao's background just yesterday and heard that his private life was a bit wild, with more than a few women around him. It seemed entirely possible that Song was here for Hope. The thought left Darren feeling frustrated, torn between love and career, a true dilemma. He looked back and forth, then finally steeled himself and decided, with a successful career, women would be plentiful anyway. All right, Mr. Song, you and Hope have a good talk. Hope, please look after Mr. Song. I'll step out for now. With that, he turned and left, not caring about Hope's face darkening behind him, and closed the conference room door on his way out. Ever since entering the room, Hope had stayed quiet, simply watching as Song Chao and Darren spoke. It wasn't until she watched Darren's figure vanish that her dissatisfaction finally showed. Darren Cross, her father's prized student. His feelings for her had always been somewhat obvious. Still, she was surprised that in the end, he never confessed. Instead, he chose his career over her, which left her feeling speechless. Not that she had much affection for Darren herself. It was just a little disappointing. Most men, she thought, would always choose their careers. That's exactly why she joined Darren in forcing her father, Hank Pym, out of the company. She still blamed him for her mother's death. Hope, is it all right if I call you that? Song Chao looked at her, sensing her displeasure, and spoke politely. It's fine, Mr. Song, you can call me Hope. She snapped out of her thoughts and replied casually. After a moment, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and decided to ask directly. But I'd like to know, were you serious about what you just said, Mr. Song? Song Chao nodded at these words. He was pleased that she could read between the lines. At least he wasn't casting flirtatious glances at a blind man, as the saying goes. That's right. Umbrella doesn't really care about a company worth just over $10 billion. Hope, the only reason I'm here today is because of you. Hope heard this, and, although she was a little proud and secretly delighted that her beauty could attract others, she still frowned and asked, why? I don't think I'm so beautiful that the famous founder of Umbrella would come here in person. After all, we've never met. If we had, I'd remember. We've never spoken or gotten to know each other, right? Song Chao nodded again, though in his heart he was searching for the right words. He couldn't just tell her outright that he'd fallen for her in a previous life, whether it was the elf from The Hobbit or the wasp. She had always been his favorite. Everyone has their own taste in women. After all, it's not something you can generalize. Well, how should I put it, Hope? Do you believe in love at first sight? Oh, is that so? Hope looked at Song Chao with an ambiguous smile, her expression unreadable. What do you think? Should I believe in it or not? Song Chao was genuinely surprised. That wasn't the answer he'd expected. This young woman wasn't simple at all. She didn't act like someone just in her early 20s. Maybe her work had made her more experienced. All right, I admit it might sound a bit far-fetched at first. But, love at first sight is one of those things that just takes you by surprise, so there's really no way to judge it. Song Chao rambled on, making things up as he went. All I can say is that I came across some documents about your father, Dr. Hank Pym, and that's how I saw your photo. At that moment, I realized how beautiful you are, exactly my type, the woman I've always dreamed of. That's the real reason I'm here today. Hope frowned as she listened, unsure whether to believe him or call him out. But when she heard mention of her father, Hank Pym, she was taken aback. Though her relationship with him was strained, it was still a family matter. If Umbrella wanted to target Hank Pym, that was another story. Why is Umbrella investigating Dr. Hank Pym? Damn, Song Chao muttered inwardly, exasperated by Hope's question. He was trying to have a heart-to-heart, but all she picked up on was the bit about Hank Pym. So it really was the father-daughter bond. No matter how rocky things were between them, outsiders were a different matter. Song Chao grumbled to himself, but didn't let it show. Oh, it's nothing serious. You know, Umbrella's labs are full of top-tier scientists, and Dr. Hank Pym is among the world's most elite. One of that rare handful at the very top. Hope stared straight at Song Chao, her eyes fixed. So, Umbrella has its sights set on the Pym particle? You want to get it from Hank? Song Chao shook his head. I know Dr. Pym developed the Pym particle a long time ago, but Umbrella doesn't care about that. We're only interested in talent, not the product itself. If you've paid attention to how Umbrella operates, you'd understand this already. That recent uproar at the Star Corporation board, the one everyone's buzzing about, that was stirred up by our own representative, Dr. Ivan Vanko. For the sake of recruiting someone as talented as Dr. Vanko, Umbrella doesn't care about the Star Corporation at all. No matter what trouble he causes, we won't stand in his way, even if it causes a major scandal. At this point, Song Chao shook his head and addressed Hope. Don't worry about Hank Pym. Umbrella won't do anything to him, nor do we intend to seek him out. Since Dr. Darren Cross is so eager to develop the particle himself, Umbrella is happy to support him. Back to the main point, Ms. Hope. The reason I came to Pym Technologies is because of you. I hope you won't doubt that anymore. Honestly, whether it's Dr. Hank Pym, his Pym particle, or this whole company, none of it interests me in the slightest. Right now, all I see is you. After watching so many movies and reading so many novels in his previous life, Song Chao found himself, in this world, with good looks, strength, wealth, and status. So why shouldn't he speak his mind? After all, wooing a woman was a small matter. If he'd been poor, powerless, unskilled, and plain in his past life, he wouldn't have dared show his feelings when he met a beautiful woman. That's just human nature. Once you have confidence, everything comes easier. That's why the rich get richer, and the poor struggle to get by. The hardest part is always getting started. Hope Van Dyne looked at Song Chao, momentarily speechless. She realized this man was being completely serious. To be honest, since graduating, no one had ever confessed their feelings to her face-to-face. Her strained relationship with her father Hank meant her school years were devoted entirely to her studies, and she spent her spare time training. Earning her black belt was no joke. As a result, she had never even dated. After graduation, she joined her family's company, teamed up with Darren to outmaneuver her father, and here she was, a woman in her 20s, still single. She never expected someone would show up and confess like this. Judging by his sincere expression and his words, she could tell he wasn't after her father's particle or the company. He had come for her, and her alone. To tell the truth, she felt a flutter of excitement and happiness. She had just started to say, Mr. Song, don't be so formal with me. Hope. See, I call you by your first name without hesitation. You can call me Song Chao, or if that feels strange, just Song, or even Chao. Seeing that Hope was still so polite, Song Chao knew that wouldn't do. It wouldn't help them get closer. He quickly waved his hand, interrupting her and gently reminding her not to be so formal. Hope could only nod in reluctant agreement. All right then, Song. I'm glad you said that. To be honest. At this, Hope tucked a strand of short hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. This is actually the first time someone's confessed to me so directly, face to face. You know, my relationship with my father, Dr. Hank Pym, has always been strained. Back in school, I threw myself into my studies just so I could one day join the company and force him out if I had to. She shook her head at this, giving a self-deprecating smile before continuing. I never paid attention to things like this at school, and no one ever confessed to me. After I started working, everyone was just a colleague. Well, maybe someone considered saying something, but thanks to you, that person might have given up on the idea. Song Chao burst out laughing at that. Haha, I know exactly who you mean, Dr. Klaus, right? I'd bet he's secretly in love with you. Hope hesitated a moment, then admitted it with a small sigh. Well, you really are sharp. It didn't take you long to figure that out. She shook her head again, almost wistfully. I never thought that, in the end, he'd choose his career, just like Hank Pym did all those years ago. What you said is a bit much to take in all at once. I think I'll need some time to process it. Song Chao nodded. No one expects a confession to succeed on the first try. He was no master of romance. But he had other plans. After all, he'd seen the Ant-Man movies and knew that Hope's early relationship with her father, Hank Pym, was rocky, though that was all due to misunderstandings. By the end of the first film, and especially in the sequel, their father-daughter bond was stronger than ever. It's all right. But, Hope, have you ever considered that you might have misunderstood Dr. Hank Pym? What misunderstanding? Hope was caught off guard and blurted out the question before really thinking about it. Your father had nothing to do with your mother's death. It was your mother's own choice. Song Chao spoke carefully, explaining himself. He'd already thought through his approach to winning over this goddess, starting by helping her resolve her family issues. Hope frowned, fixing her gaze on Song Chao. So you're saying I've blamed him unfairly? Seeing the look on her face, Song Chao scratched his head. Matters of the heart and family were always tricky. He needed to choose his words with care. Well, I'm not really in a position to comment. Still, since you're the woman I care about, I can give you one piece of solid information. Your mother isn't dead. What? Hopper was too distracted by her embarrassment over Song Chao's candid confession, calling her the woman he loved, to care. Hearing that her mother might not be dead, she cried out in shock. That's impossible. After all these years, if she were alive, how could she never show up? My mother loved me so much. Well, it's a long story, Song Chao replied. And honestly, there are some theories I don't fully understand myself. I only know the general idea. Beautiful lady, why don't you join me for dinner and listen to the whole tale? I suspect, now that you believe your mother might still be alive, you won't turn down my invitation. Are you teasing me, Song? Hopper said, half laughing, half crying as she looked at him. At such a crucial moment, he actually changed the subject. But seeing the certainty in his eyes, she found herself wanting to believe him. Maybe, just maybe, her mother really was alive. All right, you booked the table. But if you're lying to me, just you wait. As she spoke, Hopper raised her fist in warning. I'm a black belt, you know. Wow. Song Chao grinned, trying not to laugh at her adorable expression. He reached out and grabbed her hand. Well then, beautiful lady, if I'm telling the truth, do you plan on giving yourself to this man? In your dreams. Catch up to me first, then we'll talk. Hopper rolled her eyes, teasing him right back. Song Chao laughed good-naturedly, amused by her banter. She hadn't even noticed he was still holding her hand. This silly girl, he thought, as they walked outside together. Once outside, he turned to his waiting staff and said, You all go about your business. No need to follow me. As Song Chao led Hopper by the hand down the stairs, Darren Krause, having just received news, hurried over. Mr. Song, why are you leaving? And you too. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Song Chao and Hopper holding hands. Only then did Hopper realize that this man had been holding her hand the entire time. She'd been so overwhelmed by the news about her mother that she hadn't noticed she was being taken advantage of. Now that she realized it, she tried to pull her hand away, but strangely, the man's grip didn't even seem that strong. So why couldn't she break free? With so many people around, she didn't want to make a scene, so she could only endure it, helplessly. Oh, Dr. Krause. Song Chao greeted him, well aware of Hopper's attempt to pull away. But he wasn't about to let go that easily. With his other hand, he patted Krause on the shoulder. Hopper and I are going to dinner. As for you, Doctor, I hope you'll take good care of the company. I look forward to seeing you turn PIM Technologies into Krause Technologies. As soon as possible, Umbrella will support you. I've already instructed the negotiators. Your terms will take priority, and Umbrella has no objections to the shares or price. Casually sketching out visions of the future for the other man, he also gave him a convenient way out. Let this man focus on the company. Sooner rather than later, he shouldn't keep harboring any thoughts about hope. Otherwise, Song Chao was ready to take drastic measures. Thank you for your confidence in me, Mr. Song. I wish you both a pleasant meal. At that moment, Darren Cross heard Song Chao's words. Crosstech, his own dream, and he'd have full control over the pricing of shares and all the details. Such generosity. How could he spare a thought for hope now? In an instant, he let go of any romantic notions. Although, truth be told, there'd never really been any confession to speak of. Song Chao was very pleased with his reaction. Grinning, he pulled Hope along to leave. Hope cast one last look at her senior. Farewell to that confession scene that never happened. In the end, her senior had chosen his career. She saw through it immediately, felt disappointed, but also strangely at ease, even grateful. Fortunately, another man had stepped in along the way, helping her see Darren Cross for who he truly was. Okay, I'll tell you now. Just stop staring at me like that. Seeing that Hope had stayed silent all the way to the restaurant, gazing at him unblinkingly, Song Chao resigned himself and gave in. Hurry up, Hope said, her face lighting up with anticipation. All right, how should I put this? You know about your father's PIM particles, right? Of course I do. Since you know that, are you familiar with the concept of the quantum realm? Hank has mentioned it before. The quantum realm, that's where your mother is. But the quantum realm only exists in our imagination. It's not just that we can't get there. Even if that place does exist, we have no way of reaching it. Doesn't that mean my mother is as good as dead? Song Chao hesitated. In his pursuit of this woman, he was already revealing quite a few secrets. After thinking for a moment, he continued. Well, here's the thing. As you know, mutants have all sorts of abilities. Some can even see the future. For your sake, I tracked down someone with that power and asked him to look. He saw your mother returning in the future, reuniting with you and your father. and your family living happily together. Hope's face flushed with excitement. She reached out and gripped Song Chao's hand tightly. Is that true? You can really see the future? When is my mother coming back? How does she return? Song Chao's expression grew awkward. How was he supposed to answer that? He tried to recall the storyline. Well, it seemed like it happens 5 or 6 years from now, maybe 7 or 8. Something changes in the quantum realm around then, making it possible to connect with our reality. Honestly, this isn't really my area of expertise. I can only give you a rough explanation like that. Hope scrutinized the man's face, trying to judge how much she could trust what he was saying. No matter how she looked, she couldn't shake the sense that he was serious, utterly sincere. Yet his words were so outlandish, so hard to believe. You really aren't making this up just to get close to me? Are you saying my mom really will come back someday? Song Chao gently turned Hope's hand over in his. Silly girl, if I wanted to lie to you, wouldn't I just say it would take a lot longer? This is the truth. Don't misunderstand just because I like you. Think about who I am. Would I really need to make up stories? Smack. Hope gave Song Chao a playful slap. You're the silly one here. Song Chao chuckled, snapping his fingers. Off in the distance, the waiting servers caught the signal. In perfect rhythm, they marched forward, each one carrying a dish, creating a seamless flow of food to the table. The meal was filled with Song Chao's light-hearted teasing and Hope's bursts of laughter, and before they knew it, the evening had come to a joyful close. Standing downstairs outside her building, Hope hesitated as she looked at Song Chao. I'm really glad, whether it's the news you told me about my mom, or just having dinner with you tonight. She glanced back at her house, then turned to Song Chao, the message clear in her eyes. I'm home now. You can head out. Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? Seeing the situation, Song Chao guessed she was about to turn him down. But why just stand there? He had to try. What guy would leave it up to the girl to ask? Only a clueless idiot would do that. Well, it's pretty late. I don't think it's a good idea. Hope hesitated. Oh, come on, is it really that late? Do you usually go to bed this early? Not really, but oh, fine. Cool mean. I don't have anything fancy to drink, though. Instant coffee, will that do? Catching the hopeful look in Song Chao's eyes, Hope relented and invited him in. That's perfectly fine. I'm really not picky. Plain water is fine, too. Song Chao followed her inside, answering casually. Hope stopped in her tracks, turning to look at him. What's wrong? Song Chao asked, surprised by her sudden halt. She eyed him with suspicion. You're not up to something, are you? Is that why you insisted on coming in? Because you don't care what you drink? Song Chao stared at her, exasperated. Only now did it hit him. She really was just an innocent girl, clueless about these things. What? Why would you think that? I was just trying to be polite so you wouldn't feel put out. Besides, I'm a proper man. What could I possibly be scheming? Didn't you say you're a black belt? Yeah, right. Being a black belt only works on regular folks. Hope shook her head as she spoke. I had forgotten that you're the famous head of the Mutant Corporation. Of course your strength isn't what it appears on the surface. Oh, so now you remember? Isn't it a little late for that? Song Chao teased as he moved closer to Hope. What are you trying to do? Hope felt his presence draw near, his breath brushing against her face. Her cheeks turned red as she leaned back slightly, looking up at the man in front of her. What do I want? Song Chao shot back casually, though the subtle meaning was lost on her. With a sigh, he continued, I'm just taking a good look at your face, trying to figure out why I like it so much. You? Hope's cheeks flushed an even deeper red. Was this man always so blunt? She tried to retreat, but he held her in place. Don't move. Let me have a good look. Song Chao placed his hands gently above her ears, holding her steady so she couldn't escape his gaze. She might be in her 20s, not exactly. A young girl, but she was clearly inexperienced, untouched by the world. Song Chao, well aware, took the opportunity to press his advantage. Look at these big eyes, those brown irises, and this mouth. Though it's a bit large, why do I find it so beautiful? As he spoke, Song Chao's face moved closer and closer. Hope could feel his breath, his words practically touching her skin. Her heart began to race, thumping rapidly in her chest. Is he going to kiss me? She wondered, closing her eyes almost involuntarily. Song Chao noticed her eyes flutter shut, her lashes trembling with nervous anticipation. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was just the beginning. Why was she surrendering so soon? Without another word, the moment and her expression spoke for themselves. He kissed the lips of his goddess from a previous life. Wow, what a blessing it was to have come to this wonderful world. All praise to the Jade Emperor, to the Lord of Heaven above. With strong arms, he lifted Hope up, his lips never leaving hers, and carried her toward the bedroom without missing a step. As dawn crept in, Song Chao slipped quietly out of bed. He was eager to showcase the virtues of a good man from China. Even if he couldn't cook, he could certainly make the effort, running out to buy breakfast. Uncertain of Hope's preferences, Song Chao visited several shops, buying a variety of breakfast foods, both Eastern and Western. On the way back, he stopped at a florist and picked up a large bouquet of roses, an absolute necessity. Returning to Hope's cozy apartment, he set the breakfast to keep warm, arranged the roses in the center of the table, and sat down to wait for a certain someone to wake up. The morning light, streaming into the room, forced Hope to open her eyes. She'd slept so well, better than she had since her mother disappeared all those years ago. But as she turned over, she realized the man who'd been by her side was no longer there. Hope quickly reached out to touch the spot and felt a cool emptiness. The warmth was long gone, meaning he had left a while ago. Realizing this, Hope's eyes began to well with tears. This was her first time, after all, and the man had simply vanished without a sound. She fought back her tears, telling herself to be strong, and slipped on her pajamas before stepping out of the bedroom. "Morning, darling. You're up." Just as she was sinking into a low mood, suddenly, that man's voice sounded in her ear again. Standing outside the bedroom door, Hope looked up to see the table overflowing with breakfast and a dazzling bouquet of vibrant red roses. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They streamed down her face. "What's wrong? Why are you crying so early in the morning?" Seeing her like this, Song Chao couldn't stay seated. He instantly appeared by her side, gently cupping her face and softly wiping away her tears, asking with genuine concern, "You jerk, I thought you'd left me." Hope burst out through her tears, then suddenly pulled Song Chao into a fierce kiss. Song Chao was caught off guard by her boldness, forced to accept her sudden affection. Not that he minded, the taste was rather sweet. At last, he thought, he'd experienced being pursued by his goddess. After a long, lingering kiss, their lips parted. "Sweetheart, go freshen up. Breakfast is ready, and it'll get cold if you don't eat soon. I'm not going anywhere." "Okay." Watching Hope hop happily off to wash up, Song Chao shook his head. Women, no matter their age, seemed to lose all reason in the face of love. A woman in her 20s skipping around like a child was almost comical, but also utterly adorable. Song Chao couldn't help but smile to himself, brimming with delight. When Hope finished washing up, the two of them sat together at the dining table, falling naturally into a cozy, affectionate breakfast routine. "I want to try that one you're holding." As Hope spoke, she leaned forward like a child and took a bite of the bun in Song Chao's hand. "Do you like it?" Watching Hope's girlish antics, Song Chao smiled warmly. In this world, only Hope had ever given him this feeling of innocent romance. Sheen and Aurora were both at school, and with their age difference and the school environment, it just wasn't appropriate. Though Song Chao cared deeply for them, the atmosphere was always stifled, never allowing a hint of romance to blossom. With Emma, things were more mature, hardly what you'd call love. Natasha didn't really count. Only with Wanda, the little girl, did Song Chao invest real emotion, but she was so much younger than him. It felt like he was raising her, and even now, nothing had happened between them. When Hope finished washing up, the two of them sat together at the dining table, slipping easily into their loving breakfast routine. "I want to try that one you're holding." Hope spoke as she automatically leaned in to take a bite of the bun in Song Chao's hand. "Do you like it?" Watching Hope act like a little girl, Song Chao happily accompanied her. Since arriving in this world, only Hope had given him the feeling of being in love. Sheen and Aurora were both at school, and given the big age gap in the school environment, it just wasn't the right setting. Though Song Chao loved them deeply, it was hard to express those feelings at school. They had to restrain themselves, and any trace of romance was quickly stifled by the campus atmosphere. His relationship with Emma was more mature, a connection that didn't quite qualify as love. Natasha was hardly worth mentioning. Only Wanda, still just a young girl, truly had his heart. Song Chao had devoted himself to her, but since she was so much younger, it felt as though he'd spent years simply watching her grow, and to this day, he hadn't crossed that line. But right now, Hope was about his age, and the setting was just right. Song Chao savored every moment. Seeing her girlish side made him genuinely happy. She'd take a bite of his food, and he'd steal a kiss in return. Their breakfast stretched for over an hour. If this were a scene in a TV drama, the audience would probably be throwing things at the screen. Yet in real life, such wonderful moments of love are always captivating. Even though Song Chao had been in his 30s in his previous life, he still felt his heart race in this one. Meeting his goddess, winning her over, it filled him with satisfaction, and he longed to bask in that enchanting feeling a little longer. "Are you planning to do anything after breakfast?" After clearing the table on her own, Hope curled up next to Song Chao on the sofa and asked with a smile. Song Chao shook his head. "No, I just want to spend time with you, my dear." Hearing this, Hope's face lit up. Without hesitation, she leaned over and kissed him, as if giving him a reward. "Then why don't you come with me to visit Hank?" "Hank Pym, you mean?" "Yes. I trust what you've told me, but I feel like I should talk things over with Hank again. Maybe he can help bring my mom back sooner." When it comes to the quantum realm, Hank is the world's foremost expert. And you, I'd really like to introduce you to him. Song Chao understood, and with a teasing smile, looked at Hope. My dear, are you in a hurry to take me home to meet the family? Sounds like you can't wait to marry me. Not at all. Hope gave him a playful slap. I just want you to meet Hank, that's all. All right, I'll go with you. Song Chao nodded, his tone turning sincere. This girl was still shy, so he decided not to tease her any further. Hearing her boyfriend agree, Hope kissed Song Chao on the lips once more, then happily got up to change clothes. Watching Hope's cheerful demeanor, Song Chao shook his head with a smile and let her be. So Hank Pym, huh? From what he knew, the man was famously stubborn. He'd just have to see how things went. 40 minutes slipped by before Hope finally emerged from her room. Not bad, just 40 minutes. I thought I'd be waiting at least an hour. Song Chao teased deliberately. A woman should always look her best when she goes out, and besides, it makes you look good too. Hope picked up on the undertone and protested. Oh, why does it make me look good? What exactly is our relationship? Song Chao grinned. What do you think our relationship is? Hope's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Things were moving so quickly. They just met and already ended up in bed together. Now, she looked at Song Chao, waiting to see how he would answer. Let me think about that. Song Chao saw the anticipation in her eyes and deliberately put on a show, dragging it out until Hope's face darkened and she looked ready to hit him. Only then did he turn serious. All right, of course, you're my goddess, my girlfriend. Dearest Hope, your boyfriend is about to meet your father, my future father-in-law. Hope's face brightened instantly at his words. She reached out and playfully swatted at Song Chao. Future father-in-law? Don't be ridiculous. Isn't your father my future father-in-law? Song Chao caught her playful hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it lightly, teasing as he spoke. Hope chased after him, laughing and bickering as they drove all the way to Hank Pym's villa. Let's go. After getting out of the car, Song Chao walked over to Hope, offering his arm for her to take. Seeing her boyfriend's gesture, Hope smiled sweetly, happily taking his arm as they walked up to the door and rang the bell. Song Chao's eyes, however, drifted to the bushes, where he noticed ants equipped with tiny cameras. Clearly, Dr. Pym had already trained his ant army well. Hope, what brings you here all of a sudden? And this is... Dr. Hank Pym had already noticed their arrival before Hope rang the bell. Seeing his daughter arm in arm with a man, he guessed this must be her boyfriend. Hello, Dr. Hank Pym. I'm Song Chao, Hope's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Song. Before Hope could make the introduction, Song Chao stepped forward confidently. This was no time to hang back. A man should show some presence. Oh, Song? Are you Asian? You've got good taste. My daughter is truly a wonderful girl. Dr. Pym looked Song Chao up and down, throwing in a casual compliment for his daughter. Come in, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Hank, I'll handle it. Hope wouldn't just sit by and watch her father play host. She spoke up and headed for the kitchen to prepare refreshments. See that? My daughter's a real gem. Dr. Pym took the opportunity to praise his daughter once more. Make yourself comfortable. I left my computer on. I'll be right back. Song Chao nodded wordlessly. In every father's eyes, his daughter is always the best. Though he stayed silent, he was secretly muttering to himself. This old man is probably about to look into my background. Sure enough, as soon as Hank Pym finished speaking, he hurried back to his room. He couldn't wait to pull up Song Chao's profile and dig into just what kind of man had managed to catch his precious daughter's eye. Besides, he had never even heard that Hope was seeing anyone. Darren, that traitor, might have had a few ideas, but hadn't been that long since then, and now his daughter had already brought someone home to meet him. That could only mean Hope was really happy with this young man, so much so that she couldn't wait to introduce him to her father. In less than a minute, a highly confidential internal file popped up on the screen. Hank quickly put on his reading glasses and studied the monitor intently. A mutant? Founder of Umbrella Corporation, suspected to have ties with the White House, the Department of Defense, and the military. Allegedly one of the world's most dangerous and untouchable figures. Of Chinese descent, 23 years old, lost both parents. What a pity, the poor child. But a mutant and the head of Umbrella. Now, that's no ordinary person. Hank, where'd you go? Hope returned with the coffee, and, seeing only Song Chao sitting in the living room, couldn't help but call out. You probably want to check up on my background, Song Chao said quietly to Hope, noticing that Dr. Pym hadn't come back yet. Hope was at a loss for words at her father's behavior. Still, this kind of fatherly concern for his daughter left her silently resigned. What are you two just sitting around for? Drink up. My daughter brewed this coffee. I hardly ever get to taste it these days, Hank Pym remarked offhandedly as he came back to the living room after finishing his investigation. Hope, exasperated, retorted, we were just waiting for you to show up. Umbrella, huh? Hank ignored his daughter's sarcasm and looked straight at Song Chao. That's right, Song Chao nodded, understanding Hank's implication. So how did you and my daughter meet? As far as I know, Pym Technologies and your umbrella corporation shouldn't have any business overlap. Dr. Pym continued his line of questioning, scrutinizing every detail. Song Chao, recognizing this as a common situation back in China, paused to choose his words carefully. Well, how should I put it? When fate brings two people together, they meet as if by destiny. We just naturally crossed paths and were drawn to each other, and love blossomed before we even realized it. Sometimes, Dr. Pym, these things are simply beyond our control. Hope, hearing Song Chao speak to her father in such a heartfelt way, blushed deeply, her face turning rosy with embarrassment. When Hank Pym saw his daughter, Hope, looking so shy, and heard this umbrella founder say such shameless things, he felt a twinge in his teeth. This guy was no ordinary person. He certainly knew how to charm women. Could it be that my daughter, Hope, has been swept off her feet by this fellow's sweet talk? Is that so? But Umbrella is based in New York, and Pym Technologies is in San Francisco. How did you two even meet? I know my daughter. She was always focused on her studies in school, and after graduation, she's been a workaholic. She hardly ever leaves the company, let alone travels out of town. Song Chao looked at the old man's serious questioning and realized that ordinary words wouldn't fool him. After all, this man was a true genius, one of the top minds in the entire Marvel Universe. Umbrella is very interested in Pym Technologies. We tried to acquire the company, but were turned down. So now we've shifted to a different approach. We've become official shareholders. As a stakeholder, of course, I need to be present at Pym Technologies. The first time I met Hope, I realized I'd fallen for her at first sight. I was completely captivated. I felt like I'd known her forever, and yet we'd only just met. She became my goddess, my muse. Cupid's arrow struck me, and I found myself helplessly in love with her. That's why I'm standing before you now, Dr. Pym. Hope's face was now completely red. How had she never noticed how good he was at sweet-talking before? All she could do was hide her face in her boyfriend's chest like an ostrich, not daring to look up. You? Hope was embarrassed, but Hank Pym was about to explode with anger. This kid must be doing this on purpose just to get a rise out of me. The more he talked, the more he sounded like one of those smooth-talking playboys who trick young girls. But then, Hank recalled the other thing the young man had said. Had Umbrella really invested in his life's work, Pym Technologies? Your company invested in Pym Technologies? When did this happen? Why haven't I heard about it? Song Chao nodded. Just today. The contracts have already been signed. As for why you didn't know, well, it seems you're no longer at Pym Technologies, are you, Doctor? Hank Pym looked at Song Chao, thought for a moment, and called to his daughter. Hope, is this true? At this, Hope finally lifted her head, answering her father's call. Hank, you don't need to worry about the company anymore. You're not there now, so it's not your concern. The reason I brought Song here today wasn't just so you could meet him. I also wanted to tell you something important. My mother is still alive. What? At those words, Hank Pym's attention instantly shifted away from the company. Your mother is alive? How do you know? Does that mean the quantum realm really exists? As he spoke, he stood up, not waiting for Hope's reply, pacing the room deep in thought, muttering to himself. It's also possible that when I first developed the Pym particle, I already had such thoughts, but it was too difficult to be certain, so it's always remained theoretical. If the quantum realm truly exists, then your mother is definitely somewhere in there, waiting for me to rescue her. How can I get there? And how can I bring her back? Let me think. Song Chao could only exchange a helpless look with Hope as they watched this unfold. For a top scientist, this sort of behavior was entirely normal. Time slipped quietly by. Hope, how can you be sure your mother is still alive? After a long while, Hank Pym shifted from his state of scientific obsession back to that of a father and looked at his daughter. Hope. Song told me. I trust him. Hope glanced at Song Chao as she spoke. Song Chao felt a surge of gratitude. This woman, whom he'd only just met, trusted him so deeply. Instinctively, he reached out and took Hope's hand, gazing at her with a look full of burning affection. Why do you say that? Do you even know what the quantum realm is? Hank Pym looked at Song Chao, hesitating. Song Chao shook his head and repeated what he'd told Hope earlier. Doctor, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't studied this field, but what I said is true. For Hope's sake, I specifically sought out a mutant with the power to foresee the future, and I discovered that in about 7 or 8 years, Hope's mother will return and her family will be reunited. Oh, so it will still take another 7 or 8 years. Hank Pym narrowed his eyes, carefully weighing the truth of Song Chao's words. Song Chao knew that this old man was one of the brightest minds in the Marvel Universe. After thinking for a moment, he decided to elaborate a little, just in case Hank became despondent and did something rash. If that happened, Hope would be heartbroken, and Song Chao would only end up having to comfort her. He couldn't let Hank get stuck in a downward spiral, especially knowing how much he loved his wife. Anyone who had seen the movie could tell. Dr. Pym, I'm not sure if I should share more specific details with you. If I reveal too much, the future might change, and who knows what other consequences could result. I think you know what I mean. Hank Pym nodded. I understand what you're saying. If you tell me details about the future and I act on them, that could trigger a chain reaction and change what's supposed to happen. But I still want to hear some of those details before deciding. I've waited almost 20 years for my wife. Back then, Hope was just a child, and now she's bringing her boyfriend home to meet me. As he spoke, his eyes grew misty with emotion. Dad. Hope saw her father's expression and couldn't help but step forward, embracing him in comfort. Song Chao shook his head with a sigh, pondering just how much he should reveal, just enough to hint at the details from the Ant-Man movies. Doctor, in the future, you'll find a divorced thief, a man with a daughter, but he's lost custody to his ex-wife's new husband. You train him and give him the suit, making him the new Ant-Man. You even know about Ant-Man. Now I'm starting to believe what you're saying. Hank Pym was visibly shocked by this, his eyes narrowing out of habit. After thinking it over, he responded to Song Chao. Song Chao just nodded casually. Since he'd already revealed this much, he might as well go on. This man is destined to be the next Ant-Man. That's why, through a twist of fate, he ends up in the quantum realm and actually makes it back safely. His mind forms a faint connection with your wife, Hope's mother. In a way, he becomes a coordinate. A coordinate. As Song Chao spoke the word coordinate, Hank Pym, clearly stirred, called out the same word at the very same moment. The two were perfectly in sync. Yes. With excitement, Hank pumped his fist. Yes, a coordinate. The more you say, the more it all lines up. No one understands the quantum realm better than I do. For you to know this, you couldn't have figured it out on your own. The future you speak of, it must be true. Oh, Hope, your mother's really still alive. There's hope. We might actually see her again. Song Chao watched the father and daughter celebrating and didn't want to interrupt their moment of joy. But then he remembered how stubborn Hank Pym could be in the movies. To prevent him from acting recklessly and trying to enter the quantum realm alone, Song Chao figured he'd better rein him in a little, give the doctor a word of caution. If Hank got lost in there, Hope might just blame Song Chao too. After all, Hope's relationship with her father had always been strained because she lost her mother. She blamed him for her mother's fate. Sometimes, women can be unreasonable like that. Dr. Pym, I think it's best if you stick to your plan pace. I don't know much about the quantum realm, but I imagine only a rare few ever make it back alive. At those words, Hank Pym calmed down. He paced thoughtfully, then nodded slightly. You're right. Once a person enters the quantum realm, they slip into a state beyond description, neither thinking, nor feeling, nor sensing. I don't have any sure way to improve the odds yet. What's the name of that thief you mentioned? Song Chao thought for a moment. Scott Lang. But the time isn't right yet. Dr. Pym, I really don't think you should contact him just now. Give a few more years until... He paused, thinking through the storyline and considering how best to put it. He didn't stop until he reported his own company, Vista, and got fired. After that, he hacked into Vista's security system, wired millions to clients who'd been cheated by the company, and posted the transaction records online. That's how he ended up arrested and sent to San Quentin prison. Yes, that's how it went. The scene I saw was him getting out of prison, getting set up by you, then putting on the Ant-Man suit. Later on, something happened that triggered the quantum realm. Hope and Hank Pym listened quietly as Song Chao recounted these future events, a story far beyond what ordinary minds could conceive. That's quite a situation. Science can't easily explain it, but based on my years of experience, I believe what you're saying, Hank Pym finally said after a thoughtful pause. I understand you're worried I might try to change the details, but I can't entirely agree. The moment you spoke about the future, it had already changed. But why did this man succeed in the future? After some thought, I wonder, could it be because he loves his daughter, the one he doesn't have custody of? Song Chao hadn't considered this, but the brilliant old doctor had already grasped the heart of the matter. He nodded in agreement. That's right. It's precisely because he loves his daughter deeply. In the quantum realm, there's no sense of time or space, not even a trace of thought. It was his daughter's call that brought him back to reality. Exactly. That must be it, Hank Pym mused, pacing as he spoke. The quantum realm is beyond imagining. No time, no space. So a father's deep love for his daughter could suddenly awaken him and pull him back. The theory holds water, but it's incredibly hard to achieve, and there are countless variables. It's like how, when ordinary old people face danger to their children or grandchildren, some freeze up and lose all strength, while others become giants in that instant. Frail elders able to lift the weight of a car with one hand. These things defy explanation. There's no data, no way to predict. No wonder you keep warning me. Maybe fate really does exist. I'll keep a close eye on this man. Maybe bringing Hope's mother back really depends on him. Song Chao nodded, satisfied. Ah, that's what I wanted to hear, Doctor. I worry about you taking risks. I don't want to see Hope get hurt. I know you two haven't always gotten along, but I think she still loves you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I can't imagine what Hope would do to me if something happened to you. Oh, darling, thank you, Hope said, stepping forward to give Song Chao a hug. As long as you're happy, sweetheart. Song Chao shook his head. I'm just doing what I can. We haven't known each other long, so you might not be familiar with my abilities yet. All right, kid, I'll give you a pass this time. Seeing the situation, Hank Pym had no choice but to reluctantly accept his daughter's boyfriend. Hope's a great girl, and you're not bad yourself. What you said today shows you care. I'll keep it in mind and won't take unnecessary risks. You're right. If something ever happened to me, Hope would be all that's left in my world. I can imagine how tough that would be for you, kid. I know Hope's temper. She can be stubborn. Dad, what are you talking about? Hope was unhappy with her father airing her faults, especially in front of her first boyfriend. She felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, sweetheart, I think your father has a point. That's probably why I've been so chatty today. Song Chao nodded, acknowledging Hank's words while teasing his girlfriend. Seeing how well you two get along sets my mind at ease. You're a capable young man. Stay for dinner with us. Hank Pym extended the invitation. Sure, I'm easy. I'll go along with whatever the host says. Song Chao replied casually. After dinner, the three of them sat together in the living room, chatting leisurely. Your company is in New York, while my daughter is in San Francisco. How do you plan on managing your relationship in the future? Will you be flying back and forth every week? As the conversation drifted, Hank Pym naturally steered the topic toward his daughter. Oh well, Song Chao hadn't really thought about this issue before. Only now, hearing Hank's question, did he realize, right, the two cities were so far apart. Damn, who would have guessed Ant-Man's story took place in the Bay Area? This was going to be a headache. I suppose moving Pym Industries to New York is one solution. Or Hope could come with me to Umbrella. I need her to help manage the company. Honestly, I don't really run things myself. What do you think, Hope? Hope, still caught up in the rush of new romance, hadn't considered the distance issue either. Hearing Hank's question and Song Chao's answer, she hesitated and pondered. Honey, I can't decide just yet. To be honest, finding out today that my mom is still alive has eased a lot of my resentment toward Hank. So I'm not that attached to staying at Pym Tech anymore. I just worry about Hank. At this, Hank Pym chimed in to reassure her. Hope, you don't need to worry about me. You know what I'm capable of. My army of ants is more than enough to keep me safe. Besides, I'll need the next few years to keep an eye on Scott Lang. As for you, my daughter, you should make the most of your youth and enjoy love while you can. Hearing this, Song Chao turned to Hank and asked, Speaking of which, Dr. Pym, are you planning to return to Pym Technologies? Umbrella would be more than happy to support you. Even if you want to take Darren Cross down, that's fine by us. At these words, Hope snapped her head around and fixed Song Chao with a sharp look. Why are you looking at me like that? Song Chao, seeing her expression, could only ask helplessly. Hope shook her head. I'm just curious. You used to value Darren so much. You even promised him generous terms. Why are you selling him out so decisively now? Song Chao shot Hope an exasperated glare. Are you being thick? You can't take what I say to outsiders at face value. Back then I valued him because he's a bit of a genius, but now, compared to Dr. Pym, Darren Cross is just a bargaining chip to win the doctor's favor. After all, I did steal his daughter. You're the one who's thick. Hope barely registered anything else. She heard that word and instantly shot back, reaching out to pinch Song Chao. The two began to bicker and tussle, leaving Hank Pym standing by, shaking his head in helpless amusement. His daughter was in love. Gone was the distant, guarded girl he once knew. She was like a whole new person. And that was good, if not for his own mistakes. If his wife hadn't left when Hope was just a few years old, she might never have grown so cold and withdrawn, never spent her childhood and youth without a single friend. All right, it's settled then. Since you two love each other, you have my blessing. Hope, go back to New York with this young man. If he ever does you wrong, I'll go to New York myself to deal with him. After a moment's thought, Hank Pym finally decided to support his daughter's first love, hoping it would bring her happiness. As for Pym Technologies, he put it aside for now. His daughter's happiness and the hope of his wife's safe return were what truly mattered. Song Chao, of course, was more than pleased with this turn of events, nodding eagerly. No problem. I'll take good care of Hope. Dad, I haven't agreed to anything yet. Hope blushed, suddenly embarrassed. After all, she'd only known Song Chao for, 2 days? But she couldn't bring herself to admit that to her father. Hank Pym, seeing his daughter's embarrassment, simply assumed she was shy. He shook his head with a gentle smile. My dear, if you're in love, go and enjoy it without fear. Your father is behind you all the way. Besides, with news about your mother, I may be quite busy these next few years, focusing on Scott Lang and the quantum realm. Song Chao jumped in quickly, not about to let Hope's embarrassment ruin his good fortune. Dr. Pym is right. You both have your roles to play. The doctor's main responsibility is to ensure Hope's mother returns safely in a few years. And you, Hope, darling, you're not exactly able to put your talents to use at Pym Technologies right now. Although this was my first time meeting Darren Cross, I could see right through his ambition. He dreams day and night of turning Pym Technologies into Cross Technologies. Honestly, you'd be better off coming back to New York with me and helping me manage Umbrella. At this point, Song Chao noticed Hope glancing at Hank Pym, and he understood what she meant. As for Pym Technologies, he continued, to be honest, as long as you and Dr. Pym want it, you could have it back anytime. I don't see Dr. Cross as any real obstacle. Before Hope could respond, Hank Pym interjected, let's just leave Pym Technologies aside for now. I really have no desire to be involved with it at the moment. My focus is entirely on quantum research these days. I appreciate your offer. Even though I'm old and was pushed out of my own company, I still know the reputation of Umbrella. Some of my old contacts have told me a bit about you. So, when you say you don't even consider Darren Cross, my most promising former student, to be a threat, I believe you. Let's leave it at that for now. When Hope's mother returns, if I still have the drive, I'll ask for Pym Technologies back. I'm sure a company worth a mere $10 billion or so won't mean much to you. Song Chao clapped his hands in admiration. Truly, wisdom comes with age. Doctor, you really get me. Actually, I don't even care much about Umbrella. I just need the company to help me achieve some goals. Normally, I barely get involved, let alone pay attention to companies outside my own. What I care about is having the power to live as I please and being with the woman I love. That's all. Hank Pym shook his head and looked at Song Chao. To live however you want. That's not a simple wish, young man. You're certainly ambitious, but from what I've heard, you have the ability to back it up. That's why I support Hope being with you. Why are you two making decisions about my life without asking me? Hope looked at the two men who mattered most to her, watching them discuss her future right in front of her. She put on an air of mock annoyance. Oh my darling is getting upset. This is serious. All right, we'll drop the subject for now. To be honest, Doctor, I'm quite intrigued by your army of ants. I wonder if Hope feels the same way. Seeing Hope about to lose her temper, Song Chao deliberately changed the topic. At these words, Hank Pym raised an eyebrow, but didn't reply. Instead, he stared at the tabletop. Song Chao understood the cue and looked down as well. Soon, he saw a sugar cube, slowly moving toward his coffee cup. Looking closer, he could clearly see an ant beneath the sugar cube, hoisting it high with its pincers and steadily making its way toward the cup. Wow. Honestly, science really is fascinating. Although Song Chao was very capable himself, he couldn't help but marvel at the way someone could use advanced technology to communicate with ants and even command them. This wasn't a mutant ability. This was something else entirely, and he couldn't help but be impressed. Hank is a genius, Doctor, Hope replied with a bright, proud smile. It was clear she took great pride in her father. I agree with you on that. He really is a genius, Song Chao nodded, echoing his girlfriend's praise for her father. After all, even if he didn't know for sure, a man should always support his girlfriend's admiration for her family. There's no need to be stubborn about it. By the way, Hope, are you able to control ants like that yourself? He asked. I'm not very skilled at it yet, Hope admitted after thinking for a moment, shaking her head. It'll take me a few more years of practice. That's all right. Just keep practicing. I think it's fascinating, Song Chao encouraged her. In the Ant-Man movies, Hope was already quite impressive. Speaking of which, there are so many mutants at Umbrella, all with such incredible and imaginative abilities. I think you'd really enjoy seeing them for yourself. Abilities that go beyond the scope of science. Honestly, I never paid much attention to mutants before, Hope reflected, but now, listening to you, I realize I'd really like to see it. I bet it would be a truly fascinating experience. Song Chao nodded quietly to himself as he looked at Hope. This was just what he hoped for. If a woman couldn't fully accept her boyfriend's identity, it could only end in heartbreak. Anything less than wholehearted acceptance simply wouldn't do. Feeling satisfied with her attitude, Song Chao thought she deserved a reward. However, since she would be coming back to New York with him soon, there was no rush. Perhaps he could extend that reward to someone she cared about. Looking over at Hank Pym and noticing his age showing, Song Chao got an idea. Doctor, have you heard of the super soldier serum? Hank Pym looked up at him, eyebrows raised. The super soldier serum. Are you talking about Steve Rogers? That's right, but at Umbrella, we don't have the complete formula. Only a partial version of the serum, Song Chao nodded. It was only natural that mention of the super soldier serum would make anyone think of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Doctor, Umbrella does have the complete spider serum, as well as a partial lizard serum. That means our company can provide specially customized serums for employees who've made significant contributions. They're more or less similar to the super soldier serum. There are some differences, but not too many. And I think you could use a dose. After all, doctor, your hair's already turning white. Thank you, dear, Hope said, her heart full. She hadn't realized how special that serum was. She just felt delighted that her boyfriend, so early in their relationship, was already thinking about her father's health. Hank Pym looked at Hope, listening to what Song Chao was saying, and felt deeply shocked. As it turned out, his suspicions were well-founded. Previously, in order to learn more about the boyfriend his daughter had brought home, he had specially reached out to some old contacts. What those old friends said had proven true. Umbrella was indeed an unfathomable force. There were only two perfect products of the super soldier serum, Captain America and the Red Skull. For decades afterward, no matter how hard the U.S. military tried, they could never replicate the perfect serum from the incomplete formula. Now, it turned out his daughter's boyfriend possessed other serums, and they could even be custom-made. Umbrella's advanced technology was truly impressive. As Hank thought about this, and then remembered his wife was still alive and would one day return, he wondered how she would react when she saw how much he had aged. "I understand what you mean," Hank said. "In the past, I didn't care about these things, but now that I know my wife is still alive, perhaps it's time for me to start paying attention." "Thank you. Doctor, you're being too polite," Song Chao replied with a laugh. "There's no need for that between us. Do you know why I brought this up?" He waved off Hank's gratitude, then turned to Hope. "If it weren't for Hope, I'd never have met you, much less offered the serum. With Hope connecting us, there's really no need for formalities. When it comes to my girlfriend's family, of course I'll look after them. I wouldn't want anything to come between Hope and me because of you." Song Chao still held onto his old-fashioned mindset. Since he had already won over this remarkable woman, she was now his to cherish, and he became more and more satisfied with Hope each day. Naturally, he intended to look out for her family as well. If it was something easily done, why not do it? 3 days later, in front of Hank Pym's villa, Umbrella's fleet of cars waited outside as Song Chao and Hope stepped out together. "Dad, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to visit often. And don't go into the quantum realm on your own," Hope reminded her father, worried he might recklessly try to rescue her mother himself. "Don't worry, Hope. I haven't figured it all out yet, so I won't take any risks. Besides, now that your mother can come back and I've regained so much of my youth, I can wait a few more years. Just relax." Hank pointed to his hair, now dark again, a subtle hint. In the past 3 days, Song Chao had arranged for Umbrella to bring him a serum injection. Now Hank had regained the vigor of his prime, his appearance that of a man in his 40s or 50s. He felt far stronger than before and could look forward to decades more of life. Everyone was overjoyed, especially Hope, who had shown her gratitude to Song Chao with wild passion in bed. For a mere vial of serum, the reward was more than worth it. "Doctor, take care of yourself. I think because of me, a lot of people have their eyes on you now. After this, there will probably be even more people watching you. Maybe you should come back to New York with me," Song Chao said, realizing the commotion he had caused would surely attract attention, and reminding Hank before he left. Hank Pym shook his head, glancing at Hope's worried face. "It's all right. I've dealt with things like this long ago, Hope, so there's no need to worry. Besides, you don't know your boyfriend as well as you think you do. As long as he's around, I doubt any of those people daring to watch will have the nerve to actually make a move against me. Isn't that right, Song?" Song Chao chuckled and shook his head with a smile. "You're something else, Hank. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And you're right. So long as I'm still on this planet, nobody would dare lay a hand on the people around me. All they can do is watch from a distance. Turns out I really don't know much about you. You say things like that so casually. What? Are you not even afraid of nuclear bombs?" Hope couldn't help but ask, hearing her father tease and her boyfriend brag with such confidence. "Take a guess," Song Chao replied, deliberately keeping things vague. "You humph." Hope snorted, refusing to rise to Song Chao's teasing, and turned to look at her father. Seeing his daughter's eager expression, Hank Pym felt he couldn't let his all-powerful dad image slip in her eyes. After a moment's thought, he said, "Hope, you're right. I haven't seen it myself, but if he dares to say such things, it means he really isn't afraid. Otherwise, the White House, the military, they don't care how many people a nuclear bomb would take out. If it meant eliminating their enemy, they wouldn't hesitate. Doctor, we'll take our leave now." Noticing Hope's sparkling, curious gaze fixed on him, Song Chao smiled at Hank and bid a proper farewell. On the drive, Hope peppered Song Chao with questions about himself. Helpless, he could only reveal a little at a time, giving in to her curiosity. "Jean Grey, and that Aurora Monroe, what's the story with you three?" At some point, perhaps he'd let something slip because Hope suddenly asked about the women at Xavier's school. For a moment, Song Chao's expression froze. He quickly replayed their conversation, certain he hadn't said anything directly. How did she guess there? Was something between him, Jean, and Aurora? Women's intuition was as unfathomable as the ocean. If you weren't careful, you'd get caught off guard. What are you trying to say? Hope looked at her boyfriend, intent on hearing the truth. What's your relationship with him? And I mean, in the romantic sense. Hope pressed, her tone direct. Song Chao felt a bit awkward. He had no intention of letting go of this woman. She was simple and pure, his first in many ways. For now, he had no plans to let her know about his less-than-innocent past. He figured, with time, after they'd grown old together, she might gradually accept the presence of other women in his life. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Anyone who'd seen Hope's personality in a movie would recognize that she inherited her father Hank's stubborn streak, unyielding and headstrong. After thinking it over, he decided he couldn't just come out with the truth. He'd have to muddle through. Come on, you're my girlfriend. What exactly are you worried about, Hope? Hope studied Song Chao's face, and, after a moment's thought, she considered, maybe it was an ex-girlfriend, or some kind of fling. But now that she was his girlfriend, she really shouldn't keep fixating on his past relationships. With that realization, her expression softened. It's nothing, really. I was just asking, curious about which ones were your exes. That way, if I run into them at the company, I'll be prepared. Seeing that he'd managed to gloss things over, Song Chao breathed a quiet sigh of relief and quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. All right, suit yourself. I don't really care about all that. Speaking of which, when we get back, are you planning to live with me at the company, or should we buy a place of our own? A house. Sure enough, the moment she heard about building a little nest for themselves, Hope's attention shifted immediately. I know you live at the company, but I don't think it's right for us to stay there together. I'd much rather buy a place outside, something we can renovate ourselves, something that's truly ours. Sound good? Let's settle it. When we get back, we'll go house hunting. Seeing her focus land squarely on the house, Song Chao nodded to himself in satisfaction and played along. All right. Hope was visibly excited by this. She eagerly pulled out her phone and started searching for interior design ideas. Song Chao was caught off guard. Women and their rapid-fire train of thought, he mused. Then he thought of Umbrella's Emma and decided that once they landed, instead of heading straight to the company, he'd take Hope house hunting first. Ah, the things you do for your first love. No luck. Didn't see anything you liked? None of the listings from the real estate agents had impressed Hope, and Song Chao was running out of patience. Hope shook her head. None of them really made me want to move in at first sight. At that, Song Chao paused to think. What exactly are you looking for? Tell me, I'm all ears. Hope considered for a moment. I want a spacious place, somewhere I can plant flowers or trees I like. I want to see the ocean, feel the sea breeze, somewhere that just makes your heart feel completely at ease. Song Chao winced inwardly. Why did this description feel so familiar? It sounded just like Tony Stark's Malibu beach house in Hollywood. Damn. Then let's build one ourselves. We'll buy a plot of land by the sea in New York. That's settled. Wow. Hope absolutely loved her boyfriend's decisiveness. Beaming, she nodded enthusiastically. Okay. Seeing his girlfriend so happy, Song Chao was delighted too. He immediately pulled out his phone. Wilson, don't stand on ceremony. Right now, I want you to buy me some beachfront land in New York, as close to Umbrella as possible. My girlfriend wants to build a villa by the sea. Let her pick the exact spot. The design plans? She'll handle those herself when she's ready. Yes, aside from buying the land, just get all the construction equipment ready. I want the place built in 20 days. Don't let it drag out. To 30. There's nothing I can do. I'm eager to spend some quality time alone with my girlfriend. Exactly. So make sure the land you buy's in a good area, not too many neighbors wide open. You know there are plenty of people watching me, and I really don't like being watched. Otherwise, things could get dangerous. That's right. Good. I trust you to handle this. That's it. Get moving as fast as you can. After hanging up, Song Chao looked at Hope. All sorted, darling. You can start designing the house now. And the interiors, too. The sooner you finish, the faster the house will be ready. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you to bits. Overjoyed, Hope threw her arms around Song Chao and planted a kiss on him. Back at the company, Song Chao arranged for Hope to take on the role of general manager. When Hope shot a suspicious look at Emma, Song Chao played the clueless boyfriend. He pretended not to see or know anything. Emma, on the other hand, was sensible. She ignored the new boss's girlfriend's provocation and went about running the company as usual. With nothing to gain from confrontation, and still unfamiliar with the company, Hope could only accept the situation for now. Besides, she still had a house to design. Day after day, Hope holed up in Song Chao's private company suite, buried in sketching out the little nest she and her boyfriend would share. Song Chao, naturally, was more than happy to see her like this. After all, if Hope ever clashed with Emma, she'd be no match for her. The White Queen, Emma had been around for ages. She'd eaten more salt in her life than Hope had eaten rice. Dr. Doom, long time no see. Haven't you been enjoying quite the success in your superhero career? What brings you to see me today? One day, at Umbrella, Song Chao welcomed none other than Dr. Victor Von Doom from Doom Industries, although now he went by Dark Knight Doom. Song, my friend, I'm here to ask for your help. Doom didn't bother with formalities. Song Chao had once saved him. When Doom's company went bankrupt, it was Umbrella that stepped in. Sure, Umbrella took a 40% stake, but they never meddled in his affairs. He ran everything his own way. Even his superhero career was thanks to Song Chao's encouragement. Otherwise, he would have been scheming behind the scenes against Reed Richards. No way he'd be enjoying the fame of the Dark Knight now. Oh, let's hear it. What could be so urgent that you'd come to me for help? Song Chao asked, clearly intrigued. The Fantastic Four. Doom uttered the name in a low voice. Oh, you're not asking me to fight them, are you? Song Chao was speechless. Honestly, venting some anger was fine, but killing them was out of the question. I'm all alone, Song. The four of them have formed their own group. I'm here to ask for help. Lately, Umbrella has no shortage of superheroes, and I hope they can join forces with me to take on the Fantastic Four. Doom explained, nodding as he spoke. Oh, I see, Song Chao replied, catching on. Back when he'd first considered forming the Umbrella Superhero League, he'd thought about including the Dark Knight, Doom as well. After all, Doom wasn't particularly powerful. Yet, but who could say he wouldn't one day become as overpowered as Dr. Doom himself? For now, though, it was just a plan. He hadn't expected Doom to come looking for him first. Still, the Fantastic Four were a headache. Song Chao wasn't afraid of them. But what if that kid really did exist? That would be a serious problem. After all, the kid could travel through time. If Song Chao ever tried to kill his parents, he'd probably show up from the future to take revenge, and things would get out of hand fast. Although, to be honest, he still wasn't sure if this world even had someone like that. Dr. Doom, I'd like to know, how are things between Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, and Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, these days? Song Chao decided to probe indirectly, hoping to learn more about the kid before making any decisions. Doom was clearly surprised by the question. His eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering in his gaze. You're not thinking of making a move on Susan, are you, Song? Come on, get lost, Song Chao replied, exasperated. She's not my type. Besides, I know all about the love triangle between you, her, and Reed. Knowing that, trust me, I wouldn't even consider it. All right then, Doom said, glancing at Song Chao and finally believing him. Their relationship is complicated, neither close nor distant. With me in the picture, there's no way the two of them will end up together. The three of us have always had a tangled history, so it's never led anywhere. But because of this, Ben and Johnny from the Fantastic Four are really unhappy with me. Lately, they've teamed up against me, and I'm struggling to hold my own. That's why I came to you for help. Song Chao nodded as he listened. So, Franklin Richards might not even exist yet. Then again, if his actions prevented the kid from being born, who knows, maybe the kid would show up from the future to settle the score. For someone who could travel through time, time itself was just a toy. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Dr. Doom, come with me for now. I'll take you somewhere. Let's talk along the way. With that, Song Chao led Doom toward the top floor. I actually had the idea of bringing you in for this. I'm planning to establish the Umbrella Superhero League. Take a look around. This floor and the ones below will serve as the headquarters for the organization. And as you know, Iron Man, Iceman, and other heroes of the future are all part of this organization. Other mutants serve as support staff for the group. So Dr. Doom, as the Dark Knight, would you like to join us? Doom had been following Song Chao all the way to the top floor. Now, hearing these words, he glanced around the room, a suite of glass-walled facilities, offering a view into other rooms. Many people were working out, and he could see spaces like the therapy room, the conference room, and more. The Umbrella Superhero League organization. Song, you really do think big, don't you? If you promise to help me deal with the Fantastic Four, then I promise I'll join this superhero league. It's a deal. Song Chao, satisfied, reached out to shake Dr. Doom's hand. Reed Richards, that genius, had once refused Song's invitation, so now Song would show no mercy. And as for your future son, Franklin Richards, even if it's only a possibility, I'll help Doom win Susan over, leaving you to keep company with your laboratory. John, Bobby, come over here. Oh, and Peter, you too. 30 days later, on a cliffside beach in New York, stood a brand new villa. Wow, honey, you've got great taste. This house is amazing. Song Chao followed Hope as they toured the newly built home, casually praising the woman who had worked tirelessly for a month. I love it too. I've been overseeing the project every day this past month, making changes whenever I wanted. Luckily, it was your team. Any regular company would have blacklisted a client like me. Hope couldn't help but laugh at herself. Haha. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters. Your happiness is worth more than anything, darling. Song Chao shook his head, unconcerned about the extra burden on his staff. What really mattered was that his woman was satisfied. With a delighted moi, Hope kissed Song Chao. I just love hearing you say that. I adore you, darling. They wandered through the house, upstairs and down, and finally arrived in the living room. Wow, this is incredible. The living room is almost like a movie theater. What a great idea. Song Chao looked around, feeling the living room was even more impressive than a cinema. He lounged on the sofa, eyes fixed on the huge screen. I actually modeled it after a movie theater. This way, whether we're watching a film at home or catching up on the news, it's comfortable and convenient. Hope, hearing this, snuggled up to Song Chao's arm and turned on the remote. All right, let me give it a try. Song Chao nodded, leaning back and propping his feet up on the coffee table, looking completely at ease. This is ABC News, and today we have the pleasure of interviewing our very own superhero, Iron Man. The female host from ABC TV was back again, but unfortunately, this time it wasn't at the request of a big sponsor, so there were no extra perks to look forward to. Mr. John, also known as Iron Man, hello. First of all, thank you for agreeing to our interview. I'd like to ask you a question, and I believe I'm also speaking on behalf of our viewers. Oh, please go ahead. John, the Iron Man, nodded calmly, his expression composed. Well, we've noticed that you, along with Mr. Bobby, the Iceman, and the newly emerged Power Man Peter, are all superheroes associated with Umbrella Corporation. Recently, it seems there's been a bit of a conflict between you and the Fantastic Four. No. John, having been thoroughly trained for such interviews, shook his head without hesitation. We, the superheroes of Umbrella, have no direct conflict with the Fantastic Four. The reason some clashes occurred was simply because we're allies of the Dark Knight. We were helping out our ally. To be honest, we don't know the Fantastic Four very well, nor are we particularly familiar with them. Oh, so in that case, everything still boils down to the old rivalry between the Dark Knight and the Fantastic Four. The beautiful host quickly pressed for more details. Yes. John nodded. I'm not clear on what's happened between them. All we did was help out our ally, and we made sure to control the situation. There was no real damage, and certainly no casualties. Nothing more. Thank you. Thank you, Iron Man, for speaking with us. The host still had more she wanted to ask, but Iron Man finished speaking and took off into the sky, leaving her no choice but to wrap up the interview with a word of thanks. Watching this news segment, Hope couldn't help but ponder. She'd spent the past month busy with the house and wasn't all that familiar with the company yet, but she had a general grasp of what was important. Darling, what's going on here? Why would our company be going up against the Fantastic Four? While I was in San Francisco, I saw for myself just how wildly popular the Fantastic Four are nationwide. If we go head-to-head with them for no reason, won't that look bad for us? Song Chao shook his head, scooped Hope onto his lap, and wrapped his arms around her. There's no need to worry. We at Umbrella are just playing a supporting role. The real main force is Dr. Doom, the Dark Knight, from the Doom Group. As for how the Fantastic Four see us, I'm honestly not concerned. After all, they turned me down when I tried to. Bring them on board. If they're not part of our team, why should I care what they think? And when it comes to public opinion, Umbrella's been investing heavily in media management these past few years. We got that front well covered. There won't be any problems. Hope leaned against Song Chao's chest and nodded at his words. All right, to be honest, I actually quite like the Fantastic Four. By the way, you mentioned that the Dark Knight turned out to be the founder of the Doom Corporation. Well, there were rumors online before, all sorts of speculation about who he really was. One of the guesses was that he's Dr. Doom, the guy who started competing with Mr. Fantastic Reed back in their college days, and then even fought with him over the Invisible Woman, Susan. I can't believe it's actually him. It really is a pair of old rivals. A burst of laughter rang out. Song Chao burst out laughing and said, Oh, darling, you have no idea. The grudges and entanglements between Doom and Reed could fill books. I'll tell you the whole story sometime when we have time. Hope nodded, but then something seemed to occur to her. She lifted her head and fixed Song Chao with a thoughtful look. What's on your mind? Song Chao asked, a bit surprised. I just realized, now that the house is finished, I'll be officially joining Umbrella soon. But the company's running smoothly under President Emma's direction. If I suddenly step in, wouldn't that be a bit disruptive? Song Chao shook his head, unconcerned. It's your man's company. What could possibly be wrong with you being there? But honestly, Emma has been doing an excellent job managing things. There probably won't be much for you to do. So how about this? The Umbrella Superhero League is about to be established. From now on, you'll be Umbrella's representative in charge of liaising with the League. I'd originally planned to have Emma handle the League's logistics, but now that you're here, it should be you instead. Wait, what? Hope exclaimed in surprise. The Umbrella Superhero League? Which superheroes are part of this group? The members are some you know, Iron Man John, Iceman Bobby, and the newest member, Strongman Pete. At this point, Song Chao paused, thinking for a moment. The Dark Knight Doom is one as well. And our lab's brilliant Dr. Bruce Banner is also included. What? Hope stared in astonishment. Dr. Banner? Why would you put a genius scientist in there? Isn't that a waste? And dangerous, too. Song Chao chuckled slyly and shook his head. Oh, darling, you don't know the half of it. Dr. Banner is far from ordinary. When it comes to raw power, he's #1 in the entire superhero league. Hope covered her mouth in disbelief and looked at Song Chao. You're serious? Dr. Bruce Banner? I've seen him a few times over the past month. He's so shy, only really talks at length about his research. How could someone like that be even stronger than the superheroes? Song Chao smiled gently and nodded. All right, I'll tell you. Dr. Banner was once the infamous Green Giant that the military relentlessly hunted down. You must have seen the news back then. What? Dr. Banner was actually the Green Giant from those days. Hope cried out in shock. She never would have imagined that such a shy, reserved doctor was actually the legendary Green Giant. The videos of the Green Giant battling the military were all the rage back then, but it was all over in a flash. After that, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew what happened next, and ordinary people were left completely in the dark. All right, in that case, I suppose he really could join this organization. Is there anyone else? As for the others, it's still to be decided. For example, some people from X Academy and members of Magneto's Brotherhood. But most of them would fill logistical roles for the organization. You'll be in charge of coordinating all that. Hope nodded. What about you? You have your own superhero alliance at your company. Aren't you, the boss, going to join? My dad's told me you're amazing, though I still don't know exactly in what way. You cheeky thing, still don't know what I'm capable of? Tomorrow you won't be able to get out of bed. Hearing this, Song Chao pretended to be angry, trying to scare Hope. Hope stifled a giggle and gave Song Chao a playful smack. That doesn't count. I'm in a fight between you and the Green Giant. Who's stronger? Song Chao got up, wrapped his arm around Hope, and walked with her as he replied. I'm obviously much stronger than him. Otherwise, how could I be his boss? As for the details, you'll find out soon enough. But right now, I'll show you another side of my abilities. Little rascal, you'd better be ready to pay for what you just said. No, please, have mercy on me, darling. Hope shrieked, begging for forgiveness. Song Chao just laughed. Too late for that. The mighty hand of Demacia is on the move. Prepare to witness the power of your lord and master, little rascal. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the pleas of his little lamb, Song Chao proudly swept her up and strode straight into the bedroom. This one was even bigger, with an enormous bed, exactly to his taste. Since Ivan Vanko had long since been recruited by Song Chao, the events of Iron Man 2 from his previous life never happened. Though Ivan now appeared at Stark Industries board meetings as Umbrella's representative, stirring up trouble, it was all just minor mischief. And so, the days slipped quietly by. Umbrella top-level combat laboratory. Song Chao put his arm around Hope as he introduced her to a group of mutant underlings. Come on, everyone, meet your boss's girlfriend. From now on, Hope will represent Umbrella in charge of logistics and overall coordination for your organization. So you'd better behave and do as she says. Song Chao's private office. Seeing that the woman really had come to report for duty, Song Chao thought. Living secretary, check. Not bad. He stood up and welcomed her warmly. Ms. May Parker, I'm delighted to have you join Umbrella. I hope we'll get along well from now on. Thank you for the invitation, boss. I'll make sure to take care of all your daily needs. Emma's executive office. Oh fuck, that was amazing. Song Chao caressed Emma, savoring the lingering pleasure from before. Hurry up and get dressed. What if someone sees us? Emma rolled her eyes at Song Chao, clearly exasperated. She got up, put on her clothes, and urged him to do the same. X Academy, nighttime. Feeling completely satisfied, Song Chao held Jean and Aurora in his arms, whispering sweet nothings to them. His hands gently traced their alluring bodies. Women loved this sort of tenderness. Never just fall asleep right after. It's important to comfort them afterwards. It deepens the bond between you. Men who don't know this, take note. If you're reading this, well, now you know. Song Chao's private suite at Umbrella. You've betrayed Dr. Banner again. Doesn't that excite you? I'm just a tool in all this. Don't be so contrary. You're the boss of the company. Who would dare threaten you? Still, I'm just a tool. Nothing more. Betty Ross. Song Chao and Hope's private villa by the New York seaside. Oh, darling, you're so wild tonight. Song Chao looked up at Hope, who was straddling him. Let the storm rage even stronger. These days, Song Chao had been enjoying himself, shuttling between these few places. It was the most leisurely time he'd had since coming to this world. Occasionally, he'd visit Wanda at Kamar Taj. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay long. Wanda was just starting to learn magic, and the bald, ancient one had said it wasn't the right time to disturb her. Song Chao had no choice but to wait. There would be opportunities in the future. There was always a silent understanding between Emma and Song Chao. No words needed, and everything made sense. He adored her maturity, sensibility, and thoughtfulness. Jean and Aurora were the well-mannered, gentle types, never competing, always treating each other with respect. Even though Song Chao openly dated Hope, something everyone knew, the other women only felt a twinge of jealousy but never let it escalate. Song Chao cherished them deeply. As for the newcomer, Ms. May Parker, things were going well. With a new girlfriend in his life, Song Chao was in no rush, preferring to let things develop slowly and steadily. And so, time drifted by. A whole year slipped away in this blissful routine. For Song Chao, it was the kind of life he'd envied in his previous existence. But finally, even such wonderful days must come to an end. On this day, boss, the voice of the smart assistant, Superman, suddenly sounded. What is it, Superman? Boss, the information you flagged earlier has just come up. Oh, which one? A hammer falling from the sky. A hammer falling from the sky. Hearing these words, Song Chao's expression finally turned serious. Has the time really come? It looks like the carefree days of this past year are about to become a thing of the past. Busy times are ahead. Show me the detailed data, Superman. As the information and video material appeared out of thin air before him, Song Chao studied them closely. The scene shifts back to the previous night, on the border of New Mexico, in the wilderness outside the small town of Puente Antiguo. The renowned astronomer, Professor Eric Selvig, was sitting in the car with his most outstanding student, Jane Foster, and Jane's friend/part-time assistant, Darcy Lewis. They kept their eyes on the instrument readings, but, unfortunately, nothing much had changed. Time passed slowly, until Professor Selvig finally couldn't help but remind his obsessed and promising protege. Jane, you can't keep doing this. No, Professor, just wait. It'll happen. The last 17 predictions were accurate down to the second. But Jane, you're an astronomer, not a storm chaser. These atmospheric disturbances are directly related to my research, Professor. I wouldn't have brought you here if I weren't absolutely sure. At that moment, their assistant, Darcy Lewis, cut in, interrupting the argument. Professor Jane, come take a look at this. She pointed excitedly at the sudden display of aurora-like lights that had appeared on the night horizon, her voice ringing with excitement. That's a microaurora. Professor Selvig recognized the phenomenon at a glance and murmured in awe. Wow, Darcy, quick, drive us over there. Jane Foster urged her friend, all the while pulling out her camcorder to record the unfolding sight. As the car drew closer, a storm like a sandstorm suddenly swept in, obscuring the view through the windows. Daisy grew frightened and wanted to turn back. She couldn't risk her life just for a few research credits. But Jane wouldn't allow it. As the two struggled for control of the steering wheel, they suddenly crashed into something. Startled, they slammed on the brakes. Damn it! Where did this person suddenly come from? Shit, thank goodness no one's hurt. But you hit him. Enough talking, let's call the police and get him to the hospital quickly. Washington, Triskelion Building. Agent Coulson, head immediately to the New Mexico border. There's been a significant energy surge detected there. Yes, Director. I'm on my way. At dawn, on the outskirts of Puente Antiguo, a private car discovered a newly formed crater beside the road, one that hadn't been there before. Driven by curiosity, they went closer and saw, at the center of the giant pit, a hammer. Human curiosity being what it is, someone clambered down into the crater, but found themselves unable to lift the hammer. News of this strange event quickly spread through the small town, and soon, many idle folks drove over to try their luck. No matter how strong the man, none could lift it. Unwilling to give up, people brought in vehicles, chained the hammer, and tried to pull it out. But all they accomplished was ripping off their truck beds. The hammer didn't budge an inch. Before long, a video of these efforts made its way online. Though it was quickly deleted by someone working behind the scenes, Superman still caught wind of it. After all, Song Chao had already marked this incident for attention. Seeing all this, Song Chao now understood just how far things had progressed. So S.H.I.E.L.D. is already on the scene. While the locals are still trying to lift the hammer, Agent Coulson has already arrived. Looks like there's something I've overlooked. With that thought, Song Chao looked up and called for the Superman butler. Boss, take note of what I'm about to say and send it to Emma and all the lab doctors in a moment. Umbrella is about to launch a global network of satellites. I want every unusual event on Earth, every surge of energy, to be detected instantly and responded to accordingly. This is Umbrella's top strategic priority from now on, second only to the Umbrella Superhero League. We must build it quickly. Understood, boss. I'll notify President Emma and the doctors right away. Song Chao nodded, lost in thought. He hadn't realized it before, but now it was clear Umbrella's satellite network was a vulnerable point. In the story of Thor, the moment Thor and his hammer landed, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already picked up the energy storm. That's how Agent Coulson was able to show up so promptly. Just as people were discovering the hammer, he'd already arranged for agents to take over the situation, set up a perimeter, and even established a lab to study the hammer. Meanwhile, Umbrella could only find out about it after news began spreading online. That simply wouldn't do. Such a delay was unworthy of Song's status. Whenever something happened on Earth, Umbrella had to be the very first to know. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or even Kamar Taj, they could all step aside. Song was not the kind of person to bow and scrape, much less curry favor with those foreigners. That was why he laid out Umbrella's next strategic objective. At that moment, Song Chao's instructions echoed through both the CEO's office and the laboratory. This is now Umbrella's most important strategic goal, and it must be completed quickly. Its priority is second only to the Umbrella Superhero Alliance. The doctors in the lab, having heard Song Chao's orders, began to discuss amongst themselves. Song rarely meddled in company affairs, but whenever he laid down an objective, it had to be accomplished. Just then, Emma, the CEO, connected to the lab's intercom after hearing everything. Doctors, you've all heard the boss's instructions. If you're working in this area and need anything, report it immediately. Umbrella will meet all your requirements. If your specialty doesn't match, you may return to your own projects. Understood. Got it. Don't worry, President Emma. We'll make sure to fulfill the boss's request as soon as possible. Having casually issued his orders, Song Chao sat in his room, pondering for a moment. By now, the All-Father Odin of Asgard should be entering his slumber, so there was no need to worry about him keeping an eye on Earth. As for Heimdall, that notorious voyeur, Song didn't mind. Heimdall's eyes couldn't see the truly powerful, and Song was quite confident in his own strength. Perhaps he was weaker than Odin, but he was still a force to be reckoned with. Heimdall would never be able to peer into wherever Song was. With that thought, Song felt it was about time. He stood up and headed upstairs to the top floor. John, Bobby, Peter, you three come here. The guys who were working out stopped what they were doing. John and the other two stepped forward. Boss, what's up? John was the first to ask. You three come with me. We're taking a little trip to New Mexico. Wow, really? Boss, you're taking us on a trip yourself? Song, what about us? Aren't we going? The others, whose names hadn't been called, were clearly unhappy about it. They murmured among themselves, but no one dared speak up, except Pietro Maximoff, who, emboldened by his sister's relationship with Song, stepped forward to ask. Song Chao took in the situation and considered what would likely happen next. He had called John, Bobby, and these three to go with him for a reason. When they encountered Asgard's war machines, he wanted them to get some real combat practice. As for his brother-in-law Pietro, Song Chao really didn't want him involved. In the movie, that poor kid was taken out by mere bullets, and now, with Wanda in the picture, Song Chao was even more determined to keep him safe. The others, Clarice, aka Blink, Kitty the Shadow Cat, Marie Rogue, and Wagner the Nightcrawler, all had abilities that leaned more toward support than direct combat. If they came face-to-face with the celestial war machine, known as the Destroyer, they'd be of little use. At best, their presence wouldn't help gain any combat experience. At worst, they'd be in real danger, and Song Chao would have to step in to save them. What a hassle. Truth be told, he just didn't feel like dragging them along. You, the rest of you, he said. His friend stared at Song Chao, eyes full of hope, waiting for what he'd say next. You'll stay here at the company and keep training. Unfortunately, Song Chao's next words dashed their hopes. He wasn't taking them on the trip. Only Pietro, Bobby, and John were coming along. The disappointment was palpable. Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver, couldn't hold back his frustration with Song Chao. Oh no, Song, you can't do this. I'm going to tell Wanda a few things about Emma, Hope, Betty May. Song Chao's eye twitched at the threat, and he couldn't help but cut him off. You've got a death wish, Pietro. Zip it. Say another word, and I'll toss you off the building. All right, everyone get your things. We're all going. 10 minutes move. There was no other way. His brother-in-law could be a real menace when he put his mind to it. And Wanda wasn't as yet. He couldn't let Pietro ruin things. Song Chao could only compromise. After all, with him around, there'd be no real danger. Just a bit more trouble, that's all. Oh, so we're all going now. Honestly, I've never left New York before. Me neither. It's always been school or the company. I haven't even seen all of New York, let alone anywhere else. You really are unlucky. Song Chao watched their excited chatter with a bemused shake of his head. When you thought about it, these people really were unlucky. Under the leadership of Professor X and Magneto, the fate of mutants had always been miserable. They were either living underground being hunted and experimented on, or hiding on Magneto's island or at the Xavier School. For the most part, only the fighters ever got to go out. Everyone else stayed put, either because the professor wouldn't let them or because they were too afraid, worried they'd never make it back. It was just too dangerous. It's clear just how pitiful their situation is. This is also one of the main reasons why Song Chao's reputation among mutants has grown so much. Anyone with half a brain can see how drastically things have changed for them. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop helipad of the Umbrella Building. "Darling, is it really appropriate for me to go?" Hope looked at Song Chao as she asked. "It's fine. Just treat it like a vacation." Song Chao nodded, though inwardly he was grumbling. "I never intended to bring you along in the first place. It was only because you heard about it and came to ask me directly. What was I supposed to say? That you couldn't come? I'm not some clueless kid. You can never fully figure out what a woman is thinking, but these little tricks of yours? Come on, I can see right through them. Of course I'll play along. If I actually said no, I'd probably be sleeping alone for the foreseeable future. Yes, I knew you were the best. Here's a little reward." Hope beamed at his reply and, taking the opportunity, gave him a quick kiss as a reward. Song Chao accepted the reward with a smile and, taking advantage of the moment, stole a couple of extra kisses. "Not bad at all. She really is sweet." "Boss, we're ready to go. Everyone's here," John called out from in front of the aircraft. "All right, let's get moving." With his arm around Hope, Song Chao boarded the plane. Now that he thought about it, this stealth fighter was quite similar to the one hidden in the underground hangar at Xavier's school. That one just sat around. At the school, what a waste. Song Chao had specially asked Hank to design an even more advanced model and parked it right on the company's rooftop. It hadn't even flown a mission yet. This would be its maiden voyage. The one at Xavier's was just a stealth plane, good for travel and not much else. But Song Chao's was a full-fledged fighter jet. Give Professor Charles 10 times the guts, and he still wouldn't dare turn us into a war machine. Not with his temperament. Song Chao, on the other hand, had no qualms about it. He had us converted straight into a stealth fighter. And there it was boldly stationed on top of the Umbrella Building, right next to a few armed helicopters. Song Chao wasn't the least bit worried about people finding out. In fact, he made sure the authorities noticed. So what if they did? To this day, no one's dared to make trouble. That's just how untouchable he is. "How are your piloting skills?" Looking at Barbie and the others in the front row, Song Chao couldn't help but ask again, just to be sure. "Oh, boss, that hurts. Don't you trust us?" "Yeah, boss, you really don't believe in us?" Song Chao said nothing, just stared at them as they joked around. "All right, boss, don't worry. Our training covers way more than just combat. Coach Frank is strict. You know that better than anyone." Seeing Song Chao's expression, Barbie and the others quickly dropped the jokes and answered seriously. Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. With Frank as the benchmark, it seemed there would be no issues. The Punisher was usually very serious and meticulous. Since he hadn't mentioned anything in particular, it meant these young men were already up to standard. "All right, let's move out. New Mexico, Pandianago Town." "Understood, boss." Coordinates locked. Moving out. Activating stealth. At a certain restaurant in Pandianago Town, Jane Foster had just picked up the man she'd knocked over the night before from the hospital. This man had caused quite a scene before, fleeing from the hospital. Now, watching the man in front of her devour his food in huge bites, Jane hesitated for a moment before asking, "How did you get into the clouds?" Unfortunately, she had barely finished her question when Daisy, the love-struck girl beside her, stared intently at the blonde man and blurted out, "How can you eat such a big box of egg tarts and still be so hungry?" The rugged man, with a face full of stubble and long golden hair, kept shoveling food into his mouth and took a gulp of his drink. "Not bad. This stuff is delicious. I like it." Without a second thought, he slammed his cup down onto the floor and shouted, "Another one." Jane Foster and Daisy Lewis were both dumbfounded. Jane, quick on her feet, jumped up and hurriedly apologized to the other diners. "I'm so sorry. That was our mistake. We'll clean it up and pay for the damage." After a flurry of activity and much coaxing, they finally managed to stop the blonde man from smashing any more cups. Just then, they overheard other customers talking about the police being drawn to the area because of a meteorite crash. The blonde man immediately stepped forward, asking for the location, and then strode out of the restaurant. Jane hurried after him. The man asked her for a ride, but before she could answer, Professor Selvig couldn't hold back any longer. He called Jane over to the side. "Jane, my brilliant student, this has to stop. This man is a lunatic. Just listen to him. Thor, hammers, Rainbow Bridge. Those are fairy tales I heard as a child. He's dangerous, Jane. Come back with me." Unable to refuse her mentor's plea, Jane gave up on giving the blonde man a ride and returned to the research lab in town with Professor Selvig and their assistant, Daisy. As soon as they entered the lab, Jane was alarmed to find a group of men in black loading up her research materials into a truck. She rushed forward to intervene. One of the men in black stepped up and flashed his credentials. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Detective Carlson of the International Espionage and Justice Headquarters. What is the meaning of this? You can't just barge in here. These are my research results. We're investigating a terrorist incident. We're temporarily requisitioning your records and data." Temporarily requisitioning. That's just a fancy way of saying theft. These funds should compensate for your losses. These machines aren't something you can buy at an electronics store. They're all my own creations. Well, you can always build them again, miss. I'm going to sue you for infringement. I'm sorry, ma'am, but we're the good guys. The conversation between the man in black and Jane Foster reached this point when suddenly a stranger's voice cut in. "Oh wow, so being the good guys gives you a free pass to steal other people's work." Professor Selvig stopped Jane, who was still trying to prevent them from taking the equipment. "Jane, let it go. You don't want to cross these people. I once knew a professor who was a pioneer in gamma ray research. He got on the wrong side of certain organizations, and no one's heard from him in years." Jane gave the man in black a speechless look. "You claim you're the good guys. Well, so are we. We're just doing research." At that moment, another unfamiliar voice chimed in. "Oh wow, so being the good guys means you can just take whatever you want?" This lady is absolutely right. Everyone turned toward the direction of the voice, surprised to see a group of people who had appeared nearby without anyone noticing. Leading the group was an Asian man, his hands in his pockets, watching the scene with a half-smile. Beside him stood a chic, stylish Western woman with short hair, dressed in a fitted suit, her arm looped through his. Behind them followed 8 young people, all looking to be around 20, 3 women for men, and at the end, someone bundled up from head to toe, wearing a mask and sunglasses. It was Song Chow, accompanied by Hope and the others. The heavily wrapped one was Blue Devil, Wagner, still uncomfortable with the stares of strangers, choosing to shield himself completely. The leading man in black squinted as he recognized the newcomers, shock flickering in his eyes, but his face broke into a professional smile as he greeted them. "Mr. Song, I didn't expect to see you in a place like this." Song Chow nodded, then mocked. "Well, if it isn't Agent Phil Coulson, I didn't expect to find a SHIELD agent, killer of countless people, posing as a good guy in this remote town and robbing others. I have to say, it's quite the eye-opener." "Ah, what? Agent Phil Coulson? Didn't you just say your name was Coulson?" Jane Foster, hearing this, couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. "Liar. I bet your credentials are fake too. I'm calling the police." Coulson looked resigned, caught off guard by Song Chow's unexpected appearance. "Haha, Agent Coulson, so you even gave people a fake name? I have to say, you keep surprising me." Song Chow laughed at this so-called village chief of the newbie town, the famously half-bald man known as Coulson. He turned to look at Jane Foster, the woman who would later become Thor's girlfriend, then his ex, and maybe, just maybe, get back together with him someday, and shook his head as he spoke. "Miss, although this man has lied to you a lot, his identity actually allows him to do many things that ordinary people simply can't. Understand, he's at a very high level, so the police can't do anything about him. He's mingling with the United Nations, you know." Jane Foster seemed about to protest, but before she could speak, Professor Selvig quickly stopped her, whispering, "Jane, let it go. They really are a government agency. We can't win against them, so just bear with it." At that moment, Agent Coulson stepped forward. "Mr. Song, what brings you here today?" Song Chow glanced around at the scenery, making up nonsense off the top of his head. "I brought my company employees here for a little trip. You know, these border towns have their own unique charm. I just didn't expect to witness a scene like this. Tell me, Agent, are you so free these days that you came all the way to this remote town just to snatch? What is it? A student and a professor's research? I honestly never would have guessed." With a helpless expression, Coulson tried to explain. "No, Mr. Song, we didn't steal anything. This young lady's research may help us solve some problems, and we did pay compensation for it." But before Coulson could finish, Jane Foster, who had been holding back for a while, interjected, her tone full of disdain. "Oh, compensation? These aren't just some appliances you can pick up in an electronics store. I built all of those instruments myself, and that research is my lifeblood. No amount of money can make up for it." Song Chow pointed a finger at Coulson. "Did you hear that, Agent Coulson? Ah, this is so very SHIELD of you. Such a classic thug move. Just toss out a bit of appliance money and walk away with someone's research. That's bargain shopping at its finest." Coulson could only respond with resignation. "Mr. Song, please don't put it that way. We're simply following protocol here." Coulson knew better than to provoke the man standing before him and could only keep explaining. Song Chow, for his part, didn't care much. He was just voicing a few offhand remarks. Honestly, in this world, SHIELD could do whatever it wanted to ordinary people, a pure example of unchecked power. He couldn't understand why. In stories he'd read in his previous life, so many transmigrators who came to this world seemed to worship S.H.I.E.L.D., practically groveling before them. Their thinking was beyond him. With the story unfolding as it was, what should happen next was Jane Foster taking Thor to retrieve his hammer, only for him to fail and be left utterly dejected. Song Chao wanted to get to the very heart of the Avengers, so it was essential to win over Thor Odinson himself. He had to bring him into the Umbrella Superhero League. Even if Thor refused to join, Song Chao had to make sure he didn't fall in with S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. That was the bottom line. And if he wanted to win over Thor, this muscle-bound, single-minded man, the key was to win the favor of the woman Thor had his eye on. That woman, standing before him now, bore a striking resemblance to the little girl from Lyon, the professional in his previous life. She was Jane Foster, now a brilliant young astronomer. Many had adored this woman in his past life. But as Song Chao sized her up, he had to admit, at least to himself, that her looks were rather ordinary. Maybe his tastes just differed from the norm. He simply couldn't appreciate her charm, though she was pleasant enough to look at. She was nothing compared to the English Rose Kate Beckinsale, famed for her role as a vampire, or the French Rose Sophie Marceau. And then there was the newer generation, with the bewitching allure of Eva Green. Those were the women Song Chao truly adored. But whether he liked her or not was beside the point. What mattered was that Thor Odinson, that big oaf, was smitten with her. So Song Chao would have to lend this woman a helping hand. He'd need her to keep the daycare, Thor on his side in the future. After considering his next move, Song Chao looked at Coulson and spoke. "Oh, Agent Coulson, the way you people handle things. Sigh. Since I happen to come across this, I can't just stand by and watch you bully, well, let's say a powerless old man." He glanced at Professor Selvig, then at his young assistant, the starry-eyed Darcy Lewis. "And these two young ladies as well. Your methods really leave something to be desired. Mr. Songwi," Coulson tried to explain. After all, the man standing before him was someone who cared little for human life. He'd only just awakened his powers and already slaughtered hundreds of American soldiers at Xavier School, leaving nothing behind but charred remains. His power had now far surpassed anything on Earth, and provoking him was out of the question. Still, Coulson couldn't help but try to defend himself. But before he could finish, Song Chao waved him off, cutting him short. Song Chao had no interest in what Coulson wanted to say, brushing him aside with a casual gesture. "No need to rush, Agent Coulson. Let me finish. Look, I could be understanding, too. Here's what I propose. You can make a copy of this lady's research and take it with you. But the original stays here. You can only take a backup. What do you say, Agent Coulson? And as for you, miss, what should I call you?" He asked her name, feigning ignorance, though he'd known it well enough in his past life. Playing dumb was just the wise thing to do. Jane Foster. "Thank you for your help, sir." Hearing that Song Chao dared to ask the other party to leave something behind, and seeing the look on this man in black's face, as if he was not someone to be trifled with, perhaps even an important figure, Jane Foster responded quickly when Song Chao spoke, stating her name and taking the opportunity to thank him for his help. At that moment, Professor Eric Selvig and his assistant Daisy Lewis also stepped forward. "Thank you for your help, sir. I'm Eric Selvig, and this is Jane's assistant, Daisy Lewis. I'm so glad you helped us." Before the professor could finish, Daisy eagerly introduced herself, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Song Chao. Hope, standing nearby, pinched Song Chao lightly. Song Chao immediately understood. His girlfriend was jealous, clearly unimpressed by Daisy's infatuated behavior. As for Daisy Lewis, Jane's assistant, well, to put it mildly, she was the type who swooned over handsome men and had a penchant for wealth. Song Chao felt nothing for her. He nodded politely to the group. "Hello. It was nothing, really. Since I happened to see what was going on, I thought I'd lend a hand. Agent Coulson, you can have your people unload the goods now." Coulson looked helpless at that, wanting to refuse, but not daring to, hesitating for a moment. But Song Chao had no intention of waiting. He waved a hand behind him. Bobby, John, and a few others understood immediately. They stepped forward and stopped the agents who were still trying to unload the items from the car. The agents tried to resist, but were quickly and effortlessly subdued. "Whoa, isn't that Iron Man, John? Wow, and that's Iceman Bobby. So cool. Oh, and there's a newest sensation, Strongman Pete. Are they all working for you, sir? Are you from Umbrella Corporation?" Witnessing this scene, Coulson barely had time to signal his people before he watched his agents taken down. He could only give a resigned gesture to set the items down and begin duplicating the files. Meanwhile, Daisy Lewis, the excitable assistant, recognized the super-popular superheroes who had stopped the agents from moving the goods, and she couldn't help but squeal with excitement. Even Professor Selvig and Jane Foster, usually uninterested in such things, found themselves unable to look away. Who would have thought that superheroes would appear before them, even stepping in to help? It was nothing like watching them on TV. This was a whole new level of excitement. All right, Mr. Song. We'll leave the items here and make copies. Coulson finally stepped forward and conceded to Song Chao, then turned to Jane and the others with a stern warning. Professor, ladies, these documents are highly confidential. I hope you'll keep them to yourself for now. This concerns national security. Jane Foster bristled at those words. This was her research, after all. Why should someone else have the final say? But the professor stopped her. He knew all too well how unreasonable these government agencies could be. Killing people was the least of their concerns. Professor Selvig stepped forward and said, "All right, we understand. We won't leak anything. This will only be used for our research." Agent Coulson, satisfied by this answer, nodded approvingly. He might not be able to handle the man in front of him, but these hapless civilians, he could certainly deal with them. Mr. Song, we'll take our leave now. Have a pleasant trip. Song Chao nodded, replying with a hint of deeper meaning. I'm sure it'll be a wonderful trip. But Agent Coulson, if you don't head straight back to Washington, who knows? We might cross paths again. Coulson's eyes flickered at this, his mind instantly racing with possibilities and suspicions. But on the surface, he simply nodded, offered a polite farewell, and led his team away. Mr. Song? Your surname is Song? Are you Chinese? It was only now that Jane Foster caught his surname, and she couldn't help but ask. Song Chao nodded, not bothering to answer directly. It was obvious enough. Ladies, Professor, since everything's settled, we'll be on our way. Professor Selvig stepped forward to stop them. Sir, thank you for your help. Why don't you stay and have a meal with us, so we can properly thank you? Besides, I heard you're here on vacation. My students and I have been in this little town for a while now for our astronomy research, so we know the area fairly well. Let's play tour guide as a token of our gratitude. What do you say? Song Chao had never truly intended to leave. He'd only said that to be polite. After all, only a fool would let a benefactor walk away without so much. As a thank you, hearing the professor's offer, just as he expected, he pretended to hesitate, glanced at Hope and the others, then finally nodded. All right, we'll take you up on your offer. You're not imposing at all. Please come in. Professor Selvig was delighted that they agreed to stay. After all, it was clear their helpers were no ordinary people. Just as he was about to say more, his two students beat him to it. He watched Daisy invite their guests inside with excitement, while his star pupil Jane Foster hurried to play hostess, bustling about. He could only shake his head with a helpless smile and follow them in. Inside, Song Chao sipped coffee and made small talk with Professor Selvig. The professor was impressive. His knowledge was vast. It was a shame Song Chao had no plans to recruit him into Umbrella. Selvig still needed to help S.H.I.E.L.D. study the Cosmic Cube. Otherwise, the Mind Scepter would never find its way to Earth in the future. Turning his head, he saw the assistant, Daisy Louise, swooning over Bobby and John. Those superheroes who had already made a name for themselves outside, circling them like a love-struck fan. Meanwhile, Jane Foster seemed to have struck up a conversation with Hope. Recalling the plot and doing a quick mental calculation, Song Chao realized that if he went outside around this time, he'd likely run into Thor from the nursery on the town's main road. With that in mind, he stood up and glanced at Professor Selvig, saying, Well, Professor Selvig, it's still early. Why don't you show us around and let us experience some of the town's unique sights? Professor Selvig stood up and nodded repeatedly, eager to oblige. Of course, Mr. Song. No problem at all. I'll take you on a little tour right now. I want to go too. I can be our guide. I know this place well. That was Daisy, the ever-zealous assistant, speaking up with enthusiasm. Professor Selvig's lips twitched in mild embarrassment. This student of his could be quite the handful. Jane Foster, standing to the side, didn't shout but quietly offered to hope that she could help out as a guide as well. So, the group set out together. Song Chao had already arranged for several cars in advance. Professor Selvig, with Jane Foster at the wheel, took Song Chao and Hope in one car, while the rest piled into the other vehicles. Daisy, clinging persistently to John, left strongman Peter out of the spotlight, his anxious appearance not helping his case. As for Iceman Bobby, his girlfriend Ro Marie was keeping a close watch on him, making Daisy think twice. That left John as the only superhero she was familiar enough with to latch onto. So John, basking in his sudden good fortune, happily chatted with Daisy. The sight made Colossus Peter and Quicksilver Pietro Maximoff grimace with envy and resignation. There was nothing they could do but sit together and endure the spectacle, feeling the bitter taste of dog food in the air. Even if they hadn't reached that stage themselves, it seemed only a matter of time. They pointed and commented on the town's distinctive buildings and whatever scenery caught their eye along the way. Song Chao, truth be told, wasn't interested. Towns like this dotted Europe and America, with vast open spaces and little of note. Still, it gave him an excuse to be out and about. That was, until he spotted a blond man walking along the distant roadside. Song Chao recognized him instantly. As the cars rolled slowly forward, Jane Foster finally spotted their target as well and called out, "Stop the car, Professor!" "What's the matter, Jane?" Hearing his prize student's urgent voice, Professor Selvig quickly hit the brakes and turned to ask, "Professor, I just saw someone I know." Jane glanced at the blond man by the roadside, tossed the words over her shoulder, and promptly jumped out of the car. Song Chao, fully aware of who it was, followed her lead and got out too. The rest of the group, seeing what was happening, parked their cars as well. Hope went after Song Chao. Professor Selvig brought along his assistant, and John, still chatting animatedly with Daisy, tagged along. The others came up too, curious to see what was going on. As he walked closer, he overheard Jane Foster awkwardly making conversation with the other person. Song Chao listened, at a loss for words, feeling as if the two of them were caught in the hazy beginnings of romance, like two peas in a pod, clearly attracted to each other, yet neither had confessed, which made the atmosphere rather awkward. "Jane!" Before Song Chao could speak, Professor Selvig caught sight of Jane tangled up with this dangerous character once again, and called out at once. To the professor. This man who claimed to be the god of thunder was clearly unhinged, and he certainly didn't want his prize student getting mixed up with someone like that. "Professor." Jane snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Song Chao and his group approaching, she didn't dare meet her mentor's eyes. Instead, she turned to Hope and Song Chao to make introductions. "Mr. Song, Hope, you're here too. Let me introduce you. This is..." From the moment he arrived, Song Chao had been sizing up this so-called god of thunder from Norse mythology, Thor Odinson. Thor's long blonde hair brushed his shoulders, and he sported a bushy beard. Now he was wearing ill-fitting jeans, clothes that Song Chao knew belonged to Jane Foster's ex-boyfriend, who was a doctor. Thor had been exiled to Earth by his father, Odin Allfather, stripped of all his thunder god regalia, and had no choice but to borrow the ex's clothes. Just as Jane Foster was about to introduce him, Song Chao cut in before she could finish. Thor Odinson." Jane frowned at his words. She hadn't even introduced him yet, and this man already knew his name. Thor, hearing his name spoken so directly, didn't pause for a second before blurting out, "You know me? I didn't expect anyone in Midgard to recognize me. I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin, god of thunder." Ah. Song Chao stared at the simpleton across from him, proclaiming himself son of Odin right off the bat. It reminded Song Chao of people in his past life who would boast, "My dad is Li Gang," as if name-dropping a powerful parent could solve everything. Who among ordinary people would even know who Odin was? Professor Selvig, on the other hand, was stunned. He looked at Song Chao in surprise, unable to understand how this man, with a mysterious background, could name Thor so easily. After all, Thor's name was something he'd heard in childhood fairy tales, still found in books today, and well known from children's stories as the legendary Norse god of thunder. Thor Odinson? Jane Foster was also visibly surprised as she looked at Thor. "That's really your name?" Though she was quite taken with him, swept up in a kind of love at first sight, drawn to his rugged looks and broad chest, she hadn't expected him to actually have the same name as the legendary god of thunder. Song Chao's group was equally surprised. The mutants among them were less affected, since their troubled childhoods meant they hadn't heard many fairy tales or legends. Hope was different. When she heard what Song Chao said, she knew what kind of man her partner was and trusted him deeply. During her time at the company, Hope had witnessed things most people could never imagine. So, when the legendary god of thunder appeared before her, she accepted it more readily than most. Without a trace of doubt about Song Chao's words, she carefully sized up this figure straight out of Norse mythology. "Thor Odinson, now you're just a mere mortal. I really don't get why you're still looking so pleased with yourself," Song Chao remarked, unable to stand Thor's privileged, clueless demeanor, letting a bit of sarcasm slip into his voice. "Midgardian mortal, you are not permitted to insult me, the great Thor." Thor retorted indignantly, but before he could finish, Song Chao cut him off. "Oh, are you thinking of challenging me to a duel, man-to-man?" Song Chao interjected. "But as you're now, well, why don't you pick any one of my guys standing behind me? I'm just worried you might not even be able to beat them." "Oh no, Mr. Song. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Please, let's not do this." Jane Foster couldn't bear to watch any longer, quickly stepping in to stop them. She was worried the broad-shouldered man she fancied might get the worst of it. Song Chao thought about it. He still needed to win over this foolish son of Odin. Better not to crush his spirit just yet. Taking Jane's cue, he nodded and, while he was at it, decided to pull her aboard as well, ensuring the son of Odin couldn't slip away. All right, Jane, I've heard your work in astronomy has already surpassed your mentor. Professor Selvig speaks very highly of you. How about you join Umbrella? We can fund your research. Wait, what? Jane Foster hadn't expected Song Chao to back down from the duel so easily, let alone invite her to join Umbrella. She knew all too well that most companies wouldn't touch her kind of research. It simply didn't have much financial promise, and few were willing to invest. Hearing Umbrella's invitation now, she was so excited she didn't know what to say. Jane, what are you waiting for? Thank Mr. Song for his invitation, Professor Selvig urged, unable to watch her freeze up any longer. Oh, thank you, Mr. Song. Really, thank you so much. I'm delighted to join Umbrella. I truly appreciate your offer. Jane managed at last, snapping back to her senses. Wow, that's fantastic, Mr. Song. Can I join too? I am Jane's assistant, after all. Daisy Lewis, the assistant standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out her self-recommendation. Song Chao turned to look at her, then caught sight of John's expression beside her. Apparently, this little guy was still green. That did nothing for his reputation as a leader. Still, after a moment's thought, he decided it wouldn't hurt to throw his subordinate a bone, so he nodded in agreement. All right, you can continue being Jin's assistant. By the way, you'll also be Iron Man's personal assistant. I'll give you 2 salaries. Thank you. Wow, Iron Man's assistant. This is amazing. Daisy exclaimed happily, casting a glance at John beside her. Poor John, clueless as ever, just kept grinning awkwardly. Song Chao could tell at a glance that the boy was lost in a daydream. He shook his head in resignation. Mutant kids really have it tough. No real childhood, and even dating is a challenge. After all, it's rare to come across a mutant girl of the same age who's a good match. Not everyone is as lucky as Bobby, who met Rogue at the X Academy. Speaking of which, when Rogue Marie first arrived at the school, John had a crush on her too. Unfortunately, he couldn't outcompete Bobby, so the two never really got along, and their rivalry only grew worse, eventually turning them into sworn enemies. But that was all in the past. Now, with Song Chao and Umbrella around, the two of them get along quite well and have learned the value of teamwork and camaraderie. Just then, Thor, who had been standing nearby, began to feel left out. With a chest as broad as his, he was used to being the center of attention wherever he went. Yet here, after only a few exchanges, everyone had forgotten about him and started having their own cheerful conversation. He could not let this stand. There's no way the mighty Thor would just be a bystander, so he couldn't help but interject. Hey, you there, Midgardian. You still haven't told me how you know me, Thor Odinson, son of Odin. Song Chao glanced at Daycare, his nickname for Thor, amused by the peculiar way the man's mind worked. Still, he wanted to win him over, so there was no need for things to get awkward. After a moment's thought, he decided to play along. Oh, Odin, the All-Father of Norse mythology. Of course I know him. Thor Odinson. Did you know that this place isn't just called Midgard? It has another name, the Middle Court. Thor nodded. Of course I know that. It's all because of the World Tree. It connects and separates the 9 realms. Asgard, where I hail from, is one of them. The All-Father Odin once waged war across the other realms, and Midgard sits at the very center of the World Tree, which is why it's called the Middle Court. Naturally, Song Chao was well-versed in the Marvel cosmology, but he still needed to keep this big guy guessing. Thinking of the myths of the Yanwang people, he nodded, then shook his head. You're only half right. In fact, before your Asgardian gods even existed, this Earth, Midgard, belonged to the Yanwang people. Back then, the Heavenly Court ruled over everything. What? The Heavenly Court? Never heard of it. Are you making this up? Upon hearing this, Thor immediately shot back, full of suspicion. Though Song Chao was secretly amused. After all, this was the myth of Yanwang, and what could they possibly understand? He kept a straight face. Since the conversation had started, he knew he had to elaborate a bit, especially with Professor Savage, his girlfriend, and a few mutant followers all watching him closely. This is quite a long story, he said, so why don't we go out for a picnic? Discussing the majesty of the Heavenly Court here by the roadside feels a bit disrespectful. Thor was eager to learn more, but seeing everyone nod in agreement, he could only follow along. He decided to fetch his hammer later and listen first. It was unbelievable that this tale was said to predate even Norse mythology, and yet this Midgard mortal recognized him at a glance and knew Odin's name. Clearly, this was no ordinary man. With so many people, there was strength in numbers. Song Chao had brought plenty of followers this time, so naturally, the preparations for the barbecue and picnic were left to them. After all, if the boss had to do everything himself, what were subordinates for? Song Chao led Hope out of town to pick a scenic spot, and before long, his followers had the equipment ready and even brought along the food for the barbecue. Sitting comfortably in a chair his followers had set up, Song Chao met the expectant gazes of the group. Understanding what they wanted, he didn't drag things out. He nodded and said, "This myth stretches back a long way. It's perfectly normal you humans don't know it. Your civilization simply hasn't existed long enough." Hope, unimpressed, gave Song Chao a light smack. "Watch your words. What do you mean, you humans? Are you not human yourself?" Song Chao paused, realizing he'd misspoken. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying your civilizations are too recent, so there's a lot you don't know. It's only in the last 1 or 2,000 years that the legends of Asgard have reached you. That's your Norse mythology. But our Yin Huang lineage has recorded over 5,000 years of civilization even now, and only the rarest of our lineages know of an even more ancient history." At this point, Thor interjected, "What? You have records of civilization going back over 5,000 years? But mortals only live for a few decades. Maybe this heavenly court of yours could really be true." Song Chao nodded solemnly. "That's right, Thor. The Asgardian gods may live 5,000 years, but our Yanwang deities can easily live for hundreds of thousands of years. For certain reasons, the heavenly court withdrew from this universe and went off to wage war in others. Otherwise, the Nine Realms? Back then, the so-called Nine Realms were just military camps for the divisions of our heavenly court." At this moment, everyone listened to the conversation between Song Chao and Thor with expressions of utter bewilderment, especially Professor Selvig, Jane, Hope, and Daisy, those who had received higher education. Their long-held scientific beliefs seemed to shatter before their eyes, leaving them incredulous. The mutant underlings, on the other hand, seemed to take it better. With less formal education and all sorts of powers of their own, they were more open-minded and simply listened to Song Chao's words. Thor pressed on with his questioning. "What? The Nine Realms were once military outposts for your celestial court?" Song Chao struggled to suppress a smile, but on the surface his expression only grew more serious as he continued. "That's right. It's been so long that even our hidden records are fading. I only remember bits and pieces, but let me share what I know. The Celestial Court once had 8 military divisions: the formidable Thunder Division, Fire Division, Plague Division, and Combat Division, as well as 4 support divisions: the Constellation Division, the 3 Mountains and 5 Peaks Division, the Rain and Clouds Division, and the Gods of Virtue Division. One of today's 9 realms, Muspelheim, was once the barracks of the Fire Division. Every deity in that division wielded the legendary Samadhi True Flame. Their leader, the Star Lord of Fire Virtue, Luo Xian, was a true god of fire. His flames once scorched entire star systems in a single strike. As for Jotunheim, it used to be the stronghold of the Water Division, led by the Star Lord of Water Virtue, Lu Xiong. Everyone in the Water Division mastered all things related to water. There was a time when, at a mere thought from their leader, a whole star system could be submerged in water or frozen solid. Yet, for the sake of balance in the universe, these true gods always restrained their full power. The realm of the dead, Hell, was where the Celestial Court imprisoned its criminals. Vanaheim, now home to the Vanir gods, was once garrisoned by the Plague Division. Alas, how times have changed. The Celestial Court, which once ruled the cosmos, marched off to conquer the unknown. History faded into legend, legend into myth, and myth has all but been forgotten. Now on Earth, Midgard, only a handful of us, the direct bloodline of the Celestial Court, remember the glory of our ancestors. Earth was once the headquarters of the Celestial Court, which is why it's called the Middle Realm. But now, outsiders have taken over, and our Yin Wang. People have suffered terribly. All of this will be set right in my hands. My arrival in this world marks the return of the Celestial Court's ancient splendor. The more Song Chao spoke, the more passionate he became. What began as an attempt to hoodwink the dim-witted god of thunder soon left Song Chao himself tangled in a web of complex emotions. How many years has Norse mythology existed? Really? Even if this world is the Marvel universe and the myths of Yin and Huang do not exist, if I grow strong here, conquer the cosmos, traverse the multiverse, and wage war beyond the Wall of Origins, it's not impossible that I might one day encounter my own homeland, those ancient legends and deities from my past. And since I've come to this world and gained strength, why shouldn't I revive and glorify the mythology of Yin and Huang once more? With my own existence, I can shape the gods of Yin and Huang according to the legends I remember. After all, the Yin and Huang civilization has endured for over 5,000 years, far longer than the civilizations of other races, and has suffered even greater hardships, especially the persecutions of more recent times. I know all of this. In my previous life, I was powerless to change it. But in this life, at this very moment, I have the strength. How could I ever stoop to be like those spineless sycophants who worship foreign things and grovel before outsiders? No, I must suppress them. In this life, I make the rules. The Yin and Huang people must be the ones revered on Earth. Let the other races line up obediently behind us if they want to survive. If not, let them be swept into oblivion. Now that I have come to this world, I am the one chosen by fate. The more I thought about it, the more excited and clear-minded I became. Suddenly, everything fell into place for Song Chao. This was what he truly desired. My journey to this world has not been in vain. My dear, what are you doing? Wake up. Song, don't scare me. Just then, Song Chao snapped out of his thoughts as Hope's startled cry reached his ears. He jumped, refocused his mind, and saw that Hope was standing a good distance away, calling out loudly in his direction. The others were with her as well. Several of his followers had even suited up in their Iron Man armor, shielding those without combat skills. Why are you all standing so far away? Song Chao quickly teleported over and appeared before Hope, asking her. My dear, I'm just glad you're all right. Hope threw her arms around Song Chao, hugging him tightly, murmuring softly under her breath. Oh, sweetheart, I'm fine. What's wrong? Weren't we just having a conversation? Song Chao watched her worried expression, trying to piece together what had happened, but came up empty. Boss, after you finished talking, you drifted off into deep thought. Your expression grew more and more intense, and the pressure around you kept rising. The rest of us couldn't take it, so we had to move away from where you were sitting. At this point, his follower John stepped forward to explain. My dear, what happened to you just now? Hope also raised her head from Song Chao's chest, concern clear in her voice. Oh, so that's what happened. Song Chao nodded, finally understanding. It seemed that when his mind opened up and clarity dawned on him, his strength had erupted unconsciously. He had found his purpose, his direction. When he first arrived, Thanos had been his target. But now, he had set his sights on something far greater, a more ambitious goal, one requiring even more effort and resolve. For the rise of his race, not for the mutant kind, but for the race that housed his own soul, he fought for the resurgence of the Yin Huang people. Once his ancestors had risen to greatness, ruling the world and dominating the universe. Now, with his talents and the opportunities granted to him in this lifetime, he had gained such formidable power. It was time to revive that ancient glory with his own hands. Those who followed him would prosper. Those who opposed him would perish. Such was the commanding spirit expected of a son of Huaxia. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? To drift aimlessly through life would be a true sorrow. Having finally sorted out all his thoughts, Song Chao felt as if his mind had ascended to a new realm. If this were a tale of immortal heroes, he thought, his state of mind had progressed from the stage of refining chi and forming a golden core to that of the nascent soul or even the tribulation crossing stage. The comparison amused him, and he chuckled inwardly at how apt and dramatic it seemed. He lowered his head to look at Hope, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. Sweetheart, I'm Fina. It's all over now. Just remember, your man is even stronger than before. Boss, John, Bobby, and the others all called out to him in unison. Seeing the concern on his brothers' faces, Song Chao nodded to reassure them. The surge in his power made his future plans clearer than ever. Thinking of the Superhero League, he announced, Don't worry, everything's better than ever. Once we're back, the Umbrella Superhero League will be officially established. I'm counting on you all. Yes, it's finally happening. Hey, you three are full members now, but we're still on the reserve bench. Since being intimidated by Song Chao's overwhelming presence, Selvig, Jane, and Daisy had retreated with the others to a safe distance. Now, as Song Chao awoke, he suddenly flickered and appeared before them in an instant. Then, as he spoke again of the Umbrella Superhero League, this series of shocks left these ordinary people feeling as though they no longer belonged in the modern world. Science seemed helpless in the face of such wonders, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, Thor Odinson's eyes shone with admiration as he stared at Song Chao. This Midgardian was far more powerful than he'd imagined. No mere mortal at all. Could what he said about the Heavenly Court be true? Once the Heavenly Court had ruled the entire universe, something even the gods of Asgard could never achieve. The Nine Realms had merely served as outposts for the Heavenly Court's armies. It was all so incredible that Thor could scarcely bring himself to believe it. Yet, seeing the certainty in Song Chao's voice, the thoughtful look he wore after speaking, and the ever-growing aura of power that surrounded him, Thor found it impossible to dismiss the possibility entirely. Could it be that long ago all of this was actually real? It seems I really need to get to know this man better. Just looking at the aura he exudes, it's almost on par with Odin himself. Unbelievable. Wow, Thor Odinson. The way you're staring at me is downright chilling, Song Chao teased, holding Hope close to comfort his frightened girlfriend. He couldn't help but mock Thor, whose eyes were practically glowing as he stared back. Listen, I'm only into women, man. That look you're giving me is a bit much. I'm really not into guys, Song Chao added with a smirk. Thor, hearing this, immediately glanced down at Jane Foster and replied, I only like women too. Don't get me wrong. I just think you're powerful. As powerful as me, the great Thor. I consider you a true brother now. Song Chao looked at Thor's earnest face and shook his head in disbelief. Thor, you're too weak. If I were as strong as you, I'd rather end it all. Thor's face darkened. What do you mean? How dare you look down on me? Thor Odinson, I challenge you to a duel. Song Chao nodded, then glanced at his companions and thought for a moment. All right, Pete, you're up. Go spar with the God of Thunder. Just don't go all out. I'd hate for you to break him. Got it, boss, replied Pete. Once known as Colossus, he was now the world-renowned superhero Mighty Man. Pete stepped forward obediently. He was a straightforward kid, always did as he was told, and Song Chao was pleased with him. Pete's mutant powers were all in his physical body, making him inherently the perfect counter to the Asgardians. Unless Thor could reclaim his hammer and regain his full godly form, he was no match for Pete. As for John and Bobby, their bodies were too fragile. Without being able to use their mutant abilities, Song Chao would never let them brawl with someone like Thor. It just wasn't worth the risk. Come on then, God of Thunder from Norse legend, Pete said, taking a step forward and taunting Thor. Thor couldn't hold back. He brushed aside Jane Foster, rolled up his sleeves, and threw a punch straight at Pete. Song Chao could only shake his head. The mighty Asgardian, the legendary God of Thunder, stripped of his hammer, he'd been reduced to brawling like a street thug. What a disgrace. With a heavy thud, Pete, honest as ever, met Thor's punch head-on. Even after all his training with Frank, he still didn't know how to hold back. Their fists collided, and both men staggered backward. But Thor stumbled several steps farther than Pete. Poor God of Thunder. Even the world's greatest boxing champion would stand no chance against Pete. Unfortunately for Thor, he was up against a mutant, a physical powerhouse who was the perfect nemesis for a thunder god stripped of his divine strength. The two, after retreating, quickly launched themselves back into the fray, exchanging blows once more. The fight grew increasingly fierce, but Thor was gradually losing ground, the onslaught of attacks wearing him down. Pete, that's enough. Step back. Let's call it here. Seeing the worry etched on Jane Foster's face, and remembering that he still needed her help to win over the daycare, Song Chao decided it was best to end things now. Besides, if the fight continued, while no one would be seriously hurt or killed, letting the proud God of Thunder take a beating could easily backfire. The daycare might deliberately oppose him in the future, or worse, run off to join the Avengers, which would be a real problem. There was no need to push things that far, so Song Chao quickly called out to Pete, putting a stop to the contest. I haven't lost yet. Come on, let's go another round. Thor bellowed with laughter, but his expression was awkward. This kid really couldn't admit defeat. Anyone who'd seen the movies would recognize this side of him. Song Chao had no intention of exposing him. He nodded, ready to offer some praise and encouragement, and smoothly extended an invitation. Of course, the mighty God of Thunder, son of Odin, Thor Odinson. How could you possibly be weak? You've earned my respect. Here's the thing. I've formed the Umbrella Superhero League, and your abilities would make you a perfect fit for this team. So, Thor Odinson, God of Thunder, I formally invite you to join the league. Him, and him. As he spoke, Song Chao gestured to Pete, John, and Barbie, letting Thor know who the other members were. They're all part of the Superhero League. There are others, too. I'll introduce you to them in time. In particular, there's a massive green juggernaut among us. He's even stronger than Asgard's ultimate weapon, the Destroyer. His body is so tough that even the Destroyer can't break through his defenses. Thor, relieved to have saved face, was clearly pleased. But when he heard the invitation to join, he almost shook his head. After all, he was the Prince of Asgard, the future king of the gods. How could he join some other faction? But then, hearing that the boy he'd just fought was also a member, and that there was someone whose physical strength surpassed even Odin's legendary war machine, his curiosity got the better of him. He blurted out, "Wait a minute. You're saying there's someone whose body is tougher than the war machine personally forged by Odin? Impossible. And how do you know about the Destroyer anyway? I'm the Prince of Asgard. I can't simply join another group." Song Chao nodded knowingly. It's indeed more powerful than the Destroyer. Once you join the Alliance, you'll understand. As for how I know all this, oh, Thor, have you forgotten where I come from? The former Celestial Court was never something your Asgard could rival. And as for your concerns about your status being unsuitable for joining the Alliance, that's not an issue. There's much you don't understand, Thor. The Alliance doesn't require you to permanently take up residence. It's about mutual support and watching each other's backs. If your father Odin knew, he certainly wouldn't let you turn it down. Your way of thinking is still rather naive. Thor quickly shook his head. Impossible. You have no idea how powerful Odin truly is. As for joining the alliance, let me think about it. Song Chao nodded. This kid was just like that. No need to rush him. There's still plenty of time. Besides, with Jane Foster on his side, this blockhead of a prince wouldn't be running off anywhere. No pity. There's no need to rush into joining the alliance. As for whether I understand Odin, well, I'll keep that to myself. After all, you hardly know your own father. Otherwise, would you be exiled here right now? Hearing this, Thor's face first flashed with anger, then darkened. You're right. But first, I need to retrieve my hammer, Mjolnir. Song Chao nodded at Thor's words. Truth be told, he was quite curious to try his hand at lifting the legendary kitty hammer himself. With Loki arriving soon, he was still undecided on whether he should interact with this Asgardian little prince who had been redeemed in his previous life. Still, to keep the story moving smoothly in the early stages, it was better not to intervene. At the very least, he shouldn't interfere. With Thor's storyline, Loki had to be cast into the void, meet Thanos, and then come to Earth wielding the Mind Scepter to stir up trouble. All right then, let's go. I'll come with you to see the famous Mjolnir. I'm curious to see if I can lift it myself. Hearing this, Thor's expression changed, and he let out a nervous, hearty laugh. You must be joking. This is my hammer, Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. There's no way you could ever lift it. Yes, absolutely impossible. Yet inside, he wasn't so sure. Ever since he'd met this man, Thor couldn't quite figure him out. Clearly a mortal from Midgard, yet frighteningly powerful. Even stripped of his divine power, Thor's 1,000 years of battle experience allowed him to sense the formidable aura radiating from this man, especially that overwhelming pressure later on, which felt nearly as intense as Odin's own presence. And then there was this so-called celestial court he kept mentioning. If that was real, then this man's background was truly extraordinary. If by some chance he really could lift Mjolnir, what would Thor do then? The thought was enough to give him a headache. Song Chao could naturally tell from Thor's words that he didn't really mean what he said. He knew he had almost managed to fool Thor, who was now beginning to believe the stories about the ancient Yinhuang myths. Now, hearing Song Chao say he wanted to try lifting the hammer, Thor tensed up immediately. Secretly, Song Chao couldn't help but smile to himself. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, let's go and have a look together. Thor shuddered at these words. After thinking it over, he decided to go ahead and see for himself. What if this person really could pick it up? No, he couldn't let his mind wander. Impossible. Mjolnir was his and his alone. No one else could lift it. And so, the group set off. Only poor Professor Selvig was forced out of Song Chao's car and had to ride in another vehicle. Of course, it wasn't Song Chao who kicked him out. It was the handiwork of his own brilliant student. Ah, women, once they have a man they like, even the most esteemed mentor gets tossed aside without a second thought. The front seats now belonged to Jane Foster, driving, with Thor riding shotgun. The two exchanged flirtatious glances. Meanwhile, Song Chao and Hope sat in the back. Unfortunately, their little picnic had delayed them, so by the time they arrived, night had fallen and rain had begun to pour. You can't go in. This area is now under government control. Because Song Chao was with them, Jane didn't sneak around with Thor this time. Instead, she drove straight to where the hammer had landed. Unfortunately, the area was already cordoned off, and a security guard stopped their car at the entrance. Catching Jane's pleading look in the rearview mirror, Song Chao understood. She was worried about Thor. He nodded, rolled down the window, and called out, "Go get Agent Coulson, and hurry." With that, he rolled the window back up, unconcerned with what the agents or guards thought. He figured Coulson would be informed of his arrival immediately. After all, the ways of S.H.I.E.L.D. were no secret. Song Chao glanced at the perimeter fence and the white corridor, genuinely impressed by SHLD's efficiency. In just half a day, they'd managed to set up such a large operation in the middle of nowhere. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Agent Coulson arrived at the gate with his team, just as Song Chao had expected. "Mr. Song, what brings you here?" A few minutes earlier, when Coulson received the report from his subordinates, he could barely contain his frustration. He'd only just run into Song Chao in the neighboring town earlier that day, only to leave empty-handed. And now, right after dinner, Song Chao had shown up again, at a site strictly classified by the agency as potentially alien in origin. They'd taken every precaution, but still, the one person they least wanted to see had arrived. When Coulson had reported back to headquarters earlier, he'd already suspected that Song Chao was after the hammer-like alien artifact. Now, Coulson was almost certain. There was a 90% chance Song Chao was here for exactly that reason. But Song Chao was not someone to be trifled with, so Coulson had to greet him with a smile, despite his unease. Seeing that the other party had no intention of getting out of the car, I could only walk over with a sense of resignation and knock on the window, calling out loudly in greeting. What a miserable situation. In the past, wherever Carson, went, I was always charging ahead, making my presence known. Ordinary people would tremble at the sight of me. Compared to now, it's enough to bring tears to my eyes. Agent Coulson, it's raining. Shouldn't we go inside to talk? Making me stand out here in the rain and speak to you. Certainly not the most hospitable way to treat a guest, wouldn't you agree? Song Chao rolled down the window, not bothering to get out. After all, it was still raining. He didn't mind braving hail himself. But hope was still with him, and a good man knows how to care for his woman. So, with a casual teasing tone, he chided Coulson. Well, Coulson hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. Truth be told, he was desperate for Song Chao to leave, so he could get back inside, but there was no way to simply chase him off. This man had grown more domineering and forceful in recent years. In the past few years, more than 100 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents monitoring Umbrella had vanished. Without a trace. Everyone knew who was behind it, but the Bureau never dared make a scene or confront him directly. They could only swallow their bitterness in silence. With a mouth full of bitterness, Coulson mulled it over and realized resistance was futile. He could only signal for those outside to step aside. Jane Foster, seeing that. Song Chao didn't even need to leave the car to be allowed in. Felt all the more fortunate to have joined Umbrella. She glanced at Thor as the car slowly rolled forward. After getting out, Song Chao led his group to follow Coulson into a modest room, just big enough to seat everyone. Song Chao didn't mind the lack of hospitality. After all, setting up these facilities in the middle of nowhere in just half a day was no easy feat. He had to be understanding. Once his men handed out coffee, Coulson could hardly wait to speak. Mr. Song, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Song Chao glanced at Thor, who was brimming with anticipation and barely able to contain himself, then looked back at Coulson with a helpless expression. Oh, it's like this. My guys are quite curious about the hammer lifting event that's been all over the internet today. Our little tourist town is just next door, so naturally, they all wanted to give it a try and see if they could lift it themselves. As their boss, my hands are tied. I have to grant their request. After all, if people lose heart, it's hard to keep the team together. I'm sure this minor matter isn't too much trouble, Agent Coulson. You wouldn't deny them this, would you? Coulson's response was almost instinctive. No, Mr. Song. This site is now under government control. S.H.I.E.L.D. is fully in charge, and no outsiders are allowed access. Please, don't make things difficult for me. I'm just following orders. Song Chao listened to this without changing expression, simply nodding in acknowledgement. All right, I understand you. I'll give you 5 minutes to report this to your superiors. Tell them that in 5 minutes, you either take us to try the hammer, or we take all of you out. Oh, or you could try taking us out instead. Song Chao knew S.H.I.E.L.D. all too well. Never mind Agent Coulson's pitiful act in front of him. He hadn't forgotten how this man treated Professor Selvig, Jane, Daisy, and the others in the past. Those scenes were still vivid in his mind. And Professor Selvig wasn't an ordinary person either. He was a renowned astronomer. This organization had always acted with overwhelming arrogance, bullying ordinary people as if it were second nature. So when Coulson tried to gain sympathy, Song Chao couldn't care less. He didn't even bother to give him a proper look. These professionally trained agents always knew exactly what to say to whom, changing their words like chameleons. If you believe them, well, congratulations. You might as well start picking out your coffin, or perhaps buy yourself a dog collar to wear when you're forced to grovel later. Mr. Song, Coulson wanted to play to his strengths, his smooth talking and social skills. But before he could get a word out, the man across from him casually cut him off and instead turned his attention to the woman beside him, whispering sweet nothings. Coulson had no choice but to close his mouth, think it over, and turn to leave and report. Coulson, do you need us? Waiting outside was Agent Clint Barton, Hawkeye, who stepped forward and asked in a low voice as soon as Coulson emerged. Agent Barton, get back to your post. I'd hate to see an old friend die needlessly. Coulson knew exactly what Barton meant and quickly stopped him from saying more. There was no point in throwing lives away. These people weren't the merciful sort. Back when he was barely an adult, Song Chao had already killed hundreds of soldiers sent to the Mutant Academy and even disposed of the bodies without a trace. After sending Barton away, Coulson walked to a corner and dialed the director's number. Director, Song from Umbrella has indeed appeared at our secured research site, just as we predicted after seeing him in the nearby town this afternoon. Right now, he wants to take his people to try if they can lift the hammer. He's only giving us 5 minutes. After that, either we're all dead or he wipes out everyone on his side. Once he finished his report, Coulson moved the phone away from his ear, bracing himself. Sure enough, he was greeted by a torrent of angry curses from the other end. He waited for a while, and when he finally heard the director's voice again, his face twisted in frustration. Though, truth be told, he had expected this all along. After hanging up the phone, Coulson let out a sigh. S.H.I.E.L.D. could do whatever it pleased in most countries around the world, acting with absolute impunity. But faced with Umbrella, they ran into nothing but brick walls. Their adversary was ruthless, shrewd at manipulating public opinion, and brimming with uncanny ingenuity. It was impossible to guard against every move. How had they never realized mutants could be this formidable? Did that mean Professor X and Magneto, the two legendary figures, were just pretenders after all? For all their vaunted intellect and notoriety as the world's foremost terrorists, somehow, S.H.I.E.L.D. had never really felt threatened by them, even thinking they could handle those two with ease. But now what had changed? All that was different was the addition of this song, Chow. Coulson couldn't make sense of it. The whole situation left him stifled and frustrated. Time and again, he'd been made to look foolish in front of this group, unable to fight back. S.H.I.E.L.D. had always called the shots. Since when had they been forced to swallow their pride like this? Lost in thought, Coulson waited until exactly 5 minutes had passed, then walked in and addressed Song Chow politely. Mr. Song, after repeated reports and many requests to my superiors, they've agreed to let you try your hand at lifting the hammer. Please come with me. Song Chow nodded at his words, clearly unfazed by anything the agent had to say. After all, an agent's promises were even less trustworthy than a swindler's. Let's get going. The boys are getting impatient. In reality, it was Thor who could wait no longer. With his hammer right there, how could he just stand around? Yet, he knew that, stripped of his powers, he probably wouldn't win in a head-on clash with these men in black. So he forced himself to hold back. Now, hearing Song Chow's cue, he immediately rose to his feet. Everyone followed Coulson, winding through corridor after corridor, slowly drawing closer to their target. Song Chow watched all this, beyond exasperated. For heaven's sake, the pit was only 20 meters wide, but after all these turns, they'd easily walked hundreds. What kind of ridiculous design was this? All for a hammer? Was it really necessary to build such a convoluted passageway? Even when watching the movie, he'd wanted to complain, but now experiencing it for himself, he realized it was even more of a headache than it looked on screen. What a bunch of idiots, making things needlessly complicated. Mr. Song, we're here. There it is. Coulson finally stopped, turning to Song Chow and pointing to the hammer lying out in the rain-soaked earth. Before Song Chow could reply, Coulson noticed that among the newcomers, a burly blond man had already rushed ahead. He'd already picked up that this man was oddly fixated on the hammer back in the room, and now, seeing him dash forward, Coulson's eyes flickered with suspicion, running through the possibilities in his mind. This man wasn't in SHLD's database, nor had Umbrella ever mentioned him before. Why the urgency? Could he be connected to the hammer in some way? Song Chow didn't respond to Coulson, but instead led his group to stand at the exit, watching as Thor slowly descended into the muddy pit. Thor was brimming with excitement. At last, he could reclaim his old companion. Oh, Mjolnir, my trusty partner, how I've missed you. His face lit up with emotion as he strode forward, grasped the hammer with one hand, and gave it an easy tug. But something was wrong. Thor froze, dumbfounded. The hammer didn't budge. An uneasy feeling crept over him. He quickly gripped it with both hands and tried again, but still it refused to move. His expression darkened. Bending at the waist, planting his feet, he strained with all his might. Again, and again, and again. He stared at the hammer in disbelief, his father Odin's final words echoing in his mind. Thor, son of Odin, you have defied my command. Through your arrogance and foolishness, you opened the gates of peace to chaos, and innocent people suffered the horrors of war. You are unworthy to rule the kingdom, unworthy of your title, unworthy of your family's love, for you have betrayed them. Now, I strip you of your rights and your godly power. In the name of my father and my father's father, I, Odin Allfather, your father and the father of gods, banish you from Asgard. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. At that moment, Thor's heart turned cold as ice. Father, have you truly abandoned me? Overwhelmed by sorrow, he threw his head back and let out a mournful, angry roar toward the sky. Thor. Jane Foster could never have imagined things would turn out like this. Her heart ached for him. She wanted to rush to his side, but Song Chow stopped her with a gesture, signaling her to stay put. Song Chow watched Thor carefully. Though he often joked about Thor behind his back, calling him a nursery school fool, actually being here in this moment, hearing the raw anguish in Thor's cry, made him thoughtful. He considered Thor's journey ahead, truly a tragic tale. In the Avengers, Thor was the mightiest, yet also the most tragic. What he was experiencing now was only the beginning. Soon his sister Hela would torment him. His hammer would be shattered. He'd lose an eye. Asgard would be destroyed, and even the few Asgardian survivors would lose half their number to Thanos. In the end, to forge a new axe, he nearly paid with his life. Even after being revived, his aim faltered. he failed to kill Thanos. This led to binge drinking, and eventually he would wander the cosmos, fighting alone, his entire life reduced to an empty cup on a coffee table. Agent Coulson, have someone escort Thor back to his room so he can calm down. The rest of you, give him some space for now, don't disturb him. Song Chao had already sensed Loki lurking nearby. After a moment's thought, he gave Coulson these instructions, knowing S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't object to such a small request. Thor's growth would have to be inspired by his brother Loki. Song Chao wanted the story to unfold as it should, so he left the two brothers in arms, and in more ways than one, to their conversation. As Coulson arranged for Thor to be taken away, Song Chao turned to his crew and casually said, "Anyone curious to give it a try? Go ahead, have a shot." His attention, however, was elsewhere. With silent, invisible tendrils of mental power, he kept a constant watch over Thor's room. As soon as he saw the agent leave, Loki appeared before Thor in the blink of an eye. Thor hadn't expected Loki to show up on Earth. He looked up at his brother in surprise. "Loki, what are you doing here?" Loki regarded Thor with a grave expression. "I came to see you." A jolt of dread struck Thor's heart. Sensing something ominous, he hesitated before speaking slowly. "What's wrong? Tell me, was it the Jotuns? I can explain everything to Father." Before he could finish, Loki cut him off. "Father is dead." The word struck Thor like a thunderclap. He was stunned for a long moment, and when he finally spoke, his face was drawn and strained. "What? After you were banished, the threat of another war was simply too much for him. You mustn't blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wanted to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. Leaving the hammer so close, yet you still can't lift it. How cruel is that? Oh, and just so you know, the crown now rests quite naturally on my head." Thor cared nothing for the crown. The news of Odin's death weighed heavily on him. He looked at Loki, his voice tinged with grief as he asked, "Can I go home?" Loki shook his head. "The truce with the Jotuns was sealed on the condition of your exile. And Mother, she's forbidden your return as well. My brother, I came only to say goodbye. I truly am sorry." Thor had no idea what to feel at that moment. He shook his head and managed, with difficulty, to say, "No, it's I who should be sorry." He blamed himself for defying Odin and starting a war with Jotunheim, which had led to their father's death. Mother must be heartbroken, he thought. She had even refused to see him again. Thor's mind churned with guilt and regret. Loki turned to leave. Thor didn't notice the faint smile that crept onto his brother's lips. Outside, Song Chao saw everything clearly through the eyes of his mind. For this so-called god of mischief, one of Asgard's 3 notorious princes, nothing was off-limits when it came to putting on a show. As for Loki, Song Chao had no plans for him just yet. He had already suppressed his own presence, making himself appear as ordinary as possible so as not to interfere with the flow of events. Sure enough, Loki noticed nothing amiss. He strode confidently toward the hammer, as though no one else were there. But that made sense. Apart from Song Chao, no one else could see him. Not even the young mutant followers outside noticed a thing. Loki glanced at the hammer. Unable to resist, he reached out and grasped it. No response. He tried again with both hands, but it wouldn't budge an inch. The hammer remained as immovable as ever. But the god of mischief didn't care. At that moment, he thought to himself, "I'm an assassin who plays at magic, not like my foolish brother Thor, who just swings a hammer around." Shaking his head, he gave up on the notion of lifting the hammer. He never really believed he could do it anyway. It was just a passing whim. Casting a disdainful glance at the mortals around him, he turned and slipped away without a sound. No one else could see Loki, nor did they realize he'd tried to lift the hammer. But Song Chao had witnessed the whole thing, for the sake of the storyline. Though, he had no intention of interacting with Loki just yet. He had to be patient. Everything depended on waiting for the Mind Stone to arrive on Earth. "Boss, we couldn't lift that hammer at all. It's really incredible. How could such a small hammer not budge an inch?" A moment later, John and Bobby, along with a few other underlings, came over to report to Song Chao. "Mr. Song, would you like to give it a try?" Coulson had initially resisted Song Chao bringing people here, but now that things had gone this far, he figured he might as well test how much Song Chao knew about the hammer and encouraged him to have a go. "Yeah, boss, why don't you give it a shot?" The underlings echoed the suggestion, eager to see whether their leader could lift the hammer. "Darling, why don't you try it too?" Hearing everyone's words, Hope considered for a moment and then tentatively made the suggestion to Song Chao. Song Chao thought it over for a moment, then shook his head. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head again, declining the offer to try. Mjolnir, also known as the Hammer of Thor, was forged at Odin's command by the dwarves, who used materials extracted from the core of a dying star. The Hammer of Thor is imbued with magic. Only those deemed worthy can wield it. Otherwise, it cannot be moved at all. The hammer allows its bearer to summon and control the primal forces of the universe, as well as the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It can also discharge or channel electrical and magnetic energy, manipulate gravity, generate heat, and even antimatter. It responds to the will of its wielder. Once thrown, no matter how far away or what obstacles stand in the way, it will always return to the user's hand. The hammer also enables its wielder to fly, create vortexes and force fields, and even tear open the fabric of space itself. As a sacred artifact, it possesses the power to repel undead and demons. Thinking over the lore of Thor's hammer, especially the blessing Odin placed upon it, Song Chao naturally understood why Captain America Steve Rogers could lift it, as well as Vision. Captain America embodies all the virtues of a true superhero. As for Vision, let's call him a person for the sake of the story. In the movie, he and Ultron represent two extremes. Ultron sees humanity as a disaster, wanting nothing more than to wipe them out. Vision, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. His character is truly noble. Naturally, that's why he is able to lift the hammer. Song Chao refused to try not out of fear that he wouldn't be able to lift it, but precisely the opposite. With his strength, picking up Thor's hammer would be effortless. Thanks to Odin's blessing, those with a pure heart can wield it, and beyond that, it's simply a matter of brute force. Come to think of it, Thor's hammer is only the core of a star. If you're strong enough, if your power is great enough, lifting it is nothing special. Realizing this, Song Chao suddenly found the whole thing rather dull, and couldn't be bothered to try. Knowing it himself was enough. Seeing that everyone else had had their turn, Song Chao felt no urge to perform for the crowd. Well then, let's go back and watch the stars tonight under the open sky. When they had arrived, a heavy rain had just finished pouring down, but it stopped quickly. Now, Song Chao led everyone back, suggesting they camp outside the town under the night sky. With so many people, it would save a lot of trouble anyway. After all, this was a border town. Expecting any decent hotel was just wishful thinking. Camping would be better, especially since they had all the gear. Hearing this, Jane Foster couldn't hold back any longer and hurried off to find Thor. Song Chao and the others headed out to the car to wait, while Agent Coulson followed behind to see them off. The bringer of chaos was finally leaving, worthy of a personal farewell. Song Chao could tell that Coulson felt a wave of relief. He didn't mind. After a short wait, he saw Thor come out with Jane by his side. "John, Bobby, bring out the beer. Let's have a drink before bed." On the outskirts of the small town, once his crew had set up camp, Song Chao gave his instructions. "Thor, I think you should try this. It's different from Asgardian mead. Judging by your mood, I think you could use a drink." Song Chao casually tossed a can of beer to Thor. Thor caught it without missing a beat, popped it open, and took a big gulp. He looked at the can and nodded. "Not bad. It's not the same as our Asgardian liquor, but I like it all the same." Since coming out, Jane Foster had stuck close to Thor's side. Seeing him in better spirits now, she smiled with relief. "Thor, I'm just glad you're okay. The way you looked before, I was really worried about you." Thor gazed at her, the woman who, after 1,500 years, could still make his heart tremble. "Jane, thank you for always caring about me. Honestly, I haven't done enough to repay you." Jane shook her head and, remembering something, gave him a playful smile. "I did knock you over once, didn't I? I'd say we're even." Song Chao sat beside Hope, holding her close. As he watched the awkward conversation between the other two, he exchanged a subtle glance with Hope, and they both stifled a laugh. Hope leaned in toward Song Chao and whispered softly, "You were so much better than him back then." A straightforward and simple confession. Song Chao whispered back, "Did you like it?" Hope shot Song Chao a playful glare. I suppose it was just acceptable. If I'd ever been in a relationship before, I probably wouldn't have fallen for your sweet talk." Song Chao chuckled quietly. "What sweet talk? I don't know how to do that. I'm an honest guy, just telling it like it is." Hope was about to say more, but she noticed someone's gaze in their direction. She turned and saw Jane and Thor staring right at her and Song Chao. Embarrassed, she quickly sat up straight. "What are you two doing? Don't you know it's rude to interrupt people enjoying a romantic moment?" Song Chao caught on as well. Noticing Hope's shyness, he quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Jane Foster snapped to attention, suddenly remembering she'd have to rely on the two of them for help. She hurriedly stood up and dragged Thor away. "Come on, let's go for a walk." With some people drinking and others whispering intimately, the mood gradually quieted. The night passed peacefully. The next day, everyone packed up and returned to the small town. In Professor Selvig's research cabin, they waited for the meal to be ready. Jane, the pride of her mentor, took charge in the kitchen, while our mighty Thor scurried around as her assistant, looking for all the world like a big, goofy dog who'd never seen a woman before. At that moment, Song Chao narrowed his eyes and called John and two others over. He led them aside and gave quiet instructions. "John, Bobby, Pete, You three take the Iron Man suits and head 5 kilometers northwest of town. There'll be a war machine showing up. Soon. Go and test your skills. But remember, this is just practice. Don't go all out. In the end, they continue on to the town. The three looked puzzled, but nodded anyway. Orders were orders. Better to follow the boss's instructions, or else Frank would surely double their training. Seeing Bobby and the others about to leave, his girlfriend Mary wanted to tag along. As a result, everyone else chimed in to join. They didn't know exactly where they were going, but when you're young and with friends, enthusiasm is contagious. Song Chao could only nod and agree, telling them to come back together after they were done. In fact, he thought it was just as well that everyone went. His team needed to learn that Odin's handcrafted Asgardian war weapon, the Destroyer, was no joke. He was curious to see how they'd handle a real beating. Professor Selvig and the others were curious, but aware of Song Chao's identity, they didn't dare to ask too many questions and kept their thoughts to themselves. The group piled into a minibus to head for their target. There were too many people to fit in a car. Bobby, where exactly did the boss send you guys? Bobby's girlfriend, Rogue Mary, couldn't help but ask as soon as they boarded. The other teammates all turned to look at Bobby when they heard this. Oh, you guys? Well, the boss didn't really say much. He just told us we'd be sparring with a robot in a bit to get some practice in. Then, we're supposed to let it go and follow it back. Bobby shook his head helplessly but still took the time to explain. Whoa, hey, look over there. What's going on? Are they filming a movie? At that moment, Song Chao's brother-in-law, Pietro, suddenly shouted, pointing excitedly out the window. Everyone turned to look. Wow, 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in retro costumes. One of them, sporting a full beard and clad in armor with an axe in hand, looked just like a dwarf warrior out of a movie. Except, he was actually taller than the rest of them, which felt a bit off. Otherwise, he'd be a perfect dwarf warrior. Their outfits naturally stirred everyone's curiosity. The other 3 were also decked out in vintage gear, leather armor, cloaks, shields, and weapons. Quite the sight. Maybe this has something to do with Thor. The brains of the group, Phantom Cat Katie, watched them with interest, her expression thoughtful as she spoke up. That does make sense. Thor's hammer, though he can't lift it now. The boss did mention it's supposed to be his. Bobby nodded in agreement at that. Yeah, if the boss says so, it must be true. Plus, Mjolnir, Thor, the god of thunder, straight out of Norse mythology. And look at those people. Could they be here looking for Thor? John admired Song Chao the most and always trusted what he said. Now, making the connection between Thor, mythology, and these strangers in old-fashioned outfits, he made a guess. Seems likely. They're coming from a direction the boss told us to head. Step on it. Pete, let's pick up the pace. Phantom Cat, Katie nodded at the theory, then called out to Pete, who was driving. Soon, they arrived at their destination, only to find they weren't alone. In fact, there were quite a few others there already. The other group's convoy had spotted them as well, and after a quick glance exchanged between the 2 sides, everyone got out of their vehicles and headed toward each other. Hey, isn't that Agent Phil Coulson? Seriously, you guys just show up everywhere, don't you? As they got out and recognized the familiar faces, people they'd only parted ways with the night before, John, mimicking Song Chao's tone, was the first to crack a joke. Coulson felt a surge of frustration that he barely managed to hide. He'd been feeling this way a lot lately, even though the group across from him didn't include Song Chao this time. Coulson still had to sense these people were way out of his league. Running into them again, he could only muster a slightly bitter smile and reply. Mr. Iron Man, I didn't expect to see you all so soon after we just parted last night. I honestly don't know what to say anymore. And you too, Frost Guy, Strong Man, and everyone else, hello. So what brings you all here? Oh, I see. This is where we do our training. You know how it is. Our boss insisted, so we don't really have a choice. John knew who the people across from him were. He could afford to joke around a bit, but at the end of the day, he still had to bring up his boss as a shield. Otherwise, it'd be tough for these young guys to hold their ground. I see. Coulson mulled it over, realizing Song Chao seemed to know quite a bit. He and his team had detected a sudden, massive energy spike breaking through the atmosphere and crashing down here, which is why they'd rushed over. He hadn't expected that these people would show up at the exact same time. Thinking back to his report to the director last night and the analysis departments, speculation that Song Chao might know something about the origin of that hammer, Coulson silently nodded to himself as he sized up the current situation. All right, then Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden storm whipped up around them. At the same time, the monitoring equipment with his agents blared out frantic alarms, signaling a violent energy surge. Coulson immediately fell silent and turned to look. John and his team exchanged glances. They all knew what this meant. This was exactly what their boss had warned them about. The robot was coming. Everyone fall back. Mary, take the team and get to a safe distance. Bobby quickly ordered his girlfriend, Rogue, to lead everyone away, then suited up in the iron armor they'd brought along. Song Chao had always told them their bodies were too fragile. They needed to carry Umbrella's ever-upgrading iron armor with them at all times. The team, listen well. Every one of them had their own custom suit and kept it on hand. Even Peter, Colossus, whose mutation made his body as tough as steel, didn't dare disobey and had his own armor as well. As the storm faded, a towering iron robot several meters high materialized where it had been. One of Coulson's bald agents spoke up. Is this a Stark Industries product? Or Umbrella's? Coulson shook his head at a loss. How should I know? We can't afford to cross Umbrella, and Stark won't even answer my calls. Just then, the robot began to move on its own. Coulson quickly hurried forward, shouting at it. You're using unregistered weapons technology. Identify yourself immediately. The robot paused at the sound of his voice, and a smile crept onto Coulson's face as he turned to his team. That's it. But he barely finished the words before the robot's entire body began to glow. Its head opened up, energy visibly gathering. There was no time to shout a warning before the attack began. Get clear. John, Bobby, and Peter, each now suited up in their iron armor, stepped forward to shield the others. Coulson led his team swiftly back to safety. Only once they reached a secure distance did he turn to watch the battlefield. 3 of Umbrella's superpowered heroes were now locked in combat with a mysterious robot. As expected, Umbrella knows a great deal. We had just detected the fluctuation, and they were already here. Judging by the way they handled things, they clearly know who their opponent is. I'll have to report to the director about Song's situation. This man is becoming more and more unpredictable. A moment later, retreat. With a sharp call from Barbie, the 3 of them immediately broke away from the battle and withdrew. They simply couldn't win. There was no way to break through the defense. The robot, seeing the situation, stood still for a moment. Then, without hesitation, it turned and continued heading towards the town. At that very moment, Loki, seated on the throne of Asgard, decided it was more important to control the destroyer and eliminate his brother Thor first. He hadn't expected mortals to possess such technology. The armored suits these humans wore were quite impressive. Mary, Kitty, let's go. Follow behind that robot and head back, Barbie said as she rejoined her companions, relieved to see the robot had lost interest in them. So, this was the sparring partner the boss arranged for you? It's as tough as they say. Once everyone was in the car, Kitty, the shadow cat, couldn't help but comment as she recalled the earlier fight. Barbie and the others hadn't been able to scratch the robot's defenses and had been forced into a purely defensive battle. Well, I have no idea where the boss managed to find a robot like that. Its defenses are insane. We have no clue what it's made of, but there was just no way for us to break through, John said awkwardly, feeling a bit humiliated. He hadn't expected training to mean getting thoroughly trounced. I don't think the boss arranged this. He barely manages company affairs as it is, and there's no reason for him to send a robot all the way out here. Barbie shook her head, disagreeing with John. Yeah, I doubt it was the boss. I think all of this might have something to do with his sudden decision to bring us here for a trip, Kitty agreed, sharing her own suspicions. Everyone respected Kitty's intelligence, and her words set them all thinking. Let's rewind to a few minutes earlier, when Barbie, John, and the others had just arrived and encountered the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, the Vintage. Found Professor Selvig's small house. Inside, they saw Thor busying himself. Delighted, the 4 of them knocked eagerly on the glass door. Professor Selvig heard the noise, turned, and saw the 4 of them. Thoughts of Thor and Norse mythology flooded his mind, and at that moment, he fully believed everything. He no longer doubted Thor's identity. In his astonishment, he forgot to swallow the coffee he'd just sipped, his mouth hanging open as he stared outside, coffee dribbling all down his front. Oh, my friends! Seeing the 4 of them, Thor hurried over, embracing each of them warmly and greeting them with genuine enthusiasm. After a long moment, he turned to introduce them to the others. Miss Sif and the Warriors 3. The famous 3 warriors of Asgard and Lady Sif, the goddess of war. Everyone nodded. Of course, Song Chao knew all about them, but for the sake of the story, he had to put up with it. Thor looked solemnly at Sif and the 3 warriors. My friends, I'm glad to see you, but you shouldn't have come. What? We're here to take you home, Thor. Fandral, one of the warriors, couldn't help but speak up in confusion. Thor shook his head with a bitter smile. You know I can't go home. My father died because of me, and now I must live in exile. At these words, Lady Sif frowned and glanced at Thor. Thor, your father is still alive. Thor was utterly stunned. Loki, you scoundrel, you just can't stop lying, even about something like this. He had barely finished when a tremor was felt from afar. The group quickly rushed outside to see what was happening, and in the distance outside the little town, the low thrum of laser blasts could be heard at intervals. Jane, you all have to get out of here fast. Though Thor had lost his divine powers, as a former prince of Asgard and its mightiest warrior, his keen senses allowed him to clearly see what was unfolding in the distance. Now, seeing that Asgard's most powerful weapon, the Destroyer, had arrived, no doubt at Loki's bidding and surely looking for him, he couldn't help but warn Jane urgently. Song Chao, seeing that everything was still unfolding according to the script, was quite satisfied. Everything was progressing as it should. He watched as Jane and the others tried to persuade the townsfolk to leave, and just then, John and the rest had returned ahead of time. Song Chao gave quick instructions. Bobby, John, you two help evacuate the people. Leave the rest. By now, the Destroyer had already clashed with the three warriors and the goddess Sif. Unfortunately, they were overpowered. At the critical moment, Thor stepped in, stopping them and urging them to flee while he went to face the threat himself. Mr. Song, boss, I've already joined Umbrella. I know how strong Umbrella is and how powerful all of you are. Please, I beg you, help Thor. Jane Foster could no longer hold back. Seeing Thor walk forward alone to confront that fearsome machine, she pleaded with Song Chao. Song Chao shook his head gently. Miss Foster, as your future boss, I can assure you, all you need to do right now is stand here and watch. Nothing will happen. Just trust me and stay calm. Jane frowned at these words, wanting to say more, but Professor Selvig reached out and gently stopped her, shaking his head. Jane could only grit her teeth and endure. But her patience was quickly exhausted. On the other side, Thor was sent flying by a powerful swipe from the Destroyer. Jane rushed forward, wailing in anguish. Thor, oh my God, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like that. Thor, barely clinging to life, looked at Jane. He gave her a faint smile, struggled to say a single sentence, and then closed his eyes. Jane, as long as you're all safe, that's enough for me. It's all right. Everything is over now. No, Thor. Jane stared at Thor in disbelief as his eyes closed, thinking he was gone. Overcome with grief, she cried out. Mr. Song? Professor Selvig, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold and sensed something was off. Didn't Mr. Song say everything will be fine? But Thor looked like he was gone. Don't worry, Professor. This is just the beginning. Song Chao smiled and gestured to Professor Selvig that there was no need to worry. Everyone around them heard these words and immediately became serious, their gazes snapping back to Thor, who appeared lifeless on the ground. But before a dozen seconds had passed, a thunderous sonic boom echoed through the air. They turned to look. Something was hurtling toward them at incredible speed from the sky. Oh my God, Jane! As an astronomer, Professor Selvig quickly calculated the object's trajectory and realized it was heading straight for Jane and Thor. He hurriedly called out and tried to pull Jane to safety. But Song Chao caught the professor's arm and shook his head. Reaching out toward Jane, he made a grabbing motion. Suddenly, Jane Foster lost control of her own body and was swept up, flying through the air to land safely beside Professor Selvig. Jane, are you all right? Professor Selvig immediately checked on Jane, but his expression betrayed his confusion. His eyes kept flicking toward Song Chao in astonishment. He had just made a gesture, and Jane had flown over? Daisy, the assistant, was just as dumbfounded. She'd seen superheroes on TV all the time, but witnessing such impossible powers in person was something else entirely. It shattered the rules of science and was almost beyond belief. Before they could even finish marveling, Thor transformed where he lay. Suddenly, he was fully armored, with his iconic red cape, and last night's hammer appeared in his hand. Decked out like this, he was the spitting image of the Norse god of thunder from children's storybooks. Everyone was utterly stunned. Even Jane, who already believed in Thor, was left speechless. My God, she thought, I've fallen for a mythic god of thunder. Song Chao, on the other hand, was quite pleased with how things were unfolding. It seemed the Mind Stone was finally within his reach. Originally, when he brought his men here, he'd planned to say hello to Loki. With Odin in his deep sleep and Loki ruling Asgard, Song Chao had hoped to strike a deal for the Infinity Gauntlet from Odin's vault. But once Loki appeared on Earth, Song Chao abandoned that plan. The Mind Stone was simply a higher priority. Besides, there was no telling whether Odin's Infinity Gauntlet was genuine or just a convincing replica. After all, when Hela returned to Asgard, she'd said the gauntlet was a fake. Even if it was real, Song Chao figured he could always head to Nidavellir one day and have the Dwarf King forge him a brand new Infinity Gauntlet. Dwarves are not particularly powerful. They only managed to become independent thanks to Asgard's protection. And with the Mind Stone in Thanos' hands, it's obvious which one would be harder to obtain. So Song Chao held himself back, giving up on making a deal with Loki. He decided to wait for the plot to unfold, and for Loki to bring the stone with him the next time he came to Earth. Watching Thor fully regain his powers, and now easily defeating the Destroyer, Song Chao shook his head. Odin, That old man really did a terrible job raising his children. Just look at his 3 kids. Hellespin. Locked away, Thor's a musclehead who acts without thinking, and despite all of Odin's favoritism, Thor still turned out like this. 1,500 years old, and the famed god of thunder, though to the people of Asgard that's just adulthood, but with a title like God of Thunder, he's ended up more like the god of hammers. Without his hammer, he's useless, a complete waste of Odin's hopes. And then there's Loki. All he's got left is that clever mind of his. He's weak in combat and full of schemes and tricks, but nothing he does is truly impressive. He's not quite a sorcerer, not quite an assassin. It's hard to say what he's actually good at. With these thoughts, Song Chao let out a sigh. That old man Odin really failed at life, especially at raising his children. If I ever have kids, Song Chao thought, I'll make sure to raise them right. These unruly kids really get under my skin. What are you sighing about? Hope, hearing her lover's sigh, couldn't help but ask. Song Chao looked at Hope and shook his head. I was just thinking of an old man, a failure who did a terrible job raising his 3 children. It's a pity he's about to die, and his children are doomed to tear each other apart. It's a real tragedy. I've decided that if you ever have my children, I'll have to be strict with them. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's having your children? There are people all around. Can't you be a little more discreet? Hope only caught the last part of what he said and completely forgot the rest. Song Chao burst out laughing at her response. After Thor defeated the Destroyer, and everything was settled, everyone followed Thor to the spot where the Warriors 3 had landed. Thor began to call for Heimdall to open the way for them. Song, want to spar with me? As they were about to leave, Thor said his heartfelt goodbyes to Jane, then walked over to Song Chao with a challenging grin. Song Chao shook his head. You'd better hurry back and sort out your family business, Thor. But seeing the look on Thor's face, Song Chao figured he ought to give the kid a little reality check. He stepped forward and pulled Thor into a hug, shielding them from the other's view. Then, without a word, he took Thor's hammer, weighed it in his hand a couple of times, and casually handed it back. Noticing Thor's awkward expression, he leaned in and said quietly, See that? Truly strong people never go around provoking others. Only kids like you, who are neither here nor there and have no sense of their own limits, do things like this. Hurry home now. I've shielded you from their eyes. No one will know what happened this time. Thor was utterly mortified. He had just been provoking the other man. If he'd known earlier, he would have kept his mouth shut. The fact that this person could so casually lift his Mjolnir. It seemed his instincts weren't wrong after all. This man could genuinely rival Odin. Looks like when he returned, he'd have to ask his father why there were such powerful beings on Midgard, this so-called Earth. Hearing that the man would keep things secret, and that no one else had noticed, Thor, who cared deeply about his reputation, finally felt at ease. Oh, my brother, Song. I accept you as my brother. Next time I visit Earth, I'll invite you to Asgard. You must see the realm of the gods where we live. And while I'm away, look after Jane for me, will you? You know what I mean, brother. Song Chao nodded, well aware that Thor was exactly the kind to be won over by such gestures. He was glad he hadn't let anyone else witness what had happened. Now, it was clear that the Avengers had truly lost their mightiest weapon, Thor, the god of thunder. As for this trip, he had accomplished everything he set out to do. It felt well worth it, even if he mostly played a bystander's role this time. Song was never one for pointless pursuits. As long as his goals were met, even a supporting role could make for a perfect journey. All right, with Jane working in my company from now on, she won't have any trouble. Relax. Earth is my domain. I still have the honor of my ancestors to uphold. One day, the glory of the heavenly court will return. Thor nodded, silently making a note to ask Odin about this ancient civilization, the heavenly court. What was their story? They predated Asgard by countless years. Once, they had ruled the entire universe. Thor had been skeptical, for such words sounded unbelievable, yet strangely convincing. This man knew so much about Asgard, and after witnessing how easily he could lift Mjolnir, Thor was starting to believe. Go on, settle your business back home quickly. When Thor had left, taking his people with him, Jane Foster remained behind, reluctant to part, lingering as if waiting for Thor's return. Jane, you need to get back to work now. I know Thor told you to wait for him, but he won't be able to return anytime soon. You should focus on your job for now. Thor's run into some trouble. It'll probably take a while. Song Chao glanced at her, feeling the need to remind her. Waiting around wouldn't change anything. With Thor gone, the Bifrost would surely be destroyed. After all, that's how Loki ended up lost in the cosmos, eventually meeting Thanos. With the bridge broken, it wouldn't be fixed anytime soon, and Thor wouldn't be able to return. Boss, what kind of trouble is Thor in? He's not in any danger, is he? Jane couldn't help but ask, concern written all over her face. Don't worry, it's fine. Thor is incredibly powerful too. It's just that the device he used to come to Earth was destroyed, and it'll take a long time to fix. You really don't have to worry about him. That fool is very devoted when he likes someone. There's no need to fear for his safety, or to think he'll lose interest if too much time passes. Song Chao shook his head and offered an explanation, using the chance to say a few good words on Thor's behalf. He wanted to win Jane over, and through her, keep Thor close. After all, this big guy might still be the hammer god. For now, but one day he'd become the god of thunder. When Song Chao eventually ventured out into the universe, he'd need a powerful ally like Thor by his side. A simple-minded brute, easy to command, and even easier to fool. Jane, listen to Mr. Song. Let's go, don't worry. Professor Selvig chimed in, trying to comfort Jane. He was, after all, a sensible man. Song Chao was quite pleased with this renowned astronomer, though it was a pity that later on, Selvig would get involved with the Cosmic Cube and Loki. Song Chao couldn't recruit him into Umbrella just yet, or rather, it wasn't the right time. He still needed Selvig to work on the Cosmic Cube. Once he had obtained the Mind Stone for himself, then he could extend an invitation. For now, though, he decided to offer a small taste of what Umbrella could provide. Professor Selvig, I know research in astronomy rarely attracts investors. After all, it's hard to see where the money will come from in this field. But I personally admire your expertise, and since Jane is your prize student, Umbrella is willing to grant her $10 million in research funding. I hope you'll continue to support her. After all, this line of work requires traveling all over the world for observations, not just sitting in a lab. Thank you, Mr. Song. Professor Selvig was deeply satisfied and expressed his gratitude. Jane, too, was delighted. She'd only just joined the company and already had a $10 million research grant. As for her assistant, Darcy Lewis, she was already daydreaming about all the things she could eat and buy. Seeing that this trip had wrapped up perfectly, Song Chao felt at ease. He gathered everyone and announced, "All right, nothing more to worry about here. Let's spend a few days seeing the sights elsewhere, then we can head home." Over the next few days, Song Chao visited tourist attractions in several different countries. Thanks to Umbrella's stealth jet, technology far ahead of its time, it was easy. Unlike the ones you see in the movies, like the one X Academy has, this jet was far more advanced than anything the military could dream up. If Song Chao wanted to be somewhere, he could get there without waiting at airports, swift and effortless. Of course, wherever he went, he always noticed extra pairs of eyes watching him, but he couldn't be bothered to care. Why ruin his mood? He knew they were all from S.H.I.E.L.D., and frankly, he couldn't be less impressed. These ants could be squashed without a second thought. Yet the younger ones in the group were brimming with excitement at every new environment they encountered. After all, given what they'd been through before, well, to say more would only bring tears. Hope was also in high spirits. She was delighted to be out traveling with her boyfriend, naturally feeling quite satisfied, though she was gradually discovering just how flirtatious this man could be. With many women orbiting around him, he never let it show when he was with her. The way he behaved around her reassured Hope that he truly loved her. She chose to keep her worries locked away and refused to dwell on the things that troubled her. Getting the chance to spend time alone with him, away from all those other women in his life, was more than enough for Hope. She was full of enthusiasm. As for Song Chao, although he had a wandering eye, he was always willing to indulge the women he truly cared about. After all, he was her first. Oh, and her first love as well. Now that her whole world seemed to revolve around him, Song couldn't be more pleased. Why not put in the effort? This was exactly the kind of woman he wanted. As for someone like Black Widow, Natasha, well, she could just fade into the background. He'd given her a chance, but she had proved herself unworthy. He no longer spared her a thought. So, let her continue to use her allure to gather intelligence, keep selling her body for secrets, keep betraying the country she once called home, and persist in her never-ending life as a spy. Once she had no choice. Now, she'd been given an opportunity. What a pity she couldn't grasp it. In the end, Song Chao could only sigh and say, "Those who invite pity often have only themselves to blame." Washington, Tri-Wing Building. While Song Chao was sighing over a certain woman's misfortune and tragedy, the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. were gathering once more in Nick Fury's office to discuss this dangerous individual. "Coulson, do you suspect that Song knows something about that hammer that flew away on its own?" Nick Fury broke the silence. Coulson nodded. "Yes, Director. I'm very suspicious. His timing was just too coincidental, and he brought a whole group with him. Then, there's what happened afterward, the battle in the small town, those people involved. It all made me feel as if I was seeing characters from the fairy tales and children's books I read as a kid, figures straight out of Norse mythology." Hearing this, Hill interjected, "The warriors 3 of Asgard, Lady Sif, and Thor, the god of thunder, right?" "Exactly. And you all know what happened next." The footage from the town showed everything. It was all uncannily similar to those childhood tales. And then Song showed up too. For something to make him take action personally, I find it very likely that the old myths have come to life, right before our eyes. Coulson nodded in agreement with Hill, continuing his analysis in a steady voice. Natasha shook her head and said, Coulson, this is all just your speculation. You had them under your surveillance at the time, but you didn't step forward to make contact. That's not your usual style. He glanced at Natasha. Ever since she returned from Umbrella, she'd been downcast for a while, but only recently had she started to pull herself together, her career as an agent taking off once more. Hearing this, Coulson nodded, a bitter expression on his face, and spoke softly. I know, but Song was there, and I couldn't get close to the suspected mythological figure. Song said those people were all from his company. His presence is becoming more and more overwhelming. When he wore that expressionless face, I felt my heart pounding. The pressure was intense. I couldn't tell if it was just my imagination or a real physical reaction. Either way, it was my fault. In front of him, there was nothing I could do. Oh, Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, fixed his gaze on Coulson. This trusted lieutenant had always delivered, and Fury had even considered him as a successor for when he retired. He hadn't expected to hear this. After a moment's thought, he said, Coulson, I don't think you should doubt yourself. Do you really believe it was just your imagination? The others in the room turned their eyes to Coulson, the air growing tense. After a brief pause, Coulson replied, Director, I think it's simply that he's become much stronger. When something happens that he doesn't like, an oppressive aura just emanates from him. I don't think it was an illusion. It was my body's instinctive alarm kicking in. Then it was real. Looks like our opponent has become even more formidable. Nick Fury nodded, trusting his right-hand man's judgment, never forgetting the threat that Umbrella posed. Director, I don't think we should treat Umbrella as our enemy. They haven't actually threatened society. If we pick a fight with them for no reason, you won't be able to handle the consequences, Deputy Director Hill countered. Nick Fury's expression darkened at her words. Though, being black, no one could really tell the difference. Deputy Director Hill, I was just making a point. No one wants to mess with them, but their power is undeniable. They might not be a threat to society now, but what about in the future? Who can guarantee they won't become a danger to society, or even the planet? We have to stay vigilant. Hill didn't seem bothered by the director's tone. She nodded in response. I understand. I only hope you can keep the balance, Director. Because if things really go south, that's not a consequence you alone can bear. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't handle it. As for the latest analysis on Song, I trust you're well aware of it. Nick Fury nodded. I know what you mean. Although Umbrella has launched a few superheroes, their leader, Song, has never really saved anyone. Aside from that one stage rescue of a mutant child, clearly done to boost Umbrella's reputation, he's never even shown his face. This man is a recluse by nature, rarely making public appearances. Few people outside know him, and he's almost never in the news. Ordinary people know even less. He's only intervened twice. Once, half a year after becoming a mutant, when he killed several hundred American soldiers in one blow, then covered his tracks by burning their bodies. The second time, he fought a blue-skinned opponent all the way to the moon. As time goes by, our analysts are more and more convinced about Song's character. He's not someone who shows mercy, nor does he seem to have any desire to save ordinary lives. He isn't a superhero. Whether he's a supervillain, though, remains to be seen. These are the latest findings from our analysis department. I'm well aware of the situation and will make sure not to overstep. At this point, Nick Fury glanced at Coulson. Agent Coulson, bring in Professor Selvig. He's not just an astronomer. He's also well-versed in energy research. I need him to study the cosmic cube. Now, that figures straight out of myth are possibly appearing. Earth needs stronger weapons. The cosmic cube is the key to unlocking those energy weapons. Understood, Director. I'll discreetly persuade Professor Selvig soon, and I won't let him mention this to anyone else. Coulson nodded, signaling that he understood exactly what the director meant, making sure Umbrella didn't catch wind of this. Good. Nick Fury was pleased. His trusted subordinates always understood his intentions with just a word, saving him the trouble of explaining. His gaze shifted to Natasha, and he frowned a bit. Natasha? Agent Romanoff, what are you doing? Ever since Song was brought up, Natasha's mind had started to wander. She could still vividly remember the heartfelt words that man once shared with her. She had turned him down, and he let her go without hesitation. She could sense that, after her refusal, he no longer cared about her at all. Time never turns back. Did she regret it? Maybe. Natasha, why did you turn him down? Wasn't escaping from the Red Room all about breaking free from that kind of life? It wasn't until Barton, Hawkeye, came for her, taking hits meant for her, that she truly understood what it felt like to be protected. She'd betrayed one trap only to join another, simply because, in this new pit, there was at least someone willing to take a bullet for her. But that man could take her away from this deep pit, and she could finally live the ordinary life she had always dreamed of. Why did she refuse him? Why, truly? Natasha was lost, drifting in confusion. She sank into deep thought, time slipping by unnoticed, until a few voices called her back to reality. Surrounded by curious eyes, she shook her head and said, "I zoned out. What did you say? Go on, don't mind me. I think I need to go back and rest. I am tired." Without waiting for anyone's questions or concern, she turned and walked out on her own, paying no further attention to the others. Nick Fury, the one-eyed director, considered her state of mind. He could sense where her thoughts had wandered. There was no avoiding that powerful man. He shook his head at the others in the room and said, "Let her be. I trust Natasha will handle her own affairs. Everyone else, stick to your assignments and focus on your work." That's all dismissed. "Oh, Coulson, head north. Your favorite idol's just been spotted there. Kamartai." Within the vast palace atop the snow-capped mountains, hidden from the eyes of outsiders, the sorcerer supreme of this generation, known as the Ancient One, silently observed Thor and his companions. As the child of Odin, the All-Father of the gods, had arrived on Earth, it was only natural for the sorcerer supreme to take notice. Odin and the Ancient One, Asgard and Earth, long-standing allies, always watching over and supporting each other, the two had crossed paths many times. In his prime, Odin had even once fought the Ancient One. Back then, Earth and Asgard were not yet allies, and the warlike Odin still harbored ambitions of conquest. But in his twilight years, Odin grew more peaceful, seeking inner cultivation instead of war, and forged a pact of peace and mutual aid with the Ancient One of Kamartaj. No matter the reason Odin had exiled his child to Earth, the Ancient One had to keep an eye on things. She could not allow Odin's son to perish here. Though Odin's days were numbered, the nature of the Asgardian gods was such that their powers only grew more formidable with age. The Ancient One dared not take chances. Who knew what Odin might do if his son were to die on Earth? Especially now, with Kamartaj no longer the sole dominant power on the planet, the Ancient One was all the more vigilant. When she saw Song Chao appear near Thor, exactly as expected, her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the events that followed left her satisfied. Song Chao, from beginning to end, played only a minor, inconspicuous role. She could not fathom why he would make the trip for nothing, but the outcome pleased her. And as she pondered, her thoughts drifted to a certain young woman, her student's girlfriend, studying magic by her side. It seems little Wanda might be a candidate for inheriting my position as Sorcerer Supreme. As for Strange, well, that needs more thought. No rush. I've still got a few years left. I'll have time to observe which of the two is truly more suited to succeed me. Song Chao had no idea someone was muttering about him behind his back, nor would he have cared if he did. To him, they were all just petty clowns. On Earth, aside from that bald-headed one in the mountains of Kamartaj, no one could pose a real threat to him. Or perhaps, in all of the 9 realms, only Odin, currently slumbering, could be counted as an exception. Turning over, he lay on his side and pulled Hope into his arms. "Darling, when we get back, have the doctors give you the latest serum injection. Your constitution really could use a bit of a boost." Hope's response was so soft that, apart from Song Chao, no one else on Earth could have caught it. He knew she was truly exhausted. Watching her already asleep, he couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. But then again, the stronger he became, the more of a headache it was. Wasn't this just pushing him to find more women? Such is life. Sometimes, there's nothing you can do but sigh. Someone was secretly savoring his own sweet thoughts. The night passed without incident. It was almost noon the next day before Hope finally woke. The first thing she saw was her lover gazing at her, and she leaned over to kiss him. "You're awake. Freshen up. Let's get something to eat. I've already had your favorite dishes prepared. Once we finish, we'll head back. This trip is over. All the guys are waiting downstairs." Seeing Hope awake, Song Chao returned her kiss, a soft morning greeting, and gently reminded her of what was next. "All right, sweetheart, I'll get up now. I knew you'd have food ready. Love you for that." Hope got up cheerfully, rewarding him once more for always being so thoughtful. An hour later, Song Chao appeared before his men with Hope by his side. "Boss! Boss!" His old crew greeted him as boss, while others like Mary and Katie used the English boss. Song Chao was long used to this and didn't bother to correct their choice of address. It didn't matter to him. Once everyone was present, the stealth jet headed straight for New York. This journey had come to its end. Boss, who would have thought the Norse myths were all true? But their strength is hard to gauge. Inside the cabin, John couldn't help himself, recalling Thor and the Warriors 3 of Asgard. Song Chao nodded at his words. Noticing everyone's eager faces, he knew they all wanted to know more. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "Well, I've mentioned bits and pieces before, but this time I'll lay it out for you plainly. No need to keep you all guessing anymore. This universe is vast. In the endless depths of space, there are countless aliens, each possessing their own kinds of civilizations and myriad nations, large and small. Even the tiniest. Power has spaceships and can travel freely to other planets. As for the greater civilizations and nations, there's no need to elaborate, for the truth might be a blow to your confidence. In Asgard, home of Thor Odinson from Norse mythology, what can I say? Don't be fooled by his mature appearance, or by the fact that he's already 1,500 years old. Among his people, that's merely the age of adulthood. His youth has only just begun. For his race, that's like being 20 years old for you. So naturally, in many ways, he falls short of your expectations, not quite matching the power of the legendary figures you imagine from fairy tales and myths. But still, never underestimate him. His potential is immense, and his journey is just beginning. As for you, John, I don't mean to discourage you, but among all of you, only Bobby has a chance to keep up with Thor in the future. I understand, boss, John replied, his face heavy with thought. I'm not as naive as I used to be. Boss, I can face any impossibility. Now, this Bobby kid, I used to be jealous of him, but ever since he joined Umbrella, he's been improving every single moment. And me? If it weren't for that blue-skinned weirdo helping me that one time, I wouldn't have made much progress at all. The rest of the time, I can only watch as Bobby's mutant powers grow by leaps and bounds. Bobby looked at John with a complicated expression, as if wanting to say something, but John stopped him. This is good for us now. We're a team. So, Bobby, don't bother comforting me. I know the boss will help me. Hearing this, Song Chao chuckled. This kid, he's grown thick-skinned, clinging to me as his leader. But since he's my very first follower, I shouldn't discourage him too much. After a moment's thought, he said, Oh, that's right, John. Of course, I won't give up on any of you. After all, there aren't many with real potential. Right now, Bobby is the only one, and he still needs plenty of guidance. Back in the day, he was a mess, even weaker than you, and you could beat him easily. At this, John grinned smugly at Bobby, while Bobby's face flushed red, clearly recalling the dismal times when John used to trounce him. The other kids, unaware of the details, now glanced curiously at Bobby and John, making John even more animated. Before Song Chao could say anything else, John launched into a boastful tale for his friends about how he used to defeat Bobby. Poor Bobby, unable to lift his head in front of his girlfriend Mary. After the commotion died down and the younger ones turned their attention back to Song Chao, one particular someone, who had taken the opportunity to get cozy with Hope, finally shifted his focus back to, Oh, in the future, when you enter outer space, you'll need to pilot spaceships in battle. After all, in this universe, there aren't many who can rely solely on their own abilities to fight among the stars. So, there's no need to be discouraged. Just focus on steadily improving your own abilities, one step at a time. In the future, John, you and your team will be the commanders of Umbrella's space fleet. Let's turn the clock back a few days, to just before Song Chao painted that bright future as fleet commanders for his less promising followers. 9 realms, Asgard. After calling out to Heimdall again and again, Thor and his companions finally saw a response from the Bifrost. The Rainbow Bridge. Activated, bringing them back to Asgard. Yet, as soon as they arrived, they saw Heimdall collapsed on the floor by the control console. Quick, get Heimdall to the infirmary. Thor immediately ordered the Warriors 3, his loyal companions from the palace. I'll go find that scoundrel Loki. As for Loki, when he realized Heimdall had betrayed him by letting the Warriors 3 and Sif travel to Earth to find Thor, he wasted no time. He dispatched the destroyer to eliminate Thor, seized the Frost Giant's artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters, and used it to subdue Heimdall. He then struck a deal with Laufey, king of the Frost Giants, inviting him to Asgard to kill Odin. In exchange, Loki promised to return the casket, the treasured relic of their race. This artifact had once been seized by Odin after defeating the Frost Giants, and had since been kept in his vault. Laufey agreed, unaware that the second prince of Asgard standing before him was actually his own son. He accepted the proposal, brought his warriors to Asgard, and prepared to slay the sleeping Odin. But fate had other plans. Just as he defeated Queen Frigga and was about to strike Odin down, the boy ambushed him from behind. Poor Laufey perished at the hands of his own son, never realizing the truth, even in his final moments. Witnessing this, Loki was thoroughly satisfied. This was the script he wanted. The Frost Giants invade Asgard, intent on killing Odin. At the crucial moment, the new king Loki heroically turns the tide, foiling their plot and slaying their leader, Laufey. After that, he would take control of the Bifrost, launch a devastating assault on the Frost Giants' home world, and wipe them out entirely. With their race eradicated, Loki would become Asgard's savior. Alas, his triumph was short-lived. Loki, a familiar voice, roaring with anger, echoed through the chamber where Odin lay in his enchanted sleep. Damn it, why did that fool have to show up at such a critical moment? Oh, Thor, I knew you'd come back. The moment she heard her eldest son's voice, Frigga scrambled to her feet and rushed forward to greet him. Mother. Thor watched as Frigga held back her anger and first went to comfort his mother. He realized it was his own stubbornness that had caused all of this. Loki, why didn't you tell Mother that you sent the destroyer to Earth to kill me and Sif and the others? Loki kept his distance from Thor, standing on the far side of Odin's vast bed, and shouted loudly. It was all by Father's highest command. Thor shook his head in disappointment and said, Loki, you have always been a master of lies. I've always known that. But you've wounded the bond of brotherhood between us. Loki slowly moved closer to Thor. Thor, it's enough that you've returned, but I must fulfill my duty. I'm going to destroy the home of the frost giants who dare to attack Asgard. As Thor stood stunned by Loki's words, Loki seized the moment. He suddenly struck, catching Thor off guard and sending him flying out of the room. Without hesitation, Loki turned and rushed toward the Bifrost. Unfortunately, by the time Thor recovered and made it to the Bifrost, Loki had already begun his assault. He was wielding the frost giant's ancient artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters, locking the Bifrost's energy output in place. The Rainbow Bridge drew endless power from Asgard, unleashing it in a relentless attack on the frost giant's homeworld. Loki, you shouldn't do this. No, I must. I alone am worthy of the throne. I saved Asgard. I killed Laufey, who came to assassinate Father. And now, I will destroy Jotunheim, the home of the frost giants. You can't destroy an entire race. Oh, can I? I wonder what happened to the Thor who once glorified violence. Why this sudden tenderness? Could it be because of that woman on Earth? If that's the case, perhaps I should pay her a visit myself. You're asking for death, Loki. With that, words gave way to blows. The two brothers locked once more in a battle of love and rivalry. As the Bifrost continued to drain Asgard's energy at an alarming rate, Thor made a painful decision. It looked like he wouldn't be able to visit Jane on Earth anytime soon. With that thought, Thor raised Mjolnir, resolute, and unleashed a furious assault on the Bifrost, determined to shatter the bridge completely. Without the bridge siphoning away Asgard's energy, Jotunheim would be spared from destruction. The guilt lay with Laufey and his ilk, not with the entire race. It was over. In the instant the Bifrost broke, a storm of boundless energy swept Thor and Loki into the air. As they hurtled toward the cosmic vortex, the All-Father, Odin, awoke. In that critical moment, he arrived and caught hold of both brothers just in time. Seeing Odin awake, Loki looked at his father and shouted, Father, I could have done it. I could have destroyed Jotunheim and wiped out the entire frost giant race. For you, for us. Odin shook his head at these words, disappointed by his younger son's reaction. To so readily wish for the destruction of an entire race. This was not the spirit or magnanimity befitting royalty. No, Loki. Loki stared at Odin in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Of course his father was displeased with him. After all, he was not Odin's trueborn son, but the child of Laufey, leader of the frost giants. Odin had always favored Thor, even though that reckless fool was constantly getting into trouble. Loki's heart chilled to its core. He loosened his grip, letting himself fall into the swirling abyss of the cosmos. No, Loki, don't let go. In that final moment, Loki heard Thor's anguished roar. Farewell, my foolish brother. Odin was deeply grieved. After this ordeal, Asgard gradually returned to peace, but Thor no longer cared for the celebration banquets. Instead, he would often come alone to the broken edge of the Bifrost. There, he would ask Heimdall about Jane Foster on Earth. With the Bifrost shattered, repairing it was no simple task. It would be a long time before he could see Jane again. He had broken his promise to the woman he loved. The warriors three noticed Thor's lack of interest in the festivities and encouraged Sif to confess her feelings. Yet, every time Sif mustered her courage to speak, Thor would cut her off, leaving disappointment written plainly on her face. Queen Frigga saw all of this and sighed inwardly. In her eyes, Sif was the most suitable daughter-in-law for Thor. Yet, as the saying goes, one-sided affection is met with indifference. It seemed her son could not forget the mortal woman on Earth. Odin looked at his eldest son with satisfaction. At last, Thor had grown, becoming the new king who would surpass him and lead Asgard. Yet, as Odin gazed out into the vastness of the universe, he could not hide his loneliness. His second son, Loki, still could not understand him. All of this was unknown to Song Chao, though he had already expected it. This was why, throughout this mission, Song Chao had been more of a bystander. Loki, soon you'll meet Thanos. Soon, you'll wield the Mind Scepter and attack Earth. As Song Chao gazed up at the stars glittering in the sky, he thought, soon, I'll be venturing into the universe myself. I've spent long enough on Earth. Though I've passed by hundreds of barren planets in the Milky Way, I haven't yet witnessed the dazzling array of beings that fill the cosmos. I long to see them with my own eyes, not just as fleeting glimpses in movies from my past life. The Nova Empire. The Kree Empire. Sovereign. The nation of golden-skinned people. The sparks that fly when civilizations collide. What a fascinating thought. So many chapters have been banned at once. What's left is scattered and incomplete. It's a real shame. If this disjointed narrative leaves you unsatisfied, I ask for your understanding. At this moment, Song Chao gazed up at the stars scattered across the sky. This universe. Soon, he would finally set out to truly explore it. He'd spent enough time on Earth. Although he had flown past hundreds, even thousands, of uninhabited planets in the Milky Way, he had yet to witness firsthand the dazzling array of races that called the cosmos home in this lifetime. He truly longed to see them. Watching movies about it in his past life was never enough to satisfy him. The Nova Empire. The Kree Empire. Sovereign. That nation whose people's skin gleamed golden from head to toe. So many different civilizations, their sparks clashing and mingling. It all sounded irresistibly fascinating. After returning to New York, Song Chao found himself with time on his hands again. Hope simply couldn't endure his overbearing ways any longer. As soon as she got back, she injected herself with the serum, and ever since, at the break of dawn, she would urge Song Chao out of bed and hurry him off to the company. Afterward, Hope would go off to spar with Mary, Kitty, and a few other girls from the Mutant Reserve Squad, putting their enhanced physiques, thanks to the serum, to the test. The sooner she mastered her newfound strength, the sooner she could fantasize about finally toppling a certain big bad boss in the bedroom. With nothing pressing to do, Song Chao sat in his private office, idly browsing the news to see if anything caught his attention. "Boss, your coffee." Just then, his personal secretary, Ms. May Parker, thoughtfully brought him a fresh cup of coffee. "Oh, thank you, May." Song Chao nodded politely, but his eyes couldn't help wandering, taking in her appearance today. She wore a pair of high-waisted pants that accentuated her curvy hips and slender waist, making her figure, full in front and back, even more alluring. Faced with such a mature, confident woman, Song Chao found his hand moving almost of its own accord. May Parker let out a startled cry, reacting instinctively to the unexpected smack on her behind. She hadn't expected her young boss to ambush her like that. Of course, in the time she'd worked here, she'd come to know this man had a reputation for being a flirt with more than a few women in his orbit. He would occasionally tease her, but she never imagined he'd actually make such a bold move in broad daylight. "Oh, come on, May, don't be so dramatic. I was just checking how soft your butt was," Song Chao said nonchalantly, though inwardly he marveled at just how soft and pleasant it felt. May shot him a withering look. "Boss, that's sexual harassment. You know that's not the umbrella way." "Is that so?" Song Chao, whose power had only grown lately, found his patience with women dwindling. He could no longer resist. In one smooth motion, he pulled May Parker onto his lap, his arms wrapping around her. "Oh my God, boss, don't. Someone might see us. Ms. Hope could walk in any second." May lost her balance, tumbling into his embrace, her arms unconsciously circling his neck as she anxiously glanced toward the door. Song Chao shook his head, reassuring her gently. "Don't worry. Hope is training. She can't come. As for outsiders, without my permission, no one else can get to this floor. Haven't you noticed that in all the time you've worked here?" May glared at the man, indignant that he would so brazenly flirt with her right here in the company. Listening to his words, watching as the office door closed and locked itself, she realized this time he was absolutely determined. "Oh, Song, you have so many women already. Why do you still have to treat me this way? I'm old. I'm over 10 years older than you." Song Chao's hand slid along May Parker's leg. Maybe I just like the way you look, May. Besides, I know you have no intention of remarrying. You only want to raise your nephew, Peter Parker, as your own. Don't worry, Umbrella has already planned out Peter Parker's future. He'll never want for anything, and if he's ambitious, he'll grow up to be quite the young success. I won't shortchange him, you understand?" For the sake of raising her nephew, May had never dared remarry all these years, partly because she couldn't let go of her late husband, and partly out of fear that remarriage would negatively affect Peter. Now, with this man promising to secure Peter's future, May, who never intended to marry again, was left speechless. Song Chao exhaled a plume of smoke, the cigarette glowing between his fingers. In truth, it was just a lingering fondness from his past life. In this life, he was simply indulging his own desires. At present, there were only 4.5 women he truly cared about. Jean, Aurora, Wanda, and Hope made up the 4. Umbrella's president, the White Queen Emma, counted as half. As for the woman before him, well, perhaps she hardly counted at all. Oh, and Betty, maybe she meant something just a little. As for Natasha, Song Chao had already given up on her. He wasn't bothered about her anymore. Then there was Sharon Carter, the first innocent he ever claimed, but she was a special agent, and Song Chao didn't care. Those women were all much the same to him. It wasn't that Song was heartless. It was just the way of the world. Affection couldn't be scattered at random, and besides, he couldn't be the only one who cared while the other was indifferent. Moreover, his mindset was still shaped by his previous life, but now his power had grown tens of millions of times beyond what it once was. Naturally, his standards had risen too. If a woman didn't meet his expectations, he naturally had no mood to treat her well. Emma was sensible and never needed Song Chao to worry, which left him feeling a vague sense of guilt towards her. Betty was more complicated. She thrilled Song Chao. After all, she was famously the Hulk's girlfriend. With that status, every time Betty sneaked off to find Song Chao, he would passively accept her advances, never pushing her away. One could say that power only fueled Song Chao's ambitions and fed the darkness in his heart. The Black Widow had been a disappointment. She was a goddess to so many in his previous life. Even NBA superstar Durant would have given anything to share a bath with her. But even when given the chance, she just couldn't deliver. If she couldn't seize the opportunity, then so be it. Those who leave me behind, yesterday is gone, and there's no holding it back. There once were 8 military divisions in the Celestial Court. The fiercest among them were the Thunder Division, the Fire Division, the Plague Division, and the Combat Division. Supporting them were 4 auxiliary divisions, the Constellations and Stars Division, the 3 Mountains and 5 Peaks Division, the Cloud and Rain Division, and the Gods of Virtue and Vice Division. Take Muspelheim, one of today's 9 worlds. It was once the barracks of the Celestial Court's Fire Division. Every god in the Fire Division mastered the art of the Samadhi True Fire. Their leader, Lord Luo Xian, the god of fire virtue, wielded such might that with a single strike, he could set entire star systems ablaze. And now look at Jotunheim. This realm was once where the Cloud and Rain Division, led by Lord Lu Xiong, the god of water virtue, quartered their army. The Water Division knew all there was to know about water in every form. At a single thought, Lord Water Virtue could flood a star system or freeze it over, but for the sake of their own universe, these true gods never dared to unleash their full power. The land of the dead, the underworld as we know it now, was once the Celestial Court's prison for criminals. Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods today, used to be the garrison of the Plague Division. But alas, times change. The Celestial Court, once the ruler of all the cosmos, embarked on expeditions beyond the universe. History faded into legend, legend into myth, and myth into oblivion. Several chapters have been banned. You can only request unblocking once every 3 days, and if you don't make it, you'll have to wait another 3. Each time, there are layers upon layers of cuts. Emma, there's someone in the upstairs bedroom, May Parker. Could you keep an eye on her? She might have trouble getting home by herself. Please arrange for someone to take her back. Song Chao, now dressed and ready, sensed with his psychic abilities that Hope had finished her training. Glancing at the time, he saw it was nearly time to head home, so he got up and made his way to Emma's office. Oh, so you won her over. I knew it. From the moment that woman joined the company, I figured this day would come sooner or later. Emma responded calmly, without the slightest hint of surprise. Song Chao shrugged, unconcerned. After all, the infamous White Queen of the Hellfire Club was no stranger to such matters. He leaned in and gave Emma a quick kiss on the corner of her mouth. All right then, darling. I'm off, heading home for the day. Emma reached out to straighten his clothes a bit. Go on. I'll handle the aftermath and make sure Hope doesn't find out. No one's going to gossip about it. Song Chao nodded in satisfaction. This woman understood him so well. No wonder he was finding himself more drawn to her with each passing day. Darling, let's have a little match of our own sometime. It's been, 10 days? I've been missing you. Emma gave him a playful slap. Get going. If Hope catches on, it'll be a mess. Honestly, you'll end up dying at the hands of a woman one of these days. Song Chao shook his head and turned to leave. That's just a few women. We've barely gotten started. Behind him, Emma couldn't help but smile. This man, truly, was formidable. Decades ago, she had Sebastian Shaw. After he was taken down by the combined efforts of Professor X, Charles, and Magneto, Eric, she hadn't been with another man since. Then this young man came to win her over. Back then, the mutant race was in dire straits, hunted and hated worldwide, oppressed by governments, and protested against by the public. Even Professor X, Charles, had taken the government's side. When Emma learned that this young man had managed to sway both Professor X and Magneto, she decided she was done hiding and simply joined him. She hadn't expected that with her arrival, not only would the situation for mutants improve dramatically, but she herself would fall hopelessly into this man's trap. She couldn't escape, and she'd accepted her fate. After all, powerful men always seemed to have many women, and she didn't mind. Besides, he was so formidable in bed. No 2 or 3 women could compare. With that thought, Emma turned, picked up the phone, and gave instructions to her trusted aides. Most of the female mutants from the Brotherhood now worked under her command. She arranged for 2 of them to escort May Parker home later. Emma was, of course, familiar with this woman's background. She had a young nephew who would certainly need her home by evening. Emma also had her people bring dinner along. There was no need to ask. She knew May would be far too exhausted to cook after returning. Song Chao knew none of this, but he trusted Emma to handle everything perfectly. He didn't need to worry about a thing. Who knows? Maybe May would even thank him tomorrow. Darling, training's over. Let's go home. At the door of his office, Song Chao intercepted Hope, pulling her away before she could go inside and notice anything suspicious. He'd been careful to erase any evidence, but you never knew. With women's so-called sixth sense, or even a seventh, she might uncover something. It was best to play it safe, so he found a casual excuse and whisked Hope away. The next morning, as Hope's alarm rang right on time, Song Chao had no choice but to accompany her to work again. Sigh. He'd never been such a diligent man before. Now, with a girlfriend, he even had to stay elsewhere, running back and forth between home and the company every day. Watching Hope head upstairs, cheerful and ready for her training session, Song Chao shook his head. This woman just couldn't let it go. Seemed she was plotting to challenge him in secret. He sat at his desk, turned on his computer, and browsed the news. Unfortunately, no one brought him anything to drink. It wasn't until midday that his executive assistant, May Parker, finally arrived, a little later than usual. Hi, May. Did you get some good rest? Song Chao looked at May Parker, radiant and glowing, and teased her on purpose. He didn't mind at all that she'd shown up late. Boss, I'm sorry I'm late, May Parker said, her eyes sweeping over Song Chao with a hint of flirtation, her meaning hard to decipher. It's all right. What matters most is that you're well rested. Everything else is secondary, Song Chao replied, stepping forward and noticing how different her energy was from before. Ah, women, he thought. Only when they're cherished do they truly flourish. A woman deprived of care is like a fish out of water. It's all your fault. I overslept this morning because of you. Usually, I'm up at dawn without fail, May Parker retorted, rolling her eyes at him and speaking in a softly coquettish tone. All right, I'll take the blame, Song Chao said, not one to quibble with a woman over such things. He nodded, accepting responsibility with good humor. Unable to resist, Song Chao reached into the drawer for a cigar. Lighting one after a meal, what a life. He let out a long, contented exhale, savoring the moment. This was the life he'd loved most in his past. Leaning back in his rocking chair, cigar in hand, Song Chao relished the freedom, praising a life where he could do as he pleased. There were once 8 military divisions in the Celestial Court: the formidable Thunder Division, Fire Division, Plague Division, and Battle Division, along with 4 auxiliary divisions: the Stars and Constellations Division, the 3 Mountains and 5 Peaks Division, the Cloud and Rain Division, and the Division of Good and Evil. One of today's 9 realms, Muspelheim, was once the Celestial Court's Fire Division barracks. Every god in the Fire Division commanded the legendary Samadhi, True Flame. Their leader, the Fire Virtue Star Lord Luo Xian, possessed unparalleled fire mastery, once igniting entire star systems with a single strike. And now, Jotunheim was once the encampment of the Water Virtue Star Lord Lu Xiong and his vast army, masters of the Cloud and Rain Division. They understood all things related to water. Legend has it that the Water Virtue Star Lord could flood a galaxy with a single thought, or freeze it in an instant. Yet for the sake of the universe, these true gods never dared reveal their full power. The current realm of death, the Underworld, was formerly the prison for the Celestial Court's most notorious criminals. As for Vanaheim, present-day home of the Vanir gods, it was once the plague-ridden stronghold of the Celestial Court's Plague Division. Alas, times have changed. The Celestial Court, which once ruled the cosmos, ventured beyond the universe. History faded into legend, legend became myth, and myth slowly slipped into oblivion. Now, here on Earth, Midgard, only we, the direct descendants of the Celestial Court, still remember the glory of our ancestors. Earth was once the headquarters of the Celestial Court, which is why it's sometimes called the Middle Court. But now, this planet has been taken over by outsiders, and our Yanhuang race has suffered terrible persecution. All of this, however, will be restored in my hands. My arrival in this world signals that the glory of the Celestial Court will be reborn. Living a life akin to that of an immortal, Song Chao felt so content that he never wanted to return to his old world. At night, he went home and held Hope as they slept. During the day, he He would occasionally catch up with Emma at the office. And then there was Betty, that mischievous girl who would show up from time to time, secretly seeking out her favorite handyman for a little fun. At that moment, with nothing pressing to do, a certain man sat in the boss's chair, browsing through the latest news and current events on his computer. The news wasn't just the latest reports from various websites. Some of it was specially curated by Superman, his intelligent home assistant, who would sift through the internet for content that had once surfaced but was later deliberately erased, just like the video he was watching now. The video clearly showed the backdrop of Times Square. A convoy of black vehicles blocked the way of a man wearing nothing but socks and a white t-shirt, his chest muscles astonishingly well developed. A flood of men in black stepped out as the car doors swung open. Leading them was a bald black man with an eye patch. He strode forward, and the video cut off at that moment. This clip had only been online for 30 seconds before it was scrubbed from the servers. This sort of thing was routine for Superman, the AI assistant, keeping an eye out for these incidents, saving evidence, and letting Song Chao view it for a deeper understanding of what was really going on behind the scenes. Watching the video, Song Chao instantly recognized the man in black with the eye patch as none other than Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. And that broad-chested man? He looked all too familiar. Song Chao knew immediately who he was. The legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had found him in the Arctic and brought him back to life. He had only just awakened. As Song Chao frowned and thought about this man, he found it hard to focus fully because of May Parker's expert oral skills beneath the desk, a rather extravagant distraction. Steve Rogers, born July 4, 1918, in Brooklyn, New York, was once a frail young man. After undergoing a government experiment and receiving the super soldier serum, he transformed into a superhuman warrior, his physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary men. The U.S. government also bestowed upon him a shield made from vibranium, one of the world's toughest metals. In World War II, he led the invaders and earned countless honors in battle. Later, at the end of the war, Captain America fought a fierce battle with his nemesis, the Red Skull. He fell into the sea and was frozen in the ice for nearly 70 years, only to be discovered and thawed by S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. As for Captain America, Song Chao didn't feel much of anything toward him. No particular fondness, but no dislike either. So even though he knew exactly which patch of ice the man was frozen beneath, Song Chao never had the slightest urge to dig him out ahead of time. Now that he thought about it, in his previous life, a lot of those time travelers before him would have rushed to unearth Captain America, eager to curry favor with the so-called Captain and S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure, Captain America was a true patriot, a pillar of his own country. But he wasn't from Song Chao's homeland, so there was no reason for Song Chao to worship him. Unlike in the Avengers films, where plenty of heroes admired him. Falcon, Sam Wilson, the second Ant-Man, Scott Lang, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and so on. Having seen the movies, Song Chao knew Captain America was a man of principle and outstanding character. That's why he could lift Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and later even wield Stormbreaker. But this man was full of contradictions. For instance, he was willing to go to war with Tony Stark and others, splitting the Avengers in two, all for the sake of his childhood friend and neighbor, the Winter Soldier, Bucky. If you say he's not so noble, well, he can lift Thor's hammer. But if you say he's truly noble, he did fall out with his teammates, even fought them, just to protect Bucky, the same Bucky who'd killed countless people. That clash even left War Machine, Rhodey, paralyzed from the waist down. Frankly, Song Chao found him impossible to understand. Did Captain America simply blur the lines between personal and public matters? Or, in his heart, did he just think that his own people mattered most? Or maybe, just as the movie said, Bucky was brainwashed into killing. He should be captured and put on trial, but not killed. It was all such a mess. Song Chao had no interest in thinking it through, nor did he care what kind of person Captain America really was. So even though he knew where the man was, frozen in the ice, he never considered rescuing him. Sure, Captain America's physical abilities far surpassed those of Black Widow, the Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, all those so-called peak human types. But in Song Chao's eyes, that was meaningless. They were nothing special, barely worth mentioning. Such combat skills were simply unimpressive, hardly comparable to the usefulness of mutants. Besides, with someone like the Punisher, Umbrella already had its own peak human. That guy was also at the limits of human potential, and he was skilled in even more areas than Steve Rogers. With that in mind, Song Chao simply shook his head. There was no need to bother with a man like Captain America. Still, seeing Nick Fury himself go to greet him. Maybe it was worth throwing a wrench into that one-eyed bastard plans. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Hey, General Ross, come on, what's with the tone? Can't I call you for no reason? Here's the thing, I just saw some news online, thought maybe you hadn't seen it yet, so I figure I'd give you a heads up. Your military idol, The symbol of America, Captain America, Steve Rogers, has been found. Yep, that's right. And now, he looks exactly like he's just woken up from 70 years sleep. Not a bit. Different from 70 years ago. Haha, no, it's not me. It was some black guy, bald, missing an eye, wearing an eye patch and all in black, with a whole crew of black-clad people behind him. That's all I know. Hey, don't mention it. Damn, I didn't even bring up Betty. Why are you dragging her in? Anyway, that's it. I'm hanging up. The moment the other side brought up Betty, Song Chao hung up the phone in irritation. Lately, Betty had been using him as a tool more than a few times, which had long since rubbed him the wrong way. So, naturally, when General Ross mentioned his beloved daughter, Song Chao ended the call right there. Still, Song Chao couldn't help but think about Captain America. After all, he was a soldier, and though S.H.I.E.L.D. was rooted in America and wielded enormous power, the White House could, of course, give S.H.I.E.L.D. orders. But officially, S.H.I.E.L.D. was under the World Security Council, not any single country, which always rubbed the Pentagon's generals the wrong way. Now, someone had told them that the hero of World War II, the idol of the armed forces, Captain America, was not only alive, but still in exactly the same state as 70 years ago. The news left them first stunned, then overjoyed. But the moment they learned Captain America was in SHLD's custody, their joy turned quickly to fury. How dare S.H.I.E.L.D. try to take America's own hero? That was just asking for trouble. The military had never been fond of S.H.I.E.L.D. to begin with. Now, with their patience pushed to the limit, General Ross hung up the phone and immediately contacted nearly every high-ranking general in the Department of Defense to report the situation. Within just half a day, a large contingent of soldiers was assembled. Several influential generals led the charge straight to SHLD's front door. Damn it, how did the military find out Captain America was here with us? Nick Fury, upon hearing his subordinate's report, instantly realized where the leak had come from and erupted in a fit of anger. Director, when you intercepted the captain at Times Square, someone actually recorded a video. It was uploaded online. We found and deleted it within 30 seconds, but it's possible someone spotted it in that short window. Coulson mulled it over, noticing a suspicious detail, and spoke up. Damn it, I was hoping to wait until the captain had fully recovered and let him make his own choice. Now, contact Ms. Peggy Carter. Immediately. Tell her S.H.I.E.L.D. needs her help to convince the captain to stay with us, and not go over to the military. After Nick Fury exploded in anger, he quickly calmed himself and began to think of ways to solve the problem. Understood, Director. I'll get in touch with the people around Ms. Peggy right away. Hearing this, Coulson nodded and left the room. Sigh, the Avengers? It's been nothing but setbacks. Without the Hulk, Natasha's not in the best state. Recruiting Tony Stark, the Star-Spangled Man, isn't going well either. And if I can't bring Captain America on board as the leading figure, then the organization I've been envisioning will really fall apart. Watching Coulson's departing figure, Nick Fury, his bald head gleaming, frowned deeply and brooded over the super team he hoped to assemble, the Avengers. As for whatever trouble S.H.I.E.L.D. might have next, Song Chao didn't pay it much mind. After slipping them a little headache, he left it at that. But thinking it over, it was obvious there wouldn't be any real crisis. With Peggy Carter, Steve Rogers' girlfriend from 70 years ago, still at S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve would never return to the army. Besides, he was sick of war. Now that the world was at peace, there was no need for him to play the celebrity, touring, and dancing to sell war bonds. Song Chao didn't care about any of that and couldn't be bothered to follow up. He was busy anyway. Just then a report from Emma came in. Magneto, Eric, had run into trouble in Africa. Upon hearing this, Song Chao had no time or energy for anything else. He immediately gave instructions to Emma and Hope, then boarded the company's jet on the rooftop. This time, he brought only one companion, the Nightcrawler Wagner. On the plane, Song Chao got a full briefing, and once he understood the situation, let out a sigh of relief. Eric, the old man, was fine. That put his mind at ease. After all, Eric had given him strong support in the past, and Song Chao wasn't the ungrateful type. How could he not care? Once the worry faded, he couldn't help but find the whole thing amusing. This time, well, what could he say? To explain, it goes back a bit. Ever since Song Chao's rise, Eric had finally been able to lay down his burdens. He took some people to Africa, searching for Wakanda, the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, just as Song Chao had described. But after wandering for ages near Kenya and South Africa, he found nothing. It wasn't until Song Chao heard about it that he gave Eric a clue, a black market dealer named Ulysses Clow. From then on, Magneto Eric led his team on a worldwide hunt for this black market merchant. Unfortunately, Clow wasn't just any criminal. He might not have superpowers, but he was extremely cautious, cunning, and always well-informed, which made him a slippery target. Back in the United States, Eric was fairly well-informed thanks to his Brotherhood connections. But once he arrived in Africa, the poorest of continents, he was completely at a loss. Ulysses Clow led him on a wild goose chase across the land, and for quite some time, Eric failed to catch up with the man. Among mutants, those with psychic abilities were few and far between. Charles, Jean, and Song Chao were out of his reach. They couldn't be commanded. The next best option was Emma, the White Queen. Unfortunately, Emma never got along with Professor Charles or Eric, the Magneto. Years ago, when Emma was following Sebastian Shaw, the Black King, the two had joined forces to defeat her. She was captured by government agencies and nearly dissected for research. Though she managed to escape and eventually joined Umbrella, her relationship with both the Professor and Magneto remained lukewarm at best. Because Emma was in charge of Umbrella and had little interest in either Professor X or Magneto, she rarely paid attention to their affairs. Even when she did hear news, she couldn't be bothered to report it to Song Chao. As a result, Song Chao often received updates quite late. Unable to find a psychic, Eric had no choice but to rely on Mystique, Raven. He spent a great deal of time matching wits with Ulysses Clow, and only recently did he finally manage to capture this cunning black market dealer. A remote warehouse in Ukraine. So you're Ulysses Clow? Eric, Magneto, studied the infamous black market merchant he'd heard so much about from Song Chao. This man had cost Eric over a year's effort to catch. He and his brotherhood had chased Clow across the globe just to bring him in. That's me. But what I can't understand is this. Why would the famous leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, Magneto himself, spend over a year tracking me down? I'm just an ordinary arms dealer. Am I really worth your worldwide pursuit? Though Ulysses Clow was securely bound and clearly afraid, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. After holding this question in his heart for over a year, he finally voiced the doubt that had plagued him. Eric let out a short, derisive laugh. Ulysses, did you really think the Brotherhood scoured the world for you just to kill you? Oh, so you weren't out to kill me? Then why did you spend all this time chasing me? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have wasted my days running for my life, Clow replied, completely dumbfounded. On the surface, he might have looked clever for evading the Brotherhood for so long, but in truth the cost, in time, money, and connections, had been staggering. The pain of those losses was acute. Now, realizing they hadn't even been after his life, he could only stare in mute sorrow. My money, gone for nothing. Eric gave a cold smile. You overestimated your importance. Even if we wanted you dead, do you really think someone like you is worth Magneto himself leading a worldwide manhunt? Mystique couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn it, all the money I've lost. If you've got something to say, just come out with it. Ulysses Clow was full of regret. If only he had made different choices. Back when he first got wind that Magneto was coming after him, his immediate thought was that they were out to kill him. He'd scrambled to flee, bringing his men along for the ride. That escape had lasted more than a year. In order to keep himself protected, he'd had to pull countless strings, and that all cost money. With no business coming in, and having to drag his crew around the world on the run, he'd burned through a fortune in a little over a year. Enough already, drop the fake act. Let me ask you straight, Ulysses Clow, do you know about Wakanda and vibranium? Eric watched the performance with little patience, seeing right through the deception. He shook his head, uninterested in the charade, and got straight to the point. Business concerning Wakanda was not something to forget. Wakanda? Vibranium? Is that what you've come to me for? The moment Clow heard those words, his expression grew serious, the pretense fading. Now he understood why they had been hunting him all over the globe. So, the famous Magneto really does have eyes everywhere. There aren't many in this world who know about Wakanda, and as for vibranium, well, I'm the only one who's got it. I have no idea how you found out. I've never told anyone, and those I've traded with would never breathe a word. Oh, so you really do know about Wakanda. Looks like I was right to track you down. The year I've spent chasing you wasn't wasted after all. Hearing this, Eric exchanged a glance with Mystique and nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand in Clow's direction, and the handcuffs binding Clow suddenly unclasped and clattered to the floor. Then, looking him in the eye, Eric said, Now, tell us everything you know. Maybe I'll let you go. Maybe I'll even make up for your losses, say, by setting you up with a few American arms companies, letting you source goods from their side. All right, since you're saying this yourself, Magneto, I'll believe you. Clow watched his shackles fall to the ground, then stood up and flexed his wrists. It seemed Magneto really wasn't here to kill him after all. If Magneto was even offering to compensate him, to introduce him to arms companies, well, those were money-making opportunities. Clow was genuinely pleased. It looked like he'd make it out alive. But then, thinking back on the foolish choices he'd made over the past year, he couldn't help but groan inwardly. If only he'd stopped to ask whether they were truly out to kill him instead of running off immediately. How much money would he have saved? The thought made his heart ache. Speaking of vibranium and Wakanda, you want to see this first. With that, he lifted his collar, revealing a brand burned into the skin of his neck, and motioned for Eric and Mystique to take a closer look. This mark, it looks like some kind of writing. What language is this? Eric and Raven stepped forward, studying the brand on Ulysses Clow's neck, and asked. It means thief. I got caught stealing vibranium in Wakanda, and they branded me with it. These people are sitting on mountains of vibranium, but I only took a few pieces, and they burned this mark on my neck to label me as a thief. Barbarians, the lot of them. I've been waiting for another chance to settle the score. Ulysses Clow's face twisted with fury as he answered, his expression wild and unhinged. Very well, Ulysses. I can grant your request, but only on one condition. You must lead us to the real Wakanda. I've spent so much time searching, but all I've found is the poorest country on Earth, still living a nomadic life, sparsely populated. I could never find where the true Wakanda is hidden. Eric looked at the crazed Clow with indifference, nodding as he laid out his terms. As long as Clow delivered what he wanted, Eric would help him fulfill his wish. At this moment, Eric paid no mind to what Song Chao had said. In his view, all technology ultimately relied on metal, something Magneto's powers could easily control. No matter how many they faced, it would be a walk in the park. Haha. Yes, I agree, Mr. Eric. I can take you to the real Wakanda, that nation hidden deep in the mountains, the one only I know how to enter, the one with technology far beyond imagination. Look at my arm. Ulysses Clow burst into laughter as he agreed, seizing this chance for revenge. If these people managed to conquer Wakanda, perhaps he could ride their coattails and get a share of the spoils. After all, mutants were a formidable force. Your arm? That's the weapon you used against us before. What's the point of showing me this? Eric glanced at Clow's mutilated arm and the weapon attached to it, confused about why Clow wanted him to see it. This is a cannon. Wakanda uses it for their vibranium miners. Impressive, isn't it? Now you see just how advanced they are. All their weapons are made from vibranium, and they have more of it than you can imagine. Think about what that's worth. 1 gram of vibranium goes for tens of thousands of dollars. Ulysses waved the cannon-like prosthetic, eager to show off Wakanda's wealth and technological prowess. That's quite a weapon. So there's that much vibranium, is there? Good. Then we'll take it for ourselves and build a nation for mutants, our own independent base. Eric was quite pleased to hear this. Although he didn't care much for money himself, if he was to build an independent nation for mutants, money was an unavoidable necessity. With so much vibranium at stake, it seemed essential to seize it. That's right. When the time comes, Mr. Eric, I hope you'll allow me to handle the outside trade of vibranium. What do you think? Ulysses Clow was delighted to hear Eric's words. He couldn't help but ask for a share of the profits. Eric chuckled. That's a small matter. As long as Wakanda really has as much vibranium as you claim, you can have exclusive rights to the business. Ulysses, I'm generous to those who help us. Now, take us to see where the real Wakanda is. He nodded, unconcerned with such petty benefits, and agreed to Clow's request. Yes, thank you. I'll lead the way right now. Ulysses nodded eagerly, a wide grin plastered on his face as he led the group forward. From now on, this was the real boss, the god of wealth, and a mutant god of wealth at that. He was determined to cling tightly to this opportunity and never let go. Under the African night sky, out in the wilderness near the borders of Congo, Zambia, and Angola, Ulysses Clow took the lead, walking ahead. Magneto, Eric, followed with several members of the Brotherhood. This was a covert operation, so Eric hadn't brought many people. We're here. This is the entrance, Mr. Eric. The group came to a halt as Ulysses pointed to a canyon ahead. Oh, lead the way. Let's take a look. Eric glanced around casually, unafraid of any traps. All right, everyone, stay close. The technology in Wakanda is incredibly advanced. They use vibranium to shield the entire nation, making it invisible. From the outside, this area just looks like untouched rainforest. You can't get in from anywhere else, only this canyon. Later, an underground stream collapsed and revealed a gap. I'm the only one who knows about this place. Ulysses nodded as he led the group into the canyon, explaining the intricacies as they went. He wanted Eric to appreciate how much effort he'd put in, hoping to earn a bigger cut. Look, we're inside. Over there, that's Wakanda. Suddenly, Ulysses stopped, pointing toward a distant sea of lights, signaling for everyone to look. Oh, this is impressive. It's real, after all. For this place to have such technology and remain hidden from the world, remarkable. Come, take me to where they keep the vibranium. Eric looked around, admiring the scene. This was indeed a place he and the Brotherhood had never discovered before. To have fooled the entire world, it was, without a doubt, an extraordinary feat of engineering. He ordered Ulysses to lead the way to the vibranium, and at that moment, Eric felt supremely confident. He believed that as long as it was a metal weapon, he alone could take on an entire nation without breaking a sweat. Their group crept stealthily through the shadows and finally arrived at Wakanda's vibranium vault. Who goes there? Unfortunately, Wakanda's technology was truly advanced. Even though the vault wasn't open to the public, the place was bristling with surveillance. They had barely reached the vault before they were discovered. So, they've noticed us? There's no need to hide anymore. Eric seemed unfazed by the situation. He stepped forward boldly, and with a casual wave of his hand, the guards were swept into the air, crashing headlong into each other. They only dropped to the ground after they had all been thoroughly knocked out. Mr. Eric, shouldn't we call for backup? As alarms blared outside the vault, Ulysses shifted uncomfortably, clearly intimidated by this nation's power. He couldn't help but ask, "No need. I want to see just how advanced their technology really is." Eric shook his head dismissively. He strode out of the vault, facing what might be called planes swooping toward him. But these were unlike anything seen elsewhere in the world, resembling the alien ships out of a science fiction film. He stretched out both hands, gripped the air, and with a powerful motion, yanked the aircraft toward each other. Ulysses, who had just followed him out, watched in awe as the two planes veered and smashed into one another with a tremendous crash, tumbling to the ground. Thankfully, they hadn't been flying high, so there was no explosion, just two ruined aircraft. Wow! Next, Ulysses turned into the ultimate cheerleader. As more planes plummeted from the sky, he cheered loudly for Magneto, overjoyed to see his enemy nation faltering. What could be more satisfying than this? On the ground, the soldiers fared no better. With a mere flick of Magneto's hand, they were sent soaring through the air, unable to even approach the vault. It turned out Magneto's earlier claim that they didn't need reinforcements wasn't just bravado. Ulysses was awestruck by such power. This mutant overlord truly lived up to his reputation. That's enough, outsider. The famous Magneto. Eric, your name is well known beyond our borders. Wakanda knows you. But why are you following this thief into our nation and causing such chaos? A commanding, unfamiliar voice rang out. Instantly, the remaining aircraft and soldiers pulled back from the scene. What's happening? As the alarm sounded, Wakanda's king, the elder Black Panther, Chaka, hurried onto the scene, questioning his royal guards. Your Majesty, we found intruders in the vibranium vault again. One of them is Ulysses Clow himself. It must be his doing. The guard had barely finished speaking when Prince T'Challa arrived, accompanied by Princess Shuri. Father, I've identified the leader among the newcomers. He's the head of the infamous Brotherhood of Mutants, known throughout the world as Magneto, the top-ranked global terrorist, Eric Lyncher. Princess Shuri, the most brilliant mind in Wakanda and the one managing the nation's advanced technology, was always up to date on world affairs. Now, she provided her father with a concise report of the situation outside. Father, I was just with Shuri. We've realized that we'll need to buy some time. Shuri needs time to develop a new weapon, one that can counteract magnetism. Otherwise, no matter how many people we have, it will be useless against Magneto's mutant powers. Prince T'Challa stepped forward, offering his thoughts. Is that so? Then let's go out there and talk to them face to face. King Chaka, the Black Panther, considered this carefully. He trusted his daughter's talent. If she said that numbers wouldn't make a difference, and more time was needed to develop new technology, then delay it must be. With that, he led his people to the front lines, ready to intervene. Mr. Eric Lyncher, Magneto, do you intend to wage war against Wakanda? Let me be clear. We would rather perish with honor than survive in disgrace. Seeing that the Wakandans had fallen back, Magneto made no further aggressive moves. Mr. Lyncher, that old man over there is Wakanda's king, known as the Black Panther, Chaka. Ulysses Clow, recognizing the Wakandan delegation, sidled up to Magneto and quietly explained the situation. Ulysses Clow, you thief. So it was you who brought them here. Mr. Lyncher, associating with a criminal like him surely tarnishes your reputation. The elder Black Panther, Chaka, bristled with anger at the sight of Clow. Heh, King Chaka, that's not your concern. For us mutants, anyone who helps us is a friend. There was a time when mutants suffered oppression and protests worldwide. Those days taught us to value anyone willing to lend us a hand. Magneto seemed unbothered by Chaka's attempt to sow discord, and he retorted without missing a beat. Then what exactly do you want, Mr. Lyncher? King Chaka narrowed his eyes, deciding to cut straight to the point. Vibranium is a remarkable resource, and Wakanda's monopoly on it isn't fair. Our kind, mutants, have suffered enough in this world. We've had enough of that life. We want to found our own independent mutant nation. And you, Wakanda, have managed to remain hidden from the world for so many years. Your technology is something mutants desperately need. If possible, I hope you can support us. Let this be the foundation of diplomatic relations between our nations. Eric spoke earnestly to the Black Panther. In a way, he was making a bold demand, but for his ambition to build a nation for mutants, this kind of technology would be an enormous asset. Oh, is that so? As for vibranium, you may take the contents of one warehouse for now. But when it comes to this technology, Wakanda will need to discuss it further. Perhaps we can find another time to talk about the details. King T'Chaka considered it for a moment. He decided to give them a little taste. After all, Wakanda had more than enough vibranium. Letting them take one warehouse's worth was no major loss. There were plenty more where that came from. His main goal was to stall for time. Oh, is that so? Very well, we'll take our leave for now. I hope next time we meet, I'll hear good news. Magneto, seeing how agreeable the other side was, nodded after a brief thought. He led his people to transport away a whole warehouse of vibranium. Eric, why did you agree to that? I have a feeling they're up to something. On the way back, Mystique, unable to hold back her doubts, whispered her question. Yes, Mr. Eric, T'Chaka is a cunning man. If anyone deserves to be called sly and crafty, it's him. There must be some scheme. He's just stalling, probably waiting to bring in reinforcements. Ulysses, who had been keeping silent so far, couldn't help himself when he saw Mystique speak up. He quickly joined in to persuade Eric. I understand. I know exactly what you're both thinking. But the other side is determined. They'd rather shatter like jade than survive as pottery. If we had turned hostile just now, I doubt any of us would have made it out alive. This is a nation, and not just any nation. It can hide itself so completely that the outside world hasn't even discovered it. If they went all out, I can't guarantee I could keep you all safe. So it's better to retreat for now and see how things develop. Even if they bring others to deal with us later, it's hard to say who will come out on top. Besides, haven't we already come away with a whole warehouse of vibranium? Eric nodded, agreeing with their concerns, but still took the time to explain his reasoning. An entire warehouse, several tons. That's worth billions of dollars. Mr. Eric, your strategy is brilliant. Hearing this, the others had to admit it made sense. Ulysses, in particular, couldn't help but marvel at the vibranium haul from this trip. In the past, stealing even a few £100 had nearly cost him his life, but today, following Magneto, he just walked away with several tons, almost effortlessly. He felt like he'd struck gold. They transported everything back to Eric's base in Africa, not sharing a word of it with Emma. Emma, after all, never saw eye to eye with Charles, and Eric himself, well, when it came to Emma, there was no warmth between them. She was part of his camp now, but Eric didn't care to curry favor with someone who was so cold and distant. Their relationship was hardly close, and he preferred to keep his distance. As for Song Chao, he never meddled in these matters, and Eric was well aware of that. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. On this day, as Song Chao browsed the news, he came across the footage left behind by Superman and discovered that Captain America had been rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D. He promptly reported this to General Ross of the military, urging them to cause trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Eric received a notice from Wakanda. The two sides were about to begin negotiations. Outside Wakanda, in the wild nomad zone. This was the Wakanda known to the world, but in truth, it was only the outer edge of the real nation. So this is your idea of a negotiation, King T'Chaka? As Eric arrived with his people, he immediately sensed something was wrong. They were walking right into an ambush. Mr. Eric, we simply cannot meet your demands. Our protective shield is essential to Wakanda's survival. We do not wish to be disturbed by the outside world. Clad in his full Black Panther vibranium suit, King T'Chaka dropped all pretense and bluntly refused Eric's request. It seems you're quite confident. Well then, let's see what gives you such confidence. Eric shook his head. Since negotiations had failed, there was only one path left, battle. Unfortunately for Eric, what happened next made him finally understand why Song Chao had called this country the most technologically advanced on Earth. The powers that had always served him well were now rendered useless. The soldiers' equipment was completely immune to Magneto's control, and they even wielded a kind of ultrasonic weapon. Within minutes, Eric and everyone he had brought with him were subdued. Even though Eric's body had been enhanced with serum, it was still no match for their numbers and overwhelming force. Once his mutant abilities were nullified, he was utterly defeated. Eric was captured. The infamous Magneto, Eric Lyncher, had been taken prisoner. This was why, as soon as Song Chao received the news, he immediately boarded a plane to Africa with Nightcrawler Wagner. At this point, Song Chao couldn't help but want to laugh, though he also found it understandable. Mutant abilities had significant weaknesses, just as Professor X possessed the most powerful mind. That was why the former Black King of the Hellfire Club, Sebastian Shaw, had specifically prepared a helmet to shield himself from the Professor's abilities. After Shaw's death, Magneto took the helmet for himself and never faced Charles Xavier without it. As for Magneto's powers, the U.S. military had suffered heavy losses at his hands. That was why they invented plastic bullets, to counteract his magnetic manipulation. When Eric was eventually captured, they even locked him up in a prison made entirely of plastic. The first time a superpowered individual strikes, they're often unstoppable. But once their abilities are known, others will inevitably devise countermeasures and develop equipment to neutralize their powers. Just like the Hulk. Although he was Tony Stark's teammate, once Tony learned the full extent of the Hulk's powers, he secretly developed the Hulkbuster armor as a contingency. Similarly, over in DC, Superman is so overwhelmingly powerful that his ally and the founder of the Justice League, Batman, specifically designed the anti-Superman suit. After discovering that Superman's weakness was kryptonite, Batman even went so far as to purchase kryptonite at exorbitant prices from the black market, just to be prepared. These are vivid and bloody examples. Fortunately for Song Chao, though he possesses powers similar to Superman's, he doesn't share Superman's weaknesses, so he isn't afraid of others targeting him. But mutants have much larger flaws. Although Song Chao has managed to improve the survival abilities of Umbrella's mutants, there's still the ever-present fear of running into a genius with a grudge. Take Tony Stark, for instance, or someone even more brilliant, like Reed Richards. If you find yourself pitted against them, you have to defeat them in one decisive blow. Otherwise, you can be sure they'll develop an arsenal of weapons aimed at countering every possible mutant ability. You must be Ulysses Klaue? Before long, they arrived at Eric's base in Africa. Song Chao caught sight of Ulysses Klaue, who hadn't accompanied the group for the negotiations, and couldn't help but marvel at the man's luck. Eric had been captured, and there was no way Wakanda would dare do anything to him. But if Klaue, the notorious thief who'd already stolen from them once, were caught again, he'd surely be in for a world of trouble. Mr. Song, I'm delighted to see you here. Please call me Ulysses. I only just found out that Mr. Eric is with Umbrella after Wakanda contacted us and told us to reach out to Umbrella. I've long heard of Umbrella's reputation. I hope, Mr. Song, that you'll look out for me in the future. Hearing this, Ulysses Klaue immediately began fawning over Song Chao, circling him like an eager supplicant. Now that he knew the connection between Umbrella and Eric, he was all too eager to. Por favor. After all, Umbrella was a household name worldwide, and anyone with any connection knew just how deep their waters ran. They were the very definition of untouchable in America. There's no need to be nervous, Ulysses. I'm already aware of your contributions. Don't worry, Umbrella will ensure your safety. From now on, you'll be working with us. Safeguard the interests of mutants and Umbrella, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn a fortune and enjoy the good life. For small-time crooks like this, Song Chao didn't pay them any mind. Just as in kung fu movies, maybe someday he'd actually need someone like this. Besides, when it came to villains, Song Chao hardly cared. As long as their mischief was only directed at foreigners and not their own people, it didn't bother him. He simply tossed Ulysses a little dog food, as if it cost him nothing. Thank you for looking after me, Mr. Song. From now on, whatever Umbrella asks of me, I'll do it. Now that he had the world's most powerful backer, Ulysses was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to promise his loyalty. Lead the way. I want to see Eric. Song Chao nodded and gave his orders directly. There were only a handful of support staff left in the base. Eric had taken all the combat personnel with him, but unfortunately, they had all been captured. The enemy sonic weapon was far too powerful, and without their magnetic-based weapons, these mutants didn't stand a chance. In the end, Song Chao simply took Blue Devil and followed Ulysses, just the two of them. This is Mr. Song from Umbrella. Tell Chaka to come out and greet him at once. With Song Chao backing him, Ulysses strode confidently to the Nomad Plaza on the outskirts of Wakanda. Facing the guards who tried to stop them, he shouted out with an air of superiority. Watching Ulysses act like such a lackey, Song Chao just shook his head in silence. This was the very definition of riding someone else's coattails, but he didn't really mind. After all, Ulysses had already pledged himself to Umbrella. When it came to his own people, Song Chao was always generous and forgiving. The guards who blocked their way tapped a few buttons on their devices, then stood motionless. Song Chao immediately understood why. It was truly advanced technology. He waited patiently, and before long, a ripple appeared not far ahead. A protective shield shimmered into view, opened up a passage, and a group of people walked out. Mr. Song from Umbrella, welcome to Wakanda. King Chaka himself led the welcoming party. Song Chao glanced over the people behind him. He recognized them all: Prince Chala, Princess Shuri, the captain of the royal guards, and a group of attendants. At the rear, surrounded by vehicles, were Magneto, Eric, Mystique, Raven, and the others. King Chaka, please release Eric first. Song Chao nodded and made his request right away. They invaded our country, stole a warehouse full of vibranium, and damaged many of our aircraft. A lot of our people were hurt because of them. Before the old Black Panther could respond, Prince Chalak jumped in. It was clear this young prince was still quite naive. His voice was full of indignation, his face openly angry, completely unable to hide his emotions. Yes, that's true. But so what? Song Chao's tone cooled. I'm not known for my patience, Prince Chala. If you know anything about me, you should understand what you need to do next. Song Chao nodded, his face expressionless as his voice grew louder and louder. The attack had already begun, and these people couldn't take it anymore. They all retreated in panic. Now, immediately release them. I'm still willing to negotiate with you. Otherwise, I will wipe Wakanda off the face of the earth. At this moment, Song Chao's presence was reminiscent of Galadriel, the elven queen from the Golden Forest in The Lord of the Rings. When she faced the temptation of the One Ring, she revealed her true identity as a Maya, her power wild and immense. Song Chao, too, let loose his true might, overwhelming and formidable. Now, his voice alone was enough to make the weaker individuals among them collapse, clutching their chests, unable to stand. This was one of Song Chao's newly developed group attack abilities, especially effective at wiping out crowds of minor opponents. King Chaka looked around at his companions, watching them fall one by one, unable to withstand the assault. Even his genius daughter, Shuri, was powerless. Their technology offered no protection against such an attack through words alone. Song Chao's assault was not just a sonic attack. It targeted their bodies, their hearts, on every level. No amount of technology could defend against it. Song Chao, with his deep understanding of the Marvel world, would never waste time inventing useless powers. Mr. Song, please stop. Don't say another word. We'll release them right away. You should have done this from start. Song Chao ceased his attack, falling silent. He shook his head, exasperated. Typical. Some people just won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Did they really think they could provoke someone like him and get away with it? Song, my child, I've brought shame upon you. Having finally been freed from their control, Magneto, Eric approached Song Chao with a look of guilt. He blamed himself for not heeding Song Chao's warnings earlier, which had led to this humiliating situation. The great Magneto, captured by others. This time was different from when the American military had arrested him. Back then, it was because the traitorous mutant Professor X Charles had betrayed him and aided the military, leading to Eric's capture and imprisonment. But this time, it was nothing but a band of ordinary people who had bested him. It was mortifying. He had simply let his guard down. Eric, it's enough that you're unharmed. Raven, I'm glad you're safe too. Don't dwell on it. It's normal to suffer losses when facing technology that's decades ahead of the rest of the world. Don't take it to heart. Song Chao looked at Eric and Raven, both ashamed, and shook his head comfortingly. After all, it was the truth. Only he truly knew the extent of this. Country strength. If Wakanda really wanted to dominate the world, they could have crushed America's fools ages ago. Their technology was decades ahead. Mr. Song, we have released your people. I hope that from now on, there can be peace between us. After capturing Magneto and his group, Princess Shuri used Wakanda's technology, decades ahead of the outside world, to connect to external networks and dig deep into Magneto's background. Eventually, she discovered these people were actually from Umbrella Corporation. She then continued to look into Umbrella's situation. This realization hit her hard, leaving her utterly deflated. She hurried to report to her father, King Chaka. That's why Song Chao received the information so quickly. The opposing side had cracked both the Defense Department and SHLD's files. With technology so far ahead of its time, hacking into these systems was a trivial matter. Even Tony Stark had managed to breach the Defense Department and SHLD's confidential data. Once Wakanda understood Umbrella's situation, everyone gathered to discuss, ultimately deciding to completely abandon force and instead prepare for negotiation and compromise. Agreed. Honestly, I don't care much about Wakanda. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Eric who came. I would have come myself, Song Chao nodded, making it clear he wasn't someone who killed recklessly. The mutants are now under my leadership, and as for Eric, well, he's getting old. The elderly dread having nothing to do, so I sent him to Wakanda to keep him occupied. King Chaka, seeing his people unharmed and back on their feet, finally felt relieved and listened carefully to Song Chao's words. So, Mr. Song, what exactly do you intend to do with Wakanda? He asked. Song Chao paced thoughtfully at this, considering his words. To be honest, he had only wanted to give Eric something to do. How Eric managed it was never his concern. He hadn't expected Eric to fail, which forced him to come and handle the rescue himself. Now that the question was directed at him, he had to respond. To tell you the truth, I haven't really decided yet. I know your history, Wakanda's origins, and the secret of your vibranium. As he spoke, Song Chao observed their faces and knew they weren't convinced. Don't doubt it. There's very little on this earth that I don't know. Take Wakanda, for instance. Long ago, a vibranium meteorite crashed here from the cosmos. Your 5 tribes settled around the crater, forming their communities. Later, they fought among themselves until your so-called panther god bestowed a heart-shaped herb upon your tribe, granting your chief the power of the Black Panther. That power let you unify the other tribes and found Wakanda. Over the years, the meteorite crater became a rich vibranium mine, which is why your technology is so advanced, and also why you've hidden yourself in the world. He recounted Wakanda's origins in one breath, leaving both his own people and the Wakandans across from him utterly stunned. So that's how Wakanda came to be, Eric and the others thought in amazement. How? How do you know our history in such detail? Only our royal family has ever known these things through the generations. This is impossible. The voice belonged to one of the Wakandans. But then, only a traveler from another world could know so much. No ordinary person could have gathered such knowledge. Even though Wakanda is decades ahead in technology, their national history has always been passed down orally within the royal family, never recorded in any computer system. That's why everyone present was so stunned and bewildered. You see, I told you, there's nothing on earth that can escape my knowledge. I didn't even intend to deal with you personally. This was all supposed to be Eric's responsibility. But now that I'm here, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer. Song Chao paused, sweeping his gaze across the group before him, and shook his head. Then there's simply no reason for any of you to exist. If you've harmed my people and failed to give me a response that satisfies me, Umbrella will see to your destruction. You're far too arrogant, outsider. Wabi, stand down. A burly black man, incensed by Song Chao's words, wasted no time. He donned his vibranium armor, mounted a rhinoceros covered head to toe, in vibranium plating, and charged straight at Song Chao. King Chaka and the others hastened to stop him, but their efforts were in vain. How utterly foolish, like an ant trying to leap at a giant. Song Chao shook his head, watching him passively as the armored rhino thundered toward him. He gestured to Eric and the others not to intervene. After all, even negotiations sometimes required a show of power. As the rhino barreled up close, Song Chao leisurely extended a finger, moving so slowly that everyone could clearly see his intent. Deliberately, he flicked his finger against the rhino's head. A deep, thunderous boom echoed moments later. Only then did the stunned Wakandans snap out of their daze, stiffly turning their heads to see what had happened. Oh, my beloved Wabi, are you all right? The leader of the Dora Milaje, a group of bald female warriors, broke into loud, anguished cries and rushed toward the scene. With nothing more than a casual flick from Song Chao, Wakanda's military chief and defense minister, Wabi, along with his rhino, had been hurled hundreds of meters, slamming into the barrier that protected Wakanda before finally coming to a halt. It had all happened so fast, the speed of their flight so overwhelming, that no one had time to react. It wasn't until the resounding crash reverberated through the air that Wabi's lover, Okoye, the captain of the King's Guard, snapped back to herself. She immediately fell back and raced to check on Wabi's condition. Mr. Song, I understand your point. Please, give us a moment. We need time to discuss. The aging Black Panther, King Chaka, finally grasped Song Chao's intent. This was a display of strength, a warning. He understood just how powerful a rhino's charge could be, yet Song Chao had deflected it with a mere flick of his finger. The king himself had already experienced the devastating force of Song Chao's sonic attack earlier. Then he thought of his own daughter, Princess Su Rue, and the information he'd found about her online. She could fly and fight in outer space. All of this was far beyond his calculations. It looked like, this time, there was no way to dodge, and he wouldn't be able to win either. All right then, I'll wait for your news. I hope you won't disappoint me. For now, you'd better go save that one. I trust your technology is advanced enough to keep them alive. Song Chao nodded, not pushing any harder, giving the other party a graceful way out. These were all minor matters, really. Eric, what are your thoughts? How do you plan to handle what's coming next with Wakanda? Back at Eric's base in Africa, after sending everyone else away and leaving only Eric and Raven, Song Chao got straight to the point and asked Magneto directly. Oh, I thought you already had a plan, seeing how you were suppressing them earlier. Eric replied, a little surprised by Song Chao's question. No, I haven't made up my mind. Honestly, I never intended to get involved in this. I figured you'd handle it yourself. I only came because something happened to your team. As for what to do about Wakanda next, I still haven't decided. Song Chao shook his head, explaining himself. That was truly his situation. He planned to let Eric handle things however he wanted, but unexpected events had forced him to set foot on African soil. I see, child. I've had my eye on Wakanda's vibranium for some time. Ulysses told me there's a whole mountain of it. For us mutants, that could really help us build our own nation. And their shield technology is unmatched. So advanced it's kept them hidden from the world for years without being discovered. Imagine if we could master that technology. We could create a mutant nation, a true utopia, independent, invisible, and prosperous. Now that he understood Song Chao's thoughts, Eric paused to elaborate on his own vision, describing the beautiful future he dreamed of for mutants. This was his great motivation and his goal. Eric, I really support your ideas. But, while ideals are always lush and full, reality may be a bit harsh and bare, haha. You want Wakanda's vibranium and their technology, but I'm afraid they might choose destruction over surrender. They may not be so willing. Song Chao understood Eric's dreamland all too well. He joked lightly, then analyzed Wakanda's likely reaction. Song, my child, do you have the power to wipe them all out? Eric wasn't discouraged. Instead, he thought carefully, then pressed Song Chao for an answer. Are you really planning to wipe out an entire nation? Song Chao couldn't help but frown at Eric's proposal. Fine, I could easily destroy them myself, but their technology is decades ahead of the rest of the world. Eric, what if someone escapes, or if they manage to get information out before we act? The international backlash would be overwhelming. Have you thought about what that would mean for mutants everywhere? Hearing Eric's intention to eliminate the entire nation of Wakanda, Song Chao was at a loss for words, his brows furrowing in concern. Still, this was Wanda's father, his own father-in-law, so he forced himself to remain patient and help analyze the potential consequences. Exactly, Eric. That's a very real risk, Mystique, Raven added, unable to hold back her objections in their secret meeting room. Just look at their shield technology. Even if Song could wipe out the country, you can bet they'd find a way to send word out before the end. Eric listened, his face tightening in thought. I see. I suppose I was being naive, he admitted, owning up to his impulsiveness. I didn't think through all the repercussions. So Song, Raven, we both think. Let's talk this through together. Me? Raven hesitated for a moment. Honestly, I think a gentler approach would be better. Wakanda is already showing signs of compromise. With Song, we've finally started to improve the situation for mutants. We can't risk provoking the kind of worldwide backlash we faced before. Song Chao scratched his head, feeling the burden as Eric handed the issue back to him. He began to pace slowly, weighing the options. Should they really obliterate an entire country? He had the power, but was it necessary? It felt like such a waste. After all, Wakanda was the most advanced technological nation on Earth, decades ahead of anyone else. Destroying them would hardly be a wise investment. But subjugation? That was unlikely. This was an independent nation. No matter what, they would never bow to an individual. Maybe out in the cosmos such things were possible, but here on Earth, with humanity's mindset and the current global climate, that hope seemed out of reach. That left only one real path: cooperation. At this thought, Song Chao felt a spark of inspiration. Cooperation, now that had real potential. But how should it take shape? It was time to ask the others and brainstorm together. Eric, Raven, I think destroying a nation would only bring disaster for us mutants, sparking resistance from the entire world. And trying to conquer Wakanda? That's just not realistic given their sovereign country. So after some thought, I believe a win-win cooperation is our best option. As for how we make that work, let's put our heads together. What ideas do you both have? Mutual cooperation for a win-win outcome. Huh? Well, maybe that's not such a bad idea after all. Hearing this, Eric nodded, clearly valuing Song Chao's opinion. After a moment of reflection, he agreed that it sounded like a good plan. Cooperation sounds great. I think we need Wakanda's vibranium, their shielding technology, and all their advanced tech. Raven, the shapeshifter, jumped right in, bluntly listing out everything they should demand. Raven, you're practically emptying out an entire nation. That's not going to make negotiations any easier. Sure, I could force them to comply, but a relationship built on coercion is bound to fall apart later. That's not the path to lasting cooperation. Song Chao listened to Raven's wish list with a helpless shake of his head. He took a moment to lay out his reasoning, hoping to get her to see that relying on brute force and making outrageous demands would only hurt them in the long run. You make a good point, Eric mused, but Raven's not entirely wrong either. Right now, we do have the upper hand, and Wakanda definitely wants to keep themselves hidden from the world. I think we can propose a cooperative arrangement for the vibranium. As for the specifics, we'll have to discuss the details with them later. Magneto, Eric, considered both sides of the argument and finally shared his own view. As for their shield technology, I think we absolutely need to get our hands on it. With that, we could create a true sanctuary for mutants. As for the rest of their tech, your company, Umbrella, isn't exactly lacking. You can decide what else to pursue. Song Chao felt they'd covered the essentials and nodded in agreement. Understood. The shield technology is a must-have, and vibranium can be the basis for cooperation. Wakanda has more than enough of it, after all. As for any other technologies, we can discuss those as they come up. Let me think things through a bit more. Eric, could you arrange a room for me? While Song Chao and his group were deep in discussion, so too were the leaders within Wakanda. Okoye, how is her husband Wabi doing? King Chaka inquired of the captain of the royal guard. Your Majesty, Wabi's out of danger now. It seems they showed him mercy. Okoye, the stern, bald-headed leader of the royal guard, answered with a troubled face. Still, she had to admit that Song Chao had pulled his punches. After all, they knew full well the sheer force behind a charging rhino clad in vibranium armor. Chala, Shuri, what are your thoughts? How should Wakanda respond to this Song fellow? Relieved that his chief of defense was safe, the old Black Panther, Chaka, turned to his son and daughter to ask how they should face the threat posed by the mutants. Father, I believe we should negotiate and seek cooperation. That's the bottom line. But if they refuse, we must be ready to fight to the very end. Prince Chala stepped forward, speaking each word with careful deliberation, making it clear he'd given the matter serious thought. Father, I agree with my brother. We must stand firm on our principles. Wakanda is an independent nation. We cannot bow down to any individual. Princess Shuri stepped forward as well, voicing her support for her brother Chalia's perspective. Oh, since both of you feel this way, then tell me, how do you propose we cooperate with them? Hearing this, Chaka turned the question back to his children. Father, I've recently done a thorough investigation into the situation of mutants outside our borders. I found that in the past, mutants were in a very difficult position, shunned by most of humanity across the globe. Only in recent years have things started to improve. I think this is why Magneto, Eric, insists on having our shield technology. As for vibranium, I believe they covet its monetary value in the outside world. Prince Chala began to analyze the situation carefully. We can share a shield technology with them, but must not be passed on to anyone else. There needs to be a binding agreement. When it comes to vibranium, perhaps we could cooperate by providing them with a small amount each year, in exchange for their military support if Wakanda ever finds itself in need. The old king, Chaka, nodded thoughtfully. Chala, you've grown up, my child. Your analysis is impressive. But consider this. Right now, we're at a disadvantage militarily. What you're suggesting, do you think that Song will agree to it? You've seen his strength for yourself, and you've surely read the reports from the outside world. If he refuses, what options do we have? Well, I'm not sure yet, father. Chala hesitated, then shook his head. Father, brother, you don't need to worry about that. While my brother has been studying the plight of mutants, I've been looking closely into Song himself. I've discovered that he might actually be someone we can work with. Princess Shuri interjected at this point. Some classified documents from external organizations reveal that this man is so powerful that even nuclear weapons are useless against him. No nation dares to confront him directly, yet Song acts rarely and usually stays out of sight. Either he's indifferent to the world, or he's waiting for something. For now, what matters for Wakanda is this. We cannot defeat him by force. All mutants now follow his lead. But if we negotiate, as long as we stand firm on our principles and show that we are willing to cooperate and willing to defend Wakanda with our lives, I believe there's a good chance he'll agree. If it were Magneto, I'm sure he would have tried to destroy us already. King Chaka looked at his daughter with satisfaction. She truly was the brightest mind in Wakanda. Her insight surpassed even his own. He nodded in approval. All right then. Since that's the case, contact them now and invite them to be our guests at the Wakandan Royal Palace. The sooner, the better. Let's show our sincerity, and let them see we're willing to risk our lives for Wakanda. Yes, father. Chala and Shuri both bowed deeply, signaling their obedience. Oh, inviting us over after just one night? Seems like they really mean it. Song Chao had only been back for one day when he received a message from Wakanda. He was rather surprised. It appeared that the old Black Panther, despite his age, was still every bit the decisive king. Looks like you were right. They're probably thinking the same as you, and choosing cooperation. After receiving the news, Eric stayed silent for a long while before finally turning to Song Chao with a sigh. Haha, cooperation worked for me. Eric, let's go and see how things unfold. Song Chao didn't mind either way. He wasn't averse to conflict, but he saw no need for unnecessary bloodshed. After all, Wakanda was a nation that kept to itself and had never provoked anyone. There was absolutely no need to wipe them out. Welcome, Mr. Song, Mr. Eric, and Miss Raven. We're honored to have you at the Wakandan Royal Palace. The elder Black Panther, King Chaka, together with the Queen and the Prince and Princess, greeted Song Chao and his companions. This time, Song Chao had not brought Ulysses Clow along. Wakanda harbored a deep hatred for him, so it was best to leave him out and not let it affect the negotiations. No need for the formalities, King Chaka. Why don't we get straight to the point? Song Chao nodded, getting right down to business. If their demands couldn't be met, there might be no choice but to resort to force. Better to see how the talks went before worrying about building personal ties. Very well. Since Mr. Song prefers directness, let's speak plainly. Chala, you'll lead the discussion. The old King Chaka nodded in agreement and motioned for his son to take the lead in the negotiations. Looks like their thinking aligns with ours. They're all about win-win cooperation. Each year, they'll give us a small portion of vibranium and share their shield technology, though it can't be passed on to others. Not bad. After hearing the proposal from the Wakandan prince, the new Black Panther Chala, Song Chao narrowed his eyes, mulling it over. Mr. Song, what do you think? This is Wakanda's bottom line. In return, you must provide us with military support if Wakanda ever faces a crisis. The old king saw that Song Chao had remained silent after listening to his son's terms. He couldn't help but speak up, steeling himself for whatever might come next. Song, it's your call. Do whatever you want, even wiping out this country if you have to. At that moment, Eric spoke up, quietly letting Song Chao know that he could handle things however he saw fit, even if it meant destroying Wakanda. Song Chao understood what Old One meant. He nodded in silence, rose to his feet, and began to carefully ponder everything at play here. Wakanda, Earth's most advanced nation, yet in the vastness of the universe, it still fell short. How should I put it? I've always known a great deal about Wakanda, but I never really cared, so I'll let Eric deal with things on his own. But Eric is one of the elders among mutants, and now all mutants are under my leadership. When he suffered setback, I had to step forward, though I never intended to destroy Wakanda. So, cooperation is certainly possible. Eric dreams of building a paradise for mutants, and I understand his vision. While there are powerful mutants like him and Professor Charles Xavier, the majority of our kind have abilities unsuited for combat or much practical use. I fully support helping our people create their own sanctuary. As for the shield, I like to build it right next to Wakanda. In the future, our two nations can live in seclusion together, forging an alliance and supporting each other. As for vibranium, to be honest, I don't care about its monetary value. I have no intention of selling it. All I need is enough vibranium to forge the armor for members of our Umbrella Superhero League. And when I set forth into the universe in the future, I'll need vibranium to construct our ships. King Chaka and your daughter Shuri, I know of her genius. I'd like her to work with Umbrella scientists to help me build a starship. These are my requests. Having spoken his mind in one breath, Song Chao sat back down and waited. A starship? It seems, Mr. Song, your vision already reaches far beyond Earth. No wonder your strength is so formidable, and yet the outside world knows almost nothing about you. You've rarely shown your hand or revealed yourself at all. King Chaka listened, then reflected for a moment, gradually piecing things together. Now that I think about it, Mr. Song, you are well versed in Wakanda's history and the origins of our vibranium mines. Truth be told, our ancestors have long suspected the existence of other extraterrestrial beings in the universe. It's just that our technology hasn't been advanced enough to reach very far. Shuri, my daughter, what are your thoughts? Father, I can help Umbrella build a vibranium starship. It sounds fascinating. Princess Shuri agreed without hesitation. She was, after all, something of a high-tech enthusiast, a true genius, always a little different from the rest. Mr. Song, we agree to your terms. May our two nations cooperate for mutual benefit and watch over one another. King Chaka nodded, stood up, and extended his hand. Cooperate for mutual benefit and watch over one another. Song Chao was thoroughly satisfied. He stood as well, reaching out. The two clasped hands, sealing their agreement. What followed, naturally, was a formal ceremony to welcome their new ally. Mr. Song, I want to know, why do you want to go into the universe? Do you know where the aliens are? In the midst of the celebration, Wakanda's genius princess, Shuri, couldn't help stepping closer to Song Chao, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked this question. Well, about that. Song Chao paused thoughtfully at her words. But seeing how the Wakandans had all fallen silent, their attention quietly fixed on him, he realized. They too were eager for answers. This nation had always kept itself hidden from the world, but now, as allies, they deserved some trust. Since we're allies now, let me share a bit with everyone. Out in the cosmos, there are 3 great empires ruling over countless star systems. Beneath them are smaller nations and independent planets, in even greater numbers. Even within our own Milky Way, there are 9 realms. Earth is just one of them, the realm of mortals. The other 8, all inhabited by beings with extraordinary powers. Wow, that's amazing. It sounds so thrilling. I really want to see the universe for myself. Shuri cheered, her mind clearly working on a different wavelength than the others. Why? A look at the rest of the crowd's expressions made the difference obvious. So, the universe truly is dangerous. Thank goodness our Wakandan ancestors never ventured out there. The voice belonged to the old king, Chaka, the former Black Panther. Mr. Song, since we're allies now, do you think I could join you in exploring the universe someday? This was the eager voice of a young prince, Chala, brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Prince, you mustn't. You're destined to inherit this nation. That was Okoye, the fierce, bald-headed captain of the Royal Guard, speaking firmly. No wonder Mr. Song rarely intervenes on Earth. His ambitions reach far beyond, something we simply cannot compare to. The old king, Chaka, sighed, his thoughts turning to his son. Chala, my son, perhaps you really should broaden your horizons in the universe. I doubt Mr. Song would refuse such a small request from a new ally. Of course, I'll bring along the members of the Umbrella Superhero League when the time comes. But Chala, you better train hard. I don't carry deadweight. If you can't meet my standards, I won't take you. Song Chao nodded casually in agreement, though he did set some conditions. To be honest, the second-generation Black Panther wasn't terribly impressive in terms of raw power. His real strength came from his advanced equipment. No need to worry, Mr. Song. Since you already know about the heart-shaped herb, I won't hide anything. Next, I'll arrange for Chala to inherit the Black Panther mantle. I'm getting old, after all. The old Black Panther, Chaka, agreed with Song Chao's suggestion and explained his plans. After all, Song Chao seemed to know everything about Wakanda already. He might as well be straightforward. Mr. Song, I'll give it my all. The universe, if I were still ignorant, I might not have cared. But now that I know, and with someone as powerful as you leading the way, I absolutely have to see it for myself. The young prince showed no fear in the face of danger. He accepted Song Chao's request without hesitation, honestly stating that he was capable and insisted on venturing into the universe to broaden his horizons. Good. Then make the most of your time, Song Chao replied. Perhaps in about 2 years, I'll lead the team into space myself. Song Chao was quite pleased with such a young man. So easy to sway, and obedient too. Not bad at all. While his abilities weren't extraordinary, his grasp of technology surpassed others, and his adaptability to the universe was strong. One more spot wouldn't hurt. After that, the group engaged in cheerful conversation. When it was over, Song Chao prepared to leave and return to Umbrella. Mr. Song, won't you stay a few more days? There's no need, King Chaka. Now that we're allies, Eric will act as my representative from here on out, and he'll be in charge of all matters in Africa. Unless something urgent arises, I won't be coming back. I don't pay much attention to these affairs. By the way, your son and daughter are welcome to come to Umbrella for training and to exchange academic ideas with our company scientists. All right, I'll arrange for them to go. That's settled, then. Eric, build your ideal paradise as you see fit. If you need anything, just give me a call. For now, I'll be on my way. After exchanging these courtesies, Song Chao boarded his company's stealth jet and left with Blue Devil Wagner. This time, Wagner didn't even get a chance to take the stage. He made the trip for nothing and could only laugh at the irony. Magneto, Eric, and Mystique, Raven, watched as the jet vanished into the sky, their faces etched with heaviness. They recalled the secret conversation they'd had with Song Chao earlier. Raven, do you remember the first person you killed back in 1973? Song, you even know about that? Honestly, I remember. It was my first time killing Bolivar Trask. And after you killed him, you were captured and experimented on, weren't you? Yes. Eric, I hope you finish building your paradise soon. In these next 2 years, hasten the gathering of our mutant brothers and sisters to your side. Child, is something about to happen? Yes, there's something I've known all along, but I intentionally chose not to prevent it. Soon, mutants will face a massacre on a massive scale, and after that, even ordinary people will be affected. I don't understand, child. You have so many secrets, and I don't wish to pry. But if you know this is coming, why not stop it? These are our people. Some sacrifices are necessary, Eric. Besides, I can only protect the mutants willing to join us. I'm not God, and I have no desire to be a selfless martyr. I need that bloodshed to achieve my goal. Eric, Raven, remember, gather as many mutants as you can. There's nothing more to say. My will is unshakable, and those who are destined to die cannot be saved. That's all. I'll be heading back to New York and to Umbrella soon. A few hours later, after returning to Umbrella, Song Chao took a moment to comfort Hope and explain the situation to Emma. Once that was done, he found himself idle once more, feeling restless and bored. A few days after coming back, he finally couldn't resist any longer and issued a flurry of orders. A week later, Song Chao set out for Los Angeles and Hollywood. in a building near Hollywood Boulevard. Welcome, boss. Inside an office building with a sign reading Umbrella Film Company, Song Chow arrived accompanied by his bodyguard, death woman Yuriko, and his personal secretary, May Parker. This company was the result of an order Song Chow had given just a week before. Umbrella had swept through Hollywood with lightning speed, aggressively taking over several independent film production companies by any means necessary. Threats, intimidation, nothing was off the table, merging them into one, the Umbrella Film Company. At the time, the move sent shockwaves through the major Hollywood studios. Anxiety ran high, until word spread from Umbrella itself. They had no interest in grabbing a slice of the film industry's pie. It was simply that their founder, with too much time on his hands, wanted to make a few movies for fun. Only then did Hollywood's big players lower their guard, though they continued to keep a cautious eye on Umbrella. After all, anyone with deep connections knew that, in recent years, Umbrella was not to be trifled with. The major studios had their own powerful backers from all walks of life, each with formidable influence and no shortage of cunning. Naturally, they chose to tread carefully. All right, everyone get to your positions. I won't be involved in the day-to-day management of the company. Nancy Josephson, come in with me. Song Chow nodded, dismissing the others without a second thought. He had no intention of mixing in with the entertainment world. This was simply something to amuse himself, to pass the time. Nancy, I heard you're the daughter of Marvin Josephson, the founder of ICM. You've inherited the ICM talent agency, so why apply to be the CEO of Umbrella Film Company? Nancy Josephson, the CEO of Umbrella Film Company, adjusted her glasses. She wasn't surprised by the question, considering Song Chow's powerful background. She answered frankly, Boss, I looked into the background of Umbrella Film Company and realized it's a venture you created for your own enjoyment. I want to grow ICM into something bigger. You've seen my management credentials, and I believe I can use this opportunity to develop Umbrella Film Company while also expanding my own agency. In my vision, the two companies could work together for mutual benefit. Of course, all of this rests on the premise that you're not personally invested in the day-to-day affairs of the film company. Song Chow nodded, satisfied with her candor. Very well. I don't care much about this company. If you're confident you can make it bigger, the CEO's seat is yours. But if you fail and only look out for your own agency, whatever you take from me, you'll pay back double. Understood. Now prepare for me a list of Hollywood's hottest male and female stars, say, those in their 20s to 40s. Understood, boss. I'll get right on gathering the information. Given that too few people are subscribing to this book and its stats are dismal, only 20 or 30 recommendation votes a day, I'm going to cut back to just 2 chapters per day. I really don't have the energy to keep up 5 chapters and 10,000 words every day. Los Angeles, Hollywood, Umbrella Pictures. Song Chow sat in his office, browsing through the roster of Hollywood stars in this world. To be honest, this trip was a bit of a whim. On one hand, he was idle and wanted to see the beautiful women of Hollywood. On the other, he planned to bring the characters of the DC universe to the big screen first. If he managed to reach the top of Marvel in this world, maybe someday he'd have a chance to pit them against DC's heroes. First, make the movies. Then, Umbrella would offer a hefty reward, inviting the entire world to propose ways to deal with these superheroes, laying the groundwork for a possible opportunity in the future. Christian Rubberman Bale, Big Ben Affleck. Either of these two could play Batman. He scratched his head and ultimately settled on Christian Rubberman Bale since he intended to start with a Batman trilogy. After all, this world had never seen Batman before, so he'd have to begin with Bruce Wayne's childhood and let the audience get to know him. And Big Smile Hathaway. Excellent peak beauty. I like her. She'll play Catwoman and join the Justice League later. Gal Longlegs Gadot. Wow, there's my Wonder Woman. Henry Muscle Man Cavill. This guy is built. Perfect, he'll be Superman. Jason Sharp Guy, Momoa. That beard, that look, he's the spitting image of Sharp Guy. All right, he's our Aquaman. Nicole, beloved Goddess Kidman. The goddess is getting older, but she can still play Aquaman's mother. As for Aquaman's wife, we'll have to recast. The original actress is just too unpleasant to mention. As for the Flash, Cyborg, Green Lantern, and the other heroes, I'll leave those to Nancy from ICM. She's one of us, and we should look out for our own. Once he made his choices, Song Chow called in the company CEO, Nancy Josephson. Here's the list of actors I want. Contact them. For those without a name next to the role, let your agency handle the casting. Oh, and one more thing. This time, I'm planning a superhero cinematic universe series, and these have to be filmed back-to-back. Each actor must sign on for at least 10 films at once. If they won't agree, we'll find someone else. Nancy nodded in immediate agreement. The boss was just here to have some fun. He could do whatever he pleased, with no need to follow the unspoken rules of Hollywood. All she had to do was carry out his wishes. Understood, boss. I'll make the arrangements. Everything will be done according to your standards. Song Chao nodded, then something else came to mind. One more thing. Get in touch with 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8 directors. They don't need to be anyone special, just as long as their cinematography skills are solid. I'll transmit the visuals directly into their minds. All right. Nancy didn't hesitate. After all, he was a mutant. She'd already heard plenty about that. See? He could transmit images straight into people's heads. No need for a big-name director. That was the reality now. It was precisely because he wasn't afraid of Hollywood's hidden rules that she'd joined the company in the first place. He didn't care about this film corporation, and neither did she. Oh, and Nancy had just turned to leave when she heard there was more. She turned back and looked at Song Chao. Song Chao rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed, but he went on. About that, on the list I gave you, those women, see to it. I need them in my villa every evening. You know what I mean, right? Boss, well, some of those actresses are already really famous, incredibly popular. I'm not sure it'll be easy to persuade them. Nancy was speechless. She hadn't expected this to be the reason he'd kept her on. This man, he'd barely set foot in Hollywood and was already chasing after beautiful women, so brazenly playing by his own rules. That's not my concern. Your job is to get it done. If you need film projects or funding, there's no problem. Umbrella isn't short on money. And neither am I. If her company doesn't have the resources, contact any of the major studios. None of them would dare turn us down. Song Chao couldn't care less about how famous the actresses were. He was direct. What do they want? Film opportunities? His new company might not have much yet, but he could. Just throw cash at it. Those big studios wouldn't dare refuse him. With so many resources, those women would have no choice but to come crawling, begging for his attention. Understood. You're bold, boss. I get it. That gives me a lot more confidence. Not a single one on that list will get away. Just wait for my good news. Nancy still felt a bit speechless, but also quite pleased. With someone like this backing her, what did she have to fear in Hollywood? She could practically rule the place. Maybe she ought to find even more beautiful women for the boss to choose from in the future. If he liked one, she'd send her straight to him. Go on then. Contact the directors first. I don't have time to waste. There's no way I'm spending months or even over a year making a movie like you Hollywood folks do. Song Chao nodded with satisfaction, gesturing for her to hurry up. Understood. Nancy turned and left, immediately reaching out to all those down-and-out directors. The moment they received her call, each one of them promised to get there as quickly as possible. Well, that's reality for you. What rights do failed directors really have? If someone offers them a chance to make a movie, they do just about anything for it. She studied the list that the boss had given her, glancing at the names of the superheroes near the end. None of them had specific names yet, but she knew. These roles were reserved for her own agency. Realizing this was going to be a series, she understood that, hit or not, it meant long-term opportunity. She had to assign these roles to the most promising talent at her agency. The contracts would be renegotiated for longer terms, their shares lowered, and the penalties for breach increased. This was the foundation of a top talent agency. Not bad at all, Nancy thought with satisfaction. A few hours later, in the conference room of Umbrella Pictures. Everyone, this is the boss of the company. Facing 7 struggling directors, Nancy introduced Song Chao, not even bothering to mention his name. These people weren't entitled to know it. Hello, boss. 7 voices greeted him in unison. Take a seat. Nancy, hand out the scripts. Song Chao nodded, signaling them to sit down and Nancy to distribute the scripts. These scripts for the cinematic universe weren't written by Song Chao himself. Instead, they had been compiled by Superman, his AI assistant, using the film resources from his previous life. Everything was automatically copied and passed on to Superman. Song Chao couldn't be bothered to write them by hand. After all, this wasn't the mortal world. An hour passed. Boss, these scripts seem to be set in the same universe. The world building is immense. Yeah, Hollywood has never seen anything like this before. These are universe series films. After skimming through the scripts, the directors, their faces alight with excitement, began to voice their amazement. Do you know why I chose you for this? Song Chao waved a hand, signaling them to stop their flattery. Well, the directors exchanged awkward glances. Everyone here knew each other. They were all just scraping by in the industry. Every last one of them was a reject. Why had they been chosen? Umbrella doesn't care about money. What matters to me is time. We have complete scripts and visual references. What I need from you is obedience. Do you understand? Song Chao made his intentions perfectly clear, not bothering to sugarcoat things. He didn't care about these directors' opinions. In this place, people like them were a dime a dozen. Understood, boss. We'll follow your instructions to the letter, working overtime if we have to. Good. That's exactly why I picked you. Their response left Song Chao thoroughly satisfied. Focus your attention. Your heads might start to feel swollen. I need to transmit something to you all, Song Chao said, signaling the washed-up directors to pay close attention. No problem, we can handle it. These folks had already been briefed by Nancy. They knew what kind of company Umbrella was, a company of mutants with all sorts of extraordinary abilities. They didn't quite understand what was about to happen, but each one pounded their chest and promised they could take it. Then, a chorus of pained screams erupted one after another. Song Chao didn't seem to care. He simply dumped a cache of film and television material from his previous life straight into their minds. If they couldn't film well with these references, Song Chao would have no qualms about sending these failures off to feed the fishes. After a moment, the directors slowly came back to their senses, replaying the scenes in their minds. These films, they feel so real, just like the real thing. We could shoot them exactly as they are. Barely any changes needed. Yeah, maybe just tweak a few spots where there are bugs in the plot. And that's it. No wonder the boss wanted us. A bunch of washed-up directors. Turns out, there's really nothing special required, just the ability to direct. Song Chao waited for their chatter to die down. Then he pressed his hand down, signaling them to quiet. Since you all understand now, discuss among yourselves which films to shoot. Start them all at once, simultaneous productions. Umbrella isn't short on money and doesn't care about box office returns. You must shoot everything in one go, no interruptions. First, release Batman Begins. Next, Superman. Then Wonder Woman. Followed by The Dark Knight. Then The Flash. Man of Steel. Aquaman. And The Dark Knight Rises. Once these films have all been released in order, we'll move on to the first Justice League team-up. As for the following films, the other heroes and the sequels to Justice League, I'll give you the freedom to decide. But the prerequisite is that the earlier films must be done well. Understand? I'm giving you a chance. If you can't seize it, you might as well jump off a building. Song Chao laid out the sequence for these washed-up directors, tossing them a sweetener as motivation. Thank you, boss. We'll work overtime and finish the shoots as fast as possible. That's right, boss. With your detailed scripts and the footage you provided in our minds, we could finish a movie in 10 days or 2 weeks. Okay, that's it. Meeting adjourned. Get started on preparations, and I'll be waiting for your good news. Nancy, arrange for someone to come to my villa tonight. Song Chao nodded, waving the directors away, openly instructing Nancy to send a starlet to his room that evening. The unspoken rules of the industry could now be spoken aloud. That night, at his villa on the edge of Hollywood, men, after they've had their fill of clubbing with young models, they still hold a special affection for those actresses from film and television. When given the chance to enjoy the company of such leading ladies, how could anyone let it slip by? If you're truly my brother, come and challenge me. A few days later, at Umbrella Pictures. For half a month straight, Song Chao basked in a life of unparalleled luxury, making countless readers green with envy. Now this was living. What a pity it was all a fantasy. Boss, Batman Begins is finished filming and editing, Nancy reported formally. Song Chao glanced at her, getting down to business. Good. Then let's release it tomorrow. Get in touch with the other major studios and cinema chains. Make sure they slot it in for tomorrow, no matter how tight their schedules are. I want as many showings as possible. Understood. With Umbrella's reputation, none of these companies would dare refuse, Nancy replied, instantly picking up on his intention to leverage the company's name. That's fine. Go ahead and handle it. Get the release scheduled as quickly as possible, Song Chao nodded, agreeing with her approach. This woman was sharp. Still, it didn't matter much. Umbrella wasn't bothered by such things, nor did Song care what others thought. Hollywood would just have to play along. Half a month later, Song Chao once again found himself seated in the same office. During this time, Hope had called more than once, pressing a certain playboy, only to be brushed off by smooth words and empty promises. He assured her that in another 2 weeks, he'd be home. Sitting back in his chair, Song Chao reviewed the box office reports for Batman Begins over the past 2 weeks. Not bad at all. The global box office has already hit $1 billion in just half a month. Excellent. Nancy, get the first Superman film ready for release tomorrow. Yes, boss, Nancy replied, her expression unreadable, though inwardly she couldn't help but grumble about his endless flirtations. Did he really think she didn't notice Annie hiding under his desk? Honestly, she was at a loss for words. Oh, and one more thing. Post a bounty on our company website. For Umbrella Pictures' Metahuman Universe series of films, I want a bounty for each hero's weakness. If any audience member can point out a flaw and suggest a solution, we'll reward them, anywhere from $20 million to $300 million, depending on the hero's power. Song Chao was blissfully unaware of Nancy's silent complaints, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He lived by his own rules. With his abilities, he could do as he pleased. Why else did all those billionaires have a constant rotation of mistresses and lovers, some even keeping several wives at once? Looking ahead, he anticipated a future where he might need to deal with DC's superpowered heroes. He was ready to throw money at the problem, enlisting the collective imagination of the entire internet. After all, netizens were endlessly creative. Perhaps by casting a wide enough net, he'd catch a hidden gem. Money is never a big deal. If you can get something done with money, then it's not really a problem at all. That's why Song Chao mentioned this plan so casually. Even if it turned out to be a waste and accomplished nothing, it wouldn't matter. After all, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, a little drama he decided to play out on a whim. Okay, I get it. I'll take care of it right away. Watching Nancy walk out the door, Song Chao narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Damn it, is Umbrella ever going to stop? Who knows? Just grin and bear it. Seriously, throwing out the rulebook and doing whatever they please. They've got the power. Even the shareholders behind our company don't dare make a sound. Forget it. I heard their film series has more than a dozen movies. Just wait. At this rate, 2 films a month, it won't take long. But this series is making a fortune right now, and at least they've let us have a slice of the pie. Don't get so worked up. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Meeting adjourned, everyone. Let's wrap it up. They won't stick around much longer anyway, and we've made our money. That's enough for now, let's go. At a secret gathering, the CEOs of Hollywood's biggest studios, Walt, Warner, Lion, and 20th, among others, grumbled about how Umbrella Pictures had no respect for the rules. Yet all they could do was complain in private. Outwardly, they still had to throw the full weight of their marketing behind Umbrella's movies. Not a single studio dared to slack off. Such was Umbrella's influence. Damn it, is Umbrella ever going to stop? Who knows? Just grin and bear it. Seriously, throwing out the rulebook and doing whatever they please. They've got the power. Even the shareholders behind our company don't dare make a sound. Forget it. I heard their film series has more than a dozen movies. Just wait. At this rate, 2 films a month, it won't take long. But this series is making a fortune right now, and at least they've let us have a slice of the pie. Don't get so worked up. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Meeting adjourned, everyone. At a secret gathering, the CEOs of Hollywood's biggest studios, Walt, Warner, Lion, and 20th, among others, grumbled about how Umbrella Pictures had no respect for the rules. Yet all they could do was complain in private. Outwardly, they still had to throw the full weight of their marketing behind Umbrella's movies. Not a single studio dared to slack off. Such was Umbrella's influence. The first Superman movie had been out for just half a month, already raking in over $1 billion at the box office. Song Chao was quite pleased. Wonder Woman was next up and had already begun its theatrical run. Meanwhile, Umbrella's bounty, offered for information on the weaknesses of these superheroes, had set the box office alight, turning the films into must-see events. The whole society was in an uproar, with news stories popping up everywhere. In a way, all this publicity gave these movies a massive boost. In exposure, and at the box office too. But Song Chao didn't care about that. What he really cared about was the surge in public debate. With more people talking, maybe someone would actually come up with a way to deal with it, especially when it came to characters like Superman, Wonder Woman, and later on, the real powerhouse from The Watchmen, Dr. Manhattan, the ultimate wild card. This guy was basically omnipotent and omniscient. If Song Chao ever made it to the top of the Marvel Universe and ended up facing off against DC, Dr. Manhattan would be a formidable foe, far more troublesome than Superman. After all, Superman's weakness is well known. Kryptonite exists in the DC universe just to counter him. But as for Dr. Manhattan, Song Chao still hadn't figured out a way to handle him. Maybe it was time to let Thanos make his move, sacrifice his daughter Gamora to get the Soul Stone, then snatch it away himself, and maybe even gather the Dragon Balls to summon Sharon. Wait, no, that's not right. He needed all 6 Infinity Stones to complete the Infinity Gauntlet. Thinking about all this gave him a headache. But who knew if any of it would ever happen? Might as well just gather all the Hollywood goddesses, throw a party at the villa, and show off a little. Time to let his superpowers shine. A cigarette after a meal is pure bliss, or so they say. After everything was done, Song Chao lit up, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and sighed with satisfaction. But it was about time to get going. The business was finished. Hope had already urged him several times. He missed her, too. Not to mention Jean at school, along with Aurora and Wanda. They were his true loves in this lifetime, though it was a shame he wouldn't be seeing Wanda for a while. As for the women beside him now, they were just for fun, a little indulgence to satisfy his childhood fantasies, nothing more than a fleeting taste of a dream. Once everything was over, he'd pack up and go, making sure to leave these women with enough film resources and exposure to satisfy their cravings for fame and fortune. That was enough. Before leaving, Song Chao stopped by the film company. Nancy, the company is yours to run from now on. Handle everything as you see fit. Just keep releasing the superpowered universe movies according to my plan, one after another. That's it. I'm heading out now. All right, boss. If you ever have new instructions, just call me anytime. I'll make this company bigger and stronger, even if you don't really care about that. Nancy nodded and promised to take care of everything. Good, I trust you. One more thing. Make sure the women in my villa get the follow-up film opportunities. Since they put in the work, they deserve their reward. Song Chao nodded carelessly, thinking of the women back at the villa. He gave the order in passing, then turned and left with his personal assistant and bodyguard. Nancy hadn't even answered before the other person walked away, leaving her utterly speechless. Still, she had a clear understanding of what needed to be done. It seemed these women could eventually be signed to her own ICM talent agency. Since the boss had agreed to provide these women with ample film and television resources, no matter how unpromising they seemed, the sheer amount of exposure would guarantee them plenty of opportunities. That alone would bring in a lot of money in commissions. She had to sign them. Oh, my dear Hope, I missed you so much. By the time he returned to New York, night had already fallen. Song Chao hurried back to the seaside villa, and seeing the unhappy look on Hope's face, he rushed over to comfort her. You bastard, you actually remembered to come home? Did those glamorous Hollywood vixens charm you so much that you couldn't even take a step away from them? Hope didn't bother hiding her displeasure, eyeing him with undisguised contempt. How could that be? Didn't you see the 3 movies I released this month? Weren't they a hit? I was the one who made them. Where would I find time for those so-called vixens? You shouldn't doubt me, Hope. Song Chao straightened his expression, defending himself seriously. He wouldn't admit to anything, not in a million years. Really? Hearing this, Hope recalled the 3 blockbuster movies that had come out recently. 3 films in a single month. That had to be a grueling schedule. Maybe she really had misjudged him? Still, a bit of suspicion lingered in her mind. Of course, if you don't believe me, I'll let you check. Nodding, Song Chao playfully dodged the issue, scooping Hope into his arms and carrying her off to the bedroom. Some readers, reaching this point, are bound to complain. What a playboy. Women, 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 every single day. Well, what can I say? When writing a story, it's all about fantasy. Without a few women, things just wouldn't be as much fun. Lacking the literary prowess of the greats, all I can do is fill the gaps with a bit of passion and intrigue. The next day, Song Chao dropped Hope off at Umbrella. Afterward, he caught up with Emma for a while before heading straight to X Academy. Jean, Aurora, how have you two been? Seeing 2 of the women he loved most, Song Chao couldn't help but step forward, embracing them and whispering sweet nothings as he kissed them. Darling, we're both doing well. We watched the 3 movies you made. The plots were wonderful. Jean Grey held Song Chao in her arms, returning his kiss with her usual tenderness. Yes, and that Superman, I noticed his powers are quite similar to yours, Aurora added, recalling her impressions from watching Superman. Well, I did draw a bit of inspiration from my own abilities for that one, Song said, a little embarrassed. But since these 2 women didn't really get the Superman reference, he could only press on and explain as best he could. After a sweet moment together, Jean suddenly remembered something. Song, my dear, there's something I need to tell you. Someone came to the school and brought a mutant child. Is that really something you needed to tell me? Upon hearing this, Song Chao shook his head in exasperation. No, I'm not finished yet. This person has a half-vampire, half-human constitution and has been relentlessly hunting down vampires in this world. To be honest, this is the first time I've even heard that vampires exist here. Oh, a half-vampire? Someone who specializes in hunting vampires? What's his name? Song Chao furrowed his brow, as if something had just come to mind. I know. Although he hasn't revealed his real name, he's got a code name, Blade. He's also known as the Daywalker, or so that mutant child we took and said. Aurora interjected with this information. Blade. At the mention of that name, Song Chao's expression shifted in a subtle, unreadable way. Blade, I've heard of him before. He's still at the school. Blade's real name is Eric Brooks. His mother, Miriam, was bitten by the vampire Deacon Frost while she was pregnant with him and died soon after giving birth. Because of this, he has both human and vampire blood running through his veins and grew up to become a vampire hunter. Blade possesses the best of both worlds, the powers of a vampire and the resilience of a human. He has strength, speed, senses, and stamina far beyond ordinary people, as well as the ability to heal rapidly. He is a master swordsman, a top-tier operative, and an expert in multiple martial arts. Blade is also skilled with all kinds of weaponry and firearms, with marksmanship that borders on perfection. Typically, Blade carries a silver longsword strapped across his back, silver throwing blades, wooden daggers, anticoagulants, and garlic, tools crafted specifically for hunting vampires. He also wears body armor and is armed with both automatic and semi-automatic firearms loaded with specialized ammunition, silver bullets, sunlight charges, ultraviolet rounds, and more. But in truth, his mother didn't die. Rather, after being bitten, she was taken away by Frost, transformed into a vampire, and willingly submitted to him. Frost is the leader of the hybrid vampires, shunned by the purebloods, and his ambition is nothing less than resurrecting the original vampire ancestor. Song Chao was familiar with the Blade trilogy, of course, but he had no idea which point in the story this version had reached. This person is still at the school. From what I gathered, he's hoping to ask the professor for help. If you hadn't come back, the professor probably would have reached out to you himself. Jean, hearing Song Chao's question, shared everything she knew. Well, in that case, let's go see what's going on. Song Chao stood up as he spoke. He hadn't expected that after not seeing Jean and Aurora for so long, when he finally came back, longing for their company, he'd stumble into something like this. Still, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Vampires. Honestly, I'd heard plenty about them in my previous life, but even counting both lifetimes together, I'd never actually seen one. That only made me more curious. If they're truly powerful, it would be a shame not to check them out for myself. Charles, I'm back. There was no need for pretenses in the professor's office. With Jean and Aurora in tow, Song Chao pushed the door open naturally, greeting everyone as he entered and glancing at the middle-aged black man sitting across from the professor's desk. So this is the Blade? Welcome back, my child. I see you've already heard. I was just about to reach out if you'd stayed away much longer. This is Blade, Eric Brooks. He just rescued one of our young mutant friends. Charles introduced them both with his usual gentle warmth. Hello, just call me Blade. I've certainly heard of you, Mr. Song from Umbrella. Your name's been everywhere these past few years. To be honest, I'm here to ask for help. The black man, serious and composed, stood and extended his hand in greeting. Blade, I feel like I've heard your name somewhere before. What exactly are you asking for help with? Song Chao nodded, shook his hand, and politely inquired. There are a lot of vampires in this world. They prey on regular people, homeless folks, missing persons, even many children. They kidnap them, drain their blood, and leave them to die. I hunt these vampires, but I'm just one man, and there are far too many of them worldwide. Recently, while hunting them in the basement of a bar, I happened to save a child, a mutant. So I brought the kid here to Xavier's school, hoping I might find your help. Maybe together, we can hunt down these threats to society. Blade's words were direct and efficient. He laid out his identity and revealed this hidden side of the world unknown to ordinary people. He knew mutants had extraordinary abilities. There was no need to hide the truth. Besides, he was using this chance, after saving a mutant child, to seek help from their organization. My child, if you can, I hope you'll help Blade, Professor Charles added, supporting Blade's request. I only just learned about these creatures myself. My focus has always been on mutants until now. I understand, Charles. And you, Mr. Blade, thank you for rescuing that mutant child. I appreciate it. So, why don't you start by telling me everything you know about these vampires? Song Chao noticed that Charles was also helping to persuade him, and realized that this time he had no choice but to lend a hand to this so-called Blade. Still, this had always been part of his plan. He was curious to see what made vampires so unique. So, he played along, expressed his gratitude, and listened in to see how far the story had progressed. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Song. Blade was visibly relieved. Finally, someone was willing to help. There were simply too many vampires, and for years, he had been hunting them down, but it was like an endless battle. My mother, when she gave birth to me, was bitten by Deacon Frost, the leader of a hybrid vampire organization. She died after I was born, and as a result, I inherited half of a vampire's nature. Abraham Whistler, a vampire hunter, took me in when I was young. He raised me, trained me, and helped craft weapons designed specifically for killing vampires. But he's grown old, he's lame in one leg, and now he's in the final stages of cancer. Oh, I'm truly sorry for your loss, child, Charles said, his voice full of sympathy for Blade. Hey, it's all right. In our line of work, vampire hunting, you just get used to this kind of thing. It's nothing, Blade replied with an air of nonchalance, as if indifferent. Perhaps, though, he was deliberately concealing his emotions in front of outsiders, given that they weren't yet familiar with each other. As for Deacon Frost, he's only the leader of the hybrid vampires. He runs America's largest vampire organization. Hybrid vampires? What does that mean exactly? Song Chao asked, puzzled. He hadn't paid much attention to these details in the movies he'd seen in his previous life, so he decided to ask for a clearer explanation of how these vampire clans were divided. Oh, that. According to the records kept by vampire hunters, there are two main branches of vampires in the world. One is the pure-blood vampires, whose bloodlines have been passed down for generations. Their main stronghold is in Europe, where ancient pure-blood vampire elders have survived since time immemorial. Most of these elders stay in Europe and rarely come to America. There is only one pure-blood elder who ever brought a group of pure-blood vampires to this country. Before falling into slumber, that elder bit Deacon Frost, who was then just an ordinary human. If someone survives a vampire's bite, they become a vampire themselves. That's how Deacon Frost turned, and with his help, vampires gained a foothold here in America, growing their numbers. Every one of his followers was bitten by him. But pure-blood vampires looked down on these individuals, calling them hybrids. Over the past century or so, the hybrids led by Deacon Frost have spread their influence into every corner of American society, from government officials to all kinds of organizations. And as for me, half human, half vampire, they call me a hybrid too. There's no need to pay attention to that, Blade. Song Chao watched as Blade spoke with self-mockery, calling himself a mongrel. Shaking his head, he comforted him. Look at us mutants. We used to be called monsters and freaks as well. Just focus on being yourself. There's no need to let idle gossip get to you. So, you want us to help you deal with this vampire organization led by Deacon Frost? At Song Chao's words, Blade nodded decisively. Yes, Mr. Song. I used to travel the world, hunting vampires wherever I found them. But I discovered that I couldn't kill them as fast as they multiplied. That's why I want to go straight to the source, wipe out their main organizations one by one, and stop their numbers from growing. I plan to start in America, since the vampires here are the weakest. Then I'll move on to Europe, where the oldest vampire strongholds are, those pure-blood elder vampires. They have lairs in several European countries and are incredibly powerful. So, I've come to ask for your help. Song Chao nodded, not at all bothered by Blade's intentions to enlist the mutants. On this earth, he thought, the only real question is whether I want to do something. There's nothing I can't accomplish. So, what kind of vampire factions are there in Europe? In Europe, even though their strongholds are scattered across several countries, the pure-blood vampires are united as one. Out in the open, they're led by a super soldier named Celine, who has served the Vampire Council elders for centuries. She leads their forces to eliminate any threat to them throughout Europe. But I've heard they've been fighting with werewolves for hundreds of years. Compared to the vampires here in America, they don't harm ordinary people as much. Blade paused to recall the intelligence gathered from Europe before explaining further. Oh, Celine? A centuries-old vampire? Is she a woman, always dressed in black leather? A flicker of recognition crossed Song Chao's face as he pressed for more details. I think that's right. I've mostly been hunting lesser vampires and rarely dealt with the higher-ups, so I'm not totally sure. But yes, she's probably a woman. Yeah, black leather. Looks kind of like me. Blade frowned, searching his memory, then answered with some hesitation. I see. Song Chao nodded in understanding. After all, Blade only possessed half of vampire's traits. Physically, he wasn't much stronger than super soldier serum recipients like Captain America or Black Widow. He'd probably be no match for someone like Celine. Hey, who would have thought that in this world, because of Marvel's superhero Blade, the beautiful woman from Underworld, the English rose Kate Beckinsale, whom Song Chao adored in his previous life, would actually appear? But makes sense after all. Blade has spent his whole life battling vampires, and he's a very different kind of superhero compared to the others. Underworld is also about vampires, with the added twist of werewolves, and most of its story takes place in Europe, so there's no real conflict between the two settings. Song Chao was thrilled at the chance to get close to his goddess. According to Blade's introduction, Celine was still serving the pure-blood vampire elders at this point, which should place the timeline around the second movie. She probably hadn't met her half-werewolf, half-vampire lover Michael yet. Perfect. He had the opportunity to make a move before anyone else. Claiming a vampire who was still a first kill sounded like a pretty good plan. Compared to the ancient big shots he'd dealt with, even Ning Saichen's daily run-ins with ghosts seemed less impressive. Blade, I can send mutants to help you take care of the vampires in America, Song Chao said after a moment's thought, weighing how to maximize Umbrella's benefits. He didn't really care about Charles's opinion, so he spoke to Blade directly and plainly. But you'll need to follow my instructions. I want to use this opportunity to undermine the public's trust in the government. As expected, Charles immediately voiced his concerns when he heard Song Chao's intention to shake the government's credibility. Child, that doesn't do much good for mutants. It's likely to provoke the government and cause public opinion to spiral out of control. But Blade didn't care about any of that. He'd seen too many government officials willing to serve vampires for the sake of immortality, turning on their own people without a second thought. He paid Charles no mind and answered firmly, Mr. Song, I'm in. As long as we can wipe out the vampires and protect ordinary people, I'll do whatever you say. Honestly, their numbers are growing too fast for me to handle alone. It was obvious who was in charge here, so Blade naturally sided with the top dog. Charles, you don't need to worry about any of that. I'll take care of the arrangements, Song Chao replied to the professor, his tone lacking any real sincerity. Then he turned back to Blade. Good. I like people who cooperate. I see your gear isn't standard issue. It must be custom-made. It's probably hard for you to mass-produce it alone. Head over to Umbrella. I'll have the lab speed up research and development to create even more effective weapons against vampires. You can provide the ideas. No problem. I'll head there right away. The Blade Warrior nodded in agreement upon hearing this, immediately rising to head straight for Umbrella. Oh, by the way, take the opportunity to get to know Umbrella's superheroes. They'll be your allies from now on. Song Chao didn't try to stop him and casually reminded him that Umbrella would soon assign their company's superheroes to assist him. Thank you, Mr. Song, Professor, everyone. Goodbye. Song Chao nodded, remaining seated as he watched him go. Jean and Aurora exchanged glances, understanding that the professor had something on his mind. But since one party was Jean's man, neither of them could object. As for the professor, well, he was caught right in the middle, and it was truly an awkward position. The two women nodded at each other, both aware of what the other was thinking. Let's go see Blade off. My child, what are you really thinking? Charles Xavier watched as Jean and Aurora escorted Blade Warrior out. After a moment's silence, he finally voiced his thoughts. You've contributed so much to mutants, both. Eric and I are grateful. But why undermine the government's credibility? Isn't that just stirring up more conflict? You've said it yourself. Mutants are a minority. We have to blend in to coexist with humanity. Song Chao had expected the professor to bring this up, and he'd been waiting for the question. Charles, I've always said that mutants and ordinary people must coexist, but I never said we had to coexist with the government. You're mixing up those relationships. But child, if you do this, isn't it just going to fuel the government's hatred of mutants? They control the world's largest media machine. If a conflict breaks out, mutants could end up right back where we started. Charles frowned, speaking earnestly to Song Chao. The boy was now the leader of mutants, and Charles couldn't force him to do anything. He could only try to persuade him with reason. Charles, times have changed. Umbrella is powerful enough now to control the narrative. I don't care if the government turns on us. I'm done holding back. Enough is enough. Song Chao had no affection for the American government. Shaking his head, he refused flat out. With his own strength growing by the day, he had no interest in playing their games. After suppressing himself for so long, it was time to find a little fun. Damn, he's really loaded. In just a few years, he's built all this. Song's a real genius. Standing at the base of Umbrella's towering headquarters, the Blade Warrior gazed up, marveling at the building that soared hundreds of meters into the sky, one of the tallest in New York, no doubt. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he strode toward the company's main entrance. Halt! Do you have an appointment? A black-suited security guard at the door stepped forward, blocking his path. Eric Brooks. Mr. Song from your company asked me to come. One moment, let me check the records. Upon hearing that it was the boss's arrangement, the security guard in black casually tapped on his wristwatch. Instantly, a holographic image of Blade was projected, and after comparing it with the person standing before him, he nodded. All right, you can go in. The lab's chief of security, Wolverine Logan, will be here soon to escort you. It turned out that Song Chao had already arranged for the smart assistant Superman to transmit a subroutine that sent back Blade's image. Hello, Logan. You must be Blade, right? Song has already told me about you. Come on, I'll take you to the lab first so we can update your equipment. By the way, I'm actually quite curious about vampires myself. I've had a few encounters with them before. As Blade took only a few steps into the company's main entrance, he was greeted by the one sent to receive him, the legendary mutant Wolverine. Of course, Blade had heard of him before. He quickly stepped forward to greet him politely. Hello, Logan. I'm Blade. I've known of your reputation as Wolverine for a long time, but I haven't really had much contact with mutants before. Vampires, though, well, I've spent my life traveling the world hunting them down. This time, I came to seek Mr. Song's help. Haha, you're also, a superhero, one who quietly dedicates himself for the sake of ordinary people. Maybe you should consider joining our Umbrella Superhero League. After all, working alone has its limits. Here we are. Logan nodded thoughtfully as he looked at the unassuming man before him. In his eyes, Blade was just as much a superhero as the famous ones like the Fantastic Four or the Dark Knight, maybe even more so, given the nature of his work. In fact, Blade's efforts surpassed even those of the younger heroes in his own company. Logan couldn't help but try to recruit him. Well, I'll have to think about it and discuss it with my foster father, Whistler, when I get back. Hearing this, Blade hesitated, fearing a misunderstanding, and hurried to explain. Oh, no rush. Come on, talk to our researchers on the first floor about your gear. As for the labs downstairs, you don't have clearance yet, unless you join Umbrella. Logan didn't mind at all. He understood that such decisions required careful thought, and nodded in understanding as he gestured toward the researchers on the first floor. Come on, you team leads. We need your help here. As the researchers gathered around, Blade remained unfazed. He removed his various pieces of equipment and introduced them one by one. This sword, the throwing stars, and these bullets, they're all made of silver. This dagger is crafted from teak, and this here is made from garlic. I also carry this anticoagulant. All of these are highly effective against vampires. Standard firearms, on the other hand, don't work. In addition, sunlight and ultraviolet rays can deal serious damage to vampires as well. Wow, dealing with vampires? Huh? These legendary creatures actually exist. I never thought it was real. Why don't crosses work against them? A group of first-floor researchers gathered around, chattering and discussing animatedly after hearing this. Well, the cross is just a legend. In reality, it doesn't work. What I'm talking about comes from years of research and experimentation. I've traveled all over the world, hunting down these vampires who prey on ordinary people, and I rely entirely on this gear. Blade sighed, but still explained everything patiently, one point at a time. All right, enough talk from you lot. Get to work and start mass-producing these weapons and gear, making them even more efficient. You'll need them soon. These are direct orders from your boss. Logan, Wolverine, watched the ongoing discussion, unable to bear the endless chatter. He firmly invoked Song Chao's authority to shut down their idle talk. Oh, orders from the boss? Understood. These tools are simple enough. It won't take long to upgrade and improve them. Don't worry, Logan. It's nothing we can't handle. Good. Get on with it. Blade, come on. I'll take you upstairs. Song wants me to show you the top floor, the place where our company's superheroes train and relax. Logan nodded approvingly at the researchers. These folks were efficient. Then he turned to Blade. Look, starting from this floor up to the very top, these 6 floors are all combat operations zones for the Umbrella Superhero League. There are training rooms, relaxation lounges, and rest areas. Here we are. This floor is a specially designed training facility. The kids spend most of their time here. Come on, let's take a look inside. As he spoke, Logan casually pushed open the heavy, specially made doors, and the sounds of training, shouts, blows, thuds, immediately filled their ears. Bobby, you're losing again. Getting your butt kicked. John taunted Bobby, letting off a burst of flame as he swiftly closed in. There are 2 of you, John. Bobby shot back, sending a wave of cold air toward him, then spinning to kick at the approaching Colossus, Pyotr, from behind. Hey, boss says you're the most talented one. Pyotr saw the kick coming, transformed part of his body in an instant, his arm turning to steel to block it, then pressed his advantage, engaging Bobby in close combat. That's right. Prepare to meet your doom, Bobby. John kept up the pressure, flames roaring. Bobby, unaccustomed to fighting 2-on-1, fell once again, bested by the pair. The onlookers burst into laughter. Only his girlfriend, Rogue, Marie, hurried forward, concern on her face as she sprayed a healing mist on his wounds. This is the epic battle. Iron Man versus Iceman versus Colossus. That's been all the rage these past few years. Blade stood at the doorway with Logan, watching the scene unfold, and spoke. Oh, you know about them too? I thought you were always traveling the world, hunting vampires, and never had time to pay attention to this kind of thing. Logan asked in surprise, not expecting these kids to already be so famous. Yeah, I don't watch much TV, but I catch a show now and then. I do know about these popular superheroes. All right, let's head inside. Listen up, kids. Come over here. I've got something for you to do. This is Blade, a professional vampire hunter. He travels the globe, hunting down vampires wherever he finds them. A true warrior. Logan clapped his hands to gather the young mutants, gesturing toward Blade as he introduced him. Whoa, vampires? This is the first I've heard of that. Great. Finally something to do. And it's hunting vampires. I just wonder if the boss will let us reserves go on a mission like this. Logan's expression darkened as the room filled with a chorus of chatter and questions from the kids. Their endless noise was starting to get on his nerves. Enough. Quiet, all of you. Instantly, the room fell silent. When it came to Wolverine, none of the kids dared to push their luck. All right, Blade. I'd like you to explain to them about the dangers of vampires and their special powers. Give these kids some real knowledge. Logan turned to Blade. Sure thing. Whoa, so that's what vampires are really like. I just wonder who's faster, a vampire or Pietro, our Quicksilver? Oh, please. There's no way a mere vampire could match my speed. I'm Pietro Maximoff, the legendary Quicksilver. Wait, Pietro, weren't you calling yourself Speedster before? Since when did you start going by Quicksilver? I can call myself whatever I want. What's it to you? Logan just shook his head. Here we go again. Too many kids in one room always meant chaos. He clapped his hands to bring the focus back. These are your next assignments. As for who gets tapped for the mission, that depends on your abilities. We'll wait for Song to return and finalize the team. In the meantime, use this opportunity while Song's away to work on your tactics. Don't just stand around gawking. Understood, Logan. We'll get right to it. John spoke up, taking the lead. The kid had finally accepted reality and was starting to grow into the team. Leader Song had hoped for, He couldn't quite match Bobby's potential, but maybe in the future he'd command Umbrella's super battleship to explore the stars. Blade, I'll need your help. Stay with them, share your insights, and give them some training. Prepare them for what they might face in a real fight against vampires. No problem, Logan. When it comes to hunting vampires, I'm more than willing to help with all of this. Blade nodded crisply in agreement, his response direct and decisive. Xavier's school. That's enough, Charles. I don't want to argue about this with you anymore. There's just too much of a difference in how we think. Song Chao shook his head, no longer interested in debating the issue, and stood up. Song, try to talk things through with Charles. At that moment, Jean and Aurora returned, and, seeing the tension, quickly tried to calm Song Chao down. No, Jean Aurora, I really don't want to discuss this any further. It's a generational gap. There's no way we'll convince each other. Charles has grown used to obeying the government, blindly trusting those politicians, bowing his head in submission. Song Chao looked at the two women who tried to persuade him, but hardened his heart and refused outright. But from our modern perspective, those damned politicians are utter garbage. They're all in it for themselves. Forget mutants for a second. Just think about what Blade said about vampires. How many politicians have helped vampires hunt ordinary people, just so those bloodsuckers might help them live longer in the future? Charles, you and I are fundamentally different. In America, the politicians and the government should be groveling to please me. If I'm not satisfied, I'll send their whole family to hell, not the other way around. Do you understand? All of this starts now. My patience has run out. I might not stay on Earth much longer, but before I leave, I'm going to get rid of these parasites. This world is my territory. Any politician who dares oppose me will go straight to hell. I won't show mercy this time, Charles. Don't try to stop me. Darling, I'm heading back to the company first. I'll check in on Blade and arrange for John, Bobby, and a few others to help Blade hunt down some vampires. Song Chao delivered his words to Charles in one breath, then ignored the professor's reaction. He walked over to Jean and Aurora, gave them each a kiss, and strode out without hesitation. Charles was a native-born American, while Song Chao was a soul from another world. At their core, the two men were fundamentally different. There was no way they'd ever see eye to eye, nor did Song Chao intend to compromise, especially as his power grew. It was simple. Those who follow me thrive. Those who oppose me perish. That's just how transmigrators are. Once they become strong, how could they possibly tolerate anyone else lording over them? This wasn't the time to hide and bide his time anymore. The room fell into a heavy silence. Through the office window, those inside watched as Song Chao left the school, riding in the car driven by Lady Death. It was a long while before anyone spoke. Charles, why do you keep arguing with Song? Didn't we all agree a long time ago that he'd be the one to decide mutant affairs? Aurora couldn't hold back any longer and questioned the professor first. On one side was the teacher she had followed for years. On the other, the man she now loved. Aurora ultimately decided to stand by her man. Charles, back when we were at school, we followed your teachings. So even when we disagreed with you, in the end, we still went along with your way of doing things. Take the situation with Magneto, Eric, for example. There were times we felt that the Brotherhood, under his leadership, did some things that were actually right, things that benefited mutants. But because you didn't agree, we always chose to stand with you and oppose the Brotherhood. Charles's face darkened visibly. He looked at Aurora, at a loss for words. Charles, I agree with Aurora. Song has done well so far. He's changed the situation for mutants. There's no need to argue with him about this. Just let him go ahead and do what he needs to do. Our thinking is behind the times. You still trust those politicians, but these days, with the internet, ordinary people can see for themselves what politicians are really like. They're nothing like what you used to believe. Jean looked at the professor, unable to hold back her agreement with Aurora's views. Song once told us if there were two groups, one with 1 billion people and the other with 10 million, and you could only save one, dooming the other, he said you would try to save both, even if there was almost no hope. You'd still give it your all. Song understands how you think. When he told us this, we got his point. He was straightforward. He said he'd sacrifice the 10 million. What's more, he said if someone he cared about was among the 10 million, and no one he cared for was among the billion, he'd choose to sacrifice the billion without hesitation. I think that's the difference between you two. I don't want to be caught in the middle. Charles, maybe you should just focus on protecting the school and teaching the next generation of mutant children. What do you think, Professor? Charles looked at his two prize students, Jean Grey and Aurora Monroe. Both of them were opposing his view this time. They felt there was no need to make such a fuss. American politicians, after all, were just a handful of people. Even if they were all wiped out and replaced, it wouldn't make much difference. And besides, it wouldn't come to that. Only a small number would need to be sacrificed. Perhaps you're right. Maybe I really should concentrate on teaching the children at the school and leave mutant affairs to others. Hearing this, Jean happily stepped forward, pushing the professor's wheelchair as they headed toward the children's classroom. Even though Charles's physical disability had been cured, the old man still liked to sit in his wheelchair out of habit, too lazy to walk on his own. Let go, Charles. Think about Apocalypse, the so-called first mutant, the so-called origin of mutants. At those times, nothing really happened, but if you'd acted on your impulse back then, you'd probably have fought him. Yet Song said you weren't his match. None of us were. Besides Song, only my Phoenix Force could counter him. If a real battle broke out, thousands, maybe tens of thousands would die. Worse still, he could control you, force you to unlock every nuclear warhead on the planet, and trigger World War III. It would only take a dozen seconds. Look at how things are now. Maybe, somewhere in a corner, we've lost one, maybe two of our own at most. And those people wouldn't have joined us anyway. Compared to the mutants secretly hunted down by the government, the number is far, far less. Charles, maybe you think I've become cold, saying such heartless things. But compared to sacrificing thousands, tens of thousands of lives, isn't the world's current peace and safety worth it? Charles sat in his wheelchair, being pushed by Jean. He listened in silence, his expression shifting again and again, but he never spoke, lost deep in thought. Boss. Mr. Song. Song Chao returned to Umbrella. As soon as he stepped into the top-floor training room, everyone there noticed him and immediately stopped what they were doing. Darling, you back. Hope had been watching from the side and now came over, greeting Song Chao with a quick kiss. With a delighted grin, Song Chao kissed Hope back, slipping an arm around her waist. Then, nodding to his crew, he looked them over and asked, Blade, thanks for your hard work. Guys, have you all gotten the hang of the vampires' fighting style yet? Hey, boss, don't worry. We got it down. Honestly, it's not much different. Just gotta watch out for their speed. Regular weapons don't do much. They heal up fast. John replied with a cheeky grin, clearly not taking things too seriously. Song Chao was speechless for a moment, but then he thought about it. After all, vampires weren't exactly in the same league as mutants. Still, for his crew's safety, a little extra insurance wouldn't hurt. Good thing he'd already prepared. Suri, is the gear I asked you to design ready yet? While Song Chao had been having his adventures in Hollywood, Prince Chala and Princess Shuri from Wakanda had already come to Umbrella too. Study and train. The old Black Panther, Chaka, was very supportive. Hearing Song Chao's question, Shuri stepped up with a bright smile. Hey Song, that was nothing I finished ages ago. After all, vibranium is the result of years of Wakandan research. Plus, your Umbrella. Labs have some really smart doctors. I've really enjoyed working with them, and we managed to make some improvements this time around. Her confident tone made Song Chao want to roll his eyes, but he held it in. This girl was one of the brightest minds in the Marvel Universe, after all. In that case, bring it out and let everyone get familiar with the new gear. Su Rue nodded and casually tapped on the watch on her wrist. Uncle Logan, Mr. Song wants you to bring several sets of the lab's latest equipment to the training room. Got it, kiddo. On the other end, Wolverine's resigned voice came through. Song Chao could tell he was reluctant. Clearly, this black princess had given him a hard time before. She was a mischievous one, too. Thanks for your help, Uncle Wolf. A moment later, Logan arrived in person, carrying several sets of vibranium suits. Song Chao stepped forward and greeted him politely. You rascal, you come back and start bossing me around? Hurry up and find a way to get that black girl out of here. I don't want her hanging around me, always flaunting her smarts just to make me feel dumb. I've had enough. Seeing Song Chao, Logan couldn't help but complain about the Wakandan princess. Song Chao stifled a laugh and solemnly tried to comfort Wolverine. Haha, I understand, Uncle Wolf. I'll make sure she goes back to Wakanda as soon as possible. All right, everyone, come here, one set each. Boss, what kind of clothes are these? Clothes? These aren't just clothes, they're combat suits. But don't we already have Iron Man suits? Those can even put themselves on automatically. Super convenient. Thump. Ouch. Hearing that, Song Chao gave John a swift flick on the head, making him clutch his head and pretend to be hurt. The Iron Man suits aren't good for fighting vampires. They're too bulky. These vibranium suits are as light and flexible as regular clothes, but just as protective. Although I don't know how sharp a vampire's fangs are. I doubt they could bite through vibranium. But if you go into battle without any protection and get bitten, their fangs are poisonous. Even though you've all been injected with serum and reached the limits of human strength, I'm not sure it'll keep you safe from a vampire's bite. At this point, Su Rue stepped forward to give her own introduction. These suits are made from vibranium, which is unique to Wakanda. Vibranium is the hardest metal in the world. It can withstand missiles and even reflect energy attacks. So once you put these on, you won't have to worry when facing vampires. Let them line up to try biting you. Their fangs will break before the vibranium does. And the suits will be just fine. I also designed these suits to be easy to carry and automatically wearable. Oomph. Song Chao was very pleased with the vibranium suits. There was no need to say much. He knew their worth. For his team, it was an upgrade, a safer option. Seeing Su Rue so proud, he couldn't help but agree. She truly was a genius. Not bad. Put them on and get used to them. Tonight, I'll decide who'll accompany Blade on the vampire hunt. With that, he left his teammates to their business and turned to join Blade. Blade, how does it feel to visit Umbrella? Are you interested in joining the Umbrella Superhero League? I think Logan mentioned it to you before. Join us and take a look around. No more fighting alone. You'll have teammates to back you up, and Umbrella offers full logistical support. Just look at all this equipment. You'll be safer than ever. Well, Blade was clearly tempted. The thought of going back to discuss it with his adoptive father, Whistler, barely crossed his mind. He just wanted to agree on the spot. Seeing the array of support, the iron suits, the vibranium, armor. He hadn't even heard of some of these things, but just listening to the descriptions made his blood race. With armor like that, what did he have to fear from vampires? He could cut through them single-handedly. Haha, it's all right. I know you'll join us sooner or later. Here, try on this vibranium suit. It'll keep you safer on your night missions. Those bulletproof vests you're wearing can't protect your neck and other vulnerable spots. Song Chao could see that Blade was on the verge of agreeing, so he pressed his advantage and handed him a suit. Now, Blade wouldn't slip away. Even though Blade's physical prowess was on par with people like Captain America or Black Widow, he was a specialist in hunting vampires. Umbrella needed to maintain dominance over every aspect of Earth, so Song Chao could afford to be indifferent about the Winter Soldier, Falcon, or even Captain America. But a unique talent like Blade, he was definitely worth recruiting. Blade hesitated even more, unsure whether to accept or refuse. But the suit, he couldn't resist. He took it, unable to hide his excitement. Song Chao was very pleased with this outcome. Turning to his team, he gave instructions. Chala, Shuri, help everyone get familiar with the vibranium suits as quickly as possible. We'll need to deploy them for tonight's operations. With that, he left them to it, put his arm around Hope, and headed downstairs to his private office. My dear, you've had time to get to know our team's fighting styles, right? Blade mentioned vampires. Who do you think should join the hunt tonight? Song Chao had originally planned to return to his office and mull over which subordinates should accompany Blade on tonight's vampire hunt. But then he thought of Hope, his beloved goddess, who had left San Francisco and followed him alone to New York with the promise of helping manage the Umbrella Corporation. But with Emma in charge and holding most of the power, Hope had little to do. Instead, she'd ended up running logistics for the Umbrella Superhero League. At this point, Song Chao figured he might as well give her something meaningful to do, so she'd feel valued. Otherwise, he worried that over time, his woman might start feeling neglected, leading to mood swings and, ultimately, a blow-up. He could just imagine himself ending up on his knees, scrubbing laundry boards late at night. Well, let me think about it carefully for a moment. As expected, when Song Chao took the initiative to ask for her opinion, Hope's face instantly broke into a wide smile. She immediately put on a serious expression, furrowing her brows as she recalled the details about the team members. Song Chao breathed a sigh of relief internally. That was close. Thank goodness he'd been quick-witted enough to bring this up. Otherwise, well, dealing with a stubborn woman is no easy task. My dear, after thinking it over, I believe that if those vibranium suits are really as good as the Wakandan princess described, then it seems like everyone can go. There's hardly any danger, and it'll be a great chance for them to get some real combat experience. Hope mulled it over for a while and ultimately felt that with the vibranium armor, there really wasn't much risk. Why shouldn't the whole team go? Now that you mention it, I think you're right. If it's safe, then we might as well let everyone get a taste of real action. It seems like the equipment I provided is just too good. It's hard to even gauge their true abilities. What a headache. Song Chao suddenly snapped out of it. It really was just like Hope said. It's frustrating. Sometimes having top-notch gear is a problem in itself, since it makes it hard to see what the team members are really capable of. What's wrong with that? Isn't it even better? It just proves how powerful our Umbrella team is. Seeing her boyfriend's troubled expression, Hope quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Yeah, you're right. Forget it. Let's all go tonight. No more overthinking. Song Chao nodded, giving up on the mental gymnastics. He pulled Hope onto his lap and kissed her. It had been a while since he'd tasted his goddess's lips. He'd really missed her. Time slipped quietly by, and night gradually fell. This is the place. This bar? Under the cover of darkness, two Humvees pulled up across the street from a bar. John eyed the establishment across the road, unable to hold back his question to Blade. That's right. I've checked everything. There's absolutely no mistake. Tonight, Deacon Frost will show up in person to host a blood rave for his followers. Blade's face was set in a grim expression as he explained. A blood rave? In the same vehicle sat Bobby, his girlfriend Rogue, Marie, and Clarice Ferguson, known as Blink. The two girls couldn't help themselves. Just hearing about it made their skin crawl. Let's go. Kitty, Get your team ready to follow us in the next vehicle. John glanced at the two rookies, not bothering to say much. The boss wanted these newbies to get a taste of real action. He spoke into his earpiece, addressing Kitty Pryde, Shadowcat, who was leading the second car. Her team included Colossus, Pyotr, Nightcrawler, Wagner, and Quicksilver, Pietro. The Brotherhood's later recruits were already in place and ready. Song Chao planned to have John and Pete lead the training. These two would be the team spearhead. As for his brother-in-law, Pietro, Song Chao didn't intend to give him any special assignments. His safety was the priority. Bobby, on the other hand, only needed to focus on strengthening his own skills. These were all part of the long-term plan moving forward. What an exciting life this is. Just look at these girls, so little clothing. This really is an eye-opener, John exclaimed, his voice full of wonder as the group entered the bar, eyes darting around in search of the entrance to the secret passage. He couldn't help but comment, sounding every bit the country boy dazzled by the big city. Several girls rolled their eyes at his remark. Bobby, meanwhile, looked embarrassed. He wanted to look, but didn't dare, since his girlfriend Mary was watching him like a hawk. Pete, always the shy one, blushed furiously. Only Pietro's eyes nearly popped out his head, his gaze glued to whichever dancer was the most scantily clad. The moment he heard John's comment, he blurted out, Where is it? How come I didn't see them? Point them out to me. Pietro, shut your mouth, or I'll send you right back to the office. Kitty, the shadow cat, finally snapped, unable to tolerate him any longer. All right. Forget I said anything, Pietro muttered, shrinking his neck in, though his eyes kept darting around, quickly scanning for the wild party John had mentioned. Found it. Follow me, said Blade at that moment, his sharp eyes spotting the entrance to the secret passage. Seasoned vampire hunter that he was, Blade knew better than to rely on these rookies. The moment they saw a woman's legs, they were completely distracted and forgot the mission altogether. With practiced ease, he dispatched the two bouncers at the door without drawing the attention of the partying crowd, then led the team into the hidden passageway. Bobby, you're up. Take care of this, John said, as they hadn't gone far before encountering a pair of enemy patrols. Bobby shot John a glance, and, without a word, sprang into action, freezing the two patrolmen into solid blocks of ice. My, what a masterful job of ice sculpting, Bobby. Still, you're not quite meeting the boss's standards. He wants you all to see a bit of blood tonight. Don't worry, there should be plenty more vampires ahead. You'll get your chance, John said, shaking his head and offering a casual explanation. As they passed the frozen patrolman, he flicked one with his finger, shattering the ice into countless shards. Since they were frozen solid, there was nothing gruesome about it. Hardly the visceral experience Song Chao had secretly instructed John to ensure for the team before they set out. Blade understood Song Chao's intent and didn't mind. He led the way forward. The others, having learned this was a special order from Song Chao, fell silent, each lost in thought. Ah, that stench in the air, definitely vampires, someone muttered. Come on, it's time for a real bloodbath. Finally, they made their way into the secret chamber. Gazing at the vast, empty space beneath the ground, what greeted them was a wild revelry of hundreds of people. Blade gave a reminder, then pulled out his umbrella-issued machine gun, loaded entirely with bullets specially made with garlic juice and silver, and opened fire. Everyone move in. Pietro and Wagner, guard the exit. Don't let a single one escape. Ha ha ha. John's excitement boiled over as well. He shouted, pulled out his own machine gun, and joined in the barrage. Blade, damn it, brothers, let's wipe them out. The machine gun fire jolted the partying vampires awake, plunging the scene into chaos. Among them, Deacon Frost, the mongrel vampire leader, finally realized intruders had arrived and shouted at the top of his lungs. Frost, this is the end of the line for you. Hearing the voice, Blade finally spotted his main target. He shouted back, unleashed a sweeping burst in that direction, and, once his magazine was empty, drew his sword and charged forward without hesitation. Damn it. Hell, it's silver bullets and garlic. Where do these bastards get so much gear? Take cover. Deacon Frost watched as the vampires caught in the hail of bullets turned instantly to ash, realizing all this weaponry was aimed specifically at him and his kind. He frantically called for his followers to scatter and hide. Think you can hide? Let me tell you, Iron Man's here just for trash like you. Get ready to die. The moment John realized the big boss was in front of him, he couldn't hold back. He tapped the necklace around his neck, and his vibranium suit snapped into place automatically. With a burst of speed, even greater than Blade's, he charged at the target. For a boss like this, John, the Iron Man, had to land the finishing blow himself. Anything less would be an embarrassment to the team leader. He was elated, utterly unaware that his teammates behind him had already lost their nerve. As John and Blade drew their blades, and began hacking wildly. The room was no longer a clean kill zone. The earlier specially made bullets had reduced vampires to ash in an instant, but now, with sword fighting, the ground was soon strewn with severed limbs. The gruesome scene finally overwhelmed the rest of the team. Watching in horror, they all retreated to the corners of the room and started vomiting. Everyone else was completely wiped out. But fortunately, since John and Blade were charging at the forefront, the path ahead had already been cleared of vampires. So although the others were incapacitated, there were no enemies left near them. Come on, you little punks, your Uncle John is here. The more John fought, the more exhilarated he became. Blood splattered everywhere as he let out a triumphant shout, practically daring the vampires to attack him. Damn, that guy's a total maniac. He just gets more worked up the more he kills. What the hell is wrong with him? Behind him, Blade couldn't help but mutter to himself at John's display. Getting excited by killing, wasn't that just plain psychotic? However, the seasoned vampire hunter was nothing like John during his first large-scale massacre, when he easily lost himself in the heat of the moment. Now, he was already aware of the Umbrella team behind him, each one looking pale and utterly drained, as if they were about to retch from sheer terror. Glancing from these greenhorns to the unhinged John ahead of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. What is this, really? The gap is enormous. One side's a complete maniac, the other's made up of rookies through and through. It seems Mr. Song wants me to play babysitter. Not that I mind, though, with Umbrella's weapons and gear, hunting these vampires is hundreds of times easier than working solo. The Blade Warrior was, after all, an experienced fighter. Recognizing the situation, he immediately stopped advancing and even began to fall back, guarding the rookies. He'd brought these people out with him, and it was his duty to make sure they returned safely. No mishaps allowed. Watching their anxious faces, he thought for a moment, then decided to offer some encouragement. Come on, lads and ladies, pull yourselves together. I think this is exactly why Mr. Song wanted all of you here. A warrior can't be squeamish at the sight of blood. Just look at yourselves. If this were a real battlefield, you'd be dead already. If you spend the whole night just watching from the sidelines, believe me, when you get back, your boss won't go easy on you. I don't know much about the man, but I doubt he'd tolerate that. Bobby was the first to snap out of it. Swallowing down his nausea, he forced himself into the fight. But as Blade glanced over, he saw that Bobby's way of dealing with vampires was to freeze them solid with a chilling aura, turning them into icy statues. Clearly, he still needed time to adjust to the carnage. You're right. The boss will definitely be disappointed in us. Peter, the power man, got to his feet and, with no hesitation, charged into the fray as well, his whole demeanor screaming valiant sacrifice. Blade wanted to shake his head, but held back for fear of discouraging the others. They were all rookies, after all. They'd need time to adapt and grow. Bobby, you finally made it. I thought your legs had turned to jelly. John, seeing Bobby catch up, was quite pleased. But remembering the boss's quiet instructions before they set out, he bit back his original words and switched to mockery instead. You, John, don't get cocky. There's plenty of fighting left tonight. Let's see who racks up the higher body count. Sure enough, Bobby couldn't resist John's taunts. He struck back with even greater ferocity. The cold air around his attacks could instantly freeze a vampire solid, turning them to ice in a heartbeat. The vampire's famed regenerative power didn't stand a chance. John nodded to himself. The boss had been right. Bobby was getting stronger by the day. As for himself, he casually unleashed a wave of fire, watching with satisfaction as burning vampires ran howling through the chaos. John shook his head, feeling the gap between his own strength and Bobby's only growing wider. But so be it. Talent was something you couldn't force. In the future, he'd remain a trainer, leading his squad aboard the starship, following the boss to conquer the universe. Bobby, that Deacon Frost, leave him alive. The boss has questions for him. Understood. As the rest of their companions gritted their teeth and joined the fight, the grand gathering of hundreds of vampires quickly descended into chaos and ruin. Their numbers dwindled rapidly. Damn it, why are the mutants helping this mongrel against us vampires? We've never interfered with each other before. Deacon Frost, the leader of the half-blood vampires, finally realized something was wrong. These weren't ordinary humans. They were mutants. The thought of Umbrella, the mutant overlord of America, sent a chill down his spine, and he couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. Deacon Frost, right? Our boss wants to see you. There's no escape. Wait here quietly, where you'll find yourself trapped between life and death, wishing for an end. Don't make things harder than they need to be. John replied offhandedly, slicing through enemies as he spoke. Who's your boss? Why does he want to see me? If he wants to meet, just send a message. We don't need this bloodshed against my fellow vampires. Deacon Frost's will to survive was strong. He shouted his questions, eyes darting around, desperately searching for any chance to slip away. John was about to answer, but Kitty Shadowcat pride cut him off. The clever girl often played strategist among their little team. Hearing the tone of the questions, she stepped forward and raised her voice. Deacon Frost, our boss is none other than Umbrella's chief himself. You can't escape, so you'd best come with us quietly. As for these vampires, think of them as payment. For Blade, give up on any other ideas. Make your choice quickly, because if we have to use force, you'll end up as nothing more than a specimen on an Umbrella lab table. Damn it, Umbrella, I never did anything to provoke you. Deacon Frost retorted, still looking for a way out. The more he saw, the more hopeless he felt. Not to mention the flames and ice. There was that shadowy figure moving faster than any vampire, too quick for them to even see what he looked like. Then there was the blue creature that seemed to teleport at will. How could anyone escape from that? And that portal-like thing, what were these monsters? Mutants, Umbrella. This was a disaster. Let my people go. I'll go with you to meet your boss. Seeing that escape was impossible and resistance hopeless, Deacon Frost made his decision. He would face Umbrella's big boss, hoping for a slim chance at survival. At least enough to save his most loyal followers and the woman he loved. Ever since John heard Katie's words, he had fallen silent. She was planning to do exactly what he would have done. Katie was truly clever. When the boss arrived earlier, he had given secret orders to John alone. It was a way to leave one enemy alive to bring back for questioning. Put these on, Deacon Frost. As he watched the aftermath, with only a dozen or so of Frost's men left standing, John pulled out the high-tech handcuffs he had prepared in advance and tossed them over. All right, everyone, put them on. Deacon Frost looked down at the handcuffs on the ground, so different from anything a regular cop would use. He glanced at John's group, then at the hundreds of severed vampire limbs scattered everywhere. There was no way to escape now. Sighing in resignation, he even instructed the women and his last remaining henchmen to cuff themselves. Their fate now rested with the other side's big boss. Deacon Frost, bet you never thought you'd see this day, did you? Disgusting vampire scum, you should have been wiped out long ago. Blade, after his initial strike, had spent the rest of the time backing up these rookies, guarding against any unexpected trouble. Now that things were under control, he couldn't help but taunt the man who had murdered his mother. You filthy half-breed. You have no right to talk to me like that. What's the matter, do you hate me? Too bad for you. I was the one who. But your mother, you know. Oh, and let me tell you a little secret. She's not dead. She's a vampire now, my pet, actually. Ha ha ha. Although Deacon Frost was now a prisoner, he was a prisoner of Umbrella, not of this mongrel half-vampire. If Blade thought he could break him, he had another thing coming. After all, Blade's own mother was his obedient pet now. Frost couldn't resist firing back. He watched Blade, the infamous hunter whispered about among vampires, the legend who stalked their kind, now shaking with barely contained fury. Frost burst out laughing. Umbrella's boss wanted to see him. No matter how enraged Blade got, there was nothing he could do about it. I'll kill you. Blade's voice was trembling with rage, and he surged forward, ready to tear Deacon Frost apart. But Barbie and the others quickly held him back, coaxing and restraining him until he calmed down. Meanwhile, John hastily contacted backup from the company, requesting a vehicle to transport the prisoners. With more than a dozen captives, they'd never make it out without a ride. Frank, your team can move in now. Step on it. Any later, and something could go wrong. Vehicles will arrive in 5 minutes. Frank's reply was as crisp as ever. With that, he cut the connection. All right, we wait. Out in 5 minutes. John shook his head and addressed the others, then casually unleashed a burst of flame, clearing the scene and erasing any evidence. His powers were perfectly suited for this kind of cleanup. Damn. The other members of the group couldn't stand the stench of burning flesh any longer. Nauseated, they hurried towards the exit, unable to bear the grisly scene and the acrid smell that filled the air. What a bunch of wimps, John sneered, utterly unfazed by his companion's discomfort. 5 minutes later, he left the scene with their captives in tow. Outside the bar, 2 stretch limousines awaited, each equipped with custom Umbrella brand handcuffs. These vampires were now powerless, with no chance of escape. Seated in the car, John quietly typed out a report to the boss, describing the details of their operation. Oh, so things have only progressed this far, came the reply. But as for Bobby and the others, they could use a few more rounds of experience. Killing without leaving a trace, there's no effect. Just playing the hero and doing good deeds isn't going to help their growth in the long run. Song Chao received the first report from his new subordinate in this world and took in the situation. It seemed that Blade had yet to have a fatal confrontation with his own mother, but that moment was drawing near. As for Deacon Frost, Song Chao had use for the man. He planned to keep him alive, to extract information about the vampire's sympathizers. hiding among government officials, which would be crucial for undermining public trust in the authorities in the coming days. Not long after, he sensed the arrival of a helicopter on the rooftop. In the bedroom, Song Chao rose from the bed. "What's wrong, darling? Are they back?" Hope, lying beside him, felt him get up and open her eyes to ask. "Go back to sleep, sweetheart. I just need to take care of something small. If you want to see vampires, wait until morning," Song Chao whispered, kissing Hope gently. He had no intention of taking her along. He got dressed and left the bedroom. That night, he and Hope had chosen to stay in Umbrella's private suite, knowing business would keep them busy and skipping their cozy seaside retreat. Sensing the unfamiliar presences brought in and locked away, Song Chao finally made his appearance. "Boss." "Sir." "Mr. Song." Everyone greeted him in turn, and Song Chao nodded in acknowledgement. "If you're tired, go get some rest. Those who want to stay can stay. Bobby, you and the rest will continue working with Blade from now on. I need you to get used to killing, not to perform as awkwardly as you did this time. Your performance was frankly hard to watch." Without waiting for their reactions, Song Chao pulled Blade aside, speaking quietly with the muscular black man. A few minutes later, Song Chao patted Blade on the shoulder, clearly satisfied with his response. "All right, bring everyone to the conference room. Anyone who wants to watch can come. The rest, go get some sleep." Seated in a conference room chair, Song Chao pulled out a cigar, lit it with a flick, and took a few slow drags. He tossed one to Blade as well. At that moment, John, Bobby, and Katie remained in the room. "So, the Deacon Frost?" A moment later, Song Chao surveyed the dozen or so vampire prisoners who had all been brought in, his gaze settling on the one at the front. "Hello, I don't know how we managed to offend Umbrella. I think there might be some kind of misunderstanding here, sir." Deacon Frost swallowed hard as he looked at the man sitting in the chair, calmly smoking a cigarette. He tried to explain himself, his voice tight with nerves. How could he not be nervous? His life was quite literally in this man's hands. On the way over, he had already tested the handcuffs. They were so much heavier than he could have imagined, making even a vampire's speed feel like a snail's crawl. "Mr. Song, I hope you'll let me have this one. I want to kill him." At this moment, Blade cut in, his tone cold and sharp. "Oh, Blade, but I need this man alive. He has work to do for me. As for his other subordinates, you can have them. How's that sound?" Song Chao shook his head, refusing without hesitation. "This man is the leader of their organization, Mr. Song. He can't be allowed to live. You promised me. You can't go back on your word." Blade's face darkened as he spoke, his tone tense and rigid. But as long as someone is useful to Umbrella, I won't kill them, Blade. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. Unless the information this man gives me turns out to be useless. In that case, I'll hand him over to you." Song Chao remained unfazed by the other's attitude, explaining himself with a gentle calm. "You can't go back on your word." Bang! Blade, seething with anger, spat out those words, then turned and slammed the door behind him as he left. Once outside, his expression instantly relaxed. He took a deep drag on his cigar, savoring it with obvious pleasure. Not bad at all, he thought. This really was a top-notch cigar, and Song Chao was certainly a man of means. Deacon Frost had been watching this exchange closely, his nerves fraying with each passing moment, his fate hanging on every word. When he realized Song Chao was willing to spare him, he finally managed to calm himself, just a little. "Katie, take down everything he says. Bobby, lock up the rest of them. Tomorrow, send them down to the labs. I want our company scientists to study what kind of creatures these vampires really are." With Blade gone, Song Chao issued his orders to his subordinates. "Well then, Deacon Frost, now's your chance. Impress me, and you'll live. Oh, and that white-haired woman at your side can live too. I'm guessing she's your woman, isn't she? If you fail to satisfy me, you'll end up just like your men, another experiment for Umbrella's labs. Do you understand? Now, tell me about all your followers in society, including those in high government positions. Leave out a single name, and you're headed straight to the lab. That's where you'll spend the rest of your days." After finishing his speech in one breath, Song Chao no longer paid attention to these people. He sat aside, relishing his cigar with satisfaction, confident that the leader of this half-blood vampire organization would know better than to resist and would cooperate sensibly. This, Deacon Frost had originally thought that the other party valued him for something important. But it turned out that Song Chao was merely interested in his social connections. Deacon had been considering Umbrella's intentions, wondering if he could use this opportunity to negotiate some terms. Yet after Song Chao finished stating his conditions all at once, he didn't even glance at Deacon again, listening instead to his underlings wailing and begging for his help. But what could he do? He was powerless to change anything. His underlings would simply have to accept their fate as experimental subjects. At least his own woman had been spared, and for that he was already quite content. "All right, I'll tell you everything. I only hope that Mr. Song will spare my life. I can serve Umbrella, Deacon said. Song Chao nodded, an approving look on his face, and tossed Deacon a metaphorical bone. Not bad. At least you know how to act sensibly. Don't worry. Umbrella only keeps people who are useful. If your social network is as extensive as you claim, then I can make good use of you. Let's see how well you perform from here on. Very well, I'll start. First, among government officials. At the top is William Kent, an advisor in the White House. Then there's Henry Purrs, Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense, and General Wilson Cost, a man with real power. Below them are contacts in the CIA, the FBI. Phantom Cat, also known as Katie, listened intently to the list of names, secretly astonished. Who could have imagined the reach of these connections? Quietly, she took careful notes. These are all the followers in America who have any significant social influence, Deacon concluded. Half an hour later, when Deacon Frost finally finished, Song Chao nodded in approval. All right, that sounds impressive, but I suspect you must have backups of these lists yourself. Tell me where they're kept. I'll send someone to collect and cross-check them. Moreover, I need you to help me contact some of these people. I want to see for myself whether the information you provided is true or false. If you dare to deceive me, I trust one don't need to spell out what will happen to you. I understand. That's fine. The list is at the factory on XX Street. I can call any of these people for you at any time. By now, Deacon Frost had run out of cards to play. He cooperated fully, nodding and agreeing to everything that was asked. Speaking of these people, Song Chao mused, I know vampires can't be exposed to sunlight. Yet these people you've turned into vampires openly attend all kinds of government meetings. It's impossible for them to avoid sunlight all the time, isn't it? The question had just occurred to Song Chao, and he asked it out of genuine curiosity. That's because over the years, we vampires have already invented a special kind of skincare product that shields us from sunlight and ultraviolet rays. As long as we don't stay out in the sun for too long, there's no problem at all. Deacon Frost explained with a hint of pride. Not bad. Looks like you're not completely clueless after all. This plan might actually work. That's enough for now. John, take them and get some rest. Once you're done, gather a team and go retrieve the backup files. Katie, you go rest first. Song Chao nodded. He learned almost everything he wanted to know. Now it was time to let Umbrella take the stage. The meeting room gradually quieted down. Left alone, Song Chao didn't move. Instead, he lit a fresh cigar and sat in silence, contemplating his next steps. Should he kidnap these upper-class figures, then start a live stream and contact the TV stations, exposing them as vampires and openly challenging the government, shaking their credibility? Or should he control these people from the shadows, making them work for Umbrella, pushing forward the company's interests without a direct confrontation? After all, avoiding open conflict, while not something he feared, was part of why Charles was opposed to more aggressive action. Keeping these people alive wasn't out of the question, but that would risk losing Blade's trust. Up until now, everything had been an act. Song Chao had promised Blade that once Deacon Frost's list was handed over and everything was settled, he would turn the leader of this half-blood vampire group over to him for execution. If he spared the rest of the vampires, Blade, the black vampire hunter, would definitely be dissatisfied. Blade's strength was only SOSO, but compared to these vampires, Song Chao valued him more. After all, every organization needs talent in all areas, and Blade was an expert at dealing with supernatural threats like vampires. It looked like this would take some time. He needed to find a way to have it both ways. This is the place, Blade. Boss said if your mother's still alive, she might be here. Under the cover of night, at a factory on the outskirts, John had brought his team here. Standing outside the shadowy building, he turned to Blade and spoke quietly. Song Chao had secretly sent this message to John through his psychic abilities, instructing him to bring Blade along to retrieve the files, and to bring a bottle of liquor, just in case. First, for safety, so Blade could watch his back. After all, the man was a pro, seasoned and experienced. Second, since Blade's mother might be inside, it would be a nice gesture, a favor to the black vampire hunter. Let's go. We'll see for ourselves. If she's really alive, I don't even know how I'd face her. All these years, and I had no idea she was still out there. Blade's expression turned grim. He shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. John, too young to understand the tangled world of adults, could only sigh helplessly and wave for the others to follow him into the factory. Half an hour later, John, who had already retrieved the information and was waiting outside, finally caught sight of the Blade warrior. Noticing the blood on the man's hands, he thought for a moment, then pulled out the bottle of liquor Song Chao had told him to carry and offered it. Here, I think you might need this. The Blade warrior took the bottle, bit off the cap without ceremony, and gulped down a mouthful before shooting him a question. HM? Kid, Why are you carrying a bottle of booze with you on mission? You some kind of drunk? John shook his head and explained. The boss told me to bring it before we left. Said we might need it. I didn't get what he meant, but seeing you now, I guess he saw this coming. Huh. The Blade Warrior let out a bitter chuckle at that, finished the rest of the bottle in one go, and tossed it aside. Let's go, let's head back. Your boss is no ordinary man, founding such a big company with his own hands, and even predicting how I'd end up like this. Huh, that woman. She betrayed who she was, and has become a vampire through and through, rotten in blood and mind alike. I could smell that stench, thick as death. She even tried to kill me, so I killed her instead. Come on, I'll buy you a drink when we get back. John had no words. The world of adults was more complicated than he'd ever imagined. He felt lucky to have the boss looking out for him, so he didn't have to worry about such things. As he mulled it over, he tried to comfort the Blade Warrior the only way he could, by offering him another drink. The Blade Warrior nodded in silence. The group fell quiet, hurrying back to Umbrella. Let me tell you, you guys, you're just too complicated. Look at me, I've got the boss watching out for me. I don't have to stress about this stuff. Drinking away the pain with the Blade Warrior, John was getting drunk for the first time. It wasn't long before he started slurring and rambling. Frank had always been strict with him, refusing to let him touch alcohol, even though he was old enough. Now, finally, he'd gotten his chance, and he went all in, getting properly drunk on his first go. He began spouting nonsense to comfort the vampire hunter. Yeah, your boss really takes care of you guys. Anyone on the outside would be jealous just looking at your gear. The Blade Warrior kept drinking, nodding along with the drunken kid's antics. So, why don't you join us? Next time, we'll fight vampires together. Even drunk, John didn't forget to try and recruit him. After all, this man was a master at killing vampires, with years of battle experience. The boss wanted him on the team, and if he joined, John would have more chances to go out and hunt vampires with him. Being a superhero in training wasn't nearly as thrilling as slaying vampires. You're right. Maybe I really should join you. With Umbrella's logistics behind me, hunting down these vampires would be quick and easy. TH and just Jay join us. TH, that settles it. It's a done deal. Though John was drunk and his head spinning, he still understood the offer. He burst out laughing, raised his glass to clink it again, then downed it in one gulp. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the floor, completely out cold. Blade watched in silence, making no move to help him up. He took another slow drink, one gulp after another, and after a long pause, muttered quietly to himself. Maybe time to join them. With an organization, the hunt would be swift, and the efficiency would be 100 times greater than going solo. I'll talk to Whistler about it tomorrow. That woman, at least now I've come to understand the cause and effect behind this body. It's time for a brand new beginning. Everything will turn out for the better. William Kent from the White House, Henry Puss from the Department of Defense, and Wilson Coster from the military. Gentlemen, welcome to Umbrella. The next day, Song Chao brought hope to Umbrella, where they met the three most prominent vampire loyalists in society. Mr. Song of Umbrella, we've heard much about you. May we ask why you called us here today? The three guests exchanged uneasy glances. Something was off. They had clearly been summoned by their leader, Deacon Frost. So what was going on here? A strange unease crept through them. After all, everyone knew that Umbrella wasn't a place you could just walk in uninvited. Oh, don't be nervous, gentlemen. Good fortune is about to shine on you, Song Chao said reassuringly, sensing their discomfort. Last night, Song Chao had mulled it over and decided to tweak his plan. There was no need to wipe out every last one of these parasites. If he kept a few high-ranking ones as Umbrella's lapdogs, they might prove a small but useful asset, and it would make Charles feel better about things. As for a handful of controllable vampire loyalists, they wouldn't cause Blade to lose his sense of purpose or loyalty. Take a look at these lists. You'll need to pick some people from them to serve as your subordinates. From now on, you'll support one another and slowly climb the filthy ladder of American politics, becoming a new source of power. As for the rest, I'll use them to undermine the government's credibility in this country. Song Chao reached over to Hope and took a file, tossing it straight to the three men, making his intentions crystal clear. These names? The three men, figures who had wormed their way into the White House, the Department of Defense, and the military, studied the list. The names were all familiar, but they still hesitated and asked, uncertainly. There's no need for doubt. Deacon Frost is already nothing more than a lab specimen for Umbrella. As for you, you have a choice to make. You can either become a dog buried deep within the government, serving Umbrella, or I'll drag you outside and, during a live broadcast, show the whole world how a vampire slowly fades away under the ultraviolet rays of sunlight. Gentlemen, the opportunity is yours. It's up to you now, 5 minutes to decide. Don't waste my time. I have no intention of spending it on trash like you. Song Chao couldn't care less about what these people thought. nor did he bother to hide his contempt. His words were blunt and merciless. For them, it was simple: obey and become a dog, or die. There was no third option. He left them space to discuss among themselves and strode out of the conference room with Hope by his side. My dear, you really are something. Huh? So domineering, making people from the White House and the Department of Defense act like dogs. Hope burst into hearty laughter as she praised Song Chao, entirely unconcerned about the fate of her own country's officials. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll let you try for yourself, darling. Song Chao was even more indifferent. After all, he never considered this country his motherland, so he did as he pleased. By the way, has Blade come back yet? Yes, he has. He disappeared late last night, but returned today and reported directly to me. He's already agreed to join the Umbrella Superhero League. As for Deacon Frost, just as you said, he's useless now, so I handed him over to Blade. Hope was more than satisfied with a new member joining her logistics-driven superhero league, and she responded quickly. Wait, darling, you didn't let Blade kill Deacon Frost already, did you? I was hoping to use that guy's tough body as a lab rat. Song Chao was surprised and quickly asked, killing him outright would be a waste. Using him as a test subject was far more valuable. Of course not. I knew what you wanted long ago. I already told Blade to take him down to the underground lab. Only after the doctors have finished their research can he kill him. Blade actually understood and didn't refuse. Hope shook her head, giving Song Chao an exasperated look, blaming him for not understanding her intentions sooner. Haha, that's my girl. You always get what I mean. Even trash can be put to good use. There's always something worth squeezing out. Song Chao quickly showered her with praise. A woman who understood him so well always made him feel comfortable and delighted. So what's next, darling? Are you really planning a live global broadcast? I'm worried that such a spectacle might hurt Umbrella's reputation. Hope's tone grew serious as she questioned him, sensing that this kind of sensational move could have negative consequences for the company. Oh, Hope, my dear, I've decided to make a slight change. Instead of having Umbrella step forward directly, I'm going to send out Umbrella's superheroes instead. Song Chao shook his head, completely overturning his previous, forceful decision. You could tell from the way he had accepted the 3 most influential vampire followers as his subordinates. I see. That'll definitely be much better for the company's image. Even though they're technically part of the company, they're superheroes, after all. Hope nodded in agreement. When you see those 3 guests inside, check out the list of people they've chosen. As for the rest, they'll be needed for tomorrow's big show. I'll leave everything in your hands. I've got other things to take care of, my dear. I'm counting on you. Seeing Hope nod and head off to work, Song Chao sat back in his chair, spinning around once as he pondered his next move. Superman. Boss. Call Caliban. Boss, hello. You finally remembered Caliban. Caliban is so honored. Hearing the third-person way of speaking, Song Chao nodded to himself. This had to be Caliban. No one else introduced themselves in the third person. Oh, Caliban. You're an Umbrella employee, after all, and as your boss, of course I remember you. Is Apocalypse with you now? Which city are you in? Oh, boss, Caliban and Psylocke are following Mr. Apocalypse. We've been traveling the world, searching for mutants who haven't joined Umbrella. Most of the ones we've found so far haven't pleased Mr. Apocalypse. Right now, we're in Egypt, his former homeland. Caliban has seen Mr. Apocalypse switch bodies 3 times already, but he's still searching and still dissatisfied. Caliban can only keep him company, though there's not much else I can do. Oh, my child, do you need something from me? Before Caliban could finish rambling, Apocalypse's voice sounded from the other end. Apocalypse, I want to make a deal with you. Hearing the main man himself, Song Chao straightened up and got straight to the point. Go ahead, child. What kind of deal? As always, Apocalypse's voice was measured and slow. Here's the situation. You've already switched bodies 3 times, so you should be satisfied soon. But you want to leave Earth, and at this point, Earth doesn't have the technology for interstellar travel. If you help me with something, I can provide you with a spaceship. It'll take anywhere from a few months to a year. Is that so? From what I've heard, there's no ship on Earth that can travel into deep space. I accept your terms. Now, what do you want me to do? Well, as for that, you'll have to wait until the time comes. I'll tell you then. It's not a big deal. I can manage it myself, even if it's a bit troublesome. But it's just so much easier if you do it. It's just that you'll need to leave Earth and experience some sights out in the universe. And I'll give you a little push in that direction. After all, you're a formidable opponent, and I'd rather not have anyone challenging me for territory here on Earth. Oh, my child, I understand what you mean. Just contact me when the time comes. After hearing Apocalypse finish speaking and the call ended, Song Chao felt thoroughly satisfied. This had been a successful conversation. These days, Apocalypse hadn't developed any ambitions he shouldn't have, which made Song Chao feel his earlier decision not to go all out against him had been worthwhile. Calming him down and sending him off into the universe would already be a win. As for asking for his help with something, it wouldn't be long now. That matter was about to unfold. Dear viewers, this is ABC Broadcasting. We've received a tip that something big is happening in Times Square today. As you can see, there are many reporters from other outlets here as well. It seems word has gotten around. The female anchor from ABC, standing live in Times Square, spoke to the camera with practiced seriousness, though inside, she was delighted. It had been a while since a major sponsor had sent support, and this time, another $1 million had hit her account. What a windfall. As the camera panned around, viewers could see logos from other television stations, newspapers, online platforms, and more. Times Square was absolutely packed, a sea of people. The atmosphere was electric. Viewers at home, you can see there's now a large object under the main screen in Times Square. Something shaped like a shipping container, though much bigger than usual. It's completely shrouded in black cloth. What could be inside? We don't know yet. Security has blocked off the area and told us it'll be revealed soon. All we could do is wait. The ABC anchor, recalling the script provided by her sponsor, began to slowly introduce the scene for the camera, carefully stoking the curiosity of viewers at home. What we've learned is that Times Square was rented out last night by the Umbrella Corporation Security Division. They began setting up that shrouded object overnight, and since then, a steady stream of vehicles has arrived, apparently transporting something inside. So, for now, let's be patient and stay tuned. What's about to happen will be beyond your imagination. Don't change the channel. Dear viewers, stay with ABC. Umbrella Corporation Office. This anchor seems to know an awful lot. Could she be on the company payroll? Sitting on Song Chao's lap and watching ABC's broadcast, Hope turned to him and asked, eyes narrowed in suspicion. So clever. Here's your reward. Song Chao planted a kiss on Hope and joked. These bitches, they get friendlier with cash than with their own fathers. Hope rolled her eyes, grumbling. This rotten society, here money is God. That's why I love this country. I can do whatever I want. Just look at any city, big or small. When night falls, the streets are packed with the homeless. Nowhere to go. Song Chao nodded, half praising the system of this country. But his words left people unsure whether he was complimenting it or scorning it. Either way, Hope could only stare at him speechlessly. Don't look at me like that, darling. It's about time. Let John and the others know they can head out. All right, whatever you do, I'll support you, sweetheart. Hope nodded and kissed Song Chao, voicing the truest feelings in her heart. Song Chao held Hope contentedly. This was the kind of woman he wanted in this life. A woman worthy of a man with power, status, and ability had to be flawless. And what did it mean to be flawless? A woman who followed him wholeheartedly. A woman who didn't go along with him, no matter how beautiful, was just a plaything, only good for some passing fun. Wow, look who's here. The NYPD has arrived. Go. Quick, let's catch up and get an interview. At that moment, the voice of the ABC News anchor came from the TV. Chief Smith and Deputy Chief George Stacy, you've brought so many officers. What brings you here today? Is there a major case underway? With her long legs giving her an advantage, the ABC anchor rushed ahead of her peers, shoving her microphone forward with urgent enthusiasm. Well, I suppose I can share a bit. We receive a report from the Umbrella Superhero League. Apparently, there are a number of criminals here who will need our assistance. Chief Smith thought for a moment, then gave the camera a brief explanation. And what's your opinion of this Superhero League organization? Ignoring the glances from other reporters, the anchor pressed on. After all, this was a question her sponsors insisted on. Well, how should I put it? Overall, the group has been fairly cooperative with the NYPD's procedures. They haven't harmed anyone. Without cause. Of course, only the NYPD has legal authority to enforce the law, but so far, we're satisfied with the way they operate. Well, look, here they come. The superheroes have arrived. The anchor, about to ask another question, suddenly spotted several armored figures soaring through the sky. She quickly cut herself off, turned to the camera, and announced excitedly for viewers at home. Wow, let's move, keep up. Iron Man, Ice Guardian, Dark Knight, and Mighty Man are all here. And there's someone new this time. Who could it be? Is it a brand new superhero? Thank you all for coming. This event is hosted and organized by the Umbrella Superhero League. We appreciate your support. Among the heroes who landed at the scene, only John removed his mask and revealed his face. The others weren't used to facing so many reporters, but it didn't matter. John could handle it. As Song Chao's first right-hand man, Umbrella had taken great care of him, giving him comprehensive training. He'd grown quickly in every aspect, and now, standing in front of the crowd, John felt a rush of excitement. When he saw his own face appear on the giant screen above Times Square, John picked up the microphone and addressed the eager crowd before him. I know everyone's been waiting, filled with curiosity, so let's start with our first introduction. He gestured to the security guards in black next to him. These guards had all been through repeated screenings by Frank, the Punisher, over the past few years. They were confirmed die-hard Umbrella loyalists, all injected with the super serum, a true elite security force. At John's signal, they stepped forward and pulled away the black cloth that covered something on stage. Only the front section was lifted, leaving the rest concealed. Wait, is this a kidnapping? And so many people. A wave of whispers swept through the crowd, and viewers in front of their TVs were riveted, their curiosity reaching its peak. Whoa, no need to get agitated. This isn't a kidnapping. We're superheroes, after all. Plus, we've invited the NYPD here today. In a moment, these people will be handed over to them. The reason they're tied up is simple. I want to prevent any violence that could harm those present. Every one of these people has already been found guilty, and we'll reveal their stories one by one. John motioned for quiet, turning to the cameras to patiently explain, sentence by sentence. Having finished, he stepped forward and removed the mask from the first person tied to a wheelchair, yanking it off in front of the crowd. Now let's all take a look. Who is our first guest? Wait, isn't that Senator Monk Nabo from New York? He's been a senator for so many years. He always seems so kind, a gentle old man. What on earth is going on? Why arrest him? As the first mask came off, even though the man's clothes were rumpled and his hair a mess, many in the crowd recognized the elderly figure immediately. A storm of murmurs rippled through the audience. Seeing that the moment was just right, John raised his hand for silence, then pointed up at the giant screen above and continued. Oh, it looks like many of you recognize who this person is. But don't get too excited. There are still more surprises to come. For now, everyone, please turn your attention to the big screen. We've gathered evidence of his crimes. This is Congressman Monk Nabo. Over the years, he has committed 1,378 criminal acts. He's destroyed thousands of families, kidnapped tens of thousands of people, including many homeless individuals, missing persons, and children. He's raped over 100 women, accepted bribes totaling more than $100 million, and been involved in countless other illegal activities. As images and data flashed across the screen, some real, some fabricated by mutant allies to slander him, though outsiders couldn't tell the difference. Some of the evidence had been secretly collected by mutants using their unique abilities. John narrated the unfolding story with vivid enthusiasm. He felt this job was tailor-made for him. He was truly in the spotlight now. All praise to the boss. Long live the boss. This kid is doing pretty well right now. Looks like our training paid off. He's ready to take charge on his own. At that moment, in an umbrella office, Song Chao watched John's performance on TV, looking quite pleased. Isn't he your first protege? I haven't been with the company long, but even I know about this. How could anyone here afford not to invest in his training? Hope rolled her eyes at Song Chao, tossing out a bit of office gossip. What's wrong with that? That's just how things work. Relationships mean everything in this world. Song Chao shrugged, unconcerned. He thought, no matter the cost, it was worth it to train his first protege. Even if the kid's abilities never matched his own, his current performance was already solid. In the future, focusing on teamwork would be a good direction for him. Times Square. Seeing the New York State Congressman on the screen, his own superior, after all, even if not directly, Police Commissioner Smith and Deputy Commissioner George Stacy felt their legs go weak. They hurried forward with their team. Unfortunately, they were stopped by men in black security uniforms. In front of such a crowd, they couldn't use force, so they had to swallow their frustration and shout. Iron Man John, you can't treat the congressman like this. Even if he has committed crimes, it's our job to enforce the law. Hand him over to us. Yes, yes. John had been waiting for this moment. He nodded in agreement, full of satisfaction. Commissioner, our umbrella superhero organization always works closely with the NYPD. Anytime there's a fire or a major shootout, as long as you need us, just call. We'll be there to support you. I think we've done pretty well, haven't we? That's why I called you all here this time. I have no intention of interfering with your law enforcement authority, but there are certain things that must be shown. We are superheroes, not politicians. Surely there's nothing wrong with fighting evil, and we haven't harmed any criminals' lives. At this point, John signaled to the security guards in black standing nearby. The chains, bring them over. Tie him up. The security team produced a heavy iron chain, several meters long, which they had prepared in advance. One end was fastened to the congressman, and John took the other end, tossing it over to the New York police officers. Chief, I think you might want to call a few more people to help you hold onto this chain. It's possible the congressman isn't too eager to leave this place. John looked at the NYPD commissioner, offering a slight smile and gesturing for him to observe the congressman. At this moment, the Congressman, pinned down by two security guards, was desperately struggling, unwilling to come out and trying to hide in the shadows. Mr. John Iron Man, what on earth are you up to? What are you trying to do? Why are you giving us this chain? I'm giving you a chance, Commissioner. You'd better get a good grip. I'm worried the congressman really doesn't want to leave. If you want to take him away, now's the time. Put some muscle into it and pull him out. John shrugged and gestured for them to put some effort into what had now become a tug-of-war with the congressman. Chief Smith exchanged a look with Deputy Chief George. After a moment's hesitation, they nodded to each other. Watching the congressman struggling relentlessly on the other side, Smith finally turned and signaled to his officers. All of you, come give us a hand. Grab the chain and pull the congressman out. Take him back to the station. Seeing the officers spring into action, John signaled the security team to let go. With two guards enhanced by the super serum holding him down, the congressman had no chance of escaping. Now that he was losing control, the congressman thrashed about wildly, completely panicked. These people were going to ruin him. How could he possibly go? Outside, it was broad daylight, the sun blazing overhead. He'd been kidnapped while he was sound asleep. He hadn't even had a chance to put on his sunscreen. No, let me go. I don't want to go out there. Damn it, Chief, what's going on here? We can't pull him. He's way too strong. This doesn't make any sense. More and more officers joined the impromptu tug-of-war, but no matter how many tried, they couldn't budge the congressman. In fact, they were being pulled forward inch by inch by this elderly man. A single old congressman was dragging a dozen strong, young police officers forward. Ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing something truly bizarre. Congressman Monk Neighbor is 57 years old, yet he's single-handedly overpowering more than a dozen police officers. It's unbelievable. Is it possible that our congressman is secretly a superpowered individual? The female anchor from ABC, thinking about the script her sponsors had given her, hurriedly turned to the camera and began reporting. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Shit, all of you, get up there and pull the congressman out. Blocked by security, the police couldn't get through. Chief Smith, feeling helpless at the situation, could only instruct his remaining officers to keep pushing forward. No matter what, they had to get the congressman out. No, please, I'm begging you, don't pull me out. Seeing more than 20 police officers join in, Congressman Monk Neighbor finally couldn't hold on any longer. As he was slowly dragged out, he couldn't help but cry out for mercy, his voice rising in desperate pleas. The audience at the scene, along with reporters from various platforms, rushed to capture the moment. It was an odd and striking sight, a government official kidnapped by a superhero, yet refusing the help of the New York police, not wanting to leave the metallic, container-like enclosure. No, please, don't do this, I'm begging you. As he was about to be dragged out of the shadowy box, Congressman Monk Neighbor screamed hysterically. Unfortunately, the dutiful police paid his cries no mind. Despite his higher rank than the chief, it made no difference. They couldn't let him control the situation, especially since he hadn't committed a crime. Bit by bit, they finally managed to pull him out, exposing him to the sunlight. A sudden, pained scream echoed out. Oh my, what is happening here? Viewers at home, look at our congressman. There are signs of burning on his face and arms. The ABC anchor gasped and covered her mouth in shock at the sight, but didn't forget to keep reporting to the camera. Damn it, Mr. Iron Man John, what's going on? What's happening to the congressman? Chief Smith, startled by the congressman's condition, hurriedly turned to question John. But before he could finish his sentence, the congressman suddenly disintegrated into ash, leaving behind only tattered clothing. No remains, not even bones. Where is he? Where's the congressman? Only after witnessing the climax of the drama did John step forward, microphone in hand, addressing both the crowd before him and the watching cameras. Wow, everyone saw that, right? We didn't kill him. New York police insisted on pulling him out. If something went wrong, you can't blame us. Chief Smith, no need to get worked up. I'll explain everything in detail. First, let me introduce a new member of our umbrella superhero league. And who might that be? As John spoke, he turned and pointed behind him at a figure who had shed the Iron Man armor, but was still wrapped head to toe in tight clothing. This is Mr. Blade, the Daywalker himself. I know many of you must be wondering, why, at this moment, when our honorable councilman has turned to ash in the sunlight, am I introducing a new superhero? John's voice rose and fell with playful emphasis, his tone laced with sarcasm. He truly embodied the poise of a seasoned host. Why, you ask? Let me tell you. This new superhero, the Blade Warrior, is nothing like the heroes you've heard about before. In the past, he did countless good deeds for the people, all without drawing attention to himself. He has always acted quietly behind the scenes, until the threats grew too numerous and the deaths among ordinary citizens became too frequent. It was then he realized that one man alone could no longer save the day. So he came to Umbrella. And through him, we learned that there exists a whole breed of monsters lurking in the shadows of our world. They abduct ordinary people, prey on the homeless, kidnap children, and leave their victims drained of blood. Allow me to formally introduce you to the dark underbelly of our society, a group of creatures who prey on humans, who crave the taste of human blood, vampires. What? Vampires? Is this for real? Isn't this just something out of a movie? At that, the audience erupted into anxious whispers. Watching monsters on screen was one thing, but facing them in reality was an entirely different matter. Fear and disbelief swept through the crowd. Many of you are puzzled as to why our councilman just turned to ash. Well, it's because he was a vampire. Vampires fear sunlight and ultraviolet rays. That's also why he's connected to those 10,000 missing persons. Vampires feed on human blood. John was thoroughly pleased with the atmosphere in the room. That's right, shock, fear. This is exactly what Umbrella wanted. The government can't protect you. He gave a satisfied, almost gleeful, signal to security for the next act. All right, bring up the next one. Who's this? Does anyone recognize him? John raised the microphone and gestured to the audience. That looks like Chief Tyler Fox from the Queens District Police Department. Yeah, I think it is. At that moment, Chief Smith and Deputy Chief George recognized him as soon as the mask was removed. After all, he was one of the district chiefs. They'd shared drinks on more than one occasion. They exchanged a look of utter disbelief. What on earth? Could he be a vampire too? The memory of their nights, drinking together, flashed through their minds. A shiver ran down their spines. The thought was too terrifying. What if, after one too many drinks, they'd ended up as his next victims, drained of blood by this monster? Wow, looks like someone here is recognized. All right then, let's turn our attention to the big screen. This gentleman, the local precinct chief, has been involved with a total of 38,769 missing persons cases over the years. Honestly, I don't even know how to put this into words. All the related criminal records will be handed over to our two distinguished commissioners from the NYPD. And now, Commissioner Smith and Deputy Commissioner George, take a look. Are you planning to drag this precinct chief out into the open? Or do you have something else in mind? The choice is yours. As John spoke, he gestured toward the two commissioners, clearly signaling that he didn't intend to let the man die a quick and easy death. Mr. Iron Man John, we'd like to bring him back for a formal trial, if you don't mind, Commissioner Smith replied, his face clouded with concern. He regretted coming here today. It was a grave mistake. The situation was spiraling far beyond his control. John nodded in agreement, but deliberately made things difficult for them. Well, it's not impossible. But, Commissioner, you saw what happened with the senator just now. The man was an old-timer, yet he was stronger than a dozen or more police officers put together. Do you really think you can guarantee nothing will go wrong if you try to take him back yourselves? Speaking of which, our Umbrella Superhero League ought to take this opportunity to give the audience here, and everyone watching on TV, a proper introduction to the vampire species. These are insights and experiences hard-won by our Blade over years of battling these monsters. So, everyone here, shouldn't we give a round of applause to this unsung superhero? He sacrificed so much and truly deserves the respect and admiration of society as a whole. As the hall erupted in thunderous applause, Blade's eyes grew moist. He thought to himself, Whistler, maybe you should have been here to receive this praise. You've more than earned it. Once the applause had lasted a full minute, John stepped forward, carrying a tray, and signaled for quiet. All right, I need a volunteer from the audience, just to make sure no one suspects us of cheating or anything like that. Ideally, a public figure. How about you, the host? May I ask your name? I'm Julia, a host from ABC Television, replied the beautiful ABC anchor, her excitement plain to see as she stepped forward with her team. Ah, Julia, nice to meet you. Would you mind if we demonstrate these items on you first? Don't worry, they're completely harmless to humans, but highly toxic to vampires. Of course, John knew exactly who she was. She'd been on Umbrella's payroll for years. He was deliberately pulling her into the spotlight to play her part. After all, she was indeed a public figure. I'm fine, really, I can do this. For the sake of making people around the world aware of the threat these monsters pose, there's nothing I won't do. For the sake of fame, and of course, the sponsor's rewards, Julia, the host, played her part with gusto. Outwardly, she had to look every bit the brave soul, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice and charge heroically into danger. If you're going to put on a show, you have to commit to the role. After all, the better the performance now, the greater her renown in the future. At this moment, her acting was practically flawless, and she could already imagine her reputation soaring. First up, this lamp-like device here emits ultraviolet light. Look, when I shine it on you, see? Nothing happens, right? Right? Nothing at all. I don't feel a thing. And this is garlic extract. The smell is pretty strong. Do you mind if I spray a little on your hand? Well, I can't say I enjoy the scent, but for the viewers at home, I can put up with it. Go ahead, spray away. This entire scene was being broadcast live by every TV station and streaming platform. The footage was projected onto a giant screen at the venue, and by now, Times Square in New York was packed. The crowd kept swelling as more and more people gathered to watch. Wow, did you all see that, folks? Nothing happened. Let's take a look at these weapons. Well, never mind about this one, we won't be testing it. But just so everyone knows, these are all made of silver. Just remember that. Okay. Now, let me ask one more thing, Director Smith. Based on the evidence I provided, would you say that this precinct chief from Queens is already a criminal? I know I don't have the authority to enforce the law, but for the safety of people watching all over the world, I'd like to test something on this man. It won't kill him. He might end up disabled, but for the sake of the global public, Director, I hope you won't refuse this small request. John pressed the director, invoking the safety of people everywhere as his reason. Well, Iron Man, you have to guarantee he won't die. Director Smith hesitated, but after George, the deputy director, leaned in and whispered a few words, he finally nodded in agreement, on the condition that the precinct chief's life would be spared. Of course, no problem. He'll live. Now, Ms. Julia, would you please take the garlic spray and the ultraviolet device and give it a try? I think it would be even more convincing for the global audience if you did it yourself. John nodded without hesitation and gestured to the host. It would be my honor, Mr. Iron Man. I'd be delighted to help expose the dangers of vampires to viewers all around the world. Without missing a beat, Julia from ABC agreed. She grabbed the garlic spray and the ultraviolet device and stepped into the container-like shed, with every camera on the scene following her to capture the moment. Oh, and Ms. Julia, don't aim for the face, or it could be fatal. Just try it on the arm, that'll do. John quickly reminded her. No mistakes here, or it could be deadly. Bound tightly, with 2 security guards in black holding him down, the chief of police from the Queen's precinct finally couldn't take it anymore. He struggled with all his might, but the 2 guards, both injected with super serum, had no trouble restraining him. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see this ultraviolet device? It's completely harmless to me and my cameraman, Julia said, expertly playing to the crowd. She stood in front of the chief, switched on the ultraviolet lamp, and shined on herself, then on others, introducing it to the camera. Now, let's have a look. Let's shine it on this chief of the Queen's precinct, who's responsible for the suffering of more than 10,000 people. What happens to him? Get that away from me, you bitch. Back then, you weren't even good enough to lick my boots. You whore, the chief shouted, unable to hide his fear and anger. As the ultraviolet light touched the chief's arm, smoke began to curl up, carrying the unmistakable scent of burnt flesh. The chief let out a howl of pain, lashing out at the female host with a stream of curses. You monster! You're not even human. Just look at you. How did someone like you ever become a police chief? You're a disgrace to our country, he spat. Julia's fury flared at his words. Screw you, she thought. Even if I were a whore, you'd never be the one to have me. She couldn't help but fire back, training the ultraviolet beam on his other arm for good measure. Take a good look, everyone. This is what a monster looks like. Now let's try some garlic extract. The smell is pungent, that's for sure. Hey, camera guy, help me out. For the demonstration again, will you? Don't say no, or I'll tell the boss and get you a bonus this month, she joked, keeping the mood lively for the broadcast. Folks watching at home, see this garlic extract? Aside from the strong odor, it doesn't do us any harm. Now let's see how the monster handles it. Oh my god, his arm just vanished. The damage is unbelievable. Julia gasped as the garlic spray made the chief's arm drop to the floor, where it quickly dissolved away. The scene was brutal, but at least there was no blood. Still, it made her queasy. Remembering what the chief had said earlier, Julia's mind turned, and she feigned shock. Playing up to the camera, she sprayed his other arm as well. Damn you, you bitch! The chief screamed, both arms now ruined and lying useless on the ground. Damn, women can be ruthless, John muttered to himself as he watched the entire scene unfold. He'd caught the subtle moves of the beautiful host. Seeing her casually destroy the chief's other arm sent a chill through him. Sometimes, women could be even more merciless than men. From that moment on, he resolved to find a gentle and sweet-natured companion. Never again a fiery, tempestuous woman. Who could say, after all, when a quarrel might end with a knife in some vulnerable spot during the night? One must always be cautious. It seemed that Daisy, the college girl, still needed further observation. Julia, meanwhile, had no idea that someone had already labeled her as a hot-tempered and heartless woman. She was quietly celebrating in her heart, thinking, that's what you get for insulting me. Daring to cross me, huh? Now both your arms are useless. Serves you right. Ms. Julia, would you like to try out the other vampires? They're all parasites on society, John said, signaling to his subordinates to bring out the rest. As they removed the hoods, he couldn't help but ask again with a sly grin. "No, that's enough, Mr. Iron Man John. Let's stop here. Hand them over to the NYPD. Our department will take full responsibility." Smith's voice rang out loudly from a distance as he caught the words coming through the screen. Hearing this, John snapped back to reality. He figured it was about time to wrap things up. His boss had always said that going too far was as bad as falling short. With that, he turned and strode outside to face the waiting crowd. "All right, Chief Smith, we'll do as you say. The Umbrella Superhero League is an organization dedicated to the good of society. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Here is the information on the remaining individuals. Names from the CIA, the FBI, state legislators, city officials, and more. Remember these names and the crimes they've committed. Chief Smith, there's something I need to clarify. This Blade Warrior you see here is called a vampire hunter by these monsters. But it's not just a nickname for him. Alone, it's a collective title for all the unsung heroes across the world who selflessly hunt down these monsters that prey on ordinary people and drink their blood. So, regardless of who these people are or what backgrounds they come from, I hope you and your department will handle this with fairness and justice. If not, know that our Umbrella Superhero League will never stand for it. Don't let the pressure get to you. Otherwise, the consequences may be unpredictable." John flashed a mysterious smile at the camera, his voice icy and inscrutable. No one present could quite grasp his meaning. "And while we still live, I want to say something to all the heroes watching around the world. If you ever feel alone in this fight, you are welcome to join us. Our organization exists for the happiness of all humanity. Together, we can hunt these monsters, or you can simply share information with us. Thank you. Chief Smith, you may take these monsters away now. Just be sure you keep them secure. I'd hate to hear that any of these vampires manage to escape. Let's head back." Wow, that was really a spur-of-the-moment departure. Let's give these heroes a round of applause. Thanks to these selfless superheroes, we are all much safer. With the backing of her sponsors, Julia, the glamorous ABC anchor, knew exactly what to do. She quickly turned to the camera, her expression solemn as she thanked the disappearing figures in the sky. Her words touched the crowd, and soon, the applause rippled through the audience. Seeing this, Julia was thrilled. Fortunately, her quick wit had allowed her to come up with just the right words in such a short time, winning over the onlookers. If her sponsors were pleased, they'd surely remember to support her work in the future. "Boss, how did you like my speech?" Back at Umbrella, after the superheroes had dispersed, John couldn't wait to find Song Chao, eager for some praise. "Kid, you're growing up. Not bad at all. You improve a lot. You could be a host yourself." Song Chao chuckled at his subordinate's performance, but still gave him the compliment he was waiting for. Then, turning to the Dark Knight, who had just entered, he said, "Oh, Dr. Doom, thanks for playing our mascot this time. It must have been tough for you. My friend, Song, don't mention it. You actually did me a favor, giving me another chance to pose as a superhero. I should be thanking you. Besides, I didn't have to do much. Just stand there and look the part." Dr. Doom, the Dark Knight, shook his head with a carefree smile. In truth, he was grateful for the opportunity Umbrella had given him, doing nothing at all, yet still getting to be a superhero for a day. "By the way, do you have any extra vampires? I'd like to take one back to Doom Corp for some research, see how their biology differs from ours." "That's an easy request. John, take Dr. Doom to the lab and let him pick one to take with him." Song Chao nodded. No big deal. Umbrella had plenty of vampires. He could take whichever he liked. "Thanks, Song." "No need for thanks. We're on the same side." "Haha, I'll be off then." "All right." As Song Chao watched them leave, the smile faded from his face. This time, things hadn't gone as he'd hoped. The blow to public trust simply wasn't enough. "Charles, I accommodated your wishes this time. Next time, it'll be your turn to pay up. The time is drawing near. Don't blame me when it comes." He settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigar and taking a slow draw, his eyes narrowing as he watched the smoke curl into the air, lost in his thoughts. "Washington, Triskelion Building. Agent Coulson, I asked you last night to investigate their activities. Did you really come back empty-handed?" Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon, looked at his trusted right-hand man with clear dissatisfaction. "Director, there's nothing I can do about this. The security team is extremely professional. They completely ignore our status and just block us outright. And because it's Umbrella, we don't dare get forceful. Their covert defenses are impressive too. There's no way for us to sneak in and see what's actually inside that case." Phil Coulson replied, equally frustrated. This wasn't his fault at all. Umbrella security staff didn't care about who he was. Nothing he said worked, and these people were highly skilled. There was simply no way to get someone inside. "Let's hear some ideas. What we do now? This is huge. It's exposed our government's incompetence and internal corruption. We never saw this coming." Nick Fury shook his head, letting go of his blame toward Coulson. He turned to the others for answers. Director, I want to know, are the things Umbrella revealed actually true? Have vampires really infiltrated the highest levels of government? Didn't we already make a deal with those vampires? Maria Hill, her face grim, pressed the bald director for answers. Years ago, we did strike a deal with them. They promised not to harm ordinary people or reveal themselves. But we never imagined they'd recruit so many followers, or that they'd reach the highest echelons of government. Fury, the one-eyed dragon, sounded helpless. These vampires, good for nothing but trouble. They'd completely ruined an otherwise advantageous situation. What do you mean, Director? You had a deal with vampires, these monsters? Why didn't we just wipe them out? In all these years, I never once heard about vampires. I never encountered these creatures. Not in any of my missions. Why is that? Look at the criminal reports. Vampires are running rampant. Are you telling me S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know? Why have I never been assigned to deal with them? Now it was Natasha, the Black Widow, who erupted, demanding answers from Fury. As SHLD's top agent, she'd never even known. Vampires existed. Not a single one of her missions had involved these monsters. Clearly, the agency was hiding things from her. Barton, did you know vampires were real? No, Natasha. I had no idea about any of this. Hawkeye Barton shook his head without hesitation. Agent Romanoff, calm down. Back then, I had to make decisions for the good of the agency. These creatures are powerful and can reproduce. There was no need to sacrifice agents to go after them. And besides, they promised S.H.I.E.L.D. they'd do their best not to disturb ordinary people's lives. Nick Fury spoke in a low, steady tone. Is this your idea of not disturbing ordinary people? Secret abductions. Any random vampire can capture tens of thousands of civilians, and then we just label them as missing. You're willing to tolerate monsters that feed on human blood, willing to strike peace agreements with them. So why do you feel the need to monitor and suppress mutants? These people are simply human beings with genetic mutations. They're bona fide humans. Is this really the S.H.I.E.L.D. I work for? What have I been doing all these years? With a furious shout, Natasha spun on her heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang. I'll go check on Natasha, Director. Without waiting to see anyone's reaction, Barton turned and hurried after her. As her close friend, he knew he had to stand by her. I'm only doing what's best for the agency. These vampires have such obvious weaknesses. They're easy to control. But mutants are far too powerful and completely beyond our control. Watching Natasha's angry silhouette disappear down the hall, Nick Fury murmured to himself, though whether his words were meant for his own ears or for Deputy Director Maria Hill and Agent Coulson, it was hard to say. Deputy Director Maria Hill and Agent Phil Coulson sat in silence. Whether this was right or wrong, it all depended on your perspective. Tony Stark's home. Tony, you really should watch the news more often instead of burying yourself in your suits all day, Pepper Potts said as she arrived, trying to persuade Tony. Oh, darling Pepper, if I don't keep working, I'll be overtaken by that bastard Ivan from Umbrella. I saw today's news. Those so-called superhero suits are only 2 generations behind my latest armor. Honestly, I bet that scumbag Ivan could catch up in just a month. As much as I can't stand the guy, his genius is undeniable. I have to keep pushing forward to stay ahead. Tony shook his head, explaining why he'd been spending so much time in his basement lab lately. All right, Tony, let's not talk about armor now. Since you've seen the news, what do you think we should do about the vampire situation? Public opinion is going wild. Monsters from the movies have appeared right in our midst, and the public reaction is huge. As a major corporation, we can't just stay silent. Pepper shook her head, steering the conversation away from the suits and focusing on the vampire crisis. With so many people around the world witnessing the events live and the story still unfolding, a global company like theirs would soon have to make a public statement. Well, I suppose we could try to get our hands on one to study it first. I'm sure Umbrella has some in storage. Tony thought for a moment, then replied. Truth be told, he was quite curious about these vampire creatures. Seeing them in movies was one thing, but this was the first time he'd encountered them in real life. Isn't that impossible? Didn't the NYPD take all those monsters away? Pepper asked, skeptical. Oh, Pepper, you put too much faith in capitalists. Just wait. I'll make a call. Jarvis, call Dr. Ethan for me. Hey, Tony, what brings you to call me at this hour? Dr. Ethan, well, today Umbrella made quite a splash in news, didn't you? I wanted to ask, do you still have any vampires in stock over at Umbrella? I'd like to buy one for research. Oh, that? Yes, we do. We still have more than a dozen. Just today, the CEO of Doom Group took one off her hands. I don't think the boss would refuse your request, Tony. You can contact President Emma directly. Okay, that's settled then. I'll get in touch with her now. Drinks are on me next time, Ethan. Sound good, Tony. Pepper, see? Piece of cake. I told you there's no way Umbrella wouldn't have any left. Song's no stickler for rules. Far from it. Once I get my hands on the goods and do some research, Stark Industries can issue an official statement. Tony hung up, looking at Pepper Potts and shaking his head in satisfaction. Forget it. I'm heading back to the office. Let me know when you have results. Pepper rolled her eyes at Tony, unable to hide her exasperation. White House. What the hell is wrong with you people? Are you all brain dead? How did a vampire climb all the way up to a senator's seat? What's next? Are they going to take my job too? The president sat behind his desk, unleashing a furious tirade at the White House advisory team, the Department of Defense, and the heads of all the major agencies. Mr. President, this was actually set in motion by several administrations ago. They signed an agreement with the vampires, no interfering with. Ordinary people's lives, no exposure. Who could have guessed those bastards at Umbrella would blow the whole thing open and let the world find out? The Secretary of Defense, nearly 70, explained with a grim face. That president was an idiot. A complete failure. What a disgraceful piece of legislation. He made us all look like fools. Issue a statement. We're going all out to crack down on these vampires. The public needs answers. Pin the blame on that administration. And get this, capture a few of them quietly. I want to know how these vampires managed to live so long. Got it. After considering how best to shift the blame, the current president gave his orders in a low, stern voice. Understood, sir. I'll issue the statement right away. None of this will trace back to us. I'll assign my most trusted people to handle the rest discreetly. Estonia, a small country in Eastern Europe. A few hours later, Song Chao sat in an invisible jet as it touched down in the wilderness outside a city in this small country. Boss. Chief. You're all right, I hope? Song Chao looked over his men and Blade, asking with casual concern. After all, you can't let your team feel neglected. You've got to play the part. It's all right, boss. Even though that monster can't be killed, he can't kill us either. He just keeps chasing us, so we haven't been able to go after any more vampires. Bobby shook his head as he explained. This isn't your fault, Song Chao nodded, acknowledging the situation. That creature is called the Ghost Rider. But Bobby, can't your cold energy suppress his hellfire? You mentioned the monster's name. Still curious if Bobby's powers could counter the hellfire. It seemed like they should. Boss, I can put out his flames for a bit. The hellfire you mentioned, but it only worked for a while. After that, the hellfire just flares up again. Bobby nodded, then shook his head, uncertain. Song Chao understood. Bobby hadn't reached the full potential of his powers yet. Right now, he wasn't a match for the hellfire, but with time, he'd get stronger. Eventually, he could become a force to be reckoned with, even on a cosmic scale. If it were John, though, things would be different. They both played with fire, but compared to the Ghost Rider's hellfire, John's flames were like a little brother's. No contest at all. It's fine. Keep training, and one day you'll easily suppress that hellfire. Where's this Ghost Rider now? Song Chao encouraged him, then asked about the monster's whereabouts. Boss, so that monster's called Ghost Rider? What a badass name. We actually have no idea where he is. He never shows up during the day. He only comes out at night. John couldn't help but exclaim when he heard the name, a mix of admiration and awe in his voice. Song Chao nodded slightly, lost in thought for a moment. It all made sense now. Blade and his crew had killed too many vampires. No exceptions, no mercy. Some of the vampires might not have hurt anyone, but to Blade, a vampire was a vampire. If he caught their scent, he'd strike first and never bother to ask if they'd harmed innocent people. That meant his team had ended up with the blood of some innocent vampires on their hands. No wonder the Ghost Rider had set his sights on them. This explained why the Ghost Rider had been coming after them night after night. To the Ghost Rider, the innocent must never be harmed. Anyone who killed innocents was guilty. Those who took innocent lives saw their souls tainted by sin, and the Ghost Rider's purpose was to purify those souls burdened by evil. Well, we'll just wait then. Now that I'm here, you don't have to worry. Go get a feast ready. We'll welcome Ghost Rider tonight. Song Chao finished thinking it through and gave his orders casually, heading back toward camp. Out in the desolate wilderness, the guys probably chose this spot on purpose for the effect. They wanted to hide out somewhere remote, making it easier to fight the Ghost Rider when he showed up at night. Song Chao understood their thinking and didn't mind the rough surroundings. In any case, you all need to be careful. Don't stare into the eye sockets of his skull. Some of the vampires you're hunting might not have harmed ordinary people, so you could end up killing the wrong ones by mistake. And the Ghost Rider's powers are specifically designed to punish those with guilt on their conscience. Unless you're stronger than him, you won't stand a chance. Under the night sky, the group sat in a circle, passing around bottles of liquor and sharing roast meat. Song Chao explained to his crew just why the Ghost Rider was so formidable. This was my fault. I didn't even ask, just killed everyone I saw. I'll be more careful next time. Blade admitted his mistake right away. Since the Ghost Rider's power targets those with guilt, and now he was after their group, it meant they had indeed killed some innocent vampires. Boss, it's not Blade's fault. So he's not a monster after all. He's a racer who made a deal with a demon from hell. Boss, this guy can't be killed, and his abilities are insane. He's not going to be easy to handle, this Ghost Rider. Yeah, boss, there's really no good way to counter someone like him. Song Chao didn't blame Blade for his mistake. He just shook his head at him, letting him know it was all right. At that moment, annoyed by his men's complaints, Song Chao gave a sharp slap to both sides, nearly knocking John and Bobby off balance where they sat. Rubbing the backs of their heads, the two realized they'd gotten on the boss's bad side. All you're doing is talking nonsense. If you were easy to deal with, would I need to come here myself? Forget the rest of you. Bobby, you're the only one here with the potential to suppress this monster, but your progress is still too slow. I know, boss. I really have been trying, but I just haven't made much headway. Bobby felt wronged. He had improved a lot, but it was never enough for the boss. You need to truly connect with your own power. I can't help you. This is something you have to work out for yourself. Before Apocalypse leaves Earth, I'll try to have him help you unlock your abilities one more time. That will be your last chance, so make sure you pay close attention to the process. Song Chao didn't want to discourage Bobby. He knew the kid worked hard. It was just that mutants on Marvel's Earth tended to be a little thick-headed. Sure, Marvel had plenty of high-tech and plenty of geniuses, but among the vast number of mutants, smart ones, and those with access to advanced tech were actually few and far between. It was a pity. I understand. Thank you, boss. Bobby's face lit up with gratitude as he thanked him. Boss, you can't just tell Bobby. Even though our potential isn't as great as his, when Apocalypse helped us develop our abilities last time, the improvement was huge. I really want to do it again. Boss, please help me out. On the other side, John was getting upset. After all, he was Song Chao's first follower. How could someone else get all the benefits? He quickly put on a pitiful face and pleaded for help. You think Apocalypse works for my company, and I can just order him around? He's the very first mutant, incredibly powerful. Song Chao looked at John helplessly, wanted to give him another smack. But the quick-witted fireman dodged. He'd been expecting that move. We'll see when the time comes. It depends on whether Apocalypse is willing to help. With so many mutants out there, is there really no one else with the ability to unlock other people's powers? Damn it, Superman, notify Emma, Eric, and Charles. I need them to keep an eye out for any mutants with the skill to enhance others' abilities. As Song Chao spoke, he grew more annoyed. With all his strength, why did he always have to ask others for favors? And with so many mutants, he just couldn't believe there wasn't another with a similar power. He quickly told the AI assistant to notify the others, just in case he forgot. This ability was far too useful. Maybe it wasn't much help for top-tier fighters, but for mutants with limited potential, a few rounds of development could be enough for Earth to dominate. That way, when he eventually left Earth, he could rest easy. Everything here would still be under his control. Even without him, his company would be able to manage the situation. Understood, boss. Your request has been sent out. Brilliant move, boss. This is absolutely the right decision. If we really find someone like that, and they end up working for Umbrella, things will be great for us. Here they come. Everyone was joking and laughing when the sound of a motorcycle engine grew louder and louder. It was obvious someone was approaching fast. The group instantly sobered up. They knew their familiar guest was finally here. They put down their drinks and barbecue, all eyes turning to Song Chao, waiting for their boss's orders. Song Chao finished off the last of his drink, stood up, stretched, and looked toward the source of the noise. Well, this is perfect. I've been wanting to see Ghost Rider's true power. I'll have to visit Hell sooner or later, so I might as well get acquainted now. You all stay back and watch. Just as he finished speaking, their guest had already arrived. Song Chao watched the blazing spectacle of Ghost Rider's arrival. His entrance was truly one for the ages. While others might make a grand entrance by scattering flowers, Ghost Rider left a trail of fire in his wake. A trail of fire blazed clearly in the direction where the motorcycle had come roaring in. What a dramatic entrance, straight out of Show-Off's playbook. You are guilty. He scrutinized the figure who dismounted from the flame-wreathed motorcycle. A skeleton clad in leather, the jacket slightly singed, black heavy boots, his entire form engulfed in fire. The infamous Ghost Rider. Before Song Chao could finish sizing him up, this flaming skull, wrapped in several coils of iron chain, strode off the bike and, without hesitation, pointed straight at Song Chao to declare his guilt. Damn it! Song Chao was exasperated. This creature wasn't being controlled by the human Johnny Blaze right now. At this moment, it was the spirit of vengeance from hell in command. Although Song Chao hadn't fought often, he'd still killed hundreds of soldiers. Who knew if any of them had been innocent? Not every American soldier in this era had seen combat. Some might have spent their time in endless training, only to be sent on their first mission, a surprise raid on a school, where they met their end. Should I call you Johnny Blaze? Or would Spirit of Vengeance be more appropriate? You are guilty. Feel the fires of hell's retribution. Unfortunately, his words were ignored. The verdict was already passed, and the Ghost Rider moved to action, ripping the iron chain from his body. Flames licked along its length as it lashed out toward Song Chao. What a waste of breath, Song Chao muttered, annoyed with himself for bothering to speak, knowing full well that the Spirit of Vengeance was in control now. He caught the flaming chain in one hand, feeling the hellfires burn, its heat searing not just his flesh, but reaching his very soul. So this is all it is? Seems it doesn't do much to the strong, he mused, shaking his head in disappointment at the Ghost Rider's lack of effect, but also pleased at his own formidable power. His strength was on par with Odin, the All-Father, and the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. In the universe, apart from those reclusive cosmic beings, only Thanos could match him. If I can't test my power here, let's just end this. Having lost all interest, Song Chao teleported instantly, seizing Ghost Rider's flaming skull in his grasp and tightening his hold. You are guilty, the Ghost Rider roared, jaws agape, trying to draw out Song Chao's soul, but to no avail. A cracking sound echoed as Song Chao increased the pressure. Watching the furious, howling skull, he remained utterly unfazed. The penance stare was indeed a formidable power, but it was useless against the truly strong. His earlier concerns had been unnecessary. Of course, if it really were that overpowered, beings like Thanos or Odin wouldn't have managed to dominate the universe. The Ancient One can't protect Earth anymore. It's already been taken over by Mephisto, the demon of hell. Why bother finding someone to sign a contract and become the Ghost Rider, just to collect souls for him? Bang! At last, the skull couldn't withstand the abuse any longer and shattered into pieces. Song Chao flicked the fragments away and fixed his gaze on the headless body lying on the ground, its flames now extinguished. Boss, is that it? He didn't even put up a fight. Will he really come back to life? Don't rush. Just watch and you'll see. Song Chao kept his eyes on the headless corpse, responding absent-mindedly to his underling's curiosity. Sure enough, after a moment, the bone fragments began to move on their own, drawing together toward the headless body. Slowly, a new skull took shape. Whoa, just like you said, boss. He really can't die. Not good. He's trying to escape. The revived Ghost Rider instantly summoned his signature motorcycle, ready to make a break for it. The underlings shouted in alarm. Trying to run? He should know who he's up against. Of course, Song Chao noticed what was happening, though he found it a bit ridiculous. The Spirit of Vengeance may be a fallen angel from hell, but even in his madness, he still knew when to make a getaway. In a flash, he teleported over, kicked the riderless, self-driving motorcycle clear across the scene, and blasted it with lasers from his eyes, destroying the vehicle completely. Oh, Johnny, it's time to wake up. Song Chao grabbed the Ghost Rider by the ankle, flipped him upside down, and started slamming him back and forth against the ground, all the while calling out the human name of the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider thrashed wildly, but there was no escaping Song Chao's grip on his leg. No one knew how many times he was smashed against the ground before the flames surrounding him finally began to die down. Seeing this, Song Chao knew the time was right. The Spirit of Vengeance was receding, and soon the human Johnny Blaze would re-emerge. He finally stopped, lowering his hand and ceasing the onslaught. Humans are fragile. A single blow could finish them. Song Chao wanted to keep this motorcycle stuntman around. He'd be perfect for dealing with lesser enemies, since most superheroes were no match for the Ghost Rider. Wow, what happened to me? I remember you guys. These past few nights, I've been with you all. With the Spirit of Vengeance fully suppressed, Johnny's human side resurfaced. He clutched his head, frowning as he looked around. In the dead of night, he'd managed to regain control of his own body, something that had never happened before. He glanced around at the familiar faces. During the day, when he tried to piece things together, he'd realized he'd been fighting these same people night after night. Johnny Blaze, it's good to see you back. Song Chao sized up the man before him, a former motorcycle stunt rider, known for his wild and fiery shows. People called him Blazing Johnny, a local celebrity in his own right. Wow, so this is what you really look like. We've certainly had our fair share of scuffles these past few nights, Song Chao remarked. The younger gang members crowded around to watch. As always, Blade remained silent. John glanced at Johnny, teasing him slightly. Who are you people? At night, my body moves on its own. It's not me, I'm sorry. Was it you who made it go away? Johnny Blaze pushed himself up, apologized to everyone, and turned his gaze to Song Chao, quickly identifying him as the leader. Yes, it was me. I believe that as long as you stick with me, the things you're worried about won't happen again, Song Chao replied, nodding pointedly, hinting that he was planning to take Johnny under his wing. This is Mr. Song, the big boss of Umbrella. I'm sure you've heard of Umbrella, right? If he says you're fine, then you're fine. Blade stepped forward, introducing Song Chao to Johnny. In these situations, it was always better to have someone else speak for your status. Introducing yourself tended to be a little undignified. Song Chao was pleased to see Blade take the initiative, but he couldn't help feeling a little exasperated at the naivety of his younger followers. They still had a lot to learn. Youth, after all. Umbrella? I know of it. Thank you, Mr. Song, for helping me. Johnny Blaze finally understood who these people were, and that they were powerful enough to subdue the demon inside him. But, Mr. Song, it seems like you know a lot about me, or perhaps about the thing inside me. Hey, our boss knows all sorts of stuff. This is nothing, just a small matter. John interrupted before Song Chao could answer. Since it was praise, Song Chao let it slide. So, Mr. Song, you said if I stay by your side, I don't need to worry. Does that mean you can help me get rid of it? Johnny recalled Song Chao's earlier words, hope flickering on his face. Let's sit down and have a drink first. We can talk it over slowly, Blade suggested, seeing that this would be a long conversation, and invited Johnny to join them. You used to be just an ordinary man. There's a lot you don't know. The spirit of vengeance inside you was once an angel, now fallen into madness and hell. Song Chao said as everyone returned to the picnic spot, sitting down with drinks in hand. Seeing the hope in Johnny's eyes, he took the initiative to explain. You can communicate with it. There's no need to be so troubled. All of this is a trick by Mephisto, the demon lord of hell. He himself remains in hell, but sends his avatars to stir up trouble here on Earth. The times have changed. Now that Earth is my territory, how could I let him do as he pleases? This time, I've come in person to eliminate his avatar, and in the future, I'll go down to hell myself to pay him a visit. Johnny Blaze held his beer, quietly, listening to the other man's words. He didn't really understand everything, but since the man had already said he was just an ordinary person and knew very little, Johnny decided not to interrupt. I've created the Umbrella Superhero League. As long as you join us and dedicate yourself to Umbrella, everything you're worried about will no longer matter. For example, you're afraid the spirit of vengeance inside you might hurt the woman you love, so you fled to the other side of the world. But if you join the organization, you can return in peace and continue your relationship with your lover, Roseanne Simpson, the TV host. Song Chao explained, gently tempting the former motorcycle stuntman who had only ever performed for crowds. Roseanne? I didn't expect you to know even my past. Is she all right? Hearing the name of the woman he loved most in this life, Johnny's expression changed. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask with concern. She's doing very well. Her career as a TV host is thriving, but she's still single. I think she still loves you. You can absolutely go back, and you two can start over together. Don't you think it's just like in the movies, where most stories have a perfect ending? Song Chao nodded, casually sharing a bit more about Roseanne, continuing to guide Johnny's thoughts. I'm glad she's all right. As for me, well, I want to know what exactly the Superhero League does. And more importantly, how can you guarantee you'll be able to control it inside me so it won't come out and hurt the people I care about? Johnny Blaze's face was filled with conflict. Of course he loved Roseanne and wanted to be with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run all the way to the other side of the world just to protect her. Still, he decided to ask what this organization actually did. He didn't want to end up doing something shady. And above all, he needed to know how they could promise to control the thing inside him. John, why don't you explain the organization to him? Song Chao nodded understandingly, motioning for his subordinate to introduce the basics of the Superhero League. I can join the organization and work for Umbrella. After all, if I can go back to normal, I'll need a job to earn a living, and dating isn't exactly cheap either. After listening to John's introduction, Johnny realized it was basically a justice-driven group, and finally agreed to join, making a joke to lighten the mood. But Mr. Song, you have to make sure I can control what's inside me. Otherwise, I won't go back. Roseanne's just an ordinary person. If something goes wrong, she wouldn't stand a chance. It's only natural. I understand how you feel. Song Chao raised his glass and clinked it against the others, took a sip, then held up 2 fingers and gave them a gentle shake. It's a 2-step process. First, you need to truly experience it for yourself. Reach out and connect with the thing inside you. Don't resist it. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and I promise you'll be safe. Second, I'll personally deal with the earthly incarnation of Mephisto, the demon of hell. It won't take long. His current vessel is already old, and he'll need a new body soon. This time, I'll take care of his avatar myself. And by the time he returns to Earth, I'll be ready to deal with his true self, even in the depths of hell. Johnny finished his beer in one gulp, set down the glass, thought for a moment, and looked at Song Chao with earnest eyes. I may not fully understand everything you're saying. After all, I'm just an ordinary guy. The real power is what's inside me. Still, I'm willing to trust you. I'm tired of hiding, of staying away from my loved ones. living like this is too much. If there's a real solution, I want to try it. And if it works, I'll keep working for Umbrella, no questions asked. So, what do you need me to do next? Now, that's how a normal person should think. Who doesn't want a peaceful life? Song Chao completely understood and felt satisfied with the outcome of this meeting. Just stick with me for now. All you need to do is summon the spirit of vengeance from time to time. With me here, it won't get out of control. Take the chance to reach out to it and understand it more deeply. I'll take you to handle Mephisto. I already know who he's planning to possess next. His surrogate son, Danny. Right now, Danny is in a small monastery nearby. Before Johnny Blaze could reply, the others who had been quietly listening couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, are we going with you? I want to see what a demon from hell is like. This is all new to us, just like when we first learned about vampires. John, Song Chao's very first right-hand man and the closest among them, was always the one to speak up in group settings, and this time was no different. You guys should sit this one out. This is just about taking out a demon's avatar. Next time, when I go into hell itself, I'll bring you along for the experience. For now, keep up the vampire hunt, and don't forget the tasks I assigned you. Song Chao shook his head, refusing them outright. It was just an avatar, nothing worth seeing. He wasn't concerned about it all. Besides, this time, he was hoping to meet a girl. Having his crew tag along would only get in the way. If there's anything boss needs, just let me know. John's not as well connected in Europe as I am. If you need any help, I'm ready. Upon hearing Song Chao's words, Blade thought for a moment and decided to speak up. After all, since he'd be working with these people in the future, it was best to show a bit of initiative. You? No. You'd be overqualified for this. It's nothing major. John will be enough. Song Chao hurriedly refused, not wanting to discuss this further. How could he agree? He still needed to save face. Laughter erupted. John couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. He'd had a bit too much to drink tonight, and it was clear he didn't handle his liquor well. With his mind clouded by alcohol, he didn't even notice Song Chao's face darkening. Let me tell you, Blade, our boss has his eye on a 600-year-old vampire warrior. Huh, he's chasing after another lady again. Some vampire named Celine. You know her? Oh. Blade's face clouded over as well. This rookie really didn't know any better. Was it really appropriate to gossip about the boss's private affairs, and right out in public at that? In his 40s, Blade chose to act as if he hadn't heard a thing. He lowered his head, picked up his glass, and kept drinking. Nearby, Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, could only shake his head in silence at the drunken antics. This kid actually dared to blurt out the boss's business? He truly was a child. Couldn't he see how dark Mr. Song's face had become? Blade, what's going on? I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Utterly unaware he was digging his own grave, the unfortunate soul with no alcohol tolerance kept pressing on. Bobby Pete, take John back to bed. He's had enough. Get him out of here. Not wanting to watch John further sabotage himself, Blade gave orders to Iceman and Colossus, who had been trying to play invisible ever since John started spilling Song Chao's secrets. Right, we'll get him to bed right away. As if receiving an imperial decree, Bobby and Pete nodded instantly, jumped up, and hastily supported John out of the room. They didn't even dare glance at Song Chao. No one wanted to pry into the boss's private life, especially with all the women involved. Everyone at the company knew about it. That little rascal. Song Chao's face was like thunder as he glared at John. If not for the fact that he was drunk, Song Chao would have taught him a lesson right then and there. Although he didn't really mind. After all, rumors about him were always flying around the company. It was still unpleasant to have someone expose his affairs so brazenly. He made a mental note to make John pay for this later. With the boss's secrets spilled, the atmosphere in the room evaporated. Everyone quickly called it a night. As for Johnny, Blade made sure to arrange a place for him to stay. The night passed without further incident. Boss, hurry up and get lost. Once you're back at Umbrella, I'll assign you your training tasks. The next day, after John sobered up, he finally realized the foolish thing he had done the previous night. He hurried over to apologize, but Song Chao wouldn't give him the chance. He simply sent him away, planning to settle the score with him later. Johnny, come with me. I'll take you to meet the next body Mephisto wants to possess, his son, Danny. He's just a kid, maybe 11 or 12. All right, Mr. Song. A few days later, in a restaurant in a border town. Mr. Song, I really don't understand what you've been up to these past few days. Johnny Blaze couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked. Over the past few days, Song Chao had been dragging him all over the place, buying the latest motorcycles, and the two of them would race down the streets for fun. They sampled local delicacies everywhere they went. While the food tasted great, it felt odd to be traveling and eating with another man all the time. Now here they were again, eating in a little city restaurant. Oh, Johnny, I'm impressed you managed to hold out for several days before asking. Don't worry, the real show is about to begin. Song Chao answered casually, still savoring the local specialties. A few days earlier, his Superman AI assistant had already tracked down the whereabouts of the Black Priest, Moreau. According to Moreau's schedule, he was definitely rushing back to the monastery. So Song Chao decided to change course. Since the plot was about to kick off, there was no need to chase him down in person. It was better to wait here. Watching Song Chao enjoy his food so leisurely, Johnny was at a loss for words. But Song Chao was the boss, after all, powerful, and the only one Johnny could count on for help. These past few days, the spirit of vengeance inside him had been acting like a mouse terrified of a cat whenever Song Chao was around. Time slipped by as they continued sampling different dishes. Waiter, 2 more coffees, please. Mr. Song, aren't we leaving yet? We've already had 4 or 5 cups of coffee after lunch. I can't drink anymore. Patience. It won't be much longer. Song Chao focused his senses on the vehicles a few kilometers away. Among them, a woman was driving with a child in tow, heading right for the restaurant. He spoke absent-mindedly. All right then. Johnny could only wait, resigned. They'd already been in this little restaurant for more than 2 hours. If not for their table constantly ordering more, the waiter would have kicked them out by now. Johnny, what do you think of that woman's looks? About 10 minutes later, Song Chao suddenly asked. Which woman? She looks all right, I guess. But you know, to me, Roxanne is the most beautiful woman there is. Johnny Blaze looked in the direction Song Chao indicated and saw, outside the restaurant, a woman with striking orange-red hair stepping out of a car, leading a boy who looked about 10 or 12. He couldn't help but wonder why Song Chao would be interested in a woman with a child. After all, as the boss of such a huge company, Song Chao could have any woman he wanted. However, thinking that once his own situation was settled, he would be joining the company and mingling with others as well, he paused to choose his words carefully before replying. Oh, is that so? I agree. Your own woman is always the most beautiful. Song Chao glanced outside at the white woman stepping out of the car with her child. She wore a bright red jacket and black leggings that accentuated her shapely figure. Just the type he liked, full and curvy. What really caught his attention was her ample chest and those striking, expressive hazel eyes. Despite the heavy makeup, she was exactly his kind of woman. Still, he had to admit Johnny was right. Everyone thinks their own woman is the most beautiful. So even if others said Phoenix, Jean Grey, looked a bit old, or that Storm, Aurora Monroe, was too dark, Song Chao still liked them. How could Marvel's mutants possibly be that old-fashioned or dark-skinned? At most, they were refined and cultured, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion typical of South America. But that was a tangent. But Johnny, this woman is exactly my type. Everyone has their own preferences. The reason I called you over is because I wanted to take a look at the child she brought with her. The child? That kid about 10 years old. Is he? Johnny didn't care about types. He only loved Roxanne. He sized up the young boy with the woman, a white child just past 10. That's right, that's Danny, the son of Mephisto, the Hell Devil. He's also the sacrifice, the vessel Mephisto intends to use for his new body. Mr. Song, so should we kill him? He doesn't look like a demon at all. Johnny was at a loss. This really was just a child. Even knowing he was the son of a demon, watching how he behaved in the restaurant, just like any normal kid, Johnny couldn't help feeling reluctant. Kill him? Come on, you're not a kid anymore. All you ever think about is killing. Watch and learn. See how I handle things. Song Chao rolled his eyes at Johnny. He still had plans to woo the kid's mother, after all, and Johnny's talk of killing was ruining the mood. As he watched the woman and her son work together to deftly steal the wallet of a middle-aged man distracted by her looks, Song Chao knew the time was right. He stood up and walked toward them. Really, you just have your eye on that kid's mom, and you blame me for only thinking about fighting and killing. Typical playboy. The life of the rich can't. Say I'm not a little jealous. Johnny Blaze, the ghostwriter, muttered as he watched Song Chao's retreating back, his heart a tangled mix of envy and jealousy. Nadia! Who are you? Nadia, penniless and working with her son Danny, had just managed to swipe a wallet and was about to make her escape when someone blocked her way. Looking up at the Asian man in front of her, Nadia hesitated. She was sure she'd never seen him before and had no idea how he knew her name. Dan. Hello there. Can we sit down and talk for a moment? Song Chao blocked Nadia and her son Danny, who were clearly about to bolt, and sat down, inviting them in a casual manner, as if he were the host here. What do you want? Nadia wrapped an arm protectively around her son, eyeing Song Chao warily. She knew all too well what kind of trouble her son was in. Right now, they were being hunted, and a stranger suddenly appearing could only mean danger. Instinctively, she was on guard. Oh, relax. I know everything about your situation. Rest assured, I'm not here to hurt you. If you look outside, see the 2 cars parked diagonally across from yours? The people inside those cars are the ones who are after you. Seeing how cautious they were, Song Chao tried to ease their nerves with a brief explanation. What? They caught up to us? What are we going to do now? Nadia's expression changed at his words. She quickly turned to peer out the window, scrutinizing the cars outside. Sure enough, they looked suspiciously like the pursuers. Panic overtook her. There was nowhere left to run. Who exactly are you? And how do you know so much? Me? Hey, Johnny, come over here and tell them who I am. Since Nadia clearly wanted to know his identity, Song Chao called Johnny over to introduce him. These days, he was used to being introduced. Unless the other person was someone truly important, he rarely introduced himself anymore. This is the big boss of Umbrella. You could just call him Mr. Song. Johnny was speechless. He hadn't expected to be summoned just for this, but he had to bite the bullet. That's what being a henchman was about, after all. Umbrella? I've seen the name in the news, but I don't understand. Why would the head of one of New York's biggest companies come all the way here? And why do you know me? I'm certain I've never set foot in the States. Now that Nadia understood who she was dealing with, her confusion only deepened. He was a powerful figure, while she was a nobody. Their paths should never have crossed. Can we at least sit down and talk? As long as I'm here, you won't have to worry about those people outside, at least for now. Song Chao glanced at them, exasperated that they still refused to sit. Standing around in the middle of the restaurant was attracting curious stares from the other diners, and he wasn't comfortable being the center of attention. All right, let's talk. What is someone as important as you want with me? Nadia considered his words. He had a point. The real threat was outside. There was no need to hurry anymore. She sat down and studied him closely, pressing him again for answers. You? To be honest, you may have the kind of big, captivating eyes I like, and you could just about pass for my personal secretary, but you're not worth me coming all this way myself. Song Chao couldn't help but admire Nadia's striking eyes, but his words, delivered with a casual air, showed no mercy. See that man over there? He's the real reason I came. It's only because he's somehow involved with your son that I even bothered to look into your background. Him? Who is he? And what does he have to do with my son? Nadia was clearly displeased by the other's words, but she couldn't really argue. After all, she'd once been just a streetwise girl, running with gangs, and now she had a child. The person before her was a global tycoon. She had no choice but to stifle her frustration. Following the other's gaze, she turned to stare at Johnny Blaze. She couldn't figure out why this middle-aged man was important enough for Umbrella's boss to come in person, let alone why he was connected to her son. Don't look at me. I have no idea why I'd be tied up with your kid either. Honestly, I'm just as much in the dark as you are. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Johnny shook his head, baffled, trying to explain himself. Hey, Johnny, Mephisto could break your contract, but if that happens, you'll just be an ordinary guy again. That's not what I want for you. Song Chao spoke to Johnny, then turned his eyes to Danny. But this child, Danny, one day he could inherit your power. All I need to do is show up at the right moment. I get it. These last few years have been tough, but if things could be settled as perfectly as you say, I'd still like to be a superhero. Honestly, it's really cool. I'd love to live that kind of life. Johnny nodded, agreeing in a reserved way. Yeah, I figured you'd enjoy the superhero life. After all, you're the fiery Johnny Blaze, former superstar racer. Song Chao knew Johnny's personality. He loved the spotlight. Even though he'd been in hiding these past years, it was only to protect his beloved Roxanne. After all, he'd once been a celebrity in the city. Hey, you two. Could you speak in a way that makes sense to me? You stopped me, but now you're just treating me like some clueless bystander. Nadia, bewildered by the conversation, couldn't hold back her sarcasm any longer. Oh, woman, you need to learn that when men are talking, it's best to keep quiet. Learn some restraint. I know you used to run with street thugs, but you're about to become the executive assistant to Umbrella's boss. Start acting the part. Got it. Song Chao, thoroughly unimpressed with her tone, chided her bluntly. I never said I'd be your secretary at Umbrella, let alone your personal assistant. I'm not some little girl. I know exactly what you mean. Don't try to pretend otherwise. Nadia, a woman with a past and a temper, flared up instantly. Oh, so you understand what it means to be a personal assistant. Good. Saves me the trouble of explaining. But if you refuse, just think about what will happen to your son, Danny. There are 2 cars full of enemies still waiting for you and your boy outside. Song Chao spoke bluntly. As for this woman, though she was just his type, perfectly to his taste, what he felt was only desire. He just wanted to have some fun. He didn't care much about what she thought. You can treat this as a deal. Become my private life secretary, and I'll take care of all your troubles. I'll even give your son a brilliant future. If you don't agree, the door is right over there. You're free to leave this time. No one will stop you, Ms. Nadia. You? Nadia was about to lash out in anger, but the man's words and the reminder of the enemies waiting outside made her swallow it back. As his power grew, Song Chao's temperament was changing too. He acted more and more on his own whims. Of course, that only extended to outsiders. When it came to his own women, Song Chao could be quite caring. Take his first private life secretary, Aunt May, Mrs. May Parker, the aunt of Spider-Man. Song Chao never loved her, but she was a mature and sensible woman. Over time, he started to feel a genuine fondness for her. Johnny, what do you think of my offer? Well, Mr. Song, I think your offer is fair. You're letting her make her own choice. Johnny Blaze, who'd just been watching the drama unfold, hadn't expected to be asked his opinion. He wanted to say this was no way to treat a woman, but when he caught Song Chao looking straight at him with a half-smile, Johnny felt a chill. The words changed in his mouth, and he forced out some hollow praise. Yes, I agree. I think you're being very fair, giving others the freedom to choose. Life is made of choices, after all. Whether you walk the narrow bridge or take the wide road, that's all up to you. Song Chao could tell Johnny didn't mean a word of it, but he didn't care. He simply played along and even praised himself. Ever since his power had grown, his skin had thickened just as much. I can agree to your terms. Oh, you, Danny, are you speaking for your mother? The answer was what Song Chao wanted to hear, but it hadn't come from Nadia. It was her son, Danny, who'd been silent ever since Song Chao blocked their path, who finally spoke up. Danny, Nadia hadn't expected her own son to push her to agree. She wanted to ask him why, but Danny spoke before she could. Mom, say yes. As long as he promises to keep you safe and doesn't separate us, you'll have a strong protector. We've been hiding and running for so many years. I just want to go to school like other kids. What a clever child. It seems hardship has helped you grow up fast. Sensible little guy. Song Chao gently stroked Danny's small head, praising him inwardly. This child was so cooperative. Yet, the thoughts he expressed were those only adults usually considered. He hadn't expected such mature words from an 11 or 12-year-old. Oh, Danny. Nadia's heart ached as she pulled her son into her arms. These past years have been so hard on him. She kissed Danny on the forehead and, after a moment, turned to fix her gaze on Song Chao. Mr. Song, I can agree to your terms, but you must guarantee the safety of both me and my son, and you must make sure that Danny grows up happy and healthy. I understand what you're asking for, and I can do it. But first, I need to be certain you truly are the big boss of Umbrella, and that you have the power to deal with those who are hunting us. Excellent. Since we have a deal, let's begin. Use your car and stick to your original plan. Everything you're worried about will no longer be an issue. Seeing the agreement was sealed, Song Chao stood up and began giving instructions. As for her doubts, Song Chao found them perfectly reasonable. With a casual gesture, Danny, who had been nestled in Nadia's embrace, floated gently into Song Chao's arms. With a faint smile, he handed Danny back to Nadia, signaling for her to take him. All right. Nadia looked at Danny, whom Song Chao had passed back to her, and took him almost absent-mindedly. Then she nodded and led the way, Danny in tow. Now, she was certain beyond doubt. Even if he wasn't truly the boss of Umbrella, he was at least someone with extraordinary abilities, more than capable of dealing with those who pursued her and her son. What a strong bond between mother and son. Even little Danny knows how to care for his mother. Johnny Blaze stood next to Song Chao, watching the pair lead the way, and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. It's only natural. Hardship makes children wise and mature before their time. Song Chao replied offhandedly, his thoughts drifting to the difficult times his homeland had faced in his previous life, and the many stories that moved him deeply. Among them were tales of children, kids who, by today's standards, were still in elementary or middle school. Yet in those trying times, they made great sacrifices. Hey, we passed it. Aren't you going to ride your bike? Johnny suddenly noticed they'd walked past the motorcycles and hurried to remind him. Motorcycles are your passion, not mine. I prefer cars. Go ahead and ride yours. He'd spent the past few days sampling the thrill of high-speed motorcycles, testing the limits he'd never dared in his previous life, emboldened by his newfound abilities. But he wasn't a racer, nor did he have the passion for it. He just wanted to get a taste. Shaking his head, Song Chao left the brand-new motorcycle behind without a second thought and caught up with Nadia. Well, that's real extravagance. This is one of the world's top racing bikes, and he's tossing it aside after just a few days. What a waste. Johnny stared speechlessly at Song Chao's receding figure, then turned to look at the other motorcycle next to him, his face full of regret. Drive on. Just stick to your original plan. No need to ask me. There's someone behind us who can't wait to rush to their own doom. After climbing into the backseat of the car Nadia was driving, Song Chao reached out to tousle Danny's hair and offered the child a warm smile. He noticed the woman in the driver's seat watching him, waiting for instructions, and with a silent gesture, he let her know there was no need to wait for his orders. Damn it, who's that Asian guy? Why is he tagging along with that bitch? From a distance, inside two cars surveilling the scene, Kerrigan, hired by Mephisto of the Hell Demons, growled the question at his crew. But his men were all muscle and no brains. He asked, but Kerrigan didn't expect any of them to have an answer. If you're so eager to die, then I won't hold back. Follow them. Once we're outside the city, we'll deal with them. Kerrigan's gaze narrowed as he watched the Asian man climb into Nadia's car, a cold smile curling at his lips as he muttered under his breath. At that same moment, Song Chao was thinking about these very people. Hearing their words, he'd already signed their death warrants in his mind. You fools, you're all mine. Just wait to be sent straight to hell. Not even Jesus can save you now. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Danny looked at the man beside him, sensing he'd said something, but unable to make it out. He couldn't help but ask. I said, soon you'll be able to go to school. You'll live in a big house with your very own bodyguards to take you everywhere. No more hiding, no more running. Song Chao smiled at Danny, painting a picture of the life ahead, carefully omitting the fact he was about to spill blood. I don't need a big house. I just want Mom to be safe. As long as we're together, that's all I want. Danny's words were mature beyond his years, revealing his deepest wish. No problem. As long as I'm here, you'll have all of that and more. Song Chao ruffled the thoughtful boy's hair with a firm, reassuring hand. Watching the two from the rearview mirror, Nadia listened to their exchange. She felt comforted by Danny's maturity, but her heart ached all the same. She hadn't given her son the good life he deserved, and now they were constantly on the run. Time slipped by. 3 cars and a motorcycle gradually made their way into the outskirts, leaving the city and the crowds behind. Night began to fall, and the air carried a chill. Turn off here. Get off the main road. Head somewhere more secluded. Inside the car, winding along a deserted road out of town, Song Chao teased Danny. Noticing night had crept in, he casually spoke to Nadia in the front seat. All right. Nadia glanced at Song Chao in the rearview mirror and nodded slightly. No matter who this person really was, at the very least he could handle ordinary people without issue. There was no need to worry about her own safety or her son's, so naturally she didn't want to argue with him. Boss, something feels off. They're taking the back road on their own. I've got a bad feeling about this. Inside one of the cars following behind, one of Kerrigan's men watched as the lead vehicle deliberately left the main road and couldn't shake a sense of unease. What are you afraid of? No matter what tricks they play, there are only 3 of them. One's a woman and one's a kid. We've got the numbers and the firepower. Don't be a coward, just keep after them. Though Kerrigan also found the other side's action suspicious, he felt secure in their superior numbers. He wasn't worried about any surprises. They're following us. Seeing the 2 cars behind them close in, Nadia still felt a twinge of anxiety and signaled to Song Chao. Don't worry, just keep driving forward. Find a hidden spot to pull over. Since they're so eager to court death, the least I can do is grant their wish. Song Chao spoke with utter indifference. Human lives meant little to him now, especially the lives of scum like these, so he felt no burden at all. Boss, they've stopped. I really don't like this. What are you so scared of? Stop the car and get your weapons ready. Don't let anyone escape. Seeing the car ahead come to a halt, Kerrigan felt an ominous premonition. He quickly ordered his men to arm themselves, then led the way as they got out and advanced toward their targets. Hey, Nadia. Good to see you. You're just as beautiful as ever. So it's you, Kerrigan. I was wondering who was tailing me this whole time. Turns out it's you. Looks like you took on a job for someone else. But for old time's sake, can't you just let us go? Nadia got out of the car with Song Chao, recognizing Kerrigan at once as he approached with his gang. He was an all-too-familiar face. They had once been lovers, but after a terrible accident left her at death's door, she made a deal with the devil, given birth to Danny, and parted ways with Kerrigan for good. Nadia, still as naive as ever. Do you have any idea how much this job pays? $50 million. Do you really think I'd let you go for old time's sake? Kerrigan sneered. This woman was hopelessly deluded. $50 million could buy any woman he wanted. Oh, really? That's a shame. I was actually planning to save your life. Looks like you've chosen your own fate. But instead of begging for mercy, Nadia only looked at him with regret and disappointment. What do you mean, save my life? You think this guy can kill me? Kerrigan narrowed his eyes, sizing up the young Asian man who had appeared out of nowhere. He looked barely out of his 20s and said nothing, just kept toying with the child the mob boss wanted. No, not me. Johnny, it's your turn. Song Chao glanced at these rookies, not even bothering to make a move himself, and called out loudly. Coming, Mr. Song. From a distance, Johnny Blaze, who had been trailing behind the stalkers, revved up his motorcycle and rode over. Come on, let me see how your communication's been going these past few days. These sinful souls should be quite to its taste, Song Chao joked. All right, I think I'll be delicious too, Johnny replied. Oh, are you all looking down on me? Kerrigan barked, annoyed at how little the others cared about him or his men. He didn't know what they were relying on, but he'd had enough. He pulled out his gun and fired off a few rounds. Nadia let out a startled scream. Johnny, hurry up. Or do I really have to handle this myself? Song Chao waved his hand, stopping the bullets midair, and urged him on. Got it. You are guilty, Johnny nodded, focusing inward to connect with the restless spirit of vengeance. With a wild roar, he began to transform, hellfire bursting across his body as his head turned into a flaming skull. Shit, a mutant? Open fire. All at once, someone shouted. What the hell is that? Another cursed. There's a skeleton now? Damn, came a shocked voice. Seeing his bullets frozen in midair, Kerrigan's expression changed. This was some kind of mutant power. He hurriedly ordered his men to attack together. But then he turned and saw the other motorcycle rider, now a burning skeleton, bearing down on them, and his heart sank. This was way beyond what he'd bargained for. Monsters, actual monsters, were showing up, and he was just a small-time gangster. How was he supposed to deal with this? You wicked souls, feel the punishment that awaits those who harm the innocent. Ghost Rider bellowed, unleashing his ultimate move to judge the guilty. Shit, retreat. Run for it. Kerrigan shouted, madness in his eyes as he watched his men drop one by one, their eyes turning to ash. Overwhelmed, he led the flight himself. Oh, Kerrigan, where do you think you're going? Song Chao called out. He didn't care about the rest, dead or gone. It made no difference. But Kerrigan, he needed to keep. He was still counting on using him to lure Mephisto out. Don't kill me, please. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Kerrigan had barely taken a few steps before his body was yanked backward, floating helplessly until he landed in front of the Asian man. He dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Relax, you won't die. At least not yet. Show me what you can do, Song Chao said calmly. All right. I'll do whatever you say, just don't kill me. Kerrigan stammered. For a small-time peddler of drugs and guns, expecting courage was a lost cause. Your shameless behavior makes me sick to think that I was ever with you. Just remembering it disgusts me. Nadia looked at the man who used to be hers, now groveling on his knees, and couldn't help but mock him. But Kerrigan merely glanced at her and ignored her words. Survival was all that mattered now. Let that wretched woman gloat for a while. Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground from behind. You are guilty too. After punishing the other henchman, the Ghost Rider finally found Kerrigan. He opened his skull-like jaws wide, ready to devour this soul. Put him down. You can leave now. Let Johnny out. At the crucial moment, Song Chao stopped the Ghost Rider. This small-time thug was still useful to him. You are guilty too. The Ghost Rider stared at Song Chao, sensing his soul, and repeated the same words he'd said every day for the past few days. Yes, I'm guilty. Here we go again. Song Chao was exasperated. This had become such a routine lately. He spoke with annoyance, then casually threw a punch, shattering the skull completely. What? How could you kill your own ally? Nadia, who had been shielding Danny's eyes the whole time, couldn't help but gasp when she saw Song Chao destroy what seemed to be his own companion, even if she had no idea why his ally had turned into a skeleton. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Danny, you can't look. You'll have nightmares. Seeing her son Danny trying to free himself from her hands over his eyes, Nadia quickly held him back. A skull like that was far too frightening for a child. Oh my God, it's really over? After hearing Song Chao's words, Nadia stared at the broken pieces of the skull monster on the ground, watching as the fragments began to move and reassemble themselves. Damn, Mr. Song, why do you always solve things so violently? I can feel it getting more and more furious. Johnny got up, rubbing his forehead, and grumbled at Song Chao. This man always solved problems with brute force, and it made the spirit of vengeance inside him ever more restless. It's nothing. The thing's already lost it. There's no reasoning with it now. Only force. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better come to terms with it soon. All right, I'll try. Song Chao nodded nonchalantly, then fixed his eyes on Kerrigan lying on the ground. Come on, take out your phone and call your employer. Tell him you've got Danny, and ask where he wants the delivery. What? Damn it, what are you saying? Are you really going to hand Danny over to that demon? Before Kerrigan could even reach for his phone, Nadia cried out, staring at Song Chao in disbelief. Don't be nervous. I just want Danny to possess the power of a demon. Isn't that a good thing? Song Chao offered a brief explanation. No, Danny doesn't need that kind of power. You promised me, as long as I became your personal assistant, you'd guarantee the safety of my son and me. Nadia still wasn't satisfied. She shouted loudly, her face twisted with anxiety. Mr. Song, maybe you could reconsider your plan a bit? There's really no need to risk a child like this. Even Johnny, standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up, trying to reason with him. Oh, is that so? Seeing their reactions, Song Chao seemed a little lost in thought. His original plan was to let Mephisto take Danny away until the ritual of power transfer was complete. At that moment, he would step in. In this way, Danny would gain the power of Mephisto's avatar, and before his soul was claimed by the demon, Song Chao would appear and accomplish his goal. He would break the ritual, destroy Mephisto's avatar, and let Danny inherit the powers of hell without losing his soul, a perfect outcome. But now, Seeing Nadia's firm objection, and even Johnny joining in to persuade him, he relented. Very well, we'll do it your way. Even though my plan would have been great for Danny, and I can assure you everything was under control. But if you insist, so be it. I don't want Danny to take any risks. Even if you say it's safe, I still don't want it. He doesn't need any special power. I just want him to grow up happy and safe. Nadia shook her head emphatically, making her stance clear as she hugged Danny tightly and glared at Song Chao. Okay, we'll do as you wish. Kerrigan, make the call. Tell your employer to come here in person. I don't care what you have to say to convince him. Just get it done. If you fail, I'll send you to join the skeleton. Johnny, keep an eye on him. Nadia, Danny, let's wait in the car. Back in the car, Song Chao thought for a moment, then decided to explain a bit more. Nadia, whatever you may think of me, I was honestly considering what's best for Danny. Still, I respect your wishes. Soon, you'll be coming with me to New York. Danny, from now on, you'll go to school there just like any other kid and enjoy your childhood. Thank you, Mr. Song. I didn't mean to offend you earlier. I was just worried about Danny. Seeing that he was no longer putting Danny at risk, Nadia felt a little embarrassed and started to apologize. After all, from now on, this man would be her and her son's protector. No need for that. I understand how a mother feels. So, the plan changes. Danny will live as an ordinary child under Umbrella's protection. Everything will be fine from now on. Song Chao wasn't bothered by her earlier attitude. It was perfectly normal for parents to feel that way. Besides, I have to admit, I can be a bit self-important at times. I tend to think my ideas are always good, and I want to impose them on others. But the truth is, people might not agree with me at all. Well, what can I say? I guess this is just another form of arrogance that comes with having too much power. Thank you. I'll make sure to do my job diligently from now on. Nadia was very pleased with this outcome. Her son Danny wouldn't have to take unnecessary risks just to gain extraordinary abilities. A normal, peaceful life would be enough, and she even hinted at this to Song Chao. Haha, well, that's your job. Of course you have to keep the person paying you happy. Catching her meaning, Song Chao burst out laughing. Honestly, this woman could be kept as a pet. Her big eyes were just too captivating for him to resist. Those bright, expressive eyes seemed to sparkle with electricity, making her irresistibly charming. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths to look after her. Yes, I believe my work will definitely satisfy you. Nadia replied, locking eyes with Song Chao, a teasing smile playing on her lips, as if inviting him to taste and see for himself. Well, we'll only know after we try, won't we? You have no idea. The strength of someone truly powerful is far beyond what normal people can imagine. Song Chao grinned mischievously, hinting at something more. With Danny present, their conversation was full of hidden meanings. As long as Danny can live without worries in the future, I believe I can handle any job, no matter how tough it is. Nadia was ready to take on any challenge her work might bring, as long as her conditions for her son were met. She was prepared to give it her all. Of course, no matter how Danny does in school, he's destined to be a wealthy man in the future. You can rest assured about that. All you need to do is focus on your responsibilities. Nadia, realizing she was making her terms clear, Song Chao nodded with certainty. These were trivial matters to him. Anything that can be solved with money is hardly a problem at all. Besides, even though I don't really care much about wealth, I seem to be among the richest people in the world right now. What are you two talking about? Is my mom's new job going to be dangerous? Danny looked between the two adults, confused by their cryptic exchange. He caught a hint about a dangerous job and hurried to ask. Haha, Danny, you misunderstood. How could it be dangerous? At most, it'll just be a bit tiring sometimes, but there's nothing to worry about. Song Chao laughed heartily, flirting with his mother right in front of him. Sometimes he really couldn't help himself. Danny, my dear son, don't worry. There's no danger. Sometimes I'll just have to work overtime. Like Mr. Song said, these are all minor things for the sake of your future. Nadia shot Song Chao an exasperated glance as she reassured her son, her sparkling eyes giving Song Chao a little shock. She truly was enchanting. She's right, Danny. The job isn't dangerous, just sometimes requires a bit of extra time at work. Song Chao quickly followed the woman's lead, agreeing that they couldn't keep driving. If they did, someone would definitely report them. There was a sudden knock at the window. Nadia was about to say something more to her son Danny when she heard the sound of someone rapping on the car window. Finish your call? Song Chao rolled down the window and looked at Kerrigan and the guard Johnny standing outside, then asked. Yes, but the other side insisted on talking to Danny. I didn't agree. I told him it'd cost extra. Outside the window, Kerrigan looked visibly anxious, hesitating as he spoke. I know what he wants. Next time he calls and asks to speak to Danny, just agree and hand the phone to me. Song Chao nodded, understanding that Mephisto was trying to use the infernal language over the phone to take control of Danny's mind. All right, got it. I know what to do now. Johnny, take him and follow us. Let's find a place where the child can rest. Yes, Mr. Song. Nadia, let's go. It's getting late. Take the child somewhere to eat and let him rest. Don't worry, he won't have to show his face again. I'll handle everything from here. Seeing Nadia in the driver's seat, her attention still fixed on their conversation, Song Chao understood her concerns and offered a gentle explanation. Since Danny wanted nothing to do with the demon's power, there was no need to drag things out. Song Chao decided he'd just deal with Mephisto's avatar directly, which would save them all a lot of trouble. There was no more need to wait for the ritual with Mephisto's followers. He had originally planned to use the ritual as a way to strike another blow to public trust across the globe. After all, the ceremony Mephisto was arranging would gather European dignitaries and some of the world's richest elite. If it were broadcast live, well, the result would be chaos. It could have been another perfect opportunity to undermine faith in world authorities. Too bad Nadia wasn't on board. But Song Chao didn't mind. At worst, it just meant a bit more trouble down the line. He could always push Umbrella's policies through with brute force if necessary, even if it earned him a few more curses. Such things were trivial. Ah, Mr. Song, there's another call coming in. At the gas station at the next intersection, everyone was grabbing a bite to eat when Kerrigan's phone rang. Answer it. Do exactly as I said earlier. If anything goes off script, I'll tell you what to do. Just listen for my voice in your mind. Song Chao nodded, signaling for Kerrigan to pick up. He had already briefed everyone on what to do next. All right. Hello. Has the money been sent yet? Oh, I see. As soon as the payment comes through, fine. I'll hand the phone to the kid. At this, Kerrigan glanced at Song Chao, who reached out, took the phone, and held it to his ear, sensing the magical force radiating from this troublesome demon Mephisto's avatar. A moment later, he shot a meaningful look at Danny. The boy caught on right away, nodded, and leaned in toward the phone, shouting loudly. What the hell are you trying to pull? What's wrong with this kid? Kerrigan saw what was happening and immediately grabbed the phone, shouting loudly at Mephisto on the other end. Song Chao had already gone over the plan with him in detail, step by step. Okay, the money's in place. I'll send the kid over to you right away. All right, I understand. Mr. Song, the other side wants me to take Danny to a place called X in Usak province, Turkey. Kerrigan hung up and instantly reported to Song Chao, acting like an eager henchman. All right, I got it. Song Chao nodded, paused to think, then turned to Nadia and Danny. Nadia, would you and Danny rather go back to New York tomorrow, or come along with me to check things out? Whichever is safer, we'll do that. Nadia hesitated, then turned the question back to Song Chao. She was worried. What if someone kept chasing them, even if they made it to New York? I see. In that case, why don't you both come with me? Song Chao understood their concern. He thought it over, better to keep them close. Out in the wilds of Usak province, Turkey, stood an enormous complex of buildings. We're here, Mr. Song. Johnny was at the wheel, guided by Kerrigan, with Song Chao, Nadia, and Danny riding in the back. All right, I can sense Mephisto. Let's go down and have a look. Song Chao nodded. He could feel the surge of infernal energy, the presence of the hell demon, closing in on their position. Well, Kerrigan, you even brought my Ghost Rider along. Seems like you're breaking our agreement. Mephisto came out with his men to receive his son, but he hadn't expected the petty thug he hired to team up with the Ghost Rider. Fixing his gaze on Johnny, he said, Johnny, long time no see. I never thought, after all these years in hiding, you'd finally have the guts to face me. Demon, this time I'm sending you straight to hell. With Song Chao backing him up, Johnny no longer feared the devil who had tricked him into signing that damn contract, turning him into Ghost Rider. Kid, don't forget, your power came from me. Are you joking with me? Or is this man your big ace in the hole? Mephisto laughed heartily, fixing his eyes on Song Chao. Because Song Chao was holding back his energy, Mephisto could only sense it in a vague, shadowy way. Well, I hope you can keep laughing. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Song from Umbrella. Johnny shrugged, making the introductions naturally. I don't know you, but I can sense the formidable power inside you. Looks like Earth has a new heavyweight. Mephisto kept his eyes on Song Chao, taking in Johnny's words. It's no surprise you haven't heard of me. But here's the thing. Earth is my turf now. Mephisto, I know who you are. I'm here to deal with this avatar of yours and teach you a lesson. After Song Chao got out of the car, he quietly observed the situation with Nadia and Danny at his side. Only then did he speak up. Oh, really? Young people do talk big these days. Even the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar Taj can't control me. And yet you think you can? Huh. Mephisto's pupils narrowed at these words. A cold sneer appeared on his face as he retorted. I know Kamar Taj rarely meddles in the affairs of my avatars on Earth, but I'm not like the Ancient One. I don't take kindly to people causing trouble on my turf without so much as a greeting. That's a challenge to my authority. Song Chao nodded, agreeing with Mephisto's view of Kamar Taj. So, young man, are you really going to go against me? Realizing the other party truly knew of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, Mephisto's expression changed completely. The sneer faded from his face as he began to question seriously. This avatar of his was, after all, far too old. You wait till my true self gets here before you say anything more. An avatar like you isn't worth my time. Thud, thud, thud. Song Chao shook his head, reached out, and clenched his fist. Instantly, all of Mephisto's bodyguards, and even Kerrigan, fell lifeless to the ground. These useless worms were wasting resources while alive. It's better that they're dead. Danny, don't look. Close your eyes. Seeing what happened, Nadia quickly covered Danny's eyes. As for her ex-boyfriend Kerrigan's death, she felt nothing at all. So, you're set on being my enemy, are you, Mr. Song from Umbrella? I'll remember you. Mephisto showed no concern for the deaths of his own people. He could see Song Chao was resolute. His avatar couldn't withstand much more, so all he could do was make threats. You talk too much. Go back to hell. Tell your true self to come find me. Or just wait. I'll come for you sooner or later. Song Chao, out of patience, replied bluntly. His eyes flashed with lasers, utterly destroying this demonic avatar. There was no need for more words with anything less than the real Mephisto. I'll be back for you. Without resistance, Mephisto quietly accepted his end. As he died, he left behind a classic warning. Even his avatar can't stop running his mouth. Song Chao shook his head. The lack of resistance was no surprise. The avatar's body was too old and weak. It might have been able to restrain the Ghost Rider, but it had no power over him. Many chapters have been censored, and I can only apply for an appeal every 3 days. If it doesn't go through, I'll have to wait another 3 days to try again, each time after several rounds of revisions. So, you're set on being my enemy, are you, Mr. Song from Umbrella? I'll remember you. Mephisto showed no concern for the deaths of his own people. He could see Song Chao was resolute. His avatar couldn't withstand much more, so all he could do was make threats. You talk too much nonsense. Get back to hell, and send your true self if you dare. Otherwise, just wait. Sooner or later, I'll come for you myself. Impatient, Song Chao snapped back, his eyes flashing with laser-like light, utterly annihilating the demon's avatar. If it's not the real Mephisto, there's no need for all this pointless chatter. I'll be back for you. There was no resistance, only a quiet acceptance of death. In his final moment, Mephisto left behind a line destined to become a classic. Even his avatar talks too much. Song Chao shook his head. The lack of resistance was exactly what he'd expected. The body of this avatar was far too old and could barely muster any strength. It might have been enough to suppress the Ghost Rider, but against him, it posed no threat at all. Is that it? Johnny stared at the demon who had tormented him for years, astonished that he didn't fight back, but simply died. In that instant, he questioned what all those years of running and hiding had really been for. Yeah, what else did you expect? Did you think we'd stand here and battle it out for days and nights before a winner emerged? You watched too much TV. Of course, Song Chao understood Johnny's confusion. Why hadn't the hellish demon Mephisto fought back at all? After all, Johnny was going to be his man from now on, so he decided to offer some explanation. His avatar was aged beyond use, barely able to draw on any power. Once he sensed my strength, he knew resistance was pointless. Whether he fought back or not, the outcome was the same. Better to go down with a shred of dignity. All right, it's just that it felt way too easy. After all those years of running and hiding, the difference in power is just too much. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Johnny nodded, though his expression was tinged with frustration. Don't beat yourself up over it. Even though his avatar was weak, your power comes from him. If you'd faced him directly, he'd still have had the upper hand. Hiding was the right choice. Seeing his new recruit looking so disheartened, Song Chao decided to offer some honest comfort, giving Johnny a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Honestly, that doesn't make me feel any better. If anything, I'm even more depressed. Johnny looked at Song Chao, his face dark with exasperation. You win some, you lose some. It's nothing to fret about. Anyway, relax. Let's head back. After all these years, I'm sure you've been missing Roxanne. Song Chao chuckled mischievously, and with business concluded, started giving out orders. Roxanne? Yes, I've missed her so much. Now I can finally rest easy. I'm going to ask her out, confess everything. This time, I won't run away. Johnny's face softened with nostalgia. Clearly, he was a man of devotion. Wishing you all the best. Now let's head home. Nadia, Danny, you're both safe now. Come with me, back to New York. All right, we'll go with you. New York, Umbrella Corporation. Darling, why are you pinching me? Song Chao watched as the second-generation wasp, Hope, pinched his waist with her delicate little hand. Even though it didn't hurt at all, he still had to play along and cry out as if it did. Oomph, you ask why I'm pinching you? You brought home another floozy. Do you really think I don't know what she's here for, huh? Personal secretary, you say? Hope glared at Song Chao with a murderous look in her eyes, her hand continuing to pinch his waist without mercy. She knew just how Formidable this man was. Though she could barely keep up with him in bed, she couldn't just let him keep bringing home these seductive vixens. Hey, she's just a secretary. I'm the founder of Umbrella, a world-class corporation. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to have a few more secretaries? Song Chao quickly forced a smile at her words. When a woman gets jealous, you have to coax her. Never try to win by force. Normal, you say? We'll see how normal you feel when I wring you dry tonight, you scoundrel. Always looking for wild women outside. At the company, Ho paid close attention to her image. With no choice but to let this cheating man off the hook for now, she decided to settle accounts with him properly when they got home tonight. I'm not doing anything wrong. It's just that my current status requires me to have a few more secretaries. That's all. Besides, didn't you see? She even brought her son along. Song Chao's explanation was full of insincerity and nonsense. I'll deal with you tonight. For now, I'll take this Ghost Rider Johnny you mentioned upstairs to meet the other members of the league. Hope rolled her eyes at Song Chao, but since they were surrounded by people at the company, she had to leave her man some dignity and change the subject. All right, Johnny, follow the boss lady upstairs and get to know the other members of the Umbrella Superhero League. You can all learn from each other. Song Chao was more than happy to escape this conversation. Seizing the chance, he hurried to instruct Johnny. Okay. Hearing it was the boss lady, Johnny didn't dare object. If he wanted to keep his job here, he needed to know when to keep his head down. You two have met, right? You'll be doing the same kind of work from now on. Watching Hope lead Johnny upstairs, Song Chao turned back to face May Parker and Nadia. Yes, we've met. Of course we have. Nadia is really beautiful. May Parker replied with a stiff smile, her tone dry and awkward. Oh, not at all. May, you're the beautiful one. You look so much more mature, and plenty of young men like women with your kind of charm. Nadia returned the compliment with a forced smile of her own. No, you're the beautiful one. Just look at those big eyes. Men always prefer younger women. Oh, I'm past my prime. I'm getting old. My son's already a teenager. Really, May, you're the one who attracts the young men. Seeing the discord simmering between the two women, Song Chao couldn't help but curl his lip in annoyance. He decided to ignore it and pretended not to notice a thing. This is May. Nadia's son Danny is having a snack in the company cafeteria. Go find him, and once he's finished, show him around the company. I need to give Nadia a private lesson to brief her about her future work. If I understand, boss. Take your time with your lesson, then. I won't interrupt your little rendezvous. May Parker shot Song Chao a flirtatious glance, her eyes full of mischief. That excuse was as thin as paper. Who would actually believe it? She knew perfectly well what he was up to. He just wanted her out of the way. Go on, be good, Song Chao said as May walked past him on her way out. How do you plan to teach me, boss? Nadia turned to face him, the door closing behind May. Nadia's lips curled into a teasing smile, her big eyes sparkling with playful energy. Do I really need to teach you, woman? Song Chao leaned closer, slipping his arm around her slender waist. His right hand traced the curve of her face, his index finger gently caressing her lips. I've given you my word. So long as Danny is safe and well, he murmured. Nadia understood his meaning perfectly, and she didn't resist. This was all within her expectations. Multiple chapters have been banned. I can only appeal once every 3 days, and if it doesn't go through, I have to wait another 3 days to try again, each time making more and more cuts. Several chapters were banned all at once, and now what's left is so fragmented. It's truly frustrating. If the reading experience feels disjointed, please forgive me. I honestly don't know how else to edit it. I've deleted hundreds of words, and now I can't even meet the minimum requirement of 2,000 words per chapter. If flowers are meant to be picked, pick them while they bloom. Don't wait till the branches are bare. What an unparalleled pleasure it is. As a normal man, there's a certain thrill in occasionally picking a wildflower along the way. Why do so many athletes so often find themselves caught up in scandals of excess and debauchery? Isn't it just that their intense physical training leads to surging hormones, far more than ordinary people experience? In those circumstances, chaos seems almost inevitable. The need for release is real, just as the recent increase in gym scandals shows. It's all for the same reason. The difference is a rare few manage to hold the line, some indulge recklessly, some are discreet, and some simply get exposed. Sometimes, Song Chao truly can't figure it out. Why is it that Clark, the Superman next door at DC, is satisfied with only one Lois Lane? It baffles him. If human athletes are driven by such wild hormones, how much more so for Superman? The true son of the sun? Even if Superman Clark has admirable self-control, one Lois could never be enough. In this life, Song Chao's abilities are quite similar to Superman's, and in some ways even surpass Clark's. So when it comes to women, it seems there's no such thing as too many. In the past, having wide hips was seen as unattractive. People thought it meant you were fat. But times have changed. Now, Curvy women are all the rage. Big hips have become a real asset. And it makes sense. After all, she'd been seduced by the devil. And to save her own life, she'd even helped bring the devil's child into the world. That child is now 11 or 12 years old. For more than a decade, it's been just a woman and her son, living together. As for Song, he couldn't be happier about the situation. Evening had arrived, and it was time to clock out and head home. Hope will be coming down from upstairs any minute. May, could you help arrange a place for Nadia to stay tonight? I think she'll need your assistance. She won't have the energy to look after Danny this evening. Down in the lab, May Parker was playing games with Danny when Song Chow's voice echoed in her mind. Damn, poor Nadia, she muttered to herself with a roll of her eyes, grumbling quietly about that man. Poor future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Ever since his Aunt May started working at Umbrella, he'd barely had any of her attention. He'd had to learn to be independent at a young age, but maybe that's given the boy a bit more freedom. Life is full of trade-offs. It's hard to say which is better. I understand. I'll take care of Nadia, May replied. Huh? Aunt May, who are you talking to? What's wrong with Mom? Danny, who'd been playing nearby, overheard her and couldn't help but ask when he heard his mother mentioned. It's nothing, Danny. Go on and play. I was just thinking about arranging a place for you and your mom to stay tonight. There's a villa right next to the company, May said gently, ruffling his hair. Of course, she couldn't tell a child the whole story. I trust you completely with these things. I'm heading out now, and she'll be your helper from now on. I arranged this for you, just looking out for you. Song Chow's voice continued to tease her in her mind. Jerk, hurry up and get lost, May muttered under her breath, making sure Danny couldn't hear her. She knew he'd pick up on it anyway. All right, I'm gone. See you tomorrow, pretty lady, Song Chow called out, still half laughing as he showered and continued to banter with the ever-charming May. Dam brat, I can't even be bothered with you. At least tomorrow I'll have some help around here, humph. May grumbled, going off to a quiet corner where Danny wouldn't overhear her cursing that shameless scoundrel. Well, let's see what tomorrow brings. I'm out of here, sweetheart, Song Chow said, toweling himself off and throwing on his clothes, ready to slip away. Oh, what a man. He never runs out of energy, does he? May Parker sighed. Hey, Johnny, how are you feeling? Song Chow went upstairs to meet Hope and turned to question Ghost Rider. Mr. Song, no, I should call you boss now. I really feel great here. It's such a comfortable environment. This is wonderful. When Johnny saw Song Chow approach, he quickly greeted him. Good, I'm glad to hear it. I'll give you a few days off. Go back and apologize properly to your Roxanne, and while you're at it, try to win her back. I wish you double happiness. May all your wishes come true, and may you and your beloved find your way back to each other. Song Chow was very pleased with Johnny Blaze's performance. After all, he was a mature man who understood how things worked and could read the room. Song Chow thought, look at that attitude, so respectful, so grounded. Thank you for your blessing, boss. I really should go back and have a good talk with Roxanne. I hope I can save this relationship. Johnny spoke thoughtfully. It was clear he was a man devoted to love. Though Song Chow himself had been far from a model partner in this lifetime, he still admired men who stayed true to their hearts. If you two do get back together, let her know that Umbrella can arrange for her to continue in her chosen career. For example, we could get her a hosting job at New York Television. I've already arranged a villa for you, right next to the company. You could live in the company building, but that's mainly for singles. Anyone with a family gets a place in the villa community nearby. That way, you both have peace of mind. Thank you for your blessing, boss. I really should go back and have a good talk with Roxanne. I hope I can save this relationship. Johnny spoke thoughtfully. It was clear he was a man devoted to love. Though Song Chow himself had been far from a model partner in this lifetime, he still admired men who stayed true to their hearts. If you two do get back together, let her know that Umbrella can arrange for her to continue in her chosen career. For example, we could get her a hosting job at New York Television. I've already arranged a villa for you, right next to the company. You could live in the company building, but that's mainly for singles. Anyone with a family gets a place in the villa community nearby. That way, you both have peace of mind. All right then, you're an adult. I don't think I need to say more. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm taking my girlfriend home. See you in a few days, Ghost Rider. Of course, boss. Take care, boss's lady. Johnny bid farewell to Song Chow and Hope. Thank you for your blessing, boss. I really should go back and have a good talk with Roxanne. I hope I can save this relationship. Johnny spoke thoughtfully. It was clear he was a man devoted to love. Though Song Chow himself had been far from a model partner in this lifetime, he still admired men who stayed true to their hearts. If you two do get back together, let her know that Umbrella can arrange for her to continue in her favorite profession. For example, we could set her up as a host at New York TV station. The villa has already been prepared for you, right next to the company. There's also the option of living in the company building, but that's only for singles. Anyone with a family is arranged in the villas nearby. It's all meant to put your mind at ease about the future. Well then, You're an adult. I don't think I need to say any more. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm taking my girlfriend home. See you in a few days, Ghost Rider. All right, boss. Boss's lady, take care. Johnny waved goodbye to Song Chao and Hope. Come on, darling, let's go home for dinner. By the way, what exactly are Ghost Rider's powers? When you introduced him to the rest of the team, he didn't show what he could do. He just said it wasn't convenient. On the drive back to the seaside villa, Hope couldn't help but ask Song Chao. Since Hope hadn't become the second-generation Wasp yet, she was still just an ordinary person. Her curiosity about the strange abilities of all the supers was as lively as ever. It's not really something fit for a demonstration. He hasn't fully mastered his powers yet. His ability comes from a pact with a demon from hell, which lets him turn into a flaming skeleton. Wow, a skeleton head? That's a bizarre power. Darling, ever since I joined your company, I've seen so many fascinating things. It's even more thrilling than watching movies. Hope was bubbling with excitement, amazed by everything she'd experienced at Umbrella. Haha, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. As Song Chao drove, he reached over and gently stroked her hair, whispering sweet nothings. Darling, I adore you. Thank you for being so understanding. I guess I'll just turn a blind eye to those little darlings you keep around. Hope closed her eyes, relishing the affectionate gesture from the man she loved most. After a moment's thought, she decided to sweeten the deal for him. Well, it's kind of expected for someone in my position. A boss this big with too few secretaries, people might start to talk. Song Chao gave a sheepish smile, awkwardly explaining himself. Sure, you're the big boss who needs lots of secretaries, especially those private ones. Fine. Just wait till after dinner tonight. We'll see how I deal with you. Hope shot him a playful glare, threatening retribution for later. After a good meal and a few drinks, the ancients used to say that comfort brings desires. Darling, do you think I'm beautiful? Song Chao, sprawled on the couch like a lord after dinner, looked up when he heard her question. Oh, darling, don't overthink it. The one I love is you, and only you. Song Chao scooped Hope up his arms and headed toward the bathroom, explaining softly as he walked. As long as you know, those flashy women out there, remember, they're just for fun, nothing more. Don't get attached. Hope was already exhausted by now, nestled in her man's embrace, her head resting gently against Song Chao's chest. Her voice was dreamy and faint as she murmured, Yes, I understand. I listen to everything you say. Don't worry, my heart belongs to you. The bathwater was already drawn and waiting. Good. That's what I like to hear. Darling, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. Wash me up, will you? Satisfied with his answer, Hope finally let herself drift off, sinking deeper into sleep. A look of exasperation crossed Song Chao's face as he watched Hope fall asleep right there in the tub after saying her piece. But he understood. This woman had given herself to him completely. Her heart, her soul, everything was his. Hope loved Song Chao with all she had, and he adored her just as fiercely. He knew her jealousy was only proof of her love. As a man, what more could he ask for? Maybe he really was a bit of a scoundrel, with several women who loved him so deeply. Even so, he still couldn't help but be drawn to beautiful women outside, always curious to experience something new. He washed quickly, then carefully lifted Hope out of the tub. As he stepped from the bathroom, a bath towel floated over and wrapped her up, drying her gently. He laid her softly on the bed. Watching her peacefully asleep, Song Chao leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. With a flick of his fingers, the lights in the room went out, plunging everything into darkness. Johnny, is it you? That evening, after a shift at the TV station, Roxanne Simpson stood at her front door, staring at the man before her. He'd vanished for years. Was this just a figment of her imagination? She couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Roxanne, it's me, Johnny. I'm back. Johnny Blaze fought to keep his emotions in check as he gazed at the woman he'd always loved. He stepped closer, his voice soft and sincere. Oh, Johnny, I thought I was dreaming. You're really back. But, are you leaving again? Roxanne reached out and caressed his face, feeling the warmth beneath her palm. A real, living touch. This wasn't just her imagination. Unable to hold back, she voiced her lingering worry. No, I'm not leaving again. I don't want to leave you. I came back for one reason. I have to ask, do you have a boyfriend now? Do I still have a chance with you? Johnny clasped her hand in his, gently stroking her palm as he spoke with earnest longing. No, I never dated anyone else. I always knew you'd come back, Johnny. A smile blossomed on Roxanne's face as she tenderly caressed his cheek, looking into the eyes of the man she loved. No, I never dated anyone else. I always knew you'd come back, Johnny. Roshan's face was lit with a smile as her palm gently caressed his cheek, her gaze lingering on the man she loved. Really? That's wonderful. I'm back to normal now. I found strong support. Mr. Song from Umbrella. He helped me, And I've already joined his company. Hearing that this woman had been waiting for him all this time, never seeking another boyfriend, Johnny was overjoyed. He quickly began to share his own situation. Umbrella? I know that company. Lately, very few news outlets dare say anything negative about them. They're quite domineering. There's a rumor among us journalists that they play dirty behind the scenes and have considerable muscle. Even the government doesn't dare provoke them. Learning that it was this company, Roshan grew worried and hurriedly confided her knowledge to her beloved. Johnny? Is that really you? It was evening after work. Roshan Simpson had just returned home from the TV station, only to see this man standing at her door. He'd been gone for years. Was this just her imagination? She couldn't help but speak out to confirm. Roshan, it's me, Johnny. I'm back. Johnny Blaze struggled to contain his excitement as he looked at the only woman he had ever loved. He stepped forward and spoke softly. Oh, Johnny, I thought I was dreaming. You're really back. Are you going to leave again this time? Roshan reached out to touch his face, feeling the warmth beneath her palm. This was real, not an illusion. She couldn't help but ask the question that weighed on her heart. No, I won't leave again. I don't want to leave you anymore. I came back this time to ask, do you have a boyfriend now? Do I still have a chance to pursue you? Johnny took her hand in his, gently caressing it, his tone sincere. No, I never dated anyone else. I always knew you'd come back, Johnny. Roshan smiled, her palm softly stroking his cheek, her eyes full of love. Really? That's wonderful. I'm back to myself again. I found a powerful ally, Mr. Song from Umbrella. He's helped me, and now I'm part of his company. Johnny was elated to hear that she had waited for him all this time without seeking another, and he eagerly shared his news. Umbrella? I know about that company. These days, the media hardly dares to speak ill of them. They are ruthless and domineering. Theirs. Word among reporters that beneath the surface, they're ruthless and have real force behind them. Even the government treads carefully. Hearing the company's name, Roshan's worry deepened, and she quickly told her beloved everything she knew. It's all right. The other side is actually quite principled. At the very least, they're doing things that are genuinely good for humanity, things that ordinary people might not even know about, like the monsters you see in all sorts of movies. Johnny didn't seem worried at all. In fact, he spoke up in defense of Umbrella, offering Roshan some reassurance. You mean like how you transformed before? Or like those vampire creatures they showed in that recent livestream? That's pretty terrifying, actually. I never realized so many unknown monsters were hiding around us. When you put it that way, working at Umbrella seems like a pretty good job. Roshan, ever the quick-witted host, immediately connected the dots and saw the upside of Johnny's position at Umbrella. That's right, I feel the same. And Roshan, the boss at Umbrella, told me that if we got back together, he'd help you land a job at a TV station in New York. Would you be interested? Johnny looked at the woman he loved, hope shining in his eyes. Oh, Johnny, let me think about it, okay? Roshan didn't seem surprised by the offer. Given her line of work and her access to all kinds of insider information, she was well aware of Umbrella's vast influence. Arranging a job for her was hardly a big deal for them. It's fine, there's no rush. I've got plenty of time to spend with you, Roshan. Johnny didn't press her, his voice gentle and comforting as he inched closer. Their breaths grew faster, the air between them heavy with anticipation. At some point, Johnny's lips found Roshan's, and the two fell into a tight embrace. For a while, the only sound outside the door was the soft, intimate whisper of shared kisses. Slowly, still locked in their embrace, Roshan fumbled for her keys and managed to open the door. Inside the dimly lit room, the sounds grew even more urgent. As more and more clothes fell to the floor, the door closed behind them with a thud, leaving the world outside in peace. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room. Song Chow was already up, busying himself in the kitchen. To be honest, he wasn't much of a cook, but Western food was so simple. Most people here ate the same handful of things their whole lives. Whether it was breakfast or dinner, nothing could compare to the variety of Chinese cuisine. Forget the endless regional dishes. Served at lunch or dinner, just talking about breakfast, there are at least 100 different kinds, more than you could ever count. With the bread freshly toasted, milk warming on the stove, and a few eggs sizzling in the pan, the hearty sandwiches were soon ready. It was all so simple, done in no time at all. Song figured he ought to treat Hope to a good breakfast. She'd had a rough night, after all, and he wanted to ease her jealousy with a little comfort food. A man should cherish his woman, especially when she has given him everything. To truly love and care for such a devoted partner. That is what makes a good man. Darling, you're awake. Come, have breakfast while it's still warm. It's fresh from the kitchen. The moment Song Chow sensed Hope's internal clock stirring her awake, he hurried in with a tray of breakfast. After all, thanks to the super serum, Hope's physical abilities surpassed even those of the Black Widow, rivaling Captain America himself. Natasha's serum was an imperfect version, whereas Steve Rogers received the perfected formula. If Song Chao himself weren't so strong, Hope wouldn't be so exhausted after each time. Good morning, darling. As soon as Hope opened her eyes and saw him bringing breakfast, she couldn't help but sit up and lean over to plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth, a little reward for his thoughtfulness. Elsewhere, at the very same moment, Roseanne, wake up. Come have some breakfast while it's hot. You'll need to get ready for work soon. But if you decide to come with me to New York, you could hand in your resignation today. Johnny Blaze, a man well into middle age, was no stranger to the art of pleasing women. Just like Song Chao, he was up early, preparing breakfast for the woman he loved. Getting up at dawn to make breakfast and waiting for your beloved to wake and eat together. Such simple gestures strike right at a woman's heart. Straightforward, yes, but undeniably effective. Men who haven't learned this could take a lesson. Oh, Johnny, you're so sweet. Roseanne hadn't expected Johnny to get up early and make her breakfast. Touched, she leaned in to give him a heartfelt kiss. Here, have some milk. After their kiss, Johnny handed her a glass of milk. Johnny, about quitting my job. Let me think it over a little more, all right. Roseanne took the glass, sipped the milk, and spoke with a hint of hesitation. Of course, I'm not rushing you, Roseanne. It's just that neither your parents nor mine are around anymore, and there's not much tying you to this city. And for now, because of my health, I need to stay at Umbrella. It's safer for me there. I really hope you'll be by my side. Johnny nodded understandingly, his voice gentle as he explained. What? Are you still not well, Johnny? Didn't you say last night everything was all right? Roseanne looked up at him, her tone growing tense. Don't worry, Roseanne. It's just a minor issue. With Mr. Song from Umbrella helping me, things are getting better every day. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have dared come back to find you. My dear, I couldn't bear to see you get hurt. That's why, a few years ago, I purposely stayed away, went all the way to the other side of the world. Johnny shook his head, reassuring her there was nothing to worry about. Roseanne, what's this? Kevin, the boss of the TV station, looked at his star host, a popular beauty on the channel, and took the piece of paper she handed him. As he opened it, he asked, Boss, this is my resignation letter. What? What do you mean, resignation letter? Roseanne, the station has always treated you well. You're a fantastic host, and your show is a huge hit. Why are you suddenly thinking of quitting? Kevin cried out in shock. She was the backbone of the station. This was far too sudden. I'm really sorry, boss. I know it's abrupt and probably not the best way to do this, but I have no other choice. I might have to move to New York. Roseanne replied, embarrassed. The station had treated her fairly well. Although some supervisors had tried to take advantage of her, none had ever pushed too far, and she'd managed to deflect their advances. But remembering what Johnny had said that morning, how he still needed help from Umbrella's big boss to slowly pull his life together, her resolve hardened. Roseanne loved Johnny deeply. He'd been her first love since they were teenagers, and she'd never forgotten him all these years. This time, she was determined to follow him to New York. She wanted him to be safer, and besides, there would be no need for them to be apart anymore. Both their families had left this city behind. There was nothing holding them here. Roseanne, I think you should really reconsider. Your job here is excellent, after all. No, boss. Please don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. Roseanne's answer was firm, leaving no room for doubt. No matter how good the job was, it couldn't compare to being with her man. Besides, once she got to New York, she could still host shows, and the pay would certainly be better, given Umbrella's clout. Roseanne didn't doubt this for a second. She was resolute. For the man she loved, nothing else mattered. It's just as they say, when a woman falls for a man, she'll leave even her parents behind. A few days later, at Umbrella, Johnny, well done. You brought her with you. Looks like you two really are devoted to each other. Song Chao received Johnny and his girlfriend, TV host Roseanne Simpson, in his office. The woman wore a stylish, form-fitting dress that showed off her striking curves. Western women often love to highlight their figures. Song Chao spared her only a brief glance before looking away. She wasn't his type, and besides, she was nothing like Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Betty Ross. Betty's situation had already caused plenty of gossip. Even if Roseanne had been his type, Song Chao reminded himself to resist temptation. He couldn't go around stealing his subordinates' women. One mistake was enough. He chuckled to himself at the thought. It simply wouldn't be right. He scolded himself inwardly. Boss, this is Roshan. She's been waiting for me the whole time. I'm really lucky. Johnny introduced his girlfriend, clearly relieved that she was still there for him. Hello, Mr. Song. I am Roshan Simpson. Thank you for helping Johnny, for keeping him safe, and for freeing him from all those strange troubles. Roshan said politely, her words articulate and gracious. As a TV host, she was clearly much better with words than Johnny. No need to thank me, Roshan. Johnny works for me now, and I always look after my own people. Here's what we'll do. Let Johnny show you around the company first, and then you can take a look at the villa where you'll be living. Everything's ready for you. Song Chao replied, making arrangements as if it were the easiest thing in the world. As for your future work, just discuss it with Johnny. The company will take care of everything. If you want to host, you can pick any TV station in New York you like. Song Chao promised grandly, treating the matter as a trivial detail, something Emma would surely handle without a hitch. Thank you, Mr. Song. Then Johnny and I will head out. Roshan thanked him politely, leading Johnny away. She was clearly a strong-willed woman. Since she appeared, Johnny had faded into the background, and it seemed inevitable that he'd end up completely under her thumb. She's quite a woman. Who would have thought that a weirdo like Johnny could end up with someone like her? As Johnny and Roshan's figures disappeared, only Song Chao and his 2 personal assistants remained in the office. At that moment, Nadia spoke up. Hey, don't be so hard on Johnny. Besides, how's everything going with Danny? Song Chao shook his head at Nadia's teasing and changed the subject to the child. It's all taken care of. The company found some tutors to give private lessons first, to help him catch up on the basics he's missed. Later, we'll arrange for him to transfer to a school. He's too far behind now. It wouldn't be right to just put him in a regular class. Nadia immediately forgot her earlier comment, her attention shifting to her son. Yeah, there's really no other way. You spent so long hiding and running that Danny never got a chance to study properly. Song Chao nodded in understanding. The gap was just too big. What? Was he supposed to start from first grade with the little kids? Danny wouldn't want that. It's fine. This is already so much better than before. Thank you. Nadia didn't mind, grateful for how much better their lives were now. Compared to the past, it was like night and day. She moved closer to Song Chao, her voice soft with appreciation. So polite, huh? How you plan to thank me, then? Song Chao looked at her, slipped his arm around her, and gently pulled her onto his lap, asking with leisurely mischief. Whatever you want, boss. You too, honestly, there are people still here, you know. Mrs. May Parker, who was sitting at the nearby desk, couldn't help but grumble when she saw Nadia. May, come over here. Seeing May's eyes darting about, wanting to look but not daring to, the blush on her cheeks betrayed her thoughts. Song Chao called her over directly. I don't want to. Though May protested, her feet carried her over anyway. This woman, she'd formed quite a habit by now. That's a mature woman for you. She knows the taste of things. Nadia, after all, used to run with a tough crowd. Though younger than May, she was much more uninhibited. Seeing May approach, she teased her playfully. You little minx. Provoked by a rival, May Parker naturally shot back. When it comes to fierce words, no one does it better than a woman. But Nadia wasn't about to be cowed by a few sharp words. She fired back without hesitation. Bring it on. I'm not scared of you. Of course, May wasn't going to back down either, and instantly accepted the challenge. In situations like this, Song wouldn't dream of intervening. In fact, he thoroughly enjoyed watching the two of them face off. After all, no matter who won or lost, he was always the one who got to savor the moment. Life, sometimes it's as lonely as snow. Looking out across the world, with no rivals left, all that's left is to savor the pleasures.